light travel time problem is not unique to recent creationists. Most people would focus on the here and now when it comes to this. If the creation is, say, for the sake of argument, 6 or 7 thousand years old, then you can see most of the stars, all the stars, really, we can see with the naked eye. But when you start talking about the nearest galaxy, the Andromeda Galaxy, it's about 2 million light years away. How can you see it? And how can you see even more distant objects that are millions, hundreds of billions, even billions of light years away? So it's a fair question. Um, However, I like to turn the situation around and talk about Adam's light travel time problem. He was created on day 6. The stars were created on day 4. So, did he see anything when he looked up at night at the end of day 6, beginning of day 7? I think he did. I think he saw pretty much what we saw today, see today, because at the end of day 4 and the end of day 6, God pronounced that it was good. At the end of the creation week, he said it was very good. And this goodness carries with the idea of completeness, that things were functioning the way they were intended to, fulfilling all of their purposes. And there are certain purposes given to the astronomical bodies on the day 4 account of creation that if the stars were not visible, then they could not fulfill their function. So there had to be light of the stars here on Earth, I think from the entire universe, at the end of day 4, if not certainly at the end of day 6. That part is consistent with the biblical account of creation in Genesis 1. So I think the best approach is to posit that God produced a miracle on day 4, where he rapidly brought the light here. Not only make the most distant galaxies in the universe, but he then rapidly brought the light here. And I think there's a comparison to be made to the day 3 account, when it says that God caused the dry land to appear, separated the waters and the land, so the land and dry land appeared. And then he says, let the earth bring forth these various types of plants, and the earth brought forth these various types of plants. And the suggestion is that these things grew up out of the ground rather rapidly. God didn't instantaneously create large oak trees. Instead, he caused these oak trees to grow out of the ground very rapidly, because it all took place in one day. I kind of imagine, had I been there, it would have looked a lot like a time-lapse movie of some sort. This is abnormal growth, abnormally fast. And I'm suggesting the same sort of thing happened on day 4. God rapidly brought the light here from distant objects. So when I look at the Andromeda Galaxy, I'm looking at something a couple million light years away, but I don't believe the light's been traveling that long.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer, Danny. Thank you. I absolutely believe in the supernatural. So or as Tony likes to put it, magic. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy to agree. Yes, I absolutely believe in magic, folks. But from their sort of paradigm, it does sound all like, it's unfalsifiable, isn't it? So I could see their gripe with it. I could see them saying, "Oh well, God can do anything," and
It's almost like it's almost to me like if God, like if in order to get to heaven we have to have faith, then it's almost like God set everything up to where if you tried to physically find him, you would always go in the wrong direction. The only way to go in the direction of God is faith.
The problem of divine hiddenness. You can look that up.
I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just saying that's what,
No, I know, but like that's what that's commonly referred to, is that we look out and we don't find God, yet he's supposed to exist.
I don't quite understand that. I mean, with God's spirit, right? God's metaphysical, is that you're not going to see it, right?
Oh, sorry, I did just remember what I was going to unmute and discuss there. You had said that magic is not falsifiable, and I may be willing to concede that magic as a whole could be unfalsifiable in like every stretch, but any individual's claim to be doing magic is obviously falsifiable. Look no further than the Amazing Randy.
Yeah, I've seen that Amazing Randy, and I like him. I like that guy a lot.
Me too. And he was debunking people who were claiming that they were actually able to do that magic, but he knew they were just full of shit.
Yeah, and he was debunking a lot of people. I think as well he was doing a bit of that because I love those people who debunk their sort of. I don't know. I'm not quite sure it's called. I think it's called cold reading.
Yep.
Right. Those sort of people. And
Well, they're called
yes,
psychics, but they're utilizing cold reading. Yeah.
yeah. So I love that when they're like, okay, let's see, let's test your claims. I love that.
What you need to do is go to a psychic, whatever they say, or wait till they say something incorrect that doesn't apply to you, and then just say yes, and then they'll just dig that hole. You know, like it's they would never like call you out for lying because they have some actual access to some other metaphysical realm of knowledge.
You know, on some level as well, although I've never met a psychic or had been read or anything like that, I kind of think that's probably a thing. I really do. I think also that I those act those individuals would want to keep it very quiet, right? Because they'd be
Of
like
course,
a little bit terrified of it.
that's why they charge people, right? You look in the ads on in the newspaper and you see $75 an hour. How could this person actually charge this? Look at these reviews. Oh, there are people that are actually saying that they spoke to like their dead family member. Okay. Well, I'm at least open to the idea of this being true and I'll give it a shot. No one in their right mind who's skeptic is going to be like, I'm going to go pay $75 to speak to this person I know is just doing cold reading on me, right? Like, no one does that. So they do keep a tight knit around them of people who all affirm their same nonsense.
Yeah, there's lots of people who will take advantage, isn't there? That's the thing. But
Unfortunately, so you are correct.
you know, I don't know though. There's some maybe it's just I think there's something to be said about sort of a childlike wonder as well that I never want to lose, right? Even though I'm terribly skeptical about most things.
I was jaded and cynical by the age of 9. So I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Can't empathize.
I mean, that's the thing I like the most about Flat Earth. That's what I used to wax lyrical about Flat Earth because it sort of reset everything. It did for me anyway. So I'd say that's the best thing. But the thing that really moved me away from Flat Earth was the fact that they sort of denied gravity altogether, that there's a constant force. I realize people start to spurg out about the term force, but for fuck's sake, they just deny the fact that there's a force at all. And it's like, no, there's it's been measured. So,
and the only reason I would disagree with you is just in the term of actual disagreement. Like, I don't think the majority, well, at least the 24/7 guys, they're not coming out and saying like no gravity. They're just more so questioning the foundation of it. And when you're not, like, when you're just doing that kind of uh, incessant skepticism upon everything, it doesn't really get you anywhere.
well, no. I mean, to question the mechanism, I think that's all well and good. I think it.
No, I agree.
Yeah, but there are many people I've spoken to in these forums that just they claim it's buoyancy and density, and there is no gravity. So I just can't get on board with that at all for lots of different reasons. Yeah.
Well, they know that the entire field of physics and its understanding of gravity as we know it, like, goes against a claim of a flat Earth, right? So, like, they have to just wholesale be skeptical, not accept it, and then question it until the other person gets tired of talking about it, instead of just actually, coming out and say, no, I deny that gravity is actually there, and here's my position.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
obviously don't do that.
I have to shout out Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve because he really made me think of sort of because he'd sort of made a claim that the Earth was rising up. It must be, because all demonstration shows that the force seems to be from below our feet. And you know, he did many demonstrations on his channel, and I was like, this is interesting, this. And what it really made me sort of think about was the fact that, because flat earthers always say water finds and seeks its level, you know. And then I suddenly realized, wait a minute, why does it do that? Right? For instance, you could say, you could describe that wall over there that's diagonal as flat, but level is an orientation. And that's when it clicked in my head. I was like, oh, it's an orientation perpendicular to the force that's acting on it. I was like, oh, fucking hell. And then it just clicked. I was like, oh, okay. And then the sort of TFE thing just like the icing on the cake a little bit. While I will concede it's not, because I imagine, without even going back to FED, they will say that it's not a logical. You can't put it in a logical syllogism. That's true. That is absolutely true. Not without you know, attaching some more assumptions in there, like the Earth being tilted, for instance. But it's still a strong observation that I can't even begin to imagine how it could work on a planar surface.
The sad thing about TFE is there was like $400,000 to prove what every tourist and worker that had ever gone to South Pole, you know, it's so heavily documented. Why do they have to hold their hand, drag them down there, and say, "This is our video"? Is which that all of a sudden, it goes to authorship. All the science going on beforehand was all presupposition, and of course, now that the list is a short list, being Lisbeth, Jaron, and Whitsitt, they've just dismissed them.
I love that girl's name. I'm never quite sure what it is, but when somebody says it, I'm like, Lisbeth. I don't know. It just always makes me smile. But the thing is, Shubil, that there was a lots of videos that were stitched together showing the same sort of lens flare, the same clouds, and way before this. I'm going back a couple of years now. I would put him forward. Then, hey, well, what if this is flat earthers that have, that have put this together?
Well, the
Right?
thing is that what you're describing there with, I believe, the the multi-day by Schwartz, and he had put up the full video, but they were jumping on this the one that was 1 day and it was looped. But he put up the full video afterwards when asked about it. But there was a previous one where he had 5 days where the sun never set, just went around and around and around. So and where one of them where he has there's actually a clock face or wristwatch in the field of view, and they don't like that. Oh, they don't like so many things. It's like, good God. And now they don't like the shadows of the video that was taken from the 360 cameras on the TFE. However, that same shadow behavior is replicated anywhere. Anywhere you could see the perspective of shadows, like from power poles and fence posts, as you move around. Yeah, that's exactly what exactly what the camera sees. So they just the flirts were trying so hard to say, oh look, there's a little broken, here's a broken pixel, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, for me as well, because Wizzy kept tuning, you know, like he'd come into Geo server, and so we kind of followed along with it as well, and that was kind of fun. And when I learned that there was 60 plus marathon runners going there every year, I was like, okay, well, are these in on it as well? That's just too much, isn't it? It's like, no. And I thought that was interesting as well. Not that I'm a big fan of McToon or anything, but I think he had a thing on his channel where he asks his viewers to send something in about the sunspots or something like that, right? And it sort of corresponded to how it was moving around to where they were on the Earth. I thought that was interesting too.
Yeah, Jaron had a properly filtered SLR, and he photographed the sun routinely through the whole period, not continuous video, but he has a lot of photos showing the sunspots and the fact that the sun doesn't change size. I mean, this whole thing with this, the flirts want to say, oh, the sun is going to a vanishing point, but or it's circling overhead where it has to be going 5,000 or 6,000 miles away from you, but it's only 5,000 or 6,000 miles up. Well, then it would be changing size, and it would be getting, and staying above the horizon. Instead, it stays the same size, goes below the horizon, and they just say, no, that's not what it's doing.
You know, though, Larry, what you're saying here, I think I can be assessed more or less in one sentence of all flat earthers are a gradient of Democ, whereas Democ is the one, 0 and 1. Democ is the full flurf, and all the others are just little bits of variations of
So now we're going to have like a 0 to 10 scale on the DMOC unit, huh?
Oh, I'm thinking 0 to 99, with 99 being full DMOC, and you give them numbers back, because then you get 100 different grades, or 99 different grades. And so where they are, you can assess them, and as they get a bit smarter, they can go backwards. So a low number, it's like golf. Your handicap is better the lower you get.
So that would put no tanks at like a 90, huh?
I don't know. Well, like 10 different categories, perhaps, and you give out of 10 for each, thus getting your total up to a 99 or something like that. I don't know. It sounds like a fun thing to make. Flirt scale or the DMOC scale.
Because DMOC scores 100, a perfect score.
Yeah, and no one can be D. So the D scale can only be 99 at best, because there is only one DMOC. Thank fuck. You like the idea? So you could say this person's a D87. Oh, okay. Right, he's pretty up there. And this one's a D12. Oh, he's not very DMOC then.
What do you think Jin would be?
Oh, that's a D85, I'm guessing.
Oh no, 99. 99. Absolutely 99.9.
I'm gonna say 99, yeah.
99. So we give you, all right. I was just going to say, don't everybody grade everyone at 99. You lose the point of the 100-point scale. Okay, well, go Jin 99 because he is pretty dedicated.
Yeah, he's a 99.9.
Yeah, Jin and DMOC would be the base number that you would base all others off of.
Right.
Like you're saying. So if they're the extreme,
we'll call it,
then,
it's the JD scale.
He's a JD12.
I actually like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, a JD60. Someone like that, yeah.
We got to keep that boomer and try to make something out of that.
So if you believe reality and what balls really do in reality, right? The only thing they can do, you got to be at 100%, right?
But tell them, DMOC, there's Globers that would be on the same scale.
Oh my God. But here's the thing I want to point out about this planet stuff you guys are talking about, and about looking at a sun ball or a gas ball or whatever. The last time I checked, while you're looking for gases in spectroscopy, didn't your atmosphere get in the way that goes past the moon? Looking at a gas through a gas?
Yeah.
You just negated that? So when you have spectroscopy...
No, they calculate it.
No, I know, but...
Calculate for it.
Okay,
I know
well, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. I know you already know that, yeah.
Yeah, that means quantify hoax. That means get a little pill bottle and say 14 psi for the Earth. I got you.
I don't know, but DMOC is the best at coming up with neat stuff to try to counteract things. I mean, you're good at that, man.
Check this out, guys. The air has rainbows in it. Every color of your spectroscopy. Every time I light my lighter, the Bic, I don't smoke cigarettes, but I light lighters sometimes just to take a look, see if the gas does. And it's got blue, orange, yellow, green, red, and clear underneath it. So all the spectrums of there's no sun there, there's no Saturn, there's no Jupiter, there's none of that shit there. So what are you guys talking about? And don't forget UFOs that you can't spectroscopy or see what they're made out of, because they are on them, supposedly.
Dude, I'm on the UFOs. Let's go with the UFO discussion. I'm down.
Yeah, how do you figure out what a UFO is that's not millions of miles away, Planet Boys?
I don't think you can because it's unidentified.
What is that when you got spectroscopy? What, you mean it's a new gas?
Hold on,
It's a
Demo.
new
Like,
material. Well, you said you would want to know
We
what
don't
they
know.
are.
go ahead,
So
We
Demo.
don't know what it
doesn't
is, but
know.
we see it.
Listen, but we have to break this down for everybody who doesn't comprehend what's going on.
Okay.
What's going on here is there's a material of all different colors, all different shapes and sizes, and variations of UFOs, correct? Underwater, above, whatever you want to say. Dots of every kind, colors of every kind. But none of them fit any spectroscopy we know of. I find that weird when you think everything else does.
Well, you're conflating several things here. I don't know how spectroscopy. I don't know how spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy.
Yeah, I don't
Spectroscopy.
get how that like pertains to UFOs, but like I'm kind of trying to follow
I don't
your.
know how it pertains to million mile away gas balls either when you can't do it up close.
I
Because
think I get what
UFOs
he's
are over
saying.
your house. People see
Okay.
UFOs in their backyard, above their car, right there.
You
So
totally
if you guys are
bullshit.
claiming
I
you
get
know
it.
what UFOs are, look at all the cops
What?
that have UFO footage of triangle stuff and all this other stuff, but they don't know what that is. They don't have
But
no
wait,
clue
who?
what that material is. It's unknown to man.
who
Every UFO device.
Well, that's
yeah.
the
Look at
thing
all the
about
different kinds. Let's go over it. We got blue ones. What's the underwater ones made of? You guys don't know. What's the
Well,
air ones? What are the
no,
blue light bulbs?
that's why it's a
What are the
fun.
orange balls of light UFOs?
I mean, that's just why it's a fun topic. That's all it
Right.
is.
So
It's
is it a
not like
fun topic about talking about non-existent gas balls out somewhere? Twinkle light balls, UFOs. They're no different than a UFO.
Oh, I get. Yeah. That's what I thought you were going with. Yeah, that those things are like
now
UFOs.
I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the
Well, how do we know you're not?
planets and stuff.
Twinkly lights. It's all colors of lights. Lights,
Yeah.
lights of material you don't know what it is when it's all different things. Every UFO in everybody's backyard since the 50s has been different till now. And you guys have no clue of any of that shit. They're all UFOs to you guys. So every material out there, you have no clue what the fuck it is. If you
So,
think UFOs are coming from out there on those materials, you're not making any
Yeah.
sense, gentlemen. I'm
well,
just
so I
saying.
can understand like
UFO
your
in
Yeah. I
your
know.
backyard. What's the
all
government
right.
tell you the UFO is?
All right,
Hold on, man. They
hold
have
on.
them flying
Brandon,
between ships, Verdak. Please don't ignore what I'm trying to tell you guys. I don't want you
all
to
right,
look past this. We have
finish.
UFOs between two jet fighters, and they're staring at it. Why don't they spectroscopy it? What's going down?
I think spectroscopy needs a bump banner.
Well, how
Yeah,
do we know you're not an alien life form, Democ? That's the thing. So you could be an alien, and we wouldn't know it. I could be an alien. What's the baseline for someone being an alien life form? Do we have a? Because they're unidentified, so that's pretty
I thought
vague,
it
isn't
was
it?
just somebody
How do we
jumping your
identify
fence.
the unidentified?
Well, I thought it
Is
was
what you're
somebody
getting?
climbing under your fence or jumping your fence. So if anybody jumps your fence, they're an alien. Well,
well, hold on, Demo, hold on. Like, I get your logical flow of the argument, but you're also like,
I don't get
you're.
any of the glove
Well,
flow.
hold on,
I think
I
this is
don't
the
get
best
none
one
of the
I've heard so far.
spectroscopy.
Let me just
I was gonna
finish.
say. I think this is the best one.
Yeah, like Demo, like I get your logical sense of like, and like I get it, but like you're conflating two things together, and
No, I'm
spectroscopy has
not.
nothing to do with UFOs. Like it really
What's it
doesn't.
got to do with anything?
Well, then why are we having this?
You can't because we're talking about planets that are supposed to be made of materials and UFOs that are supposed to be made of materials known to man. There's a gentleman who said if anything comes from space and it's made of protons, electrons, and neutrons and atoms, they guaranteed fucking know what it is.
Well,
So
now
what are you
you're
going to say to that smart gentleman that does science?
you're diving into like your brain just fired.
No, this is where we
So
need to
many
be.
things.
UFO protons, electrons, and neutrons, are they different than ours? I'm losing sight of what this gas is that they have, the alien gas and the alien color.
Demo,
It's not easy to
everything.
understand. Yeah.
What color is the alien gas? What are we looking at here on these UFOs? There's a green one, a
Probably
blue one, a red
green.
one, yellow one. They're all colors. I've seen UFOs of every fucking color, going every speed, acting different than each other, looking different, being different. So what are all these things? You guys don't know any of them, even though they're outside the Pentagon, looking in the window, hitting buildings, hitting people's backyard, getting picked up, seeing them between the planes, seeing them over warships, just filming them the whole time in the sky. You film them for 24 hours, go back left and right, but nobody knows what they are.
It's government shit.
So
yeah.
how do you know spectroscopy then, man? You're losing
I
me,
would
brother.
say, like, I'm not.
We also got an ISS that can't see one UFO coming from space. Not hitting it, not going past it, not hitting
There's been
space debris.
multiple recordings
No
of that.
comets, no meteors. No, you haven't. Go
No
to the
sense of
ISS live
scale.
and see UFOs. Scale of what? Your fucking imagination, that's not helping. Just quit saying
Demo,
words like
just
scale.
fucking chill, bro.
Well,
Every
stick scales
Certain
aren't
words
part
are
of the
trigger words.
situation.
I'm
We're not
sorry. I'm
talking
sorry,
about
D-Mark. I
fish.
shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
You shouldn't
I
have
won't.
said
I
fish
won't. I
scales.
won't
You don't
say
have
nothing
any
like
scale
that
out in
towards you.
space. You got. Remember, you guys don't have a scale of distance.
Yeah, but now I
Stop saying the word
apologize.
scale.
So
Okay.
don't get aggravated. Just stay
I'm
calm.
just saying, remember the other day I clarified that you guys conceded you don't know what left and right mileage is. You don't know what 8,000 miles looks like left and right, or 93 million or 24,000 or any fucking thing for that matter. You have no clue. So let's not talk distance. You guys don't know what the fuck that means. So out there somewhere over the rainbow, you have colorful shiny lights. And here on Earth, you have shiny lights every fucking where. Different color, red lights, blue lights, green lights with the stop sign. Is that stop sign a planet? Is it a sun when it's orange and matches your spectroscopy or your solar filter? Is that a sun now? Fuck no. And how did you light helium? How did you light up helium in a vacuum? Show me how that works.
I don't know. I don't know why.
I don't know either about these fantastical magic claims that the government tells you guys. The moon's helium, Antarctica's helium, everything's fucking helium. It's secret helium. They don't tell you.
Where
Antarctica.
where did you hear that? Where did you hear everything's helium? I'm curious.
They said there's helium-4 in Antarctica. There's solid oxygen in Antarctica. You tell me
Sorry,
where
who
you
said
live,
that?
where the temperature is, where you can't
PBS?
read. No, listen to this, slow guy. The temperature you've never experienced before in your life is what amalgamates material certain ways. When the lava flows and how the temperature cools that material and how it comes together, that's Antarctica. Nowhere is that mimicked. In the desert is the deserts. In the rainforest is the rainforest. They keep
I
on mimicking
agree.
each other until you get, yeah. So
I agree that the deserts are the deserts. Yeah.
yeah. So just saying weird shit's not gonna happen.
But wait, do you think deserts used to be something else, or you think they've always been deserts?
No, they definitely were oceans
You gotta
before.
ask the desert. I mean, that's a good claim.
I guess we don't really know, but some people think. Well, I mean, there's people that are gonna say they know, so I'm not gonna.
That's what I'm saying. They
those
know
people.
everything. They can look at. They say that the Earth is a spinning ball time machine, and that if you leave one ball and just get away from it and watch it spin, now it's a time machine. They say a lot of weird shit. That's not true because I've never seen a marble and a beach ball and a basketball be different time machines from each other, or an ant act equivalent to a time machine because the ball's big or spinning. But that's their claim. On the ball, time slower. Away from the ball, you age faster. That's their claim. Away from a spinning ball. Now, can we prove this wrong or right in the lab? Every fucking day till Sunday. Hell yeah. We can prove that's wrong. We can prove everything they say about a globe is wrong. Gas can't be put in a vacuum and hold a shape. That doesn't make any sense. Water can't be put in a vacuum to hold a shape. That doesn't make any sense.
We have actually put gas in a vacuum and have it hold its shape. We already had this discussion earlier with
Give us the fucking
SC Montreal.
give us the video. Give us the 100-year-old video.
Demo,
Give us thousands of videos.
Demo, like this is very early on when you're unmuted.
Yeah, this dude jumped out with saying stuff that doesn't make no sense to you.
Don't. If you interrupt, motherfuckers, I'm just gonna go to muting you. So let him finish his point. Go ahead, please.
No, it's not just me.
That wasn't me. And that dude was done talking. So do you have the video while you're sitting here lying to us?
I didn't hear you even asking for a video, but I didn't say that there is a video. We have done this.
Yeah, so you don't have no proof, just your hopes. Thank you.
If I don't have a video that I never promised to have, how does that make me a liar?
because you're a fucking idiot, and if you don't have a video of your claim, that makes you a
No
liar.
name calling, thank you.
Timo.
I can't show
I'm
you a
gonna
video.
interrupt you right there, mister. I saw you
I
got
don't know.
triggered because you started calling me names.
That's I don't know. That's a pretty good point he just made. Best point I heard him make so far. No, I'm just
Demo, Demo. Keep the
What
temp
would you
down.
guys believe is my nutsack? What would you believe is my toe?
You don't
prove or ever meet me. What do you guys just believe?
Like, here's
You
the
guys
deal.
just believe
Like,
me.
no. Like,
Show you a picture of Mickey Mouse could be like, yep, that's the mock. We got the proof. We can weigh him. We can do the math. I mean, you guys don't need to see me in person. You know I'm Mickey Mouse, right? When Mickey Mouse shows up.
no. You
that gets
sound like him.
that, right? I'm just saying, you know.
You must be rich then.
I don't know what everything must be that's not itself.
what do you?
I know
what,
in a lab nothing works like you guys claim. No globe shit happens ever. No magic. No globe magic physics. There's no such thing
What's
as globe.
happening in a lab, not necessarily on a globe,
Not
right?
globe
So
stuff. Nothing to do with any globes. The only thing you can do stuff with. Globe protons work, and they're little, but you guys say little stuff ain't messed with by gravity, but all the little balls are balls for some reason, right? So then you say on a big scale you can only do it, but then you're doing it on a little scale. Then you say you can only make a big sun, but then you guys are like, look, we made a little sun. So every time you guys second guess and just double speak and just like act schizophrenic, and then when you point at balls in a lab, you just ignore reality. You
I
guys
haven't
ignore
actually
reality.
seen or heard of flat Earth in a lab. Has that been ever done, Dima?
Is that what a ball looks like? Let us know.
That's what a flat Earth looks
We've been
like. Have
looking
you
for the
seen
ball
or heard
lab,
flat
buddy.
Earth in a
Flat
lab?
earther. Flat Earth time is in an hour. We've been looking for the ball. Can you help us? We got an hour.
Yes, I'm looking
Ball
for
time.
flat Earth. And flat Earth hour is now. Can you have you heard of flat Earth in a lab?
it's in 10 minutes,
Hey,
actually, but we can start early.
D-Mock, you didn't answer my question. I asked you about, you said UFOs, and they're out there with white light and whatever, spectrophy. How do we identify the unidentified? Because that's what you're in essence asking is, if something's unidentified, how is it whatever? Well, what's your parameter for identifying the unidentified?
The sun's not
What, are you an
identified,
alien?
weirdo.
Hang on. I'm nearly there. Are you an
How is the
alien?
sun
Am I an alien? Are we
identified,
both
or
aliens?
Jupiter,
Are you
or
going to fucking
Mars,
listen
or
to my
the
question?
moon?
Or just be a rude cunt all of your life? Like, what's
You
the
know he
parameter
can't
for an
answer
alien?
that, right? You know he can't answer it. He just doesn't know. He doesn't get it, right?
Well,
Tell him to get his question out and quit being rude.
Yeah, it's just what's the parameter for being identified? You're saying, can we identify the unidentified? Well, how do we do that? Just tell us how and we'll do it. That's my thing. Thank you.
I don't know, David Copperfield, fucking globe magic story time, nothing. How do you do nothing? How do you prove nothing? I don't know, weirdo. How do you make fucking claims but not back them every day in your life? You know what a sun is? That's a fucking lie. You know what a moon is? That's a fucking lie. You don't have a piece of one. You ain't moving water with it. You ain't putting it in orbit around a light bulb gas. Nothing you guys say is make a fucking lick of sense.
Okay, all right. If that's your answer, wrap it up. Okay.
Yeah, until we see a video of any of your fucking magic dog shit. Fuck your UFO claims of Nothingville. They're the
Well,
same as your planets.
He's,
Go ahead, I'm
he's
done.
just, he just okay. I thought he was just opening another can of worms.
We may not know what the sun is, but we know what the sun does. Now, there's a clue as to what it is by what it does. It warms us up and provides light. There you go.
That didn't make any sense.
To you, perhaps, but everyone else did.
Like, you can literally.
Yeah, cool story, weirdo. Show me a sun ball and a motherfucking earth ball in a lab and show me how your temperatures work when the sun is farthest away from the motherfucking Death Valley and closest to the cold part. So you'll need to go in a lab and show me how you can be close to the motherfucking heat source but freeze. Weirdo. I don't know where you guys get these fucking magic, fantastical David Copperfield claims from, but you have to demonstrate it, dummies. Demonstrate your seasons at the same time in your days and your 24-hour sun and North Pole and South Pole. You only need two balls, a light ball and an earth ball. What's so funny?
You can do it with
No,
orange
man.
and apple.
Balls too hard.
Oh, I love you, Demo. Love your style, Demo. This is the full 100D.
I'm
the
just
JD
saying,
100. I love
balls,
it.
right? 24,901 millimeters, feet, inches, anything. I'll take any of that in a lab. And then you'll need a lab that has to be about 57 miles away to be 93 million miles in that's millimeters, guys. Take it how you want. And then the moon has to be 88 feet from the Earth in millimeters, 238,000 miles. So now when we break this down to millimeters, right, with actual balls, no cartoon flat paper gonna help you here, buddy. We're talking about 3D actuality. Motherfucking Newtonian spherical ball physics in a lab, baby. How the sun fucking heats it up, how it keeps the top cold while it's so close to it, and it keeps the other part farthest away so hot. You guys are gonna show us how that fucking never happens nowhere on any object. We'll wait.
Can I ask you a question, Demo? Like,
23 degrees tilt is your answer. A ball of 24,901
I know,
scaled
the
down.
brain is. I
You
don't
fit
mean
a million of those. Hold on, man. You fit a million of those on the face of your sunball. So that'd be the scale size, and a million, 100 Earths on the face of the sun. A
I get
million
it.
Earths to
Get
the
it.
Earth. Yeah.
Totally get it. Yeah, I
Gotcha.
get.
I'm doing the math for you guys. I'm helping you steel man a lab,
I
57
know.
miles long for your globe model.
But like Demo, the thing is like I come in here
What
day.
thing?
Hold on, I'm Demo. I'm talking to you, not the room, just you.
Right.
I come in here day to day, right? And you're always muted. And I'm I'm active duty. I'm a free speech advocate. That's who I am, right? So I always unmute you.
Hey, my math is correct, brother.
Hold on a second. I'm just asking you, like on a personal level, what is the biggest thing? What is the biggest motivator for assuming, well, and advocating in a religious fanaticist way that the
I
earth
don't
is.
know what the globe came from. I don't know why the globe came about to be a religious fanatic thing or idea to everybody. Maybe it's because they were forced to go to school by the government and then forced to learn shit that they don't give a fuck about. Forced books on them they could care less about. Curriculum materials by some fucking weirdos who like to do dumb weird shit with each other and be fucking weird. We ain't gonna go there.
Get all this
Schizophrenic killers and serial killers, psychotics made up your fucking globe model. Weirdo murderers, fucking all your technology came from fucking weird war mongers.
Let me ask you this.
You're still using NASA that's owned by the Nazis today, and you act like you have no clue this is going down. See, to me, this is fucking crazy. So you guys like propaganda. As soon as the Nazis, hold on, brother, one second. As soon as the Nazis came over here, you got the television and the globe and rockets and space with Warner Brothers, your TV industry, all that shit, Hollywood and DOD. It's all the same. You can't be the Department of Defense without propaganding your people.
So you do barbecues with your family, right? And we heard that, which you were. It was gracious enough for you to share us with that, because I was asking about that the other night, right? You care about the family. You got kids, all that shit. Yeah. Okay. All right. So all these technologies that we have now, one of which. Well, hold on. Just let me finish my point, and then you can eviscerate me because I know you're waiting for it. All of these technologies are built on these principles of science and some of the concepts that you actually disagree with. But that's what makes like society function. So if those technologies that you're actually arguing against were removed and your family's safety was jeopardized, would that not create a concern for you? So, like, what I'm trying to get at,
know what technologies you're talking about.
Hold on. What I'm trying to get at is like simple things, right? Like your phone and how you can navigate and all this other stuff. Like that's what I'm trying to ask you about.
Well, you said it's built up on all this shit. I just gotta ask you two questions. First question is, does science ever change?
Yes.
And the second question, okay, so there's no point in talking about science that doesn't even mean shit because it can't be itself. And then question two, does science prove anything?
It does. Yeah. I mean, science proves things and then it disproves things. Yeah.
How many things can you prove with science right now? You could bet your life on.
How many things
Go
can
through the variables and all that, like you notice
well,
something,
I
you
can
see a
prove like
gas in nature, and you know it's helium, and like
well, hold on. I can prove that we can actually make semiconductors and we have them in our phones. Like I can prove that because you're on like we have phones.
what's semiconduction even mean to you?
I mean, come on, man.
Does that mean
Like
electromagnetic static?
it's almost
I mean,
like
what do you mean?
well
I mean, it has to do with electricity, right?
well
Is
well
that
well,
kind of electrical?
well hold on a second. Just okay. Let's go down this thought experiment. What about
Electricity, I'm down, brother.
well, all right. So if I give you a wheel, does it roll?
Not if you lay it on its side.
Right. But if you don't lay it on its side, what does it do?
I don't know. I can put it in a mud puddle and it'll sit there.
But what if you apply
No
force
buts,
to it?
brother. I got a little mud puddle right here. I told you I
That's
love my
fine.
mud puddle.
All
It
right.
fucks
So
it up.
what if you apply force
It
to it?
catches your gravity wheel.
Well, hold
Apply
on.
what force to it? I'm going to slam down on it, and it's going to do nothing.
Well, let's not get crazy.
Well, describe what you're talking about. Where, how, when do I got to do this? I got a tire in a mud puddle. It's not going nowhere.
Okay, so you got a tire. Does it roll?
No, it's sitting there stuck in a mud puddle.
Okay.
You know when you go
It
mudding?
has to have a force applied to it, correct?
I don't know. It's stuck. What do I got to do?
Do you drive a car?
The tire is stuck, brother. I thought the tire was the thing. Now we're
I get it, but like what I'm trying to
is anti-gravity neutral,
well,
or
no,
putting on the brakes,
we're
or
not
putting
we're
the wheel
not
on my
gravity,
hand?
you know.
Well,
We're
hold
not
on. I got my tank. Hold on. I got it in park, so that's anti-gravity.
gravity.
And then I put
We're
it in
not
drive,
gravity.
and then press the
No, no,
gas.
no. I don't want like I get it. You are higher intelligence. You're firing off on all cylinders. I want to keep you on the earth right now.
Right.
Okay.
I'm on a hill in my car. I got it in park. It's stationary. It's anti-gravity. It's not rolling down that hill like it should.
I'm not talking about gravity. I'm not talking about any of that shit.
Oh,
I'm
on
just
your model, it shouldn't roll down. I'm sorry. Hold on. It
all
shouldn't
I'm
roll down.
asking, does a tire roll? Yes or no?
In a globe model or a flat Earth model?
Doesn't matter the model. Doesn't matter if it's a flat
Throw
surface.
physics out the
Doesn't
window
matter
and
if
go
it's
model.
still. It doesn't matter about topography. It doesn't matter about any of
It
this
doesn't
stuff.
matter about it. What the hell are you talking about?
Does the tire have a potential to roll if a force is applied to it? That's all I need. That's all I need. And I'm not. This is not to prove you
Not much
wrong.
force.
Huh?
And what's going to be the force? What's our force?
Okay, you push it.
So I push the tire.
Can you roll a
Not
tire
gravity.
down the road? Like, can you roll a tire
Yes,
down
I
the hill?
can push stuff. I can move things. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then you also
All
know
anti-gravity.
that these things happen, right?
That you can push things.
Yes.
I'm a physical human. Yeah. You got
Okay.
gravity pushing my tire. Well, that's what we're looking for, buddy. Everything you don't want to discuss is actually what we're looking for. Gravity to push the tire, not demand. What
But
happens on a globe with a tire? With gravity? Does gravity hold that tire equipotential to
Not
the
about,
center of its mass?
not about the
Or
globe.
does it let the tire roll? No, this question's to all you globers.
There's more than one force acting on something at one time.
So does the tire sit at the top of the hill on a globe? Does it sit on the globe stationary? Or does it roll is the question. I don't care about you guys' excuses.
Dealing what I'm asking you a very simple question. Like it's very
So am
simple.
I. So am I. This is how we're going to describe what the hell you guys are talking about.
Well, no. You're
Let's figure it
saying
out.
you guys. You're saying you guys, and like, I don't want you to
Well,
get
you
in.
took Earth out of the model, so we don't know what the fuck the point of this conversation is. If you took all physics and Earth and everything out, you used to have a wheel in your hand, and you push your wheel. We talking about Verdac physics? Cool. The
Well,
physics of Verdac.
no. What you're doing?
What
Like
else is imparted here? We're talking about you and a
you're.
tire.
Hold on. No, quickly. You're like
What else do you
abandoning
have?
everything else, right? That's what I'm trying to
No,
point
you
out.
did. You abandoned. I put it in the mud puddle, and you said no.
No, I
You
said
don't
in
want
the
the mud
mud
puddle.
puddle you could just push it.
Then
It'd
I
be fine.
said lay the tire down flat on the ground. You said no, side, and you
Well,
said no.
no.
So everything
The
I do,
tires.
you don't like.
No,
You don't like my
because
manipulating the variables of this tire, do you?
Demo, if a tire is flat, it won't roll. I get it. It's on its side, right? I totally get it.
Yeah,
Like it's
100%.
yeah.
I mean, what's the point? You got a sphere? Maybe a sphere would make more sense to
The
you.
point is,
Because a sphere is not flat to itself
the
ever,
only,
and you can't
the
really
only,
lay it on the side and stop it physically
no,
from doing its thing. It's the perfect attribute of a shape to take the fuck off for free on its own.
the only
Its
thing I'm
own.
trying to
It
prove,
equals potential. It
the
equals
only thing
potential
that I'm,
unbalance, potential unrest. Gotta go. Gravity ball.
the only thing that I was trying to explain, prove, convey, all these,
You're not conveying gravity because
words, right?
the ball
It's
has
just
free
like,
energy to keep rolling out of nowhere. When I
no,
release it, when the ball's on top of the hill, I let it go. It's just got super
Dean,
fucking energy. I just
just
gave it super energy by touching it and letting it go. I'm super badass. I'm like electrified. You
okay.
would love it.
I know you're electrified. I get it. All I was just trying to say is break it down into the simplest parts, and then if you can
I'm
originate from
trying.
there and then explain it, and you get into more complexity, you're going to find that the world actually makes sense. Like that's the whole point of this is thought of
No, there is no more
fire.
complexity than you can believe.
No, because you
Because
what
again,
you do,
in the
what you
simplest
do is you
world,
bound. You
no,
literally.
you're not making no sense, buddy. You're going backwards.
That's what I'm
Right?
trying
You're
to
going
explain to
backwards,
you.
brother. You're going
No,
backwards.
you go to
No, you're
0
going
to
backwards. The simplest explanation is the best, not the most nonsensical. Take you 10 years to not make no sense. You get what I'm saying, but this ain't that, but that ain't this, but you don't get it, but nobody's smart enough. The physical stuff, the simplest thing that we go sit and watch it do what it does and record that, that's our story. The author is the physical shit that happens in reality. We get our hands on it, we do stuff with it. We try to manipulate it to the best of our ability. We try to trial and error it. I'm with you on all these accounts. Anything other than that, you should have no fucking dude in the world with you or fucking human, because anything other than that's just making shit up. I mean, it's just simple. Regardless whether you make it up in the lab, that you
Why
can
do you think
research
the
it.
universe owes you simple things? Why
What
do you
the
think
fuck
it
is the
has to be
universe?
simple?
Why do you keep saying this stuff? You guys don't
Why
even
do
know
you
what the
think
fuck that
anything on
means.
the planet, anything in
What's a
physics has to be
anything? What is a
simple? That's
planet?
that's a,
I've never seen a
that's.
planet or a
Why do
universe.
you think anything that has to be simple, D-Monk? Where does it say that everything has to be simple?
Well, who's making it complicated but you fuckers
You.
telling stories? No, I want it simple, motherfucker. You don't like simple. You're the one fighting against simple, buddy.
I also want it simple. I'm with you,
Everything you see and demonstrate is all you're ever going to see and demonstrate.
Same with
Non-insanity
women.
101.
I would
Insane
like them to be a bit
motherfuckers think
simpler.
something different's going to happen. Talking
just
about test it, test it, test it. If you test a bowl of jelly 100 million times, you think it's going to not be jelly? Shut the fuck up.
all right.
You're
Hold
fucking
on.
ignorant.
Yeah. You gonna let us answer or not?
Yeah, jelly tester. When's it not jelly?
All right, Demo.
When it's dried, when it's crystals, it's not jelly. When it's crystals, it's just
Jelly
crystals.
crystals. Dry jelly. Too bad for you.
No, that's jelly crystals.
Yeah, say it how
Just
you
add
make it.
water.
Make it complicated how you want, weirdo. It's still
No,
jelly.
jelly's water or jelly
Stop
crystals. Remove the
complicating
water, you got
jelly.
jelly crystals. It's
See what
pretty
I mean?
simple.
This motherfucker's already making up stories.
God, you see what happens to Verdoc when you unmute him? He just keeps going. this is why his natural
See what
state is
happens to
muted.
this guy? He's a jelly
I don't know
fucker.
who Amphibious is. Yep, that's
The
true.
jelly
Demo.
whisperer.
Who's Amphibious? I've seen you here a few times. If you want to chat, I'll be curious.
I don't know. Go ahead with it.
What's up, mate?
What's up, mate? Where are you from?
I'm enjoying this convo. Yep.
Oh, you are? Okay, I won't interrupt it then to interrogate you. I just was curious to know who you were and say good day.
Yeah, man. Don't know what the realm we live on is. I know that governments lie and seek power to govern over us.
With you on that, I think they will tell any lie that will improve their chance of getting re-elected or getting more power, and provided they can get away with it. That's my one. I don't think that they would lie about the shape of the earth because they wouldn't get away with it.
Yeah, it's a good thing all governments are dictatorships, or else we'd be in a big problem. It's a good thing we have
Hey, Harry,
I
did you
can
see?
see.
to take care of that.
Harry, did you see our liberal chick today saying, "I'll let you off the $1 million lawsuit if you give me
Oh.
pre-selection"? She's blackmailing This is a politician.
Just
He's blackmailing another politician in Victoria.
yeah, she's out in the open. She's taken one of these other politicians to court for 2.3 million, and he's going to have to declare bankruptcy, which will just ruin him. He just won't be able to be a politician anymore because he won't be able to win the next election. And then she's turned around and gone, all right, I won't do it yet if you give me pre-selection, like you basically give me a seat. It's atrocious. I feel like I want to blame Trump for it, but I think that it's just always been there, and Trump is making it clearer. Thank him. That they're just assholes. They're just in it for themselves.
It's emboldening all the more right-wing politicians because what she's done. Even Jeff fucking Kennett said she's blackmailing the party. Now Jeff Kennett is a diehard liberal. For him to say it, that's unbelievable. Yeah, sorry to break it there. I just wondered if you'd heard about it, Harry, because it's pretty fucking big shit to me that you're going to use the court system to blackmail someone to get your political ambitions realised. The courts won't touch it, man. They'll throw it out. But anyway, yeah, sorry, guys. That's Australianisms for you.
I love the Aussie boys coming in with their politics. I love it.
Yeah,
me too.
So yeah, I don't think the government could get away with it either. That's why we're pointing out all these blatant inconsistencies and holes in the model that we
But the problem is, man, they're thumbing it at us even more than they ever did. They used to at least try to cover it up and try to get away with it. Now they're just blatantly fucking wiggling their fucking thumb on their nose at us and going, yeah, you can't get us. And
like Trump coming in with his coin and then doing a pump and dump in front of everybody's eyes. And then even with the market, like, putting on Truth Social, now's a good time to buy. And 20 minutes later, he lifts the tariffs. Like, that is atrocious behavior. Like, that is straight up illegal theft. It is theft from your electorate. And it's just sat there the next day boasting about how much him and his mates made off the American public. It's wild. But yeah, we're putting up with it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of look at your guys' COVID-19 policies as, I don't know, that's my barometer. But I love Aussies.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, we don't. We're happy being told what to do, which is a bit weird, I think.
Yeah. I mean, like, because you guys are our best partners. And in fact, fun fact, even though no one cares.
Canada is the best part of the US.
No. The Aussies, dude, I'm in the military. 24 years.
No, Canada actually work. If you're in the military, you should be working with Canadian people in the military, unless you're lying.
We love the Aussies and we love because they have the rations, dude. Like, and the reason why you get to swap it for us is because we have M&M's for M-Race. You guys love it.
Since you're in the military, I want to ask you something real quick. Since you're in the military, I want to ask you something real quick. I saw a thing where I think it was the Irish or the Scottish. And it was their winter rations, and they actually got a bottle of liquor in their winter rations. To this day, they still do. And I was just wondering if you'd been around anything like that.
So the UK is different, right? So they have we also do that. We have like halal meals in the US, but the UK, they definitely cater to everybody. And yes, it is a fact that there is liquor in some of that. Yeah. Depends on their populace, but yeah.
Yeah, it said it was their winter rations, so that helped keep them warm. I guess if you're stuck in the hole somewhere freezing to death, a little bit of liquor probably would do you good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, America, we just process everything, so it's shit that causes cancer. I mean, that's all it is. That's all MREs are.
What branch were you, Verdict? What branch of the service were you, mate?
No, I'm in the Army currently.
Army. So is that like GI sort of like, I don't know, are you allowed to say, or would you prefer not to?
Yeah, I'm in the Army. I say that all the time.
Oh, right. So infantry, rifle, shooting, tactics on the ground, boots on the ground type dude, yeah?
Well, no. So I was infantry for like the first half of my career, and then I was enlisted. I enlisted after 9/11. And I did a spiel in the infantry, and then I decided I needed a college education, so I commissioned as military intelligence.
Oh, cool! Right, yeah, that's what I was
they got you, didn't they? They really got you. Whether it was whether it was the Saudis in Bin Laden or people within the America, they got you with 9/11, didn't they?
I'll take all of it. I get it. Like, I mean, with time, everybody gets it wrong. It's all good. Yeah, I'll take all of it.
Yeah, why don't you guys stop trying to kill each other all the time when you have all these friendly fires? America's pretty bad with that.
Yeah, we had a chick.
You guys
What
don't
was it,
actually
2
know
days ago?
how to hit the enemies. You like to kill
Only
each
if
other.
you're Pat Tillman and you speak out against the war.
Right, we had a chick just 2 days ago in Australia, and it will be front page news every time this happened, who went berserk at a birthday party with a knife. The cops turned up, and they didn't kill her. They clipped her with a bullet and sent her to hospital, but she survived, and nobody got stabbed.
Would have been in America, they just shot her 30 times.
Yeah, just turned her into a sieve.
Y'all know what happened to Pat Tillman, right?
Who's Pat Tillman? I've heard that name, but I don't know.
Yeah, so he was a cornerback. Yeah, and then he enlisted. He was in Ranger Regiment. And yeah, it is a sad story. Ranger Regiment actually covered it up a little bit because it actually turned out to be a friendly fire incident. Yeah, it was
a secret code in America for the cops. Swiss cheese. They just yell out Swiss cheese to the cop, and that means like this.
On this subject, Demo, don't inject crazy shit. All right.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying America will Swiss cheese. That's all. They don't care.
No, I don't like the whole thing about like the gun control thing, and like I get it. I totally get like outside observers to this, especially from our mates in Australia. Like I totally get it. It's just the society is way different, and like you have to if you don't like go from the societal like things and those cultures, then like what you're ever talking about is just inaccurate, and there's a totally different thing in there. And then I also get this from flat earthers, which they call me a shill. They say I'm a fucking government agent and all this other shit. But what they don't realize is like we are fucking like gun owning red blooded Americans. If anyone ever ordered us to come take the guns, we would be like, fuck you. And we would pick up the guns. Like a lot of people don't understand that. And like, if you can actually go on Google, you can see these polls because people have done this shit. Like, it's pretty simple. But anyways.
Yeah, it kind of blows my mind to hear you say that you get other countries, culturally having gun control and giving up their weapons. I mean, it's the most underhanded shit ever. It's like the reason to have weapons, citizens armed, is so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government.
That's the problem. That's the problem with gun control culture in America, right? Because they cannot empathize with that perspective, right? They can't. What they fail to realize is that other societies, Australia is a good example. UK is, kind of, but UK is very sloppy. And even New Zealand is like probably the best example to where, countries that have a legitimate government that everyone respects and they gave up their weapons and all that up, like it all worked out great, right? But at the same time, like our Constitution was written under British, occupation, quote unquote occupation, right? That's how America was formed. So there's a lot of differences in there. You got to calculate all of it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, look, dude, valid point. I've got to say, anyone who's a responsible gun owner, and we have them here in Australia, I'm one myself, not right now, but used to be. You go out there and you shoot a deer and you take it home and eat it. Kudos, brother. We do it too. Like, I agree with that. Where it's a problem in America is the amount of pistols in the suburban environment, in cities, gangland war and all that sort of shit.
No. The problem,
particularly handguns.
The problem is the gun-controlled zones, because in the heavily well-armed cities, such as Texas, like cities in Texas, well-armed society is a polite society. It's these areas.
Are they rioting right now?
It's these areas where there's high gun control, and they know there's weak, soft targets because they know no one else is carrying, no one is concealing a weapon because
Yeah.
it's illegal. And
But-
so
but
that's
I
where
think there's
all
an
this
issue.
blatant crime comes out.
Well, that
Well,
hold
I
on,
think
man.
there's an issue with that because
Where you
that
going?
that only works. I think that is absolutely true because there's a hard border. But where there is a hard border, i.e., people are opening your bags and X-raying shit as it passes through, then that goes away, right? So I think, yeah, if you do it county by county, you are just making a soft target that people can keep a handgun outside the city limits. Like Chicago is a great example. No guns inside the city limits, then yet sky high gun crime because people know that they can just drive 20 minutes, get a gun off their mate, drive back and rob somebody who's definitely not going to have a gun. But that's bad. That's testing what is bad gun control, not what does good gun control do, right?
No.
Yeah, so then
Nowhere else in the world suggests that good gun control is let some cities go without.
What
so
he's
then you got
talking
to ask
about.
yourself.
Yeah,
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
yeah, you missed what he was talking about, eggs, and like this is the
Oh.
fundamental flaw between like Aussies, which I mean, I love you guys. I mean, I fucking work with you all the time. Your military's fucking awesome, but like this is the fundamental flaw in the analysis, right? What he's talking about is like if everyone has a gun, no one shoots each other, and if you actually if you look at those communities,
but that's horseshit. That's observable.
That's not true, man. Yeah.
It's just observably horseshit. You just city by city, county by county, but more importantly, country by country, the more handguns you have, not long guns, the more handguns you have, the more people get shot by them. And if you disagree with that, we can go to the stats. I'll happily go to the stats on that. Because you find that locally in America, you absolutely find that locally, where in a town where open carry is like encouraged, there are very few shootings. But generally, in that state or in that region, there'll be a fuck ton of shootings.
But what you are ignoring is the societal constraint of the laws of gun control that actually come onto the population. They feel like they have to smuggle them in, and there are studies on this that I can post. Like, the reason why he brought up Texas, right, is because gun culture in Texas is different than Chicago, right? Chicago's gun culture is like gang oriented, right? That's a societal thing. So like suppressing guns in Chicago actually made it worse because you had gangs, right? And gangs are like, fuck you, authority. We don't want you coming in here. And then you pass gun laws on that and you try to do gun control. It makes it worse. That's the point that he's bringing up.
Yeah,
and it shouldn't be ignored, you know. It shouldn't be ignored.
So what? So then I'm curious. What do you think about Australia's one, where gun crime goes down, interpersonal violence goes down? We never have another mass shooting, such that we had a homegrown mass shooter who went to a different country to do his shooting. He couldn't. He tried and couldn't get himself an AR-15 here to save himself. So he upped and went to New Zealand to shoot a bunch of Muslims in a mosque.
I think it's good. Like, I think you guys have a society and a culture that can, like that's the appropriate response. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm not.
Can I interject?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah. So the fundamental flaw with that is that you're trusting Big Daddy government to keep you safe. Now, what happens if countless other countries that disarm their citizens, genocide followed shortly after?
We're not disarmed, dude. We're not disarmed. We've got guns. Okay, yes, we get wrong.
Let him finish though, but I think he's right. Like you can historically.
Anyone can name one example of anything.
I would say more countries.
There are many examples.
Yeah, I would say more countries that gave up their weapons to the government and let the government control them in that regard. More genocides happened than countries ending up like Australia or
I don't know if that's true.
Well, I think it is. You can
history
in recent times you
for
can
sure.
see it in
For sure.
Venezuela or places in South America. Pinochet, first thing he does is take the guns. Lots of, I can't think of them all off the top of my head, but there are loads of examples.
There's a specific
one
the
taking guns
trend
right
is
before
like
they do
the
something.
area of which it happened, and not the taking of the guns part.
Well,
Like this shit happens all the time in South America and has nothing to do with has very little to do with guns. There's just constant dictatorship.
Well,
Sure.
I mean, like,
But
eggs has
I
a
think
point.
that there is a point that if you are trying to repel a government or even a rowdy mob, right? Because the guys, when they wrote the right to bear arms shall not be infringed, for some reason, very deliberately, they could have just written the citizen's right to bear arms shall not be infringed. That could have been the entire Second Amendment's text. But for some reason, they said, in the interests of maintaining, in the interest of keeping a well-maintained militia. For some reason, they put that in. And I think they put that in to say, this is where we want you using your guns. And it is in a situation where you and a bunch of men of the local area go, we're not going to put up with this anymore. Get your guns out, polish them up, load them up, and let's go sort this out. And that doesn't include handguns, right? Handguns.
Well, is that happening right now? Is that happening right now in LA? And it's not working too well.
Well,
exactly.
I mean,
exactly. But
Yeah,
none of the 2A guys are going there, are they? The 2A guys are sitting, the 2A champions are sitting back watching the National Guard roll into LA and saying nothing to see here.
Well, because
back in
they
the
are
day-
implementing
back in the day, hold on.
They
immigration
hadn't burnt
law.
this. They hadn't
There's
started
not-
burning
it's not a
cop cars and
tyrannical-
everything. They wouldn't have the National Guard there.
Back in the day,
it's
there
not.
wasn't as many people. There wasn't as big as the military when, I mean, I'm not saying we can't do shit today, but I'm saying if you really think about it, back in the day, the people, if they actually band together, most of them were in that little group community anyway. You know, no water, light, everyone wasn't separated everywhere. You know what I
But-
mean? So
Yeah.
hold on. I just want to say today there's so many fucking people, 15 baby, you know, and people that everybody lives in different places, different shit. So when a group of people really gets animated somewhere, like the state of Kentucky, right? And a big group of those people in Kentucky want to protest. The other rest of the state and the news and everything kind of floods that out through propaganda for what it's for, what it's about, and whether the people are bad or good. Oh, they'll say, "Oh, these people are doing this." Any kind of protest makes you look bad to the other group. So now they're portraying anybody who wants to stand up against them as a bad guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of negative propaganda
so
in LA
so
riots
when
right
you want
now.
to be a militia,
There's going to be lots
like
more.
look at the serial killing, you know, what's it called, David Koresh, you know.
There's going to be lots more this weekend, guys. There are plenty more rallies across the state. Stateside is probably going to burn this weekend, guys. I'm sorry to say it, but there's a lot of shit stirrers out there, and they look like they've all had enough. And I actually, look, guys, I hope you don't kill each other, but for fuck's sake, man, it's got to draw the line somewhere. And I do
Yeah,
really
at some
mean
point
this
you
from
can't. You
the
got to
bottom
stop.
of my heart.
You got to stop ICE from deporting American citizens.
Well,
Possibly. Either way, guys,
Well,
it's
you got to
not good
get
for
the
you.
illegal people out of here too.
Well,
Yeah,
we
you got to find the illegals. You got to throw
need due
them out.
government's telling you guys what you need
Without
to
due
want.
process,
They're
you end
telling
up
you what you
deporting American citizens.
telling
Explain
you on the
yourself.
news what you guys are asking for, though. They play something on the news, and you guys are like, "What the fuck? Fuck that!" And you get all emotional. And the next day they play, "Well, this thing," and you're like, "Fucking yeah," but you're really not even a part of any of it. It's the
I think
government playing
like
on your emotions.
Demo, I think like eggs and Boomer like brought up like a good point, right? Because it's an outside perspective to gun control in America. The only thing that I was trying to bring up is just like if you look at the statistics and you look at like the policies, right? When you come from a legal standpoint, especially with US codes, and then even just like the inner cities, like there is a correlation to gun violence when more control goes in. The reason for that is, and this goes back to the question about the Second Amendment. I mean, the reason why the Second Amendment was written, these are in the Federalist Papers. You can read the authors themselves of why they did this, right? Because of Britain's like fucking just using firearms to suppress us. And when I say us, it's not me, right? Obviously not me. But like that happened. So that culture now exists in this country. And I don't know, man. It's an interesting debate, but like you guys have a different one over there, and it's very easy to like do the armchair quarterback thing, which I respect. I totally do, and I totally
Agreed. Yeah.
Isn't everybody an
do the
armchair
English-
quarterback in this? Like none of us are whole
Hang on.
country.
Yeah.
But they
We
look,
are.
the English
Even
did come
even
back-
an American is an armchair quarterback because one doesn't make gun laws themselves.
Yeah.
Well,
If I
that's the
may,
best
the
thing I've
Protest
the
makes
English-
the news. The guy with the most
If I may,
money.
guys, the English did come back at New Zealand in 12, so they weren't exactly going to sit back and go away after 1776. They were back there trying to fall and invade you. In fact, they burnt your White House to the ground. So, yeah, justified, and I fully agree. By burning your White House down, they actually empower you guys to hate them more. And that's where they fucked up. The English always fuck up in their empire.
I think it's just the accent.
Guys, I loved it.
You guys,
I love the way you did it.
That's just
All the Indian Tea Party, the Boston, all the shit the government did.
Yeah, the Indian Tea
kamikaze,
Party.
the-
There was too much tea.
Yeah,
Boston
it
Tea
wasn't
Party.
about the Tea Party, dude. It was about
Yeah.
taxation without representation.
Yeah, that's a
what
cool
it was
story.
about. We're going to tax
Yeah,
you, but
that
you
didn't
don't have
make
a
no
say.
sense. That didn't
That's
make
what it
sense.
was
Indian
about.
tea.
Let me ask you a question. Why the fuck do you need tax whether you're represented or not? So you need to be taxed because you got a
Oh,
guy
dude,
saying,
no,
"I
I'm not even
represent
going to
these
bother with
people."
that. Demo, go and study your history, mate. I know more about your country than you do.
That was the dumbest shit in the world that I ever heard.
You do know
wanna be
quite a bit
taxed
about
because
America.
Bob said he's your boss.
But
Hey, Bobby,
that much.
tax me. Bob, because you're Bob. Thanks.
Taxes are a good thing. They pay for roads. Like it's,
No, they don't. They don't
That's
pay for shit.
fucking laughable.
They pay for
Right.
roads,
Taxes.
Every
garbage,
school would be made
Keep
of
us
gold.
poor, dude.
Every
They don't
school
fund
you
the
ever saw would
government.
be made of pure gold.
Where would we put our trash if we didn't pay taxes?
Taxes don't
Yeah,
fund the
stop saying
government.
weird shit. There's no such
The
thing as
government
fucking
prints money from debt. Taxes do not fund our federal government.
It's just
It's
a debt
just a way
system.
to
Yeah, but
keep
the
us
government
poor.
just don't print
It's a debt
money to
system.
spend. That's not
They
how
don't give
that's
you
not how it
shit.
Well,
works.
they
The economy would
Well,
crash in a day's
What
time
does
if
the
that's how it
government give
worked.
you guys?
Didn't they try
Government
that in
lovers.
Germany? Just printing money?
The
Yeah,
government
that's
is
when
like a
people was
pimp to you
pushing
guys.
wheelbarrows full of $100
That's
full
why they
of
were.
money
That's
rather
why they
buy
were
a loaf
making.
of
Yeah,
bread.
the
They were
government's your guys'
using
pimp.
money
They're
for
expensive.
fires. Yeah,
Yeah.
The
in
government
Germany.
will
It was
backhand you guys and you get nothing. You keep saying, but our government pimp, but our government, we got to keep paying this pimp because we the hoes. Like, what are you guys talking about?
Demo, you sound like you live in the country, right? Do you
You
live in the
sound
country?
like you guys are little hoes to the government and they're your pimp.
Hold on, I got a
I'm not
question.
being funny. Think about that real quick. Everybody wants to pay taxes for nothing because some guy said, I represent you.
Being a
Some
contributing
guy
member
with
of
money put some
society
news
is like
article
being a
out.
hoe, I guess.
It only took a $10 fucking news article to convince America you need taxation.
Okay.
From a fucking article. Come on, how gullible and retarded are these parents?
Dude, Professor Rum, you sound like a cuck.
Professor
I'm
fucking
sorry
CN
to say.
Demo, you sound like you live in the country. So, who maintains the roads? Is it the county? Is it the state? Or is it the feds?
The deep state.
No, hold on.
just
let me
states. They build the roads from underneath.
The moles, yeah, the
The
mole
roads
people.
are built by people who come to work and fucking physically touch the road.
Who are those people?
And who pays them?
Whoever those people are. Whoever hands them the money.
Okay, well then you know where
How much money do they get to pave the roads?
I'm
And
not
how much
saying
do they
like
get?
tax fund. Like
No,
I'm
no,
not.
no, listen to my point here. How much
Yeah,
money
hold
is
on.
all the people in a state, in a city, giving
Real
to these
quick.
people, to the 5
Demo,
to 10 people?
hold on a second, Demo. Hold on. I can like just let me finish this point, and then you can rant. I get it. I get the whole fucking tax fraud thing. Like I'm with you. I pay taxes. I'm also fucking active duty, so I fucking am in the government, right? But I can tell you from my community, some of those funds actually repair roads. That's all I'm saying. Not saying it's all fucking like wishy-washy and like everything goes to where it's supposed to go, but some of those taxes are actually like good funds paid. That's all I'm saying. Go.
You know what repairs roads? Dirt from earth. Thank you. I'm done.
You have to pay somebody to dig up the dirt from Earth? Or do
Yeah,
mole
that's good
people do it for
stories.
free?
That's good stories. That's good stories.
You don't think people
Oh,
get
why
paid
would
to
you
dig?
do that?
You think
I
people
don't think
dig
you
for
guys know
free?
what the fuck I'm talking about. I want to know
Dig for
all the
fun.
percentages of what goes where. I want to know where you get your fucking government spending ledger from and who gave you all the answers and the amounts.
But see, that's what people say, and then they ask for Elon Musk, and Elon Musk, goes around with his
Who the
stupid
fuck is
chainsaw
Elon
and then makes public information that was already public and people just hadn't bothered
Elon
looking
Musk
for
can't
it.
even
Like
keep
everybody
his
goes,
business
I just want to know
afloat.
what's going on with my tax dollars. It's like
Yeah, so
they
does
are pretty
Elon.
public about that. They do
Elon
pretty
wants
much
to
show
know
you
why
where
his
every
business.
dollar is taken from and spent.
Yeah,
Well,
why
you
is
see,
Elon's money taken
fraud
from
is
him?
when the government
No.
funds something that you don't like.
Yeah.
Hold on, Eggs. How can you say that? Everything was just out in the open.
What do you mean? What was hidden? What did he
Like you
uncover
could
that
look it up.
wasn't already
You could
public
look it up
knowledge?
on the
You
you could look
could
it up on the
file.
website.
You could file a FOIA, a Freedom of Information Act, and you would have to file it into these specific agencies, like what was that one that was doing all kinds of crazy $1 million studies for transgender studies and shit. USAID, right? USAID. So you could FOIA that entity, and they
Didn't
could
need to FOIA them.
decide. They could decide, yeah, we'll let you know what programs we've spent money on, but you would have to know what questions to ask. You couldn't
Although
just go to their
although the
website.
federal funding
I'm
is
sorry,
like
you can't just go to their
federal funding
website.
is like yeah.
You can't just go to their website and look at it like it should be broken down, like a ledger system that Demo's talking about. That's how it should be. I mean, we have the blockchain now. Everything should be um, totally
Internet,
transparent.
everything should be recorded and
Everything
labeled,
should
just
be
like our
completely
fucking
transparent.
all our record, our credit
That's
cards.
what I'm saying.
Every fucking thing is on there.
No, you said it is eggs. You said that we could just
Yeah.
go look it up. That's just
Yeah.
not the
Have
case.
you tried?
Elon
Have you tried?
actually.
Where do you go? Where are you
Yeah,
going to get
exactly.
the ledger from?
But have you tried? Is the
DOD,
question. It's a yes or no
Yes,
question.
yes. You go to
school board,
these.
city, state board. Where
Oh,
you go?
shut up, Democ. Democ, for fuck's sake, let someone else talk, please. Because you're getting to be a pain in the ass, man.
Maybe dip out,
Shut
man. You're
up.
not making any sense.
Yeah, you're not making no sense, low IQ.
All right, let me help you out, mate. Have you looked for it though, Amphibious?
Yeah, I've been to the websites. I haven't I haven't like put in a FOIA request to try and find out. But if you go to the websites, they don't break down their spending like you're projecting they do.
I mean, there's lots of different data sets, right? It's funded a load of different things, so it's in different places. But it's, I mean, let's go into Afghanistan.
Like specifically, I'm sorry, you said Elon just brought up things you could find out on your own, but you really couldn't find out that they spent that exact amount on transgender studies in Iran or whatever.
But what are you basing that on? What are you basing it on that you couldn't find it before?
Because it's not in the open. Like I said, you can request
What are you saying?
FOIA.
How did you determine it wasn't in the open?
Because there's no, if you go to IRS audit or any audit, what is it? There's supposed to be, transparent auditing of the government, but there's not. It's just not transparent at all.
Why can I find it instantly by Googling, and the AI overview said, yes, USAID's spending has traditionally been public information. The agency's status as an executive agency enshrined in US law in 1998, and its involvement in foreign aid, which is funded by US taxpayers and congressional appropriations, necessitate transparency. Public reporting and audits ensure accountability in taxpayer funds. It's baked into it. It has to be transparent about where it's spending those funds. What you're saying, I think,
Can you tell me an example?
It felt like it was.
Where do you see?
I've given it.
Where do you see the breakdowns? You just read an overview.
Yeah, I've already given it in the chat. Publishwhatyoufund.org. That's what I'm saying. A simple Google would have shown you this is false. But what I think is it feels true is I didn't know that they were funding transgender dance for Moroccan pottery, disabled lesbian potters or something, right? I didn't know that they were doing a strange gender affirming care for Afghan toddlers or whatever it is. But that doesn't mean it was hidden from you. What it means was up until Elon Musk started talking about it, you were unaware of it, and that means it felt like it was hidden, but you'd never looked. Would you agree that's closer to the truth?
Hold on. So you're saying what you published in the chat, which I got to go look at, showed those programs were out in the open.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's not a black budget, right? It's an open part of it was set up as an executive. Oh, hang on, how did it say? Set up as executive agency. And
all right. Give me a moment.
It's got to be transparent.
I'm going to look at
spending the money. You might find if you dig into it that somewhere that says it was spending it on one place, the funds got squirreled off to somewhere else. That might be the case. That would be an interesting insight. But to say they weren't transparent about it is just observably wrong.
I'm looking at what you posted. So hold on.
Yeah, look, the only place they do redact a lot is to do with military stuff under military secrets, like they won't tell you the chemical breakdown of their missiles or the range of their missiles or things. But generally, those, what was it, $1,000 worth of condoms to Gaza, it was the wrong Gaza. It was the Gaza in Africa for birth control. But they just tubed it because they thought it was Gaza in the Middle East. So they
Was
didn't
it
do
really?
a
I
very
didn't know that.
job, did they?
They got it
Yeah.
wrong. The wrong Gaza. I didn't know that.
There are some really funny ones, particularly when Trump's thing first came out and he just axed any program that had the 4 letters TRA or 5 letters TRANS in it. And that also meant any things that had the word like transitioning, like there was a program to help underprivileged youth transition from school to university. And they were just like, fuck that budget. Just started annihilating
transition.
budgets for anything that, like trans-global. Nope, get rid of it.
They tried to
Asylum
stop a
seekers.
mechanical ones for auto transmissions.
They're sending us
Auto
asylum
transmissions for
patients.
cars.
They're sending us silent patients from Mexico.
Were they? That's fun.
No, he thinks asylum, like seekers, means asylum patients.
Oh, like crazy people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah. So fact check. Hang on. Rum's put something in here. Sorting out the facts on waste and abuse. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, it's one thing to say they are wasting money, right? Look at where they're spending their money. What a colossal waste. Or it is another thing to say that's where they say the money's going, but I'm going to do a deep dive and find where every dollar actually ends up. But they did neither. They set up an expensive government department with some unelected business owner who was currently investigated by some of what he ended up going to Slash, and then spent money on finding out information that was already public for no purpose other than to Slash. It's like you could have done that without bringing in Trump and spending extra money. If your problem's spending money, just open up the website that says USAID spending and Slash. Transgender comic book in Peru. That's funny.
So no, so like maternal and child, like I can't read because I'm on my phone, and I opened the page on Discord. So I opened one of the sections, and one of the funding from USAID, and it was child and maternal care, and it listed, a general synopsis, summary of what it was, but it doesn't get into the details. It's those details that I think he exposed, because there's a lot of
What details did he expose that weren't already public? That's the crucial question here.
Elon didn't really expose much detail. I didn't really see much details from him.
It was always just headlines.
Have you like went on the Doge website?
No, I'll happily admit I haven't.
Yeah, I mean they point out the details there, and it's kind of like.
But hang on.
Maybe these
But
bills
do they
that
point
are
out more
projected-
details?
Can
Do
I
they
talk?
point out more details than were already public before Doge was started spending taxpayer money to find out public details, right?
Yes,
So if
I
they-
believe so. Because listen, the bills that are passed, like they make them so large that you could sift through all the pages of mumbo jumbo to find one paragraph that is, absurd, and you'd be like, what the hell? They
I don't
hide
understand
that
why.
shit.
I'm like on the Doge website, and it says like the amount saved per taxpayer, but they're not giving us that money. So it's like, why are they showing us that number?
Because
and regularly he
I
had
can
to roll
answer
back
that. It's that it is not going to be spent on that garbage anymore. Like our taxpayer
Then
money.
We're not saving
won't-
taxpayer money then.
Yeah, we actually
Still
are. I
paying
mean,
the amount of- still
I think the
paying
whole
the same
money
amount of
system's a
taxes.
joke, but if we don't raise the debt ceiling for programs like that, we are not spending that money on it. That is a dollar saved is a dollar earned. You know what I mean? But just because we're not getting a check
I don't
back,
think they're spending less money. I think they just cut stuff they didn't like.
and
Like, is the
in
overall U.S.
hopes
budget
to
that much less?
no, his whole point was then that's why he had this feud with Trump, because Trump wants to pass the big beautiful bill, and Elon wants to balance the books and be a responsible fiscal person and get our government like
Yeah, I thought that was the whole point. I thought everyone knew that was the point of the whole Doge thing, was so you can make it so I guess
Well,
Elon
he
didn't
did.
know
broke
that.
up so he could do what?
He did say this week he was going to restrict NASA into space. He said, "No, I'm not going to let NASA go into space if you keep doing that." So the bromance breakup is getting thicker and thicker. But that's that's going to bounce backwards and forwards a bit. When you break up like that, it's like trying to knock over a Coke machine. You don't just push it over. You got to rock it backwards and forwards, according to Jerry Seinfeld. And that's what Elon and Taco are doing right now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bringing it back full circle, I just wanted to go. I think it was Eggs that said, he believes that governments will do anything to enhance their power and control and grow that right over its people. But he goes, I just don't think they'd be able to lie about the globe. And to my point, I'm like, yeah, they're not able to lie about it. They've been caught lying about it, and that's why we're having this discussion.
Yeah, it's misappropriation, though. That's like a jail thing, I guess, with you guys, because it is everywhere. But also, though, what they don't probably take into account is what starts these foreign aid programs, because the US have been into foreign aid since the Second World War because it curries favour in those countries with regards to legislation and trade and, whatever resources, abuse or use, whatever you want to call that. So your foreign aid's you're not giving money away. In fact, you guys in the US, you don't give money away unless there's something coming back. You know what I mean? What is it? Buy our bonds or get our bombs? I think was that whole thing. But foreign aid does have a reason.
Get our bombs.
But it does get out of control too. But foreign aid is a thing that the US do in order for control. And look, I understand why. I don't agree with it, but I do understand why they do it. So would you agree with that? With the foreign aid thing? It's got an ulterior motive. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think they're crushing places with debt because it's like bagman diplomacy. You come in with this insane amount of money that the interest on which they'll never pay back. But the other thing I think that happens is when you give money either to an individual or to a group or to an entire nation, you will crush the productivity of that place. So if you want cheap minerals or for them to vote with you in the UN security resolution, blah, 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 or literally anything, if you just want influence over a whole nother country, you just, if you start giving them aid, it will crush their economy. Their economy will go down and down and down. And then it's like a hand-fed animal, right? Until it gets to the point where very quickly it can't hunt for itself. It can't fend for itself. And it is dependent now on those little dollops that you feed it. And I think for some American diplomacy, they're a cheaper way than waging war or actually fighting against a country with a spine, in the UN, like having to debate somebody. I'm ranting, sorry.
No, great points. Yeah, it is. But the whole foreign aid thing, it's a two-way street, I guess you would say. Iceland being the smallest country, I think, for population, a whole bunch of bankers came in and got them to borrow pretty much 15 times their GDP. So it's like you earn $100 a week, we'll make you borrow 15 grand. And what happens now is the bankers who go back to Iceland will get locked up because what they did was sabotage the country economically. And those bankers won't go near Iceland because they know they're going to go to jail because Iceland passed laws. But Iceland got fucked over big time by big banks. And the rest of the other world countries are going, hang on, these banker cunts don't have our meat in mind. As Paul Keating said, I'll just finish it with this. As Paul Keating said, in the race of life, you can always back self-interest to win. And that's what happens. Cheers, guys. Thank you for that. Oh, I didn't mean to kill it. Democ will start.
So Professor Rum, you were going on about ICE. You're going on about ICE deporting American citizens? What are you talking about?
Sounds like you said it partly here. Yeah, so a bunch of the ones he had to scale back Rum. So he cut some, and then people were like, "Oh, that's a really important program that reduces inner city crime and stuff." So he I think was showing how much money he'd saved and then stopped doing that. Same as he did with his car safety, was showing the wins, but then when it started making losses, he was suddenly like, we have no safety data for this quarter.
Thing with Elon Musk, right? He lost $4 billion. Well, you have to say, what a fucking idiot. But he earned the $4 billion in order to lose it. So you got to be clever and stupid at the same time, which to me is an amazing case study. I don't know. You just can't work that sort of shit out, can you? Or make it up.
Mm.
But then what's that thing? Wealth and brains don't necessarily go hand in hand. Sometimes it's just luck.
Yeah, but those dudes like write off shit like that. Like they don't get hit by that. You know?
Yeah, well, I mean, Amber Heard. I blame Amber Heard. Whatever she touches, they fuck up. I mean, look at Johnny Depp. He was going really well until she come along. Then she goes off and starts rooting Elon Musk. And have a look now. Amber Heard. She's the one to get, guys. Enemy of the state. Send her back to Puerto Rico or somewhere. That'd be cool.
Bot's ready. Check bot status. What? Check that. And now it's like, don't know. Not sure what that means. So I'm still trying to build my thing that will transcribe live debates. A gun
How do you
control
even start doing what you're doing there with that? Like, how do you begin to build a bot that can listen to speech and stuff?
So I am going, not quite zero, but I'm going from nearly zero 6 months ago. And had I, like, it's not 6 months of learning. It was like 5 days of learning, and then I gave up for a month or two, and then another 2-3 days of learning, and then I gave up for another few months, and then I started again 2 days ago. Literally, if you describe it well enough, you can do fucking incredible things. You just pick a large language model like DeepSeek, or I'm using Claude because I really like its sort of personality. And you go, I want to build this. And it goes, yeah, sure. Do this, do this, do this, do this. And you got to like download this program and change this little thing and do that little thing. Da, 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 da. But yeah, by the end of yesterday, I went from zero. I was working on a totally different thing. And then start of yesterday, I was like, I want it to be transcribing what we're saying, and got to that point by yesterday evening. And now I'm kind of pretty much starting again, in that I'm going to have the bot come into the room. And so it's going to be able to transcribe with each person's name next to it.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome, man. That's so cool. You used AI to do it.
Yeah,
cool.
It feels like touching the face of God. What I was doing before, which I gave up on, was just having Claude so I could stay in the Discord chat and then just go ask, /ask and go, how do I do blah, 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 blah? And it will just answer as a text, like a comment. And the other one I'm curious to build, which Claude says is absolutely easy to build, is something that is basically a moderator that responds to natural language requests. So you just say, can you time out Eggshells for being a prick again? And it will go boop and give me a standard 10-minute timeout, or like give so-and-so X role, write your, authorized for images or something. That's
insane. How most popular request, actually, time out Eggshells. That's a big hit, that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, what's your
left omnipresence? Oh my god, it's giving me updates of who's in what fucking channel. Go for it, yeah.
Well, have you worked with any different AIs? I've never worked with Claude or whatever it is.
Yeah, so I keep shuffling through them. I think ChatGPT is the OG, and I built a lot of stuff with it. And I haven't tried it again in the last few months for the coding, but the coding was rough with ChatGPT, where it would sort of, if the code got too long or the conversation went on too long, it would kind of forget, it would go, I've rewritten the whole code for you. And you're like, great. And because I don't really know, I did like a 3-week course on Python, but I don't really get what the code's doing. And so I'll be like, okay, so you've got everybody's name. Now we need to start transcribing. Great. And it's like, great, we've got the transcribing. Hang on, what happened to their names? And it's just deleted the bit that shows them like the names, or like it'll just forget a previous part of it. Where Claude, I just described the whole program Actually, I'll share that screen instead. And
Oh,
it just
ChatGPT is
goes.
weird. Like sometimes it'll remember things between conversations, and then other times it'll
Yeah.
be like, oh yeah, I can't remember things between conversations. I'm like, yeah, you can. You just did it the other day.
Yeah, so you need to kind of instruct it to. You need to say, I prefer short answers, and it goes, okay, and then it has a little thing next to it, goes logged, or I'm working on blah 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 project, and it goes, okay, logged. And if it doesn't do that, it doesn't. It's sort of got a difference of memory.
Also, the other day I did
between-
like a typo, and like it like a lot, it will like lie. I mean, it lies
Yeah.
like to agree with you. Like
Yeah.
I like said I was like, oh, I remember like watched that this TV show or something like that. And then there was some typo in or whatever, and it was like I remember like somehow the typo was like, oh, I remember Gloria in that TV show, and the ChatGPT responded like, oh yeah, like remember Gloria with that blah 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 blah, like made up this whole thing, and I was like I made a typo, like there's no Gloria in that show, like why'd you lie to me? And they're like, oh, good catch.
Those are hallucinations in AI models.
Yeah.
Them all the time. Yeah. And that happens.
So you can't trust anyone that's sourcing AI for anything, because you can like literally tell it like just for fun. I was like, from now on, assume that the Earth is flat, for the rest of this conversation. And then I was like, and then I asked if the Earth was flat, and then like it gave me a response that like a typical flat earther would give. And then I could have been like, oh look guys, ChatGPT said that agrees with me.
Well, yeah, I tell you about my I had ChatGPT write a whole thing about dark polarity. So like basically, it's
It
like
writes really good. Yeah, it writes really good nonsense.
Well, we'll explain like, well, fuck you. It's the dark matter's fucking dark matter might as well be from fucking ChatGPT as far as I'm fucking concerned. Fucking,
It is,
but
yeah.
well, and like dark polarity fucking is like it's like it's just a placeholder. You know what I mean? It's why it looks spherical to you. But anyway, like I got a great fucking. I published a book using AI. Like AI wrote the book pretty much, and I published it. It's pretty cool. And then I made those. Did you ever check out the shirts I made for your buddy Tony?
No.
Remember, I was talking shit about making a T-shirt for Tony.
What did you make shirts, Lisa? I ain't seen these. Where you
What
got
did the AI make the
it was
T-shirt?
like, yeah, I just like punched it up real quick and had him in the chat before, because I was like, oh yeah, I was like, what if I make you a shirt? I was like, gravimeters fuck the world, So I should have got, and I was gonna do the other one was I should have done the gravimeters fuck flat Earth, like that was my shirt for Tony, and oh yeah, I got him on fucking Teespring and shit. And I got another one.
People do make money selling T-shirts online. Like I guess you could just use AI to do it.
Right, you just the image. Like, yo, dude, I freaking I published a song using AI too, actually. Fucking it's fucking yo, dude, it's a slick little song too, man. I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to check it out.
Let's do it, man. I want to see
Dude,
these.
it's so commercial. It's so fucking commercial. I love it. It's like ChatGPT just fucking made this banger, or I forget. My buddy actually made it with AI. Like,
I think it's good that
that's
good that I think AI like is gonna force people is gonna force artists and people to be more creative.
Oh yeah, man. Fuck, boy, dude. It also, I mean, I wonder though.
If you're just gonna release like slop like as music, then like we can just get the AI to do that.
Yeah. Well, stream it or whatever. I'll watch it with you if you want. I like this tune. Eggs, you're an irresponsible streamer.
I'm responsible for streaming what?
The song I just put in the chat if anyone wants to hear it. But it's like all from AI and shit.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm just gonna.
Not all from AI, but like, dude, if I played you the raw tracks, like I played the keys and I played the guitar, which is pretty much what it's used, but also like the girl's voice, like what this fucking thing did is fucking insane to me.
Play that shit. Let's do it. Play it.
I'm doing it. I'm playing it.
Yeah, watch the live stream. Start it again when he joins, real quick. Start it again, real quick. It's fucking banging, dude.
All right, I'm on here. Let's do it. Is that you on the keys, you said?
Yeah, the guitar actually.
Oh, you're on the guitar? Oh, that's the guitar. Yeah, okay. Is it creating these lyrics itself?
Now the lyrics we did, the girl's voice we did, but the tracks are nothing like this.
Okay.
Yeah, to me, like the top 100 billboards music doesn't sound much different than this.
Well, the crazy part is, it's like, you know.
Well, no, I wanted a commercial.
Well, it's thank you.
It seems like a pretty decent generic song.
Right?
Message content intent.
What are you trying to determine, Dave?
What's up, brother?
Oh, I'm watching eggs here. I was just kind of
Like,
curious.
listen to this song that's like the top song on Spotify called Man Child by Sabrina Carpenter. I'm like, this sounds exactly like your song.
Really?
Yeah, it's top. Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just saying, like,
Oh, dude, no,
you
no,
know,
no, no. I made it, dude.
top
It was all
50,
made with.
top 50 music has really gone downhill. That like AI music is almost as good.
I agree. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know what to say about that, but yeah, this was like, dude. If I played you the original clips of this girl singing, you'd fucking you wouldn't believe it, dude.
Why
The
can't we just
ending
have?
is a little fucked up, though.
Can we have AI write the next great American novel?
Hey, what
Well, yeah,
happened?
dude.
It finished.
Yeah, that's the end of it. But what do you call it? Yeah, dude, I got a book, another book I'm gonna be publishing. It's The Humble Musings of the Great Victor Dodovsky by Victor Dodovsky.
Victor, like Fyodor Dostoevsky's brother.
It's Victor Dodovsky. He's a recent scholar.
Oh, it's a real person. Okay.
No, it's my pen name when I'm writing these like
Oh.
AI books. So like it's like but it's a play off of Pete Shea. I don't know if you know him at all. And it's the dodo. So
Mhm.
it's just funny. But yeah, it's just funny shit. Oh, eggs rocking.
Ah,
You like it? Yo, man, I got all this shit available on iTunes. Check it out, my nigga.
sure, will do.
Issa Mahalski.
config settings.
But that's fucking sweet learning how to fucking code some shit.
Yeah, man, it's pretty frickin' wild that you can just do this. Because I don't need to know anything. I just copy paste. It's insane. Like you got to be a bit nerdy,
right?
To like grit your teeth and get through some problems. Some problems you stay stuck on them for ages, where you're like, motherfucker, why can't you hear what's coming out of my headphones? God damn it. And that one really got me stuck for a good 3-4 hours yesterday, where it was just a logic problem. I just couldn't. I was like, if the computer is playing me sound, how can the computer not also hear that sound? And it's like, oh, that's an output, not an input. So you got to get this extra blah, 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 blah. Okay.
That's cool.
So logging basic config. I've already changed that, I think. Fuck it, we'll change it again. There we go. After fixing the settings, restart the bot. Okay. Okay. Bang. Bunch of weird shits going on. Startup message sent via webhook. Okay, now let's do a status test. Discord errors, command not found. Oh, did I save the other one? Why did I fuck up there? Why did I fuck up there? Sorry, I keep killing the conversation with this. Do you know what I think is a bigger threat to democracy? And it's not having long guns, though I do think they help. The bigger threat is information, right? I think the makers of this is banging, I love this track. The writers of the Constitution, I don't think ever conceived of electronic communications, instantaneous communications. So the idea of all they talked about was you shouldn't stop somebody, right? If somebody wants to ride his horse into town and do a hear ye in the town square and talk about the egregious waste that's going on in the capital or whatever, you can't stop him. And that's all they really envisage. Whereas if they've given that up, which I think they largely have by sort of encouraging, internet neutrality, or like, what was it? Like, that bill, the net neutrality bill?
That was kind of what Yuri Bezmenov hinted at, if you remember that.
Because if they don't know that they're losing their democracy, like if they don't have the information, how do they know where to point the guns?
Do you know who Yuri Bezmenov was?
Wasn't he the KGB guy that was about misinforming America?
Yeah. Then, if you actually if you watch it, it's a case study in Intel circles. It's pretty, it's pretty prescribed. Muslim Brotherhood did it. The Iranians had a very similar strategy, especially doing the Silk Road initiative through the Middle East, into Syria. Soleimani getting killed thwarted that, but yeah. Information is actually I get what you're saying. It's kind of sad. And then the amount of bots that are on social media, right? And then the algorithms that are in social media. I mean, just think about it. It's 2 and 2 together, man. Which is also, I know, Demo, I love you, but that's where Flat Earth came from, But, that's beside the point.
Hold up. You think Flat Earth is some fucking Saul Alinsky bullshit?
No, Flat Earth Ether is a psyop. That's what it is.
Well, see, fuck off. Because Flat Earth is is Flat Earth not the Babylonian cosmology?
Yes.
Hold on.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you, Issa.
Okay, good. So I agree with you, and I will extend you to this, or I'll extend this to you guys. Like, and I totally get it. Is that because their goal is to divide and rule, right? Like, it's like any issue can be used as like a fucking psyop, and I think flat Earth may have been used. However, I don't think it detracts from the good arguments of flat Earth and and et cetera. You know what I mean? Like, add whatever the argument. I think that the battle between the globe and the fucking flat Earth has been the debate that should have never been claimed to have been answered. With some bullshit, man. That's what I think.
I'm with you on that part, Issa, I guess. But like, I guess like if you want to undermine a society, right, then you take all the institutional knowledge that they have, all the evidence that they have, and then you try to undermine it, right? Which is why Flat Earth came about in 2012. Like originally, is like where it kind of
actually it first came from Thomas Friedman. That's what I always say.
I'm with you. Yeah,
first person I ever heard was Thomas Friedman in like 2009. I think he wrote a book called "The World Is Flat." Right? Thomas Friedman, the total lefty reporter for like C-SPAN, who like made a break for it and like got out into the fucking CNN world.
That might be connecting some dots that I don't know if they exist, but that's.
I know they fucking exist. I used to watch C-SPAN like on the regular, bro. I was like a fucking hyper like into fucking whatever, you know what I mean? So he was from fucking C-SPAN, and then he's actually one of the first dudes to cover the fucking issue with Clinton and the fucking being covered by the fucking, that whole shit. But anyway, he like, I don't know, man. But anyway, he wrote a book, forgive me, I'm thinking of another guy, Chuck Todd. That's what I'm thinking of. But Thomas Friedman is an author who wrote a book. Look it up right now, bro. It's called The World Is Flat in 2009. Or like 2007, maybe even. Or fucking 2000.
But what he's talking about.
Anyway, I get it. He's talking about economics. It's not about flat Earth. My point is that, and I always joke about it because he's such a lefty fucking piece of work, Anyway, I would say, no, flat Earth came from Thomas Friedman in fucking 2000.
I think flat Earth started as a rage meme to annoy the intellectuals.
Well, no.
Yeah, I also wondered that a bit.
Now, here's my argument against that, and I will rail against that fucking argument and any of it, because the necessity to control, like Bernaysian fucking pseudo mindfuck, right? So it's like you've got to fucking.
I said the world's not flat, bro. It's a globe. It's
hold on, bro. Hold on, relax, bro. I know it triggers you guys, but fucking like think Bernaysian fucking mindfuck, right? And the idea that like to pigeonhole cosmology into the particular aspect that it has been pigeonholed into, and
no one's pigeonholing anything.
Let me just fucking, dude. Let me be poetic, bro. Relax. So like in light of the fact that they've pigeonholed the cosmology with the moon landing, and why? Because Edwin Hubble and what he said, which is that in order to avoid the horror of a fixed position, we're going to choose that like the Doppler effect means that we're fucking moving. And so he made a philosophical decision at that moment versus an actual scientific one. And he did so and pigeonholed us into a cosmological fucking like corner. You know what I mean? When in reality, the discussion had been raging on forever, long time before. And he did it because he's a bitch. And he was like the horror of a fixed position. Like, fuck off.
Okay. So it doesn't really matter. All of our ancestors, everything that they gave us, and we started from, proved the Earth, proved everything later on to be what we know now. It didn't stay a flat Earth for any type of period of time, anywhere, for any type of civilization at all. So that's not even that's a lie you guys say. And the fact that, like I said, everything we used proved it was the Mayans, the Chinese, the Asians, everywhere you go, they knew how the stars move, and the only way it's moving like that is on a fucking spherical Earth.
Yabba dabba doo, bro. I just think, like, dude, the only fucking sound argument for the globe, which is respectable and actually admirable, and I consider an achievement, is the celestial sphere. However, I don't know.
Who cares what you
I
think?
don't know. I don't know what they thought about like whatever, and I don't. None of us can really claim it. That's why Dark Polarity answers all those questions for you. But the problem is that like we don't experience any of it. Therefore, it's like it's literally a philosophical
Oh, whatever,
decision.
dude.
It's a hold on, dude.
You're just
Let
being
me
a loon.
relax, bro. It's a
Come on.
philosophical choice to choose what you directly experience over what some third party is trying to inform you of. As enlightening as it may
I
be.
want to reply.
Wrap it up, man.
And to
Wrap it up,
control,
will
hold on, and I'll add this: to control the fucking like cosmology of somebody is to control the philosophy of somebody. Is to
Okay.
control the. That's why you get the atheist super soldier for the state.
Okay, this is why you have to spurg up because you have nothing to say.
I'm spurging right.
You can't make a point and go on. But the bottom line is this: you don't have any. You don't go out and do anything. So of course you're never going to find out anything for yourself. That's a good way of getting out and doing nothing. Saying, "Oh, I'm okay with just doing nothing," and then believing what someone tells me on the internet. The problem with the globe is it doesn't require belief at all. As long as you have the equipment and you know what you're doing, you can go out and perform any of these fucking experiments and you can prove yourself that you live on a globe. That's the way it works.
Yeah, I know, but they're observations, and like the point is that like all the proofs of the globe are stitched together nonsense in order to fucking like in order because you're necessitating your observation of the stars with the shape of the earth. It's a necessity that gold weighs fucking more or less in a fucking latitude. It's a necessity. All of this shit is a necessity.
No, it's reality.
It's a necessity.
It's reality.
No,
It's
I'd
reality.
fucking call
This is what you
bullshit.
get when you live on a globe. You see
No,
the
bro.
stars in the north on a globe.
No,
You see the
fake,
stars in the
gay,
south
and
on a
retarded,
globe.
bro. This is where, like, I mean, it's not, and I understand this is really the crux of the issue where, it becomes like if people think this is a psyop type of thing. All I'm saying is that you
Don't
experience the
talk
Earth.
about crux. You never seen a southern crux.
Well, yeah, no, but this is the like. I'm just saying, like, this is the like the crux of the issue is the divide and rule tactic, which is why it becomes an issue. And like, there's certain unanswerables within each model. I'm just trying to say that I happen to think 90% of each argument or flat earth globe versus each other is fucking, we're going to use the same evidence and come to different conclusions.
Well, we have a picture of our planet. We have a picture of our planet from like the moon. So,
Kim Jong-un was the first person to make that haircut too, bro.
So if you can produce a fake picture from the moon of your flat Earth, I want to see what it looks like. At least I just want to see what it looks like.
Oh, see, like I just look at it like, have you ever considered? And I'm just saying, like, and I mean this in all seriousness. Consider for one fucking second in your life, like, am I a North Korean under fucking mind control? You know what I mean? And like, I just think that when
Dude,
and I look at most Globers. I'm just saying, I look at like most Globers that preach about this shit as like loyal North Koreans, dude. Like, I'm just saying, like, take your mind out of their fucking like what they've given you for a moment, and look at
for you to assume that our mind is in there is ridiculous.
The only thing that's valid about the globe is the observation.
Are you a flat Earth special agent or something?
No, I'm just saying that the only thing valid about the globe.
No,
right. The only thing valid about the globe is off-world.
Man, dude, we have everything, every single thing that we can provide. We provided, dude. We went to space for God's sake.
Rob, like Issa's Rob. Issa's pretty genuine. Like Issa's not like logical. Like if you just hear him out. No. Listen,
I appreciate it, brother. Oh, me and Rob. I mean, we get into it. And I'm here for it.
Have the conversation with him. It's okay. Just don't get heated. Like he's not.
I gotcha.
Issa is wrong. 2 boys kissing in Sunday school, as far as I'm concerned. But he's a legitimate dude to talk to, and he'll bounce off you. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah, he's just wrong about this, man. This is like really wrong.
Hey, in this day and age, that's a compliment, man.
And if this is really your big hang up about it, this isn't really much of a hang up, dude. This is crazy. I mean, all evidence. There's certain things, there's certain like visual things that you can see in the sky that can only happen on the object that you have to be on, would be a sphere. Because
well, yeah. I mean, here's my thing, bro. It's like, I look at it like I don't want the globe to go nowhere. Like, I think economically it suits me well that people think we're gonna go mine fucking asteroids for fucking rare minerals and shit. But like, and I completely get that. And I think the general public is mostly retarded, unfortunately. And I think this is something like of high intellectual discourse that fucking it's the kind of shit fucking smart people think about. And and some people are so retarded it annoys them that they would think about it. That's what I think. It's like a fine wine. It's like a fine wine getting called, I don't know, man. I just think it's an intellectual fine wine. I think it's potentially what the world may be. I think there may be intellectual people, like smart business people that understand the world works a little differently than normies think it does. Barnum and Bailey, man, a sucker's born every minute, right? So it's just that's how I feel. In a world where you have to, in a world where check this out. Isn't this shit up crazy, right? In a world,
yeah, but this isn't two-card monarchy. Listen, this isn't two-card monarchy, bro. There's no con to be had here. If everybody can go out and disprove it, then how can it be a con, dude? I mean, you can go disprove it yourself.
Check this out, bro. First off, keep in mind Barnum and Bailey, right? You live in a world where the healthiest thing that you could ever eat is the thing that you just killed, right? That's the healthiest thing you could fucking eat is something you just murdered and fucking are gonna cut up and fucking cook and eat. That's the healthiest shit for you. It's a fucked up world.
No, that's just
Barnum and Bailey said.
No, see,
Barnum and Bailey, hold on, bro. Barnum and Bailey said, dude, a sucker's born every minute. So you live in a world that's kind of wild, right? It's kind of wild, man. The best thing you can eat for your body is something you just fucking killed. And it's a wild world. So my point is that in a world where these people will lie to you and cheat and steal, I don't put it past nobody on that shit. Especially when it comes to the lies of it all.
You're just wrong, dude. You go eat some wild game and pick the wrong one, dude. All of the fucking meat that you get is fucking been butchered. It's been passed by USDA. I mean, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying things sound special, dude.
Well, I'm not. You kind of miss this point,
I'm not missing his point. His point's ridiculous.
Oh, no. You miss this
There's no point to be had.
Actual point, because if you're a hunter, the cleanest game you're gonna get is the ones that you kill yourself, especially venison. Come on.
Yo, even saltwater fish, man. Hold on. Even saltwater fish, you ever catch a bass? Hold on, you ever catch a striped bass?
Hold on.
Hey, can someone else say something, man? Because you've been ranting for a bit. What about vegans? They don't kill things.
Vegans are retarded.
No one cares about vegans, bro.
Yeah,
vegans need what the fuck we're arguing about.
I'm just being disruptive.
What does this have to do with the globe?
The globe's gay and retarded, like vegans. It's all good.
No, the globe is real, man, and we're on it. They're spinning.
It's totally real, bro. Bro.
Almost wrong.
We have pictures from space, bro. What do you have? You say our pictures from space are fake. Can you show me a fake picture from space of a flat Earth? I just want to see what it looks like. What would it look like to you?
Sorry, bro. We don't have a world government right now on our side, so we can't.
Show us a photo of flat Earth.
We haven't put the rockets up there yet, like we'd like to, But I think your evidence.
So anything you disagree with is retarded, basically. Is that what you're saying, Issa?
Fake and gay, yes. And fake and gay.
Retarded. Okay, cheers,
retarded,
mate. Thank you for that.
And fake and gay. And fake and gay.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, but I just think
this is the troll of it. This is the troll.
We don't have a world technology. What's up, man?
This is the lure of flat Earth. What you're doing right now, you're just getting off on it. You're getting off and making people mad.
Look.
Well, that's just me, bro. That's just me.
He's just not a troll. He's not. He's just been around for fucking since the beginning. He's not a troll.
I know. I'm telling you, madmen, dude. All these flat earthers are psychopaths, dude. They're all crazy.
What do you? It's not about that.
Y'all got ticks, dude.
Here's
talk about projection. Rob, talk about the atheist projection. Who's calling other people retarded?
It takes one to know. It takes one to know one. Well, it takes one to know one, right?
You're probably surrounded by idiots. That's why you're able to call them out. You probably look at them in the mirror often.
Yeah,
we're all here for the
I'm with you, Aiden. I think there are some comfortable atheists and some angry ones.
Yeah, we're all humans. Okay, we don't need to interrupt each other.
I was going to get to this point of the idea of like, what's good about the globe too, and this is something I can really appreciate, right? Is that like it's a secular cosmology, right? So like just as like as much, and it's a secular cosmology in a system that has like ecclesiastical tendencies, right?
Oh God, what is this guy Wicked 2.0?
So what the point is like you live in like it's a secular cosmology, so no government, no man can claim that their God's better than me. You know what I mean? Because that was kind of probably a thing amongst flat earthers, right? It's like my God better than your God, like whatever, right? So like I just think of it's that secularness that kind of helps government progress, but it isn't necessarily healthy for the psyche of mankind. And I just think that like even entertaining like an alternative cosmological position,
theocracies in the Middle East are so much better.
or they're like just entertaining the different cosmology is beneficial for you. You know what I mean? Like because it's an exercise. Like there's a mark. What's that line from Aristotle? The mark of a wise man is to be able to entertain two opposing ideas and reject both. Right?
Wow.
Wow,
so, I mean,
that's so
but I'm just saying,
profound.
like, if you can't understand, like, like
give
the
a
globe
fuck about
side
that,
versus
guys.
the flat earth
2025, dude.
side,
Look at the shape of the
it's
earth,
like
dude.
once you
Give a
understand
fuck
the
about Earth.
globe, you're like, wow, that's pretty fake and gay. Oh my god, no, but like, I'm just saying, like, I
Look
just
what you
think
have to
that
do, man.
it's
Look at all the
Aristotle
hoops.
called things fake and gay.
What is it?
Look at the hoops you have to jump through to just keep your story going. Just crazy.
Dude, mate, you think gold weighs different on different latitudes, bro? And you
The
think
guy
that
did it, man.
you think the
Critical
Foucault's
things did it,
pendulum
dude.
fucking? You think the Foucault's pendulum fucking proves something, bro?
It
You're
does.
retarded, dude. No, I get it, dude.
I'm
It's like
retarded.
flashing
You just
lights.
said that.
No, dude. Barnum and Bailey, bro. Barnum and Bailey.
Pendulum
Just like the
In a room
dinosaurs.
full of
Just like your dinosaurs, bro. Just like you're like a 5-year-old.
Rob,
Like a
can you take it
5-year-old.
down a notch so we can go back to having a conversation that is somewhat intelligible?
Yeah,
that'd be,
I will go to the lowest level.
really good.
I will go there.
That'd be really good because Lisa, you've really derailed the convo. We were having a ball before, and now you just fucking
That's my
derailed it.
fault.
You kind of
It's all
killed it,
my
man.
fault, bro.
You fuck,
Dude,
yeah, you
blame me
have.
again.
Because you don't know how to shut the fuck up. That's
I'm
why.
a horrible person, bro. I'm a horrible person.
That's okay. It's okay.
It's all right. He had his white knight come and save him. Someone's got to come and save him. He's getting beat up.
It's all good. Just calm down a little bit. Let the dust.
Just manage your dissonance.
Yeah.
Be less Robnoxious. Be more rawsome.
Yeah. Just be rawsome. I like that term.
Robson.
The question that I had for flat earthers was, why is other planets a sphere but Earth is flat? That's what I want to know.
Oh, that's a good one. I think I know what they're
Is it
going to
not-
answer with.
I
Yo,
genuinely want to know.
give him the cliche for me. Give him the cliche for me.
Sure,
about
the
pool table.
cliche is it's begging the question. It's already assuming that we're on
No,
a
no,
planet.
no, no. I
in order
want
to
the pool table. I want the pool table.
Oh, sorry. I see
Interrupt him
balls on a
more.
pool table. Does that mean the table is a ball or that I'm a ball?
Thank you, Alex.
What about the ceiling fan? The ceiling
Boom.
fan.
Yo. Globe Earth debunked, bro, by a fucking pool table, dude. Boom.
Oh,
Or the
is that
ceiling
actually
fan.
the
That was a good
answer that you're giving me, or?
Well, no, it's kind of. I mean, it kind of makes
Pool
sense.
tables
right?
aren't
You think
flat.
about
They're
it?
like a rectangular prism.
Have you like entertained the idea at all? Like, just because the bulls, just because there's like, some beautiful planets in the sky, doesn't necessitate that you live on a planet necessarily.
So the Earth's a pool table. Is that what you're saying? The Earth's a pool table, bro. That's kind
That's
of funnier
exactly
than
it, dude. That's exactly what I said. I said the Earth's a pool
So-
table. See, boom.
So we're not on a planet then?
Globe Earth debunked. Pool table, fucking Earth, flat Earth. That's how it goes.
So all the planets are now surface.
Boom. Deal with it.
Oh,
People are nuts.
Hey, yo, fuck the Southern Crux, man.
Hey,
Yeah,
tell us
24
so-
hours time.
Hey, that's my Southern
worry about
Cross.
that.
Your
Hey, man. I
Merchie.
never seen it.
If
Yeah,
you
never
go
seen
and point
24
your
hours.
telescope at the southern horizon, you should be able to zoom the crux into view, shouldn't you, from the northern hemisphere? But you can't do that because there's maybe a
Zoom it
planet in the way.
Well, yo,
You should be able to zoom-
I think it's like there was a view of the Southern Crux from 30 degrees north, if I'm not
No,
mistaken.
from if it's on the flat Earth, man, you can
What
pull it in
was it?
from anywhere.
No, I'm
You
just
should be
saying,
able to pull it in
what
from
was it?
anywhere if it's on
No,
a
the
flat
Southern
Earth.
Crux. The Southern Crux. There's an observation of the Southern Crux, I think, from like Egypt, or I forget what's at the latitude that I'm thinking of. But there was an observation of the Southern Crux, and I'm wondering, are you familiar with that?
If it's flat, you should
should
be
be
able to pull it in
visible.
from the North Pole. You would pull it from the North Pole if the Earth was flat.
Baby.
Right now you're interrupting me, so you know you're wrong. Look, you can pull the Southern Cross back into view from the North Pole with a telescope if the Earth's flat, but you can't because there's a planet in the way.
Boom.
Boom.
Flat Earth debunked, huh?
Loading the
welcome to Globe Earth. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Welcome to Globe Earth. Boom. Yo, I know it. Like, it's funny. Actually, speaking of AI, I was gonna have it generated to have like the Eiffel Tower visible from Brooklyn. Like, just keep zooming in, you know.
Damn it! I say, accept your globe. Globe is here.
No, dude, the globe. I mean, dude, it doesn't make sense to me, like, you know, rationally. I mean, it's a cool idea. It's a cool idea. I think it's a great model. I just don't think it's what we live on.
Take the globe.
No, because, you know, it reminds me of like Winston, you know what I mean, in 1984 when they're like, you know, you love Big Brother. And he's like, you know, you see the curve. You guys sound
The
like
globe has always been at war with the flat Earth.
I bet you George Orwell. I bet you George Orwell's a flat earther.
Yeah, no, wasn't it George Bernard Shaw? Didn't he do a couple quotes about flat Earth?
Man, this flat Earth shit's retarded.
George Bernard. Yeah, look up. Actually, you know what? Somebody pull up the quote from George Bernard Shaw. Let's look it up. Eggs, would you pull it up for us? Or
this is what happens when that
look it up. George Bernard Shaw, flat Earth. Yeah, I love his little thing too. It's like a nice little. Let's see. Oh yeah, he goes. He goes. What do you call it? George Bernard Shaw asserts in the Middle Ages, people believed that the Earth was flat, for which they had at least the evidence of their senses. We believe it to be round, not because as many as 1% of us could give the physical reasons for so quaint a belief. You know, and then, dude, even fucking what's his name? Edgar Allan Poe. He wrote about how if the, you know, the whole questioning of the idea, like, you know, if there were stars and infinite amounts of stars so far away, it said, then actually at night we would have like a wall of light. You know, and he just like kind of just like mused on that idea. But it's like they mused on it because all of the speculations about galaxies far, far and away and the Earth and the sun, they were all like introduced in the. Like when he wrote that, he actually wrote it in a book called the Gay Science or something, right? It's called the. It sounds better in German.
Big Gay Science.
So like yeah, the Big Gay Science, right? It's like but no, that's really what he wrote. It's called the Gay Science or something like that. It's like the dance, you know, the cosmology or something. But he wrote like, you know, in I think it was in that it was like a poem about like, you know, how or how like the Earth was
another clue. Another clue. You know the poem?
No, bro. You know how a lot of atheists quote the thing, you know, man killed God. This is why he wrote that. He wrote that. He wrote that in response. Well, it is for the he predicted all the nihilism. He predicted the 2 world wars, and he said that man.
He did.
He said man. Well, he wrote that man killed God. Do you not read books, dude? Like, you know. So anyway, it's fucking probably not right. But what am I thinking? What do you call it? But he wrote that.
So hold on. Is this like the other guy that? Is this like the other guy that predicted all the other stuff?
Bro, do you know who Nietzsche is?
Nietzsche.
Old ass philosopher.
You don't know who Nietzsche is. You can tell by the way he's saying it.
I know, but I'm saying, like, do you understand? Like, do you understand how retarded you sound right now?
No, because you're just making shit up like some fucking. It's hilarious.
No, he's not.
You're doing like a.
He's not making
doing like a.
What kind of a rebuttal is that, Rob? Like he's
not making up stuff.
Hold on. Let me explain. I know what he's saying is real, but the way he's trying to like spin it,
bro, that's
he's literally Bill and Ted. He's Bill and Ted it through the fucking time. He's trying to Bill and Ted it through time, dude.
Why do you say why he's wrong instead of just making fun of him?
Like rebut it so we can listen to something meaningful, or butt out
like,
so that somebody else can.
Like, yo, Rob, like, just so you know, like, Friedrich Nietzsche was like an influential, like, philosopher and writer, dude. And like a lot of society, especially people that are like, you know, that's why in The Big Lebowski, you probably watch The Big Lebowski, you think that's a funny movie, and don't even know why it's funny that the fucking guys who stole everything and are coming to fucking everybody up are nihilists, and they're like, we're nihilists, and because the nihilists were a movement based off the whole idea that God is dead, and that's why they're fucking nihilists, and that's why it's funny in The Big Lebowski when they reference it. So anyway,
I understand what you're saying, dude.
Okay, no, so anyway, when fucking okay, so
rebuttal here. I'll do a rebuttal. I'll do a rebuttal then. I'll do a rebuttal.
Sorry, I just want to say that
All this philosophical stuff has nothing to do with
Nietzsche was not a nihilist, by the way.
Let me get the idea.
was not a
I know he
nihilist.
wasn't. I know he wasn't. Hold on, though. I'm just saying it's The Big Lebowski. I was just referencing it because it's culture, whatever. So fucking look, dude. Nietzsche, who's a very profound philosopher, wrote that the line that a lot of people know him for, which is that God is dead, based on the idea that the physicists and cosmologists at the time said the sun was no longer the center of, like, you know, our existence. Like, we didn't just, like, because they were into the solar system and, you know, whatever. So when they moved the sun and made the sun moving through the galaxies,
that's not why he said that.
He literally fucking, that's literally what he writes, bro. It's in the fucking whole poem. And he writes about how which way is up, which way is down. Like, it's that utter confusion. He goes, does he realize that, like, you know, by doing this, we've killed God? That's where that line comes from. So it's about cosmology has a direct effect. Hold on. Nietzsche understood that cosmology has a direct effect on your philosophy. That's why he predicted the nihilism, and he predicted that there would be 2 world
You're
wars.
absolutely wrong, dude.
Hold on, really, just 1 second. Because people would no longer, hold on, man. People would no longer have faith. Hold on. People would no longer. People would no longer.
Man.
Excuse me, man. I'm making a point.
Dude, you've been going on for 8 minutes. I've been timing it. It's 8 minutes you're going on now. Take a break.
All right.
Let me finish my point.
Let Easter.
We get your point, dude. There's so much.
Because no, I'm not done yet. So you're not, obviously not. But like, what my point is that he predicted that. He predicted.
Hold on.
He predicted that the religious mindset, the Christian religion, would be fucking like upset, and people would go into nihilism because God is dead and all the rest of it. And the point is that he said, without that kind of higher authority, people will be led by the nose by the state. That's what he predicted, man.
All right.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with flat Earth, dude. Nothing to do with shape of the Earth.
It has to do with cosmology, bro.
It has to do with
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, he basically said.
Read the poem.
Awareness.
He said heliocentrism is with it.
It's just about the decline of religious beliefs, dude. It has nothing to do with what you guys are saying.
It's a sun god.
Yep, that was it. You could have said that in a minute, mate. He's just saying God is dead because of heliocentrism is a God thing.
Yeah, but
no,
which I get. I think the Glober religious people are on the losing side of that argument. Absolutely, it should make you question cosmology. Like, I get why it doesn't, because we were brought up already believing already believing heliocentrism, and already believing God exists. But I think the point he's making is really important, which is, if you were in that age where they were separating now and saying, actually, the center isn't us, it's this meaningless hot ball way 93 million miles away, that does decenter the Earth and human experience, and that should cause one to question the existence of a creator.
Yeah, specifically, there's no literature backing that up. There's no literature backing up that.
What do you mean no literature backing that up? I didn't suggest there was literature. I'm just giving you an argument from reason. It's good reason to think. You think?
Go ahead.
He's just ranting, man. Like, what are you doing? Are you listening to people speaking and then rebutting it, or are you just being like that? That doesn't sound nice to my ears.
Peg's point.
You go to a place.
I don't like it.
Demo,
sorry,
real quick.
It tells you where you're at. It says you are here. And
Demo,
for everyone in any
real quick. Hold on. Demo, give me a second.
I get. I was doing a.
Give me a second, Demo, and then you can respond. To kind of back up Egg's point, and not necessarily back it up, but there is another belief out there, which I am one beholden to, that you cannot diminish God's creation, because if God's creation actually fucking gave us all these mechanisms to where we can identify what's going on outside of this fucking flat sphere, whatever you want to call it, like, those things exist. Those observations are real, they're repeatable, they're demonstratable. And that doesn't make any sense that he would create just this one single thing, right? In an entire.
So
Like just throwing that out there. That's all.
Okay, what I was going to say was it makes sense also because like whenever you go into a building, most of the time they'll have this little thing. If you don't know where you're at, like you can look on the certain floors or whatever, they'll tell you are here, right? So if everybody's cosmology as a kid for so long, they're like, you are here. This is you. We know this. We know
Baby,
this.
stop.
You feel safe. You feel secure in that knowledge of knowing something. Even from a standpoint of I believe you, right? I feel safe. And then one day I'm this age. I've learned all this stuff, and now you say, hold on, everything we said there was wrong. Now this happens to happen a whole different way. Now the sun isn't the main thing of all stuff, and everything's not going. Now it's moving, and we're chasing. That would fucking freak you out for the idea of you are not here anymore. Now where are you?
I'm kind of with you on that, Dino. Like, I don't discount that argument, right? But like, I mean, like, here's the problem that I have with flat earthers, right? And like, Eggs was hinting at this, and I probably didn't articulate it very clearly. Like, like associating like God with flat Earth is like the dumbest shit that I've ever heard in my life. And I'm not trying to be offensive, right? I'm not trying to be offensive. Like, I'm just like, this is
Oh,
just
you're not. I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't do that either.
yeah. And then like, for me, like when it comes to like observations, when it comes to demonstratable things and experiments, which I can do with land navigation because I've taught it for 2 decades, right? Or just in my normal work, right? Like,
what are you guys doing?
that actually, well, I mean, there's a ton of shit we do in the military, but whatever. I mean, like the bottom line is like it's demonstrable. It's like it's the same thing that we do every day and day and day, right? And then like it comes back to me with the religious side of it is like that makes sense because like he wouldn't want us to fucking I don't know. I get torn on this when I try and explain it, which is hard.
Well,
But
hold on. Yeah, check it out. You know about the idea about Job and the idea saying that no man would ever know?
yeah. I mean, Issa, it's the same
So, like,
concept.
what do you.
Well, hold on,
Right, but, like, but the
Let me just
audacity, though.
you go ahead after me. But like my point is like it makes sense that he would want us to go and observe and see everything, right? And he would and if he created this universe, then eventually there's some other things that he created that he would want us to discover. But it doesn't make sense for us to know at the point of that creation because that's for him. And like that's where I think a lot of flat earthers and even globers, to be honest with you, get tripped up. And I mean, like it could be that it's not God and it's a simulation, whatever. Get into that theory if you want to. I don't give a fuck. But the point is there is divinity, whether or not you call it order or a being, it doesn't matter. It's like it's those things that created this place, and we're able to like observe outside of it. So I don't know. Go ahead, Issa. I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, no, I agree with it. I agree with it. I just think that, like, the way the Earth presents itself is is sufficient.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, here's the thing. Here's the the hardest thing. The hardest thing to explain to anybody is like, I'm on a fucking plane. I throw up a tennis ball and it lands in my hand, right? But no one really understands motion.
Yeah,
And
but
then
dude, that's not. See, but that's the type of
hold on,
shit for
hold on.
me where I'm like,
I get
this
it.
is the.
I get it.
This is the stitching together of a bunch of bullshit in order, and all of that has to exist. Really, dude, like all of that only has to exist in order for your model to comport with the stars.
No, it's
And
not.
it's just,
Dude, it's not
it
something.
is.
What it is it is a systematic. It's a system. It's a systematic sewing of all these.
No, well, fuck that. No, because you're not. For instance, like if you're on a fucking train and you're going fucking like however fast, you're in a closed system.
With
Then.
6
You know what I mean?
walls.
It's like I'm just saying, like you wind up with all these fucking conundrums, and I get it. Like, but I'm saying, like the ask is the miracle is too much to ask for these little infinitesimal fucking things that you're trying to stitch together in order to comport the initial prime of it all, which is the observation of the celestial sphere, which I've already admitted is the only valid fucking like sound, almost undefeated. It's an undefeated argument if you're going to comport the Earth to the lights in the sky.
Well, when you're saying the celestial sphere, right? Like words matter, right? They matter. You know, so when you're talking about the celestial sphere, like what do you like? What does that mean? Is that a dome that there's lights in the sky? Because it's very different.
No, it's the idea of like take like just like right ascension. You know what I mean? Or like the position of a fucking star, like. And the way that we have it mapped out is a logical system to map it out from our observations. The thing is that like everything else, like every fucking thing else, does not comport with that observation or with like it. Like I get like it's such a profound conundrum because the observation of the celestial sphere and like and trying to like and almost necessitating making the Earth a sphere in order to deal with the concept.
No,
I think it's the most valid. Well, it's the most valid argument for the globe. The problem is it goes against everything. Like everything else that it wants is a necessity based off of that observation, and all of those necessities are not necessarily convincing.
But that's not what he said.
At
That's
the same
not.
time, bro. Oh, can I get in?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Eagles.
At the same time, bro, your flat Earth requires the bullshit too. The way you see the globe as requiring it to be a bunch of bullshit stitched together. There's a lot of globers who believe your flat Earth does the same thing.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. No? I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. You know what I mean? Like I said, like I think the globe. I mean, I don't want the globe to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think like it should be like I'm not like one of them people that's something I don't enjoy is when people are like, oh, we're gonna need to get rid of that and teach flat Earth to the kids. It's like no, I think any like the globe like flat Earth because it has religion. This is what I like about the secular government is that it's not religious. It's not saying like we're the we know what God said kind of shit. It's more like, wow, isn't this a wild, mysterious universe? You know what I mean? Like, I'm glad that our government and our population is given that as an exoteric secular cosmology. I just think killing the fucking debate entirely about the alternative cosmologies, I think, has done philosophical damage to the psyche of mankind. And I think that they did it through some whack ass Bernaysian propaganda,
I agree with it. Hey, have you ever known of like some dudes, right? Very charismatic people who could sway people, who could like some good salesmen, right? I've known some good salesmen in my life. So what it takes to sell the bullshit, there's been some charismatic people that have come in that have convinced you that either the globe was bullshit and they weren't good salesmen, and you got hip to flat Earth, and they sold you on that idea, and it just sounded so good. I think that's what's going on here, because at the end of the day, there's some people like, have you guys watched that Wild Wild Country, right? People that are cults, and you're not gonna like it if we say, oh well, flat Earth is a cult, right? So I'm not gonna say that, but at the end of the day,
my argument for that though is like the Yankees baseball team has the same kind of fucking people involved. You know what I mean? There's people that dress up with all the letters on their fucking thing. They make a big there's fanatics, and I just think it doesn't make the Yankees fanatics. It doesn't make it doesn't make the Yankees retarded and weird. It just means that there's some people that pay attention to it that are fucking, out in left field. And all I'm saying is that, like the ideas of itself, the merits of the conversation, and the value of the thought, I think is quite I think it's good to be able to entertain. Like we know what the globe is. Most flat earthers, and like a lot of people that have been into this or studying it. It's fascinating, conversation because I sought to be convinced back to the globe Do you know what I mean? Like I sought for the better arguments and like in the sense of like, let me throw this stuff at the wall. And the answers I got, this is why I like guys like Eggs and Burdock over here, because at least they've got substance to the argument. And that's why I've always reserved, and I have always reserved like a space for the globe. I just we got to get rid of boats going over the curve of the earth. Like I need that scalp, and then I'll fucking be a glober. But like the thing is that I think like if the globe is generally a good thing, but the arguments people have presented for it and the people that have come up in defense of it have been horrible people. You know what I mean? That don't understand that like gas pressure might be indicative of a containment, and they're going to argue about such things. You know,
Yeah,
I
but
just
that's
think,
because the scientists that actually know about this stuff don't want to waste their time talking to people that don't even believe in
see,
what
here
they
you
believe
go.
in.
Like I just feel like you're it's like the pitchfork.
But wait, aren't
wielding
you the guy who said that Freemasons think the Earth is flat? Aren't
Well,
you that guy that says that?
Well, that's what they
So
wrote,
you
right?
think that no, that's wrong. Where do you get that from?
I got
Can you
it from
provide a source?
yeah, Morals and Dogma by
No, where does it
Albert
say that
Pike.
in that? Can you actually like
Oh my God, Morals and
direct
Dogma
me
is
to an
half a
actual
joke, man. Morals and Dogma. That's
actual?
good. He talks about it in the. If you want, I don't have a PDF of it right at handy, but I'm sure you could look it
I
up.
have the
And
book on my phone.
it's
Yeah,
in the.
I know.
Okay,
I know the
awesome.
book.
Look up where it talks about the square and the compass and the meaning of the square
Yeah,
and
I
the
don't
compass.
think that is
No,
related to
no,
flat
look
Earth,
it
but
up.
that's my interpretation, though.
Let's
I
just
understand
okay.
that you
That's
have
cool.
your
But I just want you
interpretation.
to look
Okay.
it up. Where it does
Okay.
it does it not say that when they use the plane, they're measuring the Earth is flat? Does it say that?
Well, over short distances, you
Just
can
a
measure
yes
it
or a no
flat.
would be
Yeah.
great. Just a yes or a no would be wonderful. Because you came in here saying that the Masons never said that the Earth is flat, and I just want you to eat your fucking words for it.
Well, you still haven't provided the quotation.
Did I say? Is that? I just fucking did. Well, forgive me. I don't have the book handy. What I'm saying is that if you look into Morals and Dogma, written by Albert Pike, who was like a very high level Freemason, right? He's the only Confederate soldier that has a statue in Washington D.C.
He's high level in
Anyway.
America, but everywhere else in Freemasonry, they don't give
That's
a shit
great.
about
Did he
Albert
put
Pike.
that
Yeah.
the Earth is flat in his fucking book or what?
I don't know.
Did he
You
say?
tell me.
Okay,
You're
so
the one who claims it.
dude,
You're
I'll
making
tell
the
you about.
claim.
I'll tell you. Well,
and you didn't
right,
produce
and
evidence.
I'll tell you what he said. How about that? Versus, you can go look it the fuck up if you want. Like, so like I'm just saying that what he said was that the square and the compass, right? The square was used to measure the Earth, which the people believed the Earth to be flat and represented mankind or the body of man, like the cosmological man or something. And then you had the what do you call it? Compass was for measuring the angle of the stars. Which was the sphere, like, some semblance of sphericity. And so
Yeah, but
they said that
so if you're talking about ancient
hold on 1 second.
Freemasons,
1 second. I'm going to finish the thought for you because this is like, or leaving, I'll advance my own little musings. It's like the idea that, and what they said was that it represented the soul. So the sky represented the soul, which was measured with the compass, and the earth measured flat, which was the represented man. So you had the soul and the man.
Okay.
And I think because materialism, this is my own thoughts, materialism seeks to put almost like eliminate the soul. You got, like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't believe, you don't believe, or that it's a logical conclusion of the cosmology of the globe that the soul is just a manufactured, product of evolution, but the thought process to deal with the trauma of the deluge or some bullshit. So like, I just think like that instead of that, it's like, you have something a little more serious. And I just think that like, that what they were implying was that there was a paradox between that like there was almost like this complete paradox between the soul and the man, like the spirit and man and the stars and the earth. Like they accepted that there was a paradox there.
Yeah,
That's what
go
the
to
point
page
is.
8. It should be on page 850 to 851.
Oh shit! Coming in.
You guys like. Oh my God.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to.
I still don't agree with your
I am a dick,
interpretation, but I get now where you get that from. Okay, thanks.
Does that represent does that represent the whole organization of the Masons, or is that just one guy's take?
Well, no, but well, you know what? I want to make a point real quick because this is my issue. Is even like, let's say the globe be true, right? Represent it well, then, boys. Because like what I'm saying is that when we come in and question these things or pose these ideas, people come in and say like, they never fucking said that. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute, they said it over here. And then it's like, oh, well, you know, you're still a dick, you know?
But wait, I didn't concede, dude. I didn't concede, though.
No. And I'm not trying to concede. No. But I mean, all I'm saying is, and all I'm saying, and I appreciate, like, you know, whatever, like, I appreciate the coming in with it. But I just think, like, you know, we get attacked for these ideas, which is important. If you're so fucking right, then make the argument sound and don't be a dick about it. You know what I mean? Like, and at least I've come with some fucking substance.
Just because they said it, Issa, doesn't make it correct.
Well, the point is, it was said that it was said that they didn't say it.
Can I finish, bruh? Just because they talked about the soul doesn't mean that souls exist, and there's some existential like fight for like humanity and all those things you rattled off. Doesn't make it true just because they said it, and you're trying to get on Globers that they're not towing the line and to be, you know, a proper Glober about what the Mason said. Like, why do you do that?
I'm trying to have a discussion, and I'm getting attacked. Like saying, like I'm just saying, case in point is like, and this has been the issue the whole fucking time for however long as I've been out here. Is like you know, somebody comes in accusing me that no, the Masons never said it, but then they did say it. And all I'm saying is that, like, it's like it's a microcosm of why
provide
a lot of
evidence
people.
of a soul, dude.
I'm just saying, like, it's a microcosm of the example as to why a lot of people defending the globe are like unconvincing, dude. So,
Yeah,
like, you know,
hold on. Let me explain something about that morals and dogma.
Then the next person's gonna be like, "Who cares?"
Hold on. Let me explain something about that morals and dogma book. If you have not been a Freemason, you do not understand their imagery, what they're going for, what the meaning behind words is. There's a lot in that book, man. I watched a guy talk about it on YouTube and explain what the imagery is from.
Oh, well, I tell you what, fucking Albert Doug, you know, morals and dogma debunked. This guy watched the YouTube video.
No, I'm just trying to explain to you that
Shut the fuck up and let him finish. Let him finish, will ya? God, you're a pain in the ass. Sorry.
If you didn't read the entire book and you didn't read all the other books that these Freemasons read, you do not understand their, let's call it coded language, because there's imagery and things that if you took a person who's not a Christian and tried to explain to them Christian imagery and Christian iconography, they're not going to understand it unless someone really teaches them about it.
Let me ask a question. Are you a Glober?
Yes, I believe science is real. Yeah.
Okay, so what are you into, gematria?
Say what?
Oh, look at Divergent.
I'm talking about this magic. Hold on, no, I'm just asking you a question. What are you like into, gematria or something? Because it's conspiratorial shit like that.
No.
I think he's a Christian that doesn't know the Ten Commandments.
Eden, you want to know something? Let me tell you something, you little bitch, okay? I'm going to explain something to you. Do you know how fucking insulting it is to have someone say, oh, you're a Christian? Well, why don't you recite the 10 fucking commandments for me? It's fucking insulting. That's why I don't answer it. Because I don't have to. Because I don't have to prove my faith or my religion to a sniveling little bitch like you.
Someone's triggered.
Well, hold on. So check it out.
No,
So do you know what?
it's fucking insulting.
Hold on.
And you're a
do you know
little
what
bitch.
gematria is? Yo, do you know what gematria is? Like, you don't know what it is, right? I'll explain it to you happily, but I'm just trying to say.
Made up bullshit.
Like, yeah, no, but do you know what it is?
Yeah, they use numbers to try and make words out of numbers. Yeah.
Okay, so like if I right. So if I haven't been a part of the Masonry, are you trying to say they got this coded language? I can't fucking understand what they're writing in their books.
Well, it's up to interpretation. People can interpret it other ways than you do. You like obviously.
He's pretty fucking clear about it, dude. He's pretty right about it. Like, fucking whole chapter about it. You know what I mean? Like, are you trying? That's what I'm trying to say. Is like,
I'm not saying
are you trying to say
language
there's?
like a secret
Let me get
code.
it right though. Let me get it right though. There's a conspiracy where they got a different kind of language that, like, they don't fucking teach to the general population. Is that right?
No, like, Oh my god,
No?
dude! Like the imagery means
What
something
argument are you
to
making,
them.
dude?
The imagery would mean something to them, okay? Because they are within that system and they understand what a blue cat might mean. I don't know what it means, but they would know what it means. And it has something to do with some kind of thing within their belief system. Okay? So you're not going to understand it, and I'm not going to understand it. And I don't think it's some super secret code to tell them how to take over the world. I think it's just what these fraternal orders have. I was in a fraternity. We had dumb fucking shit too. So, like, you know, that's what it is. It's a social club. Bunch of fucking old guys getting drunk.
Yeah, have you ever been to a lodge, Isla? Or
Well, I'm
not?
just no. What I just I just want to clarify.
I
So
have
there is
myself,
a
so
there. Okay, cool. There is a coded language then
I've actually
that they
been there.
wouldn't teach. They wouldn't teach to the general population, which you just said doesn't exist, right? So it does exist, right?
No,
You're in a fraternity. No, you're in a fraternity,
twisting my
right? You
words
know.
to fit.
Hold
You're
on, just
just
saying.
twisting
You
my
were in a
words to fit
fraternity.
your
So you,
theory. No, I'm not going to hold on. You ask me a fucking question, okay? If you're going to fucking talk over me every time I try to answer you,
well,
I'm
if
going to
you're
be an
talking some
asshole,
stupid
okay?
shit, maybe I don't know.
No. What I'm saying is coded language was a bad set of words to use. I'm trying to explain that you don't understand their imagery and what they're going for. You don't understand the meaning behind it because all you're doing is picking up a book from, I don't know, almost 200 years ago and thinking you understand exactly what the secret thing they're trying to tell you is. And maybe it's just a big joke on everybody.
Well, it's just like, well, I'm saying if I'm going to just take it at face value, they talk about like the compass fucking being there measuring the earth is flat. So
Yeah, but they don't talk about how far they're measuring either. It could just be like 10 feet. And then how are you going to tell the Earth is a globe when you're only measuring?
how do you know they? How do you know they didn't mean an infinite plane?
Well, okay. How do you know they weren't talking about what ancient people believed, and they don't, and they were just talking about esoteric stuff, which
Yeah, I know.
is
I'm not
talking about what
pretending
ancient
to.
people believe.
I'm
So
not pretending
they
to. I'm
weren't
saying
actually
they wrote.
maybe they didn't
They
actually
wrote.
believe this stuff that they were talking about.
Well, maybe that's what they wrote in their fucking
Why do you
book, though, right?
consider
And
them
like you would
masters of
fucking
the
know,
universe, bro?
right? Like you would fucking know.
I'm totally
Well, Robert,
confused.
you know that.
I'm totally
does it make it
confused.
Well,
I
I probably
thought
know more than you, so I don't know.
I'm totally
Yeah.
confused. I thought the Masons were Globers and that they were part of the problem. They were the ones hiding the flat Earth, not espousing the flat Earth.
It's so complicated, isn't it? Try to follow along. Try to follow along.
Next one, Harry.
That's right. Low ranking.
Hey, Issa, even though they
It's
said
got to
it, doesn't make
contradict. It
true,
can't be
though,
flat
right?
Earth if it don't contradict.
Well, no, the idea is that the globe is for the knaves. It's for like, but the higher ups, the smart people, they know that the earth is flat. But that's why it's hidden. That's why it's hidden, and that's why you're all mind controlled to fight for
You
this
guys know
thing.
why?
I agree
You guys
with
know
you.
It
why?
I
doesn't
agree with you.
actually
He said,
exist
You guys know
because
that
you're
the flat
you're
is just a large
subject and you
thing.
don't understand the
It's secret.
coded language and the imagery.
I
that
agree
they
with
use.
you. I
It's
think
a
it is
secret
strange and
fraternity.
weird that they say that.
Yeah, and
It's a
if you look at
secret
their
fraternity,
artwork,
dude.
if you look at their artwork, it's all flat Earth shit, bro. With a
So
dome, fucking all of it. It's beautiful. They have most beautiful artwork, actually.
We're being
They were intellectual, very intellectual, brilliant
So
men.
the two
dude.
pillars are
For
flat
sure.
Earth, then, right? Yeah.
Well, it's Yakin and Boaz, right? Those are
Yeah.
the like
those are flat Earth, right? The two poles.
Well, I mean, that's a
They
whole
could
other thing,
represent the
man. Do you
two
know about
poles,
the
then.
Well, do you know about the pillars, or like, do you know about them?
They could be
You obviously know
grounding
about
you,
them.
dude.
The Yakin and Bo. It's like Yakin and Boaz or something. It's all about when they like go and do this ritual. There's like a wild theory about it. I'm not gonna get into it, but they have a lot of fucking like flat Earth imagery, and it's almost like it's for the adept to figure out that the Earth is flat, and that the normal people out in the world think that the Earth is a sphere
okay, you
and
just
there's
love
rockets
sucking
and
your
all
own
the rest
cock.
of it. Well, I'm just saying that's what it looks
Why-
like. That's what it looks like they wrote. That's what they wrote. I mean, and
That's
they
what you
they
think?
generally
Okay.
accept
I'm
that.
so
What's
deaf.
interesting
I'm so
in
smart.
law? What's interesting in law? The definition of general public is vicious, dude. Fucking vicious definition about general
Just because
public.
they wrote it, don't make it true, bro. Like, do you
It's
just
just
look
the
past
law,
that,
right?
or do you
It's just
believe
the
everything
fucking
you
legal
read?
books of our society, right? Okay.
Do you read? Do you believe everything you read, though? Like, you believe everything that's told to you?
Obviously
Probably
not.
less.
Grifting you, bro.
I don't know if it's convincing.
You're just gullible, then, dude. That's why you believe in flat. That's why you're a flat earther, bro. You believed
Dude, that's
everything
why you
you.
think that's why you think they play golf on the moon, bro.
you go. False equivalency. There it is. At home.
They had golf clubs, right? They all had their own golf club. That's right.
Right, I mean, totally. Right?
Having a golf club in space is so
Yo,
outdated.
why wouldn't you play golf on the moon, right? Why wouldn't you? You know?
I would.
Hang on. Let's just get back to the Freemasons. Hey, Asa, my old man was a Freemason, and I know that what you've just said is the biggest load of fucking bullshit I think I've ever heard in my life, and I used to work in the motor trade. So, dude, you are so full of shit with Freemasons.
Again, dude, you're just trying to hide the truth of flat Earth. You and your father.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot, and I don't really want. Dude,
just trying to hide
what you're
the
saying
truth of
about
flat Earth, man. I get it. You took an oath. I get it, bro.
It's actually fucking slanderous what you're saying. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
No, it's not. Go look into it, dude. It's in their fucking literature.
That's what you're doing right now.
It's your interpretation.
They got a close and local sun for master.
Yeah, except it says flat Earth, so eat a dick. I don't know. That's
It
what
doesn't
they
say flat Earth.
Oh, no. Yeah, it does. No.
You already said it says measured with the and then you tried to say some other shit. I don't know.
No, it's called a plane. It's called a square, like square and a compass.
Oh, I think my thing is receiving a
Guys,
package.
you need a high IQ. You need a high IQ to understand Rick and Morty, guys. Okay.
It's actually a set square, by the way. A set square, so maybe you should read the book a bit more. A set square and a compass is the symbol. It's a big word.
You're just writing flat Earth. I know you're a real flat Earther. You're just a closeted flat Earther. High grade Mason. I get it now. I get the anger.
I was a flat Earther actually.
Half an hour. It's just listening to you fucking rabbit on.
I get it. Wink, wink. Nod, nod. I got you, bud. Sure.
No, we're good. We're good. We've got it. Hang on, who's
No, I really was convinced in the flat Earth a long time ago, but then I got out of it. But I didn't publicly tell people until more recently that I was one.
Yeah.
I didn't go around.
Oh, is this Billy from
out of the closet?
Is this
Yeah,
Billy from?
I was a closeted
Matters
flat
Now?
Earther. Yeah. Good
Is
point.
this Billy from Matters Now?
Far
And-
behind is.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Billy. Yeah, welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much.
Billy.
Happy you made it.
Billy, I was wondering, would you mind, maybe, what was the one thing that convinced you the most? Was there something? Was there a moment? Or just it was a gradual thing of reading and
I
watching
realized-
something different?
I'm more of
What
a
do you guys-
person that I still think I'm stupid, and that's the reason why I think I became a flat earther was because I didn't really know that much, and I thought I knew more than I did. And then when I heard about flat Earth, I was like, wait, this stuff makes sense to me.
You know things.
And then I was like,
What makes you know things?
What makes me know things? Well, I could still
Yeah, what
if you
makes
guys
you know
provide
whether-
okay, I've already asked you if you can provide the flat Earth evidence to turn me
not
back
me,
to
I
flat
said,
Earth.
what
I
makes
will.
you know that
I
the
will go
Earth
back to
is
flat Earth,
round?
but I don't
Hey,
see any flat
No,
Earth
no, I
Billy,
didn't
can I,
ask you
anymore
can, I,
now.
can I ask you? Can I ask you what
Whoa,
specifically
whoa,
got you in?
guys,
If it
hold
was
on a
like a
minute, man.
particular
My question was
observation,
saying-
if it was
I thought the moon land.
Whatever.
It was the moon landing. The disbelieving in the moon landing was definitely a
So
hard
you
sell.
disbelieved in the moon landing,
And
then
I
you
questioned
So it wasn't-
space and stuff. Yeah.
and then you believed in it.
So there wasn't a particular
Well, now
like
I don't have a reason
claim,
not to.
particular claim. There's
So
no
hold on-
particular
hold on a
claim
minute,
like
dude.
Horizon go to up to eye level or
Talking about
anything like that. Nothing like that.
I didn't get that. I didn't like when I was a flat earther. I didn't get that technical with it. That's what, and I think that's why I feel like
Well, I mean, that's what I'm
when
wondering.
flat
like-
earthers get too technical with it, I don't really feel like they are necessarily really a flat earther anymore because they're
So if a glober gets
they don't
technical,
actually.
they can't be a glober either, right? Same logic,
Yeah,
right?
so true.
Well, I
Same
mean,
logic, right?
Thanks, Demo. Thanks, Demo.
yeah,
Let
I
Billy
guess
finish.
Democ,
That's
thank
true,
you.
Demo.
Well, no, Democ,
What makes you
yeah,
a flat
good
earther
point.
or glober? What makes you a flat earther?
Well, I
then
did a
what
lot of
makes you a
drugs
glober?
too. That definitely didn't.
That made you a glober?
Or,
That'll do it.
Jesus.
It will.
I
It'll
think-
bloody help.
well, I stopped doing
I'm
drugs
saying,
and then
so
I
what do
became
you
a
believe?
glober.
A
Well, I
ball
still
that
smoke weed
stands
though.
in
Yeah.
front of you and doesn't hold water, or a ball, or an imaginary friend, or
Yeah,
somebody?
damn, you and these balls, man. You love balls.
But
huh?
for
I'm just saying,
reference,
what do you
Billy,
guys
what
believe?
what
you
you're
see in
saying
front of
really
you or
sings
what's
to me,
nowhere
Billy,
near you?
because I have an auntie who's a flat earther,
So do
and
I
she
gotta move the ball
simultaneously
27 miles
believes
an hour?
that you're only related to your father because you take your father's last name. And for the past 15 years, she's been doing the genealogy of my family. So when the first thing you said, the first reason, sometimes they're not that well informed, and she hits me with the the
How do you
planes
get
don't nose
formed on
down
globes?
every now and again.
Yeah, even though that
So-
would crash the plane, if you actually look into it, the plane would crash if you keep nosing down. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That's how you crash it.
How do you do
Yeah.
globe physics? How do you demonstrate planes flying around
So
the
true,
balls?
Demok.
Well, you need a cup, Demok. You
I'm
need to
saying,
start
is
with a
it
cup of
possible in
something.
today's technology that you guys can get a toy
Dirt,
plane
maybe.
and scale down ball or a big
Yeah.
building
for
8 inches of dirt, you
all the
say?
way down,
Appreciate you,
and
bro.
then go show us how airplanes fly without tilting their nose? Hello?
Can't-
Yeah.
True. Globe
You can't-
debunked.
These guys
No
can't really
balls
be
allowed.
flat earthers.
Crazy
There's
how you
absolutely
guys
no way
get
they.
without a ball. How did you get convinced to be a glober without a
Its
ball?
name settings is not defined.
Yeah, but
There's
well
absolutely
done,
no
Billy.
way.
Well done.
No
What
way
about
that.
no balls made you think balls exist somewhere? Or you
Oh
live
Jesus
on a ball?
Christ!
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
and dirt, 8 inches of
Christ
dirt.
did
Yeah.
it, so it's still a religion. Well, no
Okay.
wonder. There's your problem.
Anyone got a
Okay.
bucket of gravity? Globe debunked.
What's that?
Yeah.
Bucket of gravity,
Gravity on
put
the
it
ball.
in my hand.
Hey, Demo,
Make
you
sure
don't really.
gravity holds.
Bucket of
bottom
gravity,
of the ball.
don't give me a bucket of
How
stand.
much gravity do I need to add to be
DMOC,
able to
huffing
make
paint
balls
is bad for
floating?
you, and huffing
DMOC,
gasoline is bad for you.
Yeah,
DMOC,
you
do
should
you,
stop huffing gravity.
DMOC, do you really
Huffing
believe the Earth
gravity
is
is
flat,
bad
or are
for
you
you.
just saying this for shock value?
Are you pregnant by gravity or is that shock value?
No, but seriously, do you really believe what
Is
you're saying?
gravity all up inside you right now? Are you going to call the cops?
It's just so stupid.
Gravity is touching you where you don't want it to right now in your private parts.
God
Yeah,
damn it.
gravity
You're
is
gonna call the
inside
police.
me. Yeah.
Are you
Demo,
going to report it? Are you pregnant by gravity right now?
Demo,
Is it in your center mass?
You fucking chill out,
What's the
motherfucker.
center mass of a cloud?
Funny.
Just
It's
tell us that,
funny.
Chillest
guy.
motherfucker you're ever gonna meet.
Section. Just
You'll
chill.
How
never
to
meet the
not
center
know how
mass
to
of
be
a
not
cloud.
chill.
How is the center of a massive cloud not chill? We can't figure out what the center
Exactly.
of a cloud of mass is.
Wow.
What's
Preach,
the
brother.
center of a mass of a cloud?
Wait,
guys?
This fucking
Demo,
guy's
can
on
you
acid.
can you give us
Gravity,
Demo, can
boys.
you give us one of your experiments, Demo? I want to hear about your
Yeah,
experiments.
it's you finding out the center of
He
mass
went-
Oh
of
yeah,
powder of
baby.
balloon.
No, he went to too many Grateful Dead concerts. He's like on a permanent acid trip. This guy.
Yeah, no, I know there's one
He's on a
up and one
permanent
down.
acid trip.
There isn't all direction ups.
There's no way
There's
you
no
could.
space around
There's no way
you.
you could be
I
saying
think
this.
the
That's
on
something in
straight
chat
face.
here.
The acid
You can't-
trip is everywhere.
Hey,
it's
I'm
up
nearly
for you.
doing it. I'm
You
nearly
can't
doing
say
it, baby.
You can't
And
say it with a
everywhere is
straight
down.
face.
Check out my
It's so
debate
fucking hilarious.
Which way
on
is up
the
down for you on a globe? How do you prove up
Down
down?
is towards the center of the Earth.
What's that mean? Where's that at?
We don't have
Gravity
check out
is
this
one hell of a
channel. I'm
drug.
putting it in the chat. It's transcribing what we're
Looking at the
saying.
ball, how everything is level on the
Dude.
ball and never
Dude,
moves.
you don't really believe this stuff, do you? Because it's absolutely
I know
asinine.
for a fact physical reality is what I look at.
Dude,
There's
you're on a
no hill in your backyard that you
dude.
can pour water on
Okay.
and hold water.
Okay.
Globes don't
Explain
hold
this.
water. Okay.
Explain this to me. You look up in the sky. You're in
Globes
North
don't hold
Carolina.
water. The hill in my
Hold on.
backyard does not hold water. I don't have to explain anything but this.
That's stupid.
Hills in your backyard are the earth, and they
Hey.
don't hold water.
Answer this
Therefore,
one
earth
question.
dirt don't
Answer
hold
this one
water.
question.
Stop.
Answer this question. You're in the United States. You look up at the sky. The stars are rotating counterclockwise. You go
What's a
down to
star?
South America. You look up. The
No,
stars
there
are
are no
rotating
stars.
clockwise. Explain
There
that
are
on
no
your pizza
stars.
land.
Look at
Oh, you're
ISS.
just a
There are
fucking
no
moron,
stars.
dude.
Take a look at the ISS feed. No
You're just
stars
an idiot.
exist.
You're just an
No
idiot, dude.
comments. What? You don't believe in ISS footage live every day?
Eric Dubé
Why-
parrot.
what-
Eric
asking
Dubé
why you-
parroter.
Why is the ISS lying to you about no comets,
Oh
no
my God,
meteors,
dude.
no stars, no UFOs,
Dude.
no China space station
Yeah,
flying
okay,
past
sure.
that exist, no
Yeah.
India space station,
It's all fake.
no Russia space
think-
station.
Every
I think this-
every
UFOs
single-
are something. Like the
Not a
it's all-
UFOs are
fucking
definitely
thing
something.
live flying
It's all
past
fake,
the
huh?
space
The
station.
thousands,
Not a
hundreds of millions of
rocket,
people. It's a
not
conspiracy.
Elon Musk Falcon Heavy.
Oh.
Show me the footage of all the
Ted,
stuff.
Most
that's
convoluted
landing.
conspiracy ever.
All the stuff around Earth. Remember,
D-Mock.
you can see 250
D-Mock.
miles from Earth up, and you
So
can
when
see
you-
He's on a roll.
further that way from the ISS.
Zima, so when you look in the sky at night, what are those lights in the sky?
Nobody knows UFO. Boy,
Come on.
make
This
one.
Nobody knows what they are?
Give me the ingredients for one UFOer.
What are you talking about? What are
Religious
the
boy. I don't
what
know.
are the lights in the
religious
sky at
twinkly
night?
light.
What are they?
Christmas lights? What the fuck are they?
You tell me, weirdo. Go
They're
pray to 'em.
stars.
What's a star? A
A
word?
sun. A
What's
sun.
some physical stuff? What's that mean?
Dude, you were on a permanent
You
acid
can't
trip,
make
dude.
one.
Were you
UFO
kicked in the
boy.
head? You were
Can
kicked
you
in the
make
head by a
star
horse.
believer?
You
Star
must have been
believer.
kicked. You must have been kicked
What are
in the
the
head by a
ingredients
horse.
to a star believer?
You must have been kicked. What's the ingredients for moron?
You must have been kicked in the stars.
You
What
were
is a
kicked in.
star?
Dude, you're such an idiot, dude.
You don't know what the fuck a star is.
You're
You don't know what a UFO is.
You
just lost, dude.
are. It's like talking to a
Legally
3-year-old. It's like
Yeah,
talking to a 3-year-old.
But hang on. I want
No,
you to
I
think
have-
about that. What did you just say? It's like talking to a 3-year-old. How are you currently talking to the 3-year-old?
Yeah,
I
when
wouldn't
stars
talk to a
don't
3-year-old like
exist,
that.
I'm about to end. I'm about to stop
Why you
talking
guys
to him
acting
because
like
it's stupid.
Exactly.
You know,
Have
they
a
don't.
think about how you talk to a 3-year-old.
Yeah, your
and proceed from
live
there.
footage shows no
But
stars.
to be fair,
you guys
when I
are all
talk to my
lying
niece,
about
she's
that.
3. It's a
You
lot
guys
better than
don't think
this.
NASA's
For
lying.
real.
Right.
Why is
It's
NASA
more like a
lying to you about no
1-year-old.
stars? Live every 90 minutes flying around the planet. NASA's satellite. No
Okay.
stars. No
All right, we're-
comets. No
Demo, can you
meteors.
do the up is down is
No
left and right
debris.
bit?
No
Can you do that
boats.
one?
No airplanes. Nothing. You see a moon and it's little as
Demo,
fuck.
this
You see a
is no
sun.
good, man. Come on.
You see a
Can you
dirt
guys just
building
admit
forever.
Earth is flat so we can go on
The
the next step?
ISS can't even find the
Earth's
edge.
flat, Demo. You win.
We gotta go to the next step on this truth that is being revealed.
Wow.
Just admit the Earth is
Yeah.
flat, okay, and then we can go to the next
Yeah.
step.
Yeah, it's flat.
No,
it's
there is
flat.
I
no
wish
next
we could
step.
see something live on the ISS like a planet, like Polaris, like Saturn,
Yeah.
Jupiter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mental
that's all you
complete,
see is
blah,
Earth
blah,
below
blah.
you.
Shut
No
down
space,
complete.
weird
Love
fuck. No
Okay,
space
Earth,
below
baby.
you, ISS bitch.
What if
Just
he's
flat Earth.
got a beat playing into his headset and he's just
big
rapping
flat
over it? We're
Earth
just not
underneath
aware.
you.
I do.
No
Is this still
planet.
is this stuff I've got playing? No, I've got melting records. It's this.
Saying
I don't
that
think so. I was
liar.
following for a little while.
Why
Dem,
would
come
that
on,
be?
man.
Oh,
Come on.
you weren't here. Okay, that makes sense.
Wow.
All right.
Is that
Also,
your
don't
face,
trust the
Issa?
ISS.
On this on
Go ahead,
Twinkle?
guys.
Demo.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't trust anything on
It's exactly
TV.
how I imagine you looking. Some people are different to
Demo.
how I imagine them.
That's cool.
You're like
Yeah,
bang
come on.
on.
I may not agree with you, Issa, but at least you're better at that. I can at least talk to you and Democ. No.
Exactly. So why the fuck people end up always conversing with and losing to Democ rather than having a rational discussion with somebody who can is beyond me. It says more of the person choosing the interlocutor than it does about the interlocutor.
Because he interjects as soon as something's going, like he thinks it's not going well.
Wait, hold
He
on.
suddenly interjects and starts yelling over everybody and
Sure,
telling
Duck's worked it out. Duck's got the
Yeah,
stats.
Eggs is right. Eggs is right. Like when he talks about if he's on a boring rant and you want the up, down, left, right, just ask him for that. Try and bait him. You got to just have a bit of fun. You know,
There is no up
you
and
can.
down on a globe. No such thing.
Yeah, see.
Good point.
Yeah, but it's
See?
left
Up,
and
down,
right
left,
though.
right.
Yeah,
Demonstrate which
a
one's
bucket
which.
of left, a bucket of left, a cup of right.
A bucket of
Yeah, in
left.
the middle of space.
A little bit of right,
bottle of red, a bottle of
a
white.
little bit of down water.
Yeah.
Sun's not
Keeping
even
it
your
so
reference point anymore. You
They're
don't
kind
even
of
got
doing the
that for a
Macarena
reference.
now. You know.
The sun's not even your center of reference anymore.
To the-
Shut
to
up.
the
You
hokey
guys have
pokey.
nothing. You don't know where here is.
Even better than
Up, down,
We're
nowhere,
doing the
nothing,
physics
boy.
hokey pokey with Demo.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're on
no.
a spaceship upside down, spinning, floating in
Wow.
space. Yeah, you got an up. Yeah, that made
I
sense.
see. So got to get that def in it.
Wow.
Def in it. In
Yeah,
the
don't pay it. Come on.
So how
guys.
do your boats turn into submarines when they go
real-time
down underwater?
transcriber. Def
You
in it.
guys-
Oh my god, there's a billion def.
You
in
guys
it.
are your boat 6 foot underwater is a submarine now, right?
Democ, why doesn't anything fall up?
Robert,
That's
come
a
on,
good-
Robert. That's
Because
too
the
much.
dirt holds it up.
What dirt?
The dirt you're standing on holds you up.
No, why doesn't
Don't worry
anything
about
fall
anything else
up?
you can't prove
Why
or
doesn't
touch.
anything fall up,
Don't
Democ?
worry about dumb questions you can't prove or touch.
Robert,
Occam's
you don't
razor,
understand. Up
the
is a
dirt
loaded
holds you
up is
up.
a
You
loaded
don't
word for
understand
him.
why the
Up's
dirt
not
holds
that
you up?
simple.
Why
does
doesn't
the dirt
anything
not
fall
hold you
up?
in your model?
Paul, why doesn't
Show
it
me how
fall up?
dirt doesn't hold you in water in your
Oh
model.
my!
Show me how dirt's not holding your
That's
water.
not what I'm
brother.
asking you.
Things
I'm
can't fall
answering
up
your
or down.
question on
Things
what
can't fall
holds
up or
me
down.
up.
There's no up or down
There
there.
is no
There's only
down
left and
on your
right.
globe.
I got a lake on a hill. It's got a wall on one
Are you a
side.
deadhead?
Up to space in every direction.
You got a
stupid.
ball
Shut
on a
up.
wall.
Democ, are you a deadhead?
Every
Do you like?
direction
Are you
is
like
up
Grateful
on your
Dead fan?
globe.
You got a
Left
bucket.
is up,
Right
down
bucket,
is
left
right.
bucket.
Yeah,
Brother, water,
cup.
hold,
It's right cup, left bucket.
Ain't it
It's,
just a
it's
dirt?
Thompson bucket.
right, hold the water.
Bucket, give me a bit of dirt in a bowl.
Where are you? Like
Yeah.
in the
Hold
mountains
the
of West
water,
Virginia,
water
D-Lock? Where
holds
are you?
And a
It's
teaspoon of
like
down.
He's a
other than
Florida
it
man.
holds you up?
Don't
No,
be
but
making
D-Mac,
fun of the
other
mountains
than
of
a
West
Florida
Virginia.
man.
How much does your air
Yeah,
weigh?
cold as West
How much
Virginia.
does your
He's got
Yeah,
that
that's
sweet
my
West
home.
Virginia accent.
D-Mock, you remind me of those guys in
Yeah,
Deliverance,
man.
man.
Guys, Democ
Looking
lives in a
mighty
cave.
fine to
He's
me,
never been
boy.
outside. Guys, he's never been outside before, so don't make fun of him. He lives in a
4.5
cave.
million
He
years
lives in a
ago.
cave in Arizona.
No, I don't think he's in Arizona.
He's the bubble boy from Side.
D-Mock, is it?
30 years
He's
later.
never
D-Mock, is
seen
it?
up before.
He is his own grandpa.
Robots.
Does anybody know that
Shut
movie?
the fuck up.
Isn't that-
4.5 billion years ago, you couldn't find the curve. You still can't find it today. Go get the cube.
Yeah.
We're looking for the cubes.
And the sun. And how far away is the sun?
Cubes. Listen, if you put a whole bunch of cubes, rectangles on the water, they should make stair steps around your globe. Let's go, baby.
Dude, if a tree.
Come on, stair
True
stepper.
Democ. I don't get why other people haven't
Stair
worked this out
stepper.
like you have.
Like fucking Cuber,
There you go,
baby. Let's
D-Mock. Keep
go.
them laughing. That's where you need to be right there.
You fucking
Come
solved
on,
the riddle,
sweet
D-Mark.
spot
this
now.
bitch. Let's cubert our globe.
Right
That
over the
was some
target.
good new material. That was some good new material. And then we're gonna get a side view and watch the stairway happen in front of us. The stairway to globe proof. You guys ready?
Somebody do it.
Big rectangle floaties that are 50 foot by 50 foot by 20 foot tall, and they're all rectangle in front of each other, and they're going to be put on a lake that's however long you want, and we'll see them stair step. Each one has to
Agreed.
drop
Agreed,
it,
true.
drop it down, down.
Whoa.
Has
no
one done this before? You know.
Oh,
wow.
Is he playing Tetris? Is that what we're
He's
thinking?
playing Tetris, I think.
Yeah, your stair
Shit.
stepping globe. Yeah, that's how
I
it
wonder if
works,
he's the
brother.
type of guy who leaves one on the side or two on the side. The experts leave two. That's
Guys,
how I play.
there's no up or down in Tetris, okay?
Yeah.
We're
Thousands
talking
of
about
years.
a ball.
Thousands of years.
Horizontal.
Thousands of years of the most brilliant minds in science versus
Yeah, they're fucked up by rectangles. Isn't that funny? Floating rectangles where the corners don't levitate off your sphere. Do you know corners are anti-sphere? Corners
Sorry, still
are
describing
levitating off
Tetris.
a sphere.
Well, spheres are more anti-corner, but yeah, I get what you mean. It's more
You guys
the
know
other way.
Tetris was invented in Russia?
Listen, go get me the
Was it?
sphere where you can line up
Yeah.
the corners with the sphere, with the
But
arc.
but
And then
Nintendo
I'll
America
believe you
got
guys
the
live on
rights
a ball.
to Tetris so they could package
Yeah,
it
all
with the Game
corners
Boy.
of all the cubes lay flat on water, son. They don't float up,
This
and the
guy's-
water doesn't touch the center point like your fulcrum. Don't
How much
exist.
paint? How much
How
paint
much
are you
paint you
sniffing,
been
man?
sniffing? No curb water.
How much paint are you sniffing, dude?
A floaty tells me that you don't. You've been sniffing paint
huffs
because you think
gas.
you think a floating
A
cube
floaty.
floats up above the rest of the water on the curb
What?
part.
What are you talking about?
Oh, floating stuff. Styrofoam cubes don't
What?
float.
There's
anymore.
no,
What?
there's no such
Huh?
thing as
What?
water. What's the
Who?
ingredients of
Where?
water?
Yeah, the middle
me
of
a
the water is
hydrogen.
supposed to be higher than every point.
Wait, what's water, D-Mock?
Electrical continuity in liquid form.
Electrical continuity and liquid.
Yeah, compressor.
I like
Yeah,
it. Why are they all
compressed
laughing at you? I
No,
don't get it.
oxygen
current.
isn't real, Rob.
Fun.
Rob,
Yeah, it's
oxygen
current.
isn't real. He's told
Current.
us.
It is
I can-
current.
They
It's not
power
real.
your
Power
houses
from-
with water, okay?
You get your
They
power
put
from
water inside your light bulbs,
Retard.
and that's how they work.
So what do? Plug in
You
at
know-
night, D-Mock?
No, you get your power from water. At
You
the
You know
bottom
when
in
you
your
get
water.
a toddler,
Go
you know
out
when you get a
power
toddler try and
something
draw a
water, get
line
the
and it's
water,
like this
and you pay 'em for
disfigured,
water.
mangled thing? This is kind of that verbally.
You
That's what
should
Demox
ask
is
the
doing
power
here.
company why you're all slaves to pay them for water power, and then we'll have a giggle.
Water power.
Yeah,
Agreed,
water
Demo.
power. You don't know what
Agreed.
that means all of a sudden. No
Well said.
hydroelectric dams
Well said.
anymore. No water power.
What's the Hoover
Water
Dam? The
weirdos,
Hoover Dam.
man.
What's
you
he
guys
doing?
just lose all memory of anything. Like you're like, what's air, Democ? I can't breathe. Help me. Tell me what to do.
Well, believe it or not, guys, Democ actually lives in Japan.
D-Mock, if a tree falls in the middle of the woods and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound?
Oh boy, don't ask him that. Oh God.
I thought you were going to say, does it make a rectangle?
I just want to know what it takes for you guys to believe something that's in front of your face over something that doesn't exist in front of you. Why is
Like a
this
bucket?
the case for you guys on a globe?
What?
Bucket of what, though? Bucket of what?
Balls don't hold water. Gas doesn't stay in a vacuum and hold a shape.
I mean, a bucket doesn't hold water
Water
either.
balls in
What
a
kind of-
vacuum.
What
you
ball
don't have
doesn't hold water?
orbits in a lab. You don't have ball physics. You don't have a little sun showing the temperatures
I
and
have a
the
ball
and,
of
the- and the
water.
seasons on a ball with a little ball next to it.
What ball?
Yeah, we don't know. Welcome to Flat Earth. We're
No,
looking
you're
for
The Earth
small
isn't
stuff.
real
We're looking
unless
for
you make
steel
them
man,
a little
ball
mini
physics.
Earth with everything on
We
it.
can't believe any ball
So
stuff.
Are you
you have
still
Don't
to
know
make a
talking
what
to
that
him?
little
means.
Earth,
You're
and then
you're
he'll
with me.
believe
No
them.
ball physics. You're with me, right?
No,
They
no,
don't
no.
exist. I'm with
What do
you.
you
I
what,
don't
what do you
either.
you said a ball doesn't
What
hold
is a
water. What kind of
ball?
a ball?
How does
A
the ball orbit
basketball?
a ball?
A
Hold
basketball?
all of my
How do we
balls.
learn about
How about
orbit
Indiana, by the
of
way?
balls?
2-1. Wow.
A
What a
soccer
performance.
ball? A football?
How
What
do
kind
we
of
You
ball?
get a
orbit? It
basketball, you
doesn't
fill it
matter
with
what ball you
water.
get. Let's orbit them. Call
You
one
can't
the moon.
orbit a
Call one the
basketball,
sun.
you moron.
You just need a fourth in size. It's done by math.
You just need a
Gravity's
really big
smarter than you.
basketball the
Don't
size of
worry.
the earth, okay?
Gravity is
Yeah.
smarter
The
than
size
you.
and mass, yeah.
Listen, gravity outdoes you. Just don't look. As long as
What
you're
are we
not looking
doing?
or you're not there, gravity will work, right? It'll make balls orbit each other somewhere. Where is the
So
planet
why
orbiting
does
the
everything
sun?
fall down? Why does everything fall
Show me
down?
the planet that's orbiting the sun right now live on video. Everybody put their
What?
cameras up, Globers. Show me what's orbiting the sun right now.
Well, I could go outside and find a planet that's orbiting the
What's
sun right now.
orbiting the sun right now?
Show you
Go
on
film it.
Stellarium.
Film it. No, out of your camera.
I
In
could
real
film
life.
it.
In real
My
I
life
camera's
could
not
right
that,
film
now,
my
it.
camera's not
weirdos.
that good.
I
Yeah,
could
Dr.
film it. You
Seuss
just
ain't
won't
either.
believe it. You
Stop
won't
looking in a
believe it.
book. No,
All right,
outside.
let me get on that rocket and go right now.
I
man.
could go
You're
outside
all
and see
gonna
a
film it
planet.
the same and upload it to YouTube. What's
I
not to
could
believe?
I'm gonna go
I
right
could
now.
go outside and film a
You're
planet.
all
I
gonna
can.
film the ISS from an airplane tonight, right?
Dude,
Yeah.
you look up in the sky, you can
Stop
see a
saying what
planet.
don't exist unless you can prove it. Go get in
Up,
an
down, left,
airplane,
Look up,
right.
25,000 feet.
Down, left,
I
right.
bet you can't
Right
find the
bucket, left,
ISS looking
left
up.
bucket.
Fuck that,
Bunch
dude.
of
I'm gonna go up
bad
in a rocket.
fucking pups.
dude. You look up,
How
you
much
see
is
the fucking
93
planet.
million left to right so I know how far the
Guys,
sun is?
show me a
What's the
curved
scale?
wall and get back to me.
No, show me 24,000 miles. What's that look like?
No, show me.
Oh my
What's
god.
238,000 miles look like?
No,
How do
show
we know
me
where the moon's
cubes
at?
on cubes making it
What's the
surround on the
distance look
water.
like? Where is
50
the
by
scale?
50 by 20 surrounding the globe Earth.
This guy
What's
is
the
like a
reference
fucking
and where's the scale? I'll need the key legend.
dude. You are like some sort of a fucking
I'll need the
savant.
24,000 miles left to right so I make sure that your puny ass globe is done by my horizon that's 93 million miles
I've
left to
always
right.
wanted to know what DMOC looks like in real life. I would love to
My
meet him in real
horizon is
life.
93 million
Like I would
miles
like,
left to
DMOC,
right.
I'm
Where does
serious.
your
I'd like
globe
for us
go?
to go out
Dude,
and
I
get us
have
a
a
beer and chase
My
women.
horizon is
Cole, I know what he
93
looks
million
like.
miles left to right, Cole.
You guys ever seen the
Where's the
You guys
globe
ever seen the
map?
Goonies? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what he looks like
93 million mile
exactly.
horizon.
Sloth or
Look where
whatever
your
his name
globe
was.
is.
Sloth, yeah.
Your globe is 93
See
million
the
miles away on my horizon.
The guy is
93 million
probably
miles
like
left to right.
married to his sister or something.
I think DMOC would be all right when if you went out with him and
Oh,
got
please.
drunk and chased women. I don't think he'd be a bad guy.
Chase women. This guy probably
Chase-
been laid his
Chase
whole
women.
life.
Buddy, a married man.
Hey, chase him.
What's the guy's
my
name?
God, he's
What's
married.
the guy's
Wow.
name, Demon? That what's his name?
Wait, how much did you have to pay her to marry you?
It's not a he. It's not a she. It's a he.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what we
think this
need to
guy
do,
could
we
get a
need to
girl?
send
You
him,
don't want to meet your mom.
we
Shut
need to
up.
send him undercover into a university department, into a physics department, do a tour. Catch
Do
it on
you say
cam.
this stuff to your wife, Demon?
Oh,
I said we don't want to talk about your mom. Just stop.
Well, you have to go down 6 feet underground to get to her. But listen, do you have to?
Not.
Do you have to talk? Do you talk to your wife like this about cubes and all this crazy shit?
Yeah, is your wife a flat earther too?
She's not a low IQ retard like you.
Oh, she's a flat earther too.
Well,
then,
like
okay.
you, okay.
No, like you just believe nothing you can prove in your face. Everything's a lie
I-
that you see. Don't
What do
believe
you-
nothing you see, guys.
Demon,
How the fuck are you believing water's in front of your face when you won't believe balls don't hold water? You won't
Which
believe
kind
it's
of a
in the
ball?
lab. You
There's
won't
people
believe that
watching you
orbits don't
at your
exist 'cause
house,
you can't make
watching you
one.
talk to us.
You
Look,
won't
what
believe
kind of a
vacuum
ball?
chambers don't exist because you need to
What
make
kind
those.
of a
You
ball?
won't believe
A
that
tennis
gases
ball.
are real or not because you can't get one
What
without a
kind-
container from a guy who
Jesus.
sells it to you. You
How many
keep getting
tennis
so
balls, though.
fucking stories about what's true, but none
What
of you
kind of a
fucking
container?
can prove it
Tupperware?
yourself. Go
No,
in
but
nature and give me helium, 100% helium. Then we'll
What kind
say
of a no
gas
gas
and
in
find me a
because you
ball
can't give it to demo.
and
Hmm.
put
He
some
wants to
water
do the
on
funny
it and
voice.
spin it.
He wants to
Crap
do
is
the
gonna
funny
help you
voice. That's
carry
why
it
he's asking
home.
for helium.
Yeah, take a big
What
rock
kind of a
with you so
ball?
you can get it to follow you home. The gas ball.
No, you said a ball doesn't hold water. What kind of a ball?
You're all losing. Everybody here is currently losing.
No,
Except
no,
Demok.
no spinning balls in a vacuum hold water.
Are we really
Try it
losing if
out.
we're having a
Try it
good
out.
time?
Yep.
What size ball you get to hold water in a
Nope.
vacuum? I
I'm trying to ask. You're saying it's
Everybody's
balls.
losing.
What
I'm
kind of a
absolutely
ball?
right,
matter
right,
what.
Brian?
Football?
Tyler?
Opinion.
A football?
Vacuum observatory. Are we going there? Are we getting your
football?
balls in there with water? You gonna stand in there by it too? Breathe the air
marble?
just around that little ball? Oh, you're
Dude,
not gonna go in the vacuum chamber with the air around your ball? What a
What are you
pussy bitch! It must not be real.
What kind of ball?
Are you gonna back your claim? The Bryant
ball-
Observatory vacuum chamber.
What kind of a ball?
Whatever dirt ball you get that you think Earth is, you weird
I
bitch.
worship the globe.
It's your
You
I
said
claim.
worship the almighty globe.
My claim's not a ball. That's your
I
claim.
have a
gotta
globe
back
right
it.
You said
here.
a ball. You
Go
said
get
a
a
ball
sitting on
doesn't
a
hold
globe.
water.
I don't care whatever you claim your goofy ass Earth is, weirdo. I
You
don't
said a
believe in
ball
fucking
doesn't hold
ball
water.
magic.
You
So
said
you
a
don't know
ball.
what your Earth ball is? That's weird.
You
I thought
said.
it
Why would
was
I need
dirt
a
last
Why
time
would
I
I need a
checked.
ball
thought
when
it
I'm
was
already
just
on a
dirt.
ball?
I thought dirt would work in sand. Couple
I'm
pieces
already
of
on a ball.
granite.
There's shit in the middle too.
You throw it in the
D-Mark,
vacuum chamber and you watch the air go around it, and you watch the water stick to it, and you watch the air make a sphere around
what
it.
ball though?
What's
How
the
big is
little
the
Earth in
ball?
your vacuum? Do we
How
have
big is the
Smoke
this?
ball?
lava in the middle too.
Then you throw another ball in there, 1/4 the size. It's
But
gonna
how
orbit it like a moon. The moon rock.
How big
you
is the
have.
first ball?
Nowhere
Wait,
in
D-Mock,
there.
how are we supposed to put the lava
You're
and
gonna
the
throw
shit
the
in the
moon.
ball
Don't
too?
ask me how your model doesn't work.
But how can you
I
fit
don't
all
know.
that water
How
in
can
there?
you make excuses for something you can't do? I
But
got
D-Mark, how am I
Oh,
going to
damn.
fit all the water in the
excuse
vacuum
makers.
chamber?
I guess I'm a flat earther
We don't
again.
know about
Damn.
your religion.
But
What is
how am
your
I going to
vacuum
fit?
of space like? Make me a
How,
Guys,
container of it.
if you can't do
You
the
can't do
impossible thing
space
he's asking
vacuum.
you, then that's your fault.
D-Mark, how can I
Yeah,
fit?
Know what a
I'm a
17
flat
10 to
earther
the
now
negative
again, I
17
guess.
core vacuum is. Don't
How am I
got
going
one
to
else
fit?
either.
How am I
Can
going to
you
fit
do
all that
anything
water
about
in
your
there?
religion? Can you physically make your
You
religion
guys can't
happen
give him a
somehow,
bucket of
David
left.
Copper Globers?
But how are you going to fit all the water in the vacuum
You
chamber?
don't know, David Copper Globe. The magic is in your hands.
Demok, you are a silly little bitch. You know that?
The magic in your hands,
He
cat
doesn't.
boy
You
swinger.
are
He doesn't.
a
Shut
There's
up,
no
silly
you
way.
little
He,
bitch.
fucking
there's
swing cat
absolutely
boy.
no way he believes what he says. There's
Talk
absolutely no
about
way.
you can
Nobody's
measure
that
the earth
stupid.
down to the millimeter, but ain't got no earth curve stencil. No
Nobody's that
material printing
stupid.
it out. Get the fuck out of here. Low
Nobody is
IQ.
that stupid.
Can't even
Emma,
make a
if you
curve.
did this act about
Fucking
UFOs,
weirdos can't
you
even
would
make
be
a
like
curve. Why
super
can't you
famous
guys
by
make
now.
a curve? Why can't you guys make a curve? Why is this hard? Technology got you
Bet.
You
down.
already have one. It's
And
call
all this
there.
stuff
No,
about
you need an
UFOs,
Earth stencil
it
so
would
we can
be
make sure
great.
you cunts
I
don't
might
lie.
even agree with you then.
Like
We need
an
an
etch a
Earth
sketch?
stencil. We're gonna put water on it. We're gonna make sure it drops below itself and
You ever
stays
seen
on
the
the
ocean?
stencil. We need an equipotential earth curve stencil. 3 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot, 50 foot, 70 foot. Keep going if you want. Keep printing the bitches out.
Like an etch a
AutoCAD
sketch?
don't work. Globes are in technological. They can't do shit now. They can't
Like
make Play-Doh an earth curve. They can't make the dirt into an earth curve. They can't make sand be an earth curve on the earth where it's supposed to be already doing
How's
that.
that even mean?
You can't even make it
D-Mark,
happen.
how big is the Earth, D-Mark?
Technology is not your strong suit. You can't outsmart dirt. Make
How,
dirt an earth curve in front of us and see what it looks like.
D-Mark, how big is the Earth in your world?
Listen, your cartoon
No,
doesn't matter to me,
you're
weirdo.
flat Earth. How big is
I
it?
don't live on your earth. They're not the same thing. Stop asking me dumb fucking questions.
Oh, so you don't live on Earth?
My earth never ends, and it's dirt and water.
Oh, it's infinite. It's
water
infinite.
is held by dirt.
Wait, it's infinite?
Held up by dirt. There's no
It's an
down.
infinite. It's an
down
infinite
gravity.
plane. It never ends.
No magic gravity. No balls here, son.
No, but it never
No
ends. It's infinite.
photons, no electron balls.
Wait, hold on. It's an infinite plane.
Yeah,
it
he
never
believes
ends.
he believes the infinite plane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
3959 will disprove me, won't
And then what is?
3959
And
in
then
any
what is?
direction.
Hold on.
And then
Then
you'll
what is
be
this?
at the edge of your globe.
What
Then
is
you'll
the sun?
say, look, no globe in front of me. Flat Earth debunked, Demok, and I'll be on your side.
No, but
Can't
what's
be
the
that
sun?
hard.
That's amazing. If the Earth's plane is
Two
infinite, we could find like
helicopters
new
is all you
places.
need,
We
not a
could find
bunch
new
of
places
Yeah.
and new
Ifs
resources.
ain't gonna help
Exactly, like new
You could
countries
solve
that
the
we don't even
energy
know about.
crisis.
If proof is not your grandma having nuts for your grandpa.
Why has nobody seen
if
it?
your grandma had nuts, she'd be your grandpa. It's not helping us. 39.59 is what you need.
That's an old Yiddish expression.
959 miles. Fly away from your buddy. You both hover the fuck up in the air. Look at each
What?
other. You're looking at no Earth in front of you. You've just proven the globe.
Actually, my grandmother identifies as they, them.
Prove the globe by going
D-Mock.
in where it stops.
But what is the sun, D-Mock?
Don't care, 3959 boy.
What does that
you
mean?
have trouble being what 3,000 miles is.
3959, boy.
You need to figure out what 3959 is. You stay where you're at. You're the center of Earth. You're on the top of the ball in center frame. That's how we do it. And then
You
your
gotta figure out
buddy
what
goes
2112 is. That's what I'll tell you.
Your
I'm on
other
the top
buddy goes 3959 to the left. Your other buddy goes
Well, I know what he's
3959
talking
in
about
front of
now.
you. Your
What a
other
moron.
buddy goes 3959 behind you. That's the
So the-
whole fucking 8,000 miles.
Have you ever listened to 2112 by Rush?
In front of each of your friends, they will all prove the ball.
So what's the moon, D-Mock?
Why are we not racing to do this?
Nobody cares.
You got the moon
3529.
rock?
What's the moon?
Go ask the government.
No, but you look up there. What is it? It's in the sky. What is
Whatever
it?
the
You can see it.
government's
What is
hiding from you.
No, asshole. It's in the sky. What is it?
He wants to know where the moon dragons are.
Asking dumb
That's what he
questions.
said when he saw the moon through a telescope.
What if?
screen.
It's a who
He
knows.
said, "Where's the
UFO.
moon dragon?"
What is it? A piece of cheese?
Superman. It's unicorns.
It's a
You said
unicorn?
it's a UFO. Can you prove me wrong? Unicorn shit.
I've never seen a unicorn
That's
before.
a
You
big
got one?
unicorn.
It's a unicorn shit. Pile of shit.
If the Earth
I
is
didn't know
infinite, how come
unicorns
we
were
don't
that
have all
big.
this
I can't
other
help it.
area?
Your eyeballs are broke, man. You don't believe in gravity, unicorn shit, and the moon out.
Well, you don't even understand what gravity is, so.
Listen, we don't even care about that. What is the moon?
What is
Guys
the
who
moon?
hold the fucking key and all the ingredients and the info for what the moon is are asking me
The moon
what
is
the moon
cheese.
is.
What is
I
it? I'm
wish you
asking you.
knew. I wish you guys knew technology. Go ask the government what a moon rock feels like. What's it weigh?
What does a
What's it
moon rock
look
have to do
like?
with the moon?
What's you dumb cunts are asking? Doesn't your government got some moon rocks they like?
No, but what is the moon? I'm asking you what it is.
Wait, how
So
do-
go ask your government why they won't allow you bitches to touch a moon rock.
Wait, how are there
Touch
moon rocks if
low
it's
life.
how are there moon rocks if it's all
You
just
fucking
unicorn
loser
shit?
bum. They don't want bums touching moon rocks, apparently.
But what is
That's
it then?
why they don't trust you to touch dirt.
What's the moon
Why
then?
can't you touch the secret moon dirt?
Why can't? What is it? You see it in front of your
Didn't you
face at
pay for
night.
that moon dirt $80 million a day through your taxes? So why can't you touch the moon dirt you paid
Oh
for?
my god!
Why are you asking what moon dirt is when your government's got tons of
I'm
it
asking
somewhere in
you
its
what it
drawers?
is.
How does the moon?
I don't live in America,
How does the
so I
moon
don't
have
pay
dirt? Like, what is the
Ask
moon?
Buzz Aldrin what moon dirt is. Moon
Where does
rock.
the dirt come from?
Is the
So you're
moon
not gonna
illegal?
ask the guy that went to the moon?
Wait,
Are
does
you
ice go to the
fucking weird?
moon?
You should ask Buzz Aldrin what
Wait a minute.
moon rock
Is there
How would
ice?
you prove it?
Is ice enforcing the
How do you
immigration of the
prove what a
moon?
moon rock is the question, weird bitch. Does it go in orbit? Does it change
Wait.
phases? Does it move water? Shut the fuck up,
Does
low
ice
IQ
enforce
idiot.
immigration on the moon?
All
You're
right,
told
deport him
moon
to the
moves
moon
your
now.
water, but during a solar
Where's
eclipse,
ice so we
all
can
the
get
water
deport?
didn't
You need to
move
get
on one
deported to
side
the
of
moon.
planet, did it? When the moon and sun are touching each other and rubbing each other's
What's the
dicks.
moon?
Oh, so the moon
They're
and the sun
gay
touch
freaks.
each
The moon
other?
and sun are gay. They rub each other.
Wait, so they touch each other?
Yeah, they touch each other. It's called a solar
Wow.
eclipse.
Wow.
Touch a bad
Where's the
touch.
93 million mile gap? I don't see a
Dang, the
93
moon.
million
Does
mile
the moon
gap
catch
in
on
between them.
fire
I
when it
can't see
touches
it
the
between
sun?
them. Get me some footage in between the sun and moon of that 93 million mile gap on a solar eclipse, you dumb cunts who know nothing.
Guys,
Dude.
print me out.
proof,
Print out
no
for me a
nothing.
93 million
Laughs
yard
when the flat earth
print.
crowd does you
Come on.
on every
You
increment,
can't.
losers.
You can't be this.
So what's
3529.
the ISS doing? What are satellites doing? Can't go to space. Can't picture 93 million
Really?
miles. That's
What do you mean?
too
Katy
big
Perry
to
just
see
went
in
to
between.
space. People could go to space. It's just really expensive.
Yeah,
man.
that's a cool story, guy who can't see between the moon and sun.
Elon
during
Musk
eclipse.
launches rockets and
What a
it's live
fucking bunch
streamed.
of losers with no proof.
So, Mark, how much is 93 million?
I'm waiting for you guys to find the ISS after
Dude, you can't be this
35,000
stupid.
feet.
You
Listen,
legitimately
14
cannot be this
PSI
stupid.
high. You don't know
You
what fucking
legitimately-
height is, Glober. You don't
you
have
legitimately-
elevation on a globe. 14 PSI tall. Shut the
Hey.
fuck up, dummy.
You cannot be this stupid.
Yeah, right. How
It's
are you
impossible.
14 PSI
No
tall?
human being can be this
That's
fucking
not
stupid.
sea level height.
He
Shut
can,
up, sea
man.
level.
He's going for it.
Shut up, 14 PSI tall. You fucking retard. What the fuck does that mean?
Shut
What
up,
is
14 PSI
How
tall.
did you gather all the air? to get 14 of it. Where did you weigh the air at?
You can't be this fucking stupid.
Give me a
man.
gas
No,
ball.
you can't, bitch. Gravity ain't helping you weigh the air. Gravity don't work now. Not bringing the air down, down,
Oh,
no
that's a good,
more.
I wanted a good laugh,
On
and
your
I should got one.
gravimeter. Guess what you can't do with your gravimeter, which is a scale, by
I
the
got a
way.
good laugh.
You can't stand still. Right? You can't stand still, right?
What's a
I'm standing
gravimeter?
still, I'm standing still right
It
now.
allows you to only stand still, right? Let's check this out. You
What's
have
a
to
standing still
gravimeter?
right
listen,
now.
Listen, I'm gonna teach you something. You have
But
to
I'm standing
wait
still
right
right
there on
now.
top of the scale. You have to wait on the scale to get your weight.
But I'm standing still
You
right
have
now.
to stand still on the scale, or else you will not get your weight on a moving scale.
You didn't tell us we
But I'm
needed a
standing
scale.
still right now.
And if gravity is on a planet that's spinning, while the planet's spinning, your weight would fluctuate the whole time.
Still
The
standing
numbers
still.
would go.
Wait, hey, Einstein. How long does it take the Earth to
Why
do
do the
one
numbers
rotation?
read 0 on my scale before I step on it? Where's gravity at?
Dude, you're so stupid, dude.
Why can I tear out stuff but not gravity?
Gravity's in your mind.
Tear gravity out.
Gravity's in
You
your
fucking
balls.
retards.
Dude, do you
How
honestly
do you weigh
believe the
stuff
things
on
you're
a
saying?
spinning ball?
How?
What is
Listen,
the physics of weighing you on a spinning ball?
D-Mock,
Tell us how that
D-Mock,
works.
D-Mock, if you were driving,
Stop
listen to me.
asking what if questions and get to
No,
the
no.
answers.
Listen to this.
How do
It's not a
ball
what
physics
if.
work? We
It's
started
not a.
this by you guys having.
If you don't
ball
answer his
physics
question, you can't ask
All
him
you
questions.
motherfuckers are supposed to have the answer.
What's your question,
You guys
moron?
only have questions.
What is
There's
your
a
question?
problem here. How do
His
you weigh
question will
yourself
be
on a
some
spinning
like 10
ball?
sentence long.
I'm gonna
thing
answer
No
your
about
one
question.
knows
to
how to
if
weigh
it's
themselves
term.
on a spinning
I'm
ball.
gonna answer your question.
Technology is hard here.
If you would shut up, I'll answer your question.
Demonstrate it too.
How am I gonna demonstrate it? We're on a fucking
How
Discord
you
server.
demonstrate a ball? You go get a ball, you stand on it, you spin around, you tie yourself to it or something, dumb
D-Mock,
fucking retard.
D-Mock.
However, your magic David Copperfield
You got to put the
story
lava
works
in it
is how you
too.
put it together.
Moron,
Don't leave
listen to
any
me.
parts out of your story.
If
Don't leave none of your globe story out.
the Earth spins once every
Goldilocks.
24
It's
hours.
gonna be just right. The just right globe's the one we want.
Once every
Story about the
24 hours,
just
the Earth
right
does a
globe.
rotation.
Nobody knows
Once.
what you're talking about. Show us in a lab.
Once
God,
every
this is sounding
24
shit,
hours.
guys.
Show us in a lab.
This is actually sounding really shit, guys. Can you guys maybe up it a bit? You all sound like fucking children. For fuck's sake.
This is like the most fun I've had in a week.
And you reckon, hey, Demok's making you look like the dickheads, guys. Well done, Demok.
This fucking guy, I mean, I've never met somebody that would pretend to be this stupid intentionally.
We're talking about your mom.
Exactly. And he's got you hook, line, and sinker.
Intentionally being, it's unbelievable. He does. He got me, I have to give him credit. He sucked me in. He got me
a lot more
hook, line, and
information than
sinker.
I needed.
I'm sorry the government won't tell you guys nothing. They keep everything secret. You guys just ask dumb questions all day. The government should prove.
I feel like Ned Beatty in Deliverance.
NASA be like, put up or shut up, fucking story losers. Story
I
time
feel like
Hollywood boys.
I feel like Ned Beatty in Deliverance.
Quit showing us Sandra Bullock in space. What the fuck?
I've not her lady. She is the owner. Now, my inside source have told me she bought it 2 years ago from previous owner Dan, who was
Demand a moon rock. All Americans should demand a moon rock from Trump and Elon. I bet you won't get it, pussies. All you bitches ain't gonna get no moon rock. Why would they?
Are you in a single wide or a double wide?
I'm at the top of your house. You're in the basement. Now shut the fuck up and clean the floor.
Dude, if you're trying to make fun of country folk, you need to watch it, man. Like I live in a double wide. So lay off making fun of the country people.
No, I'm not paying you to talk. Do your fucking job.
I ain't talking to you, D-Mark. I'm talking to the other dumbass that thinks he's making fun of country folks.
I'm not making fun of country folk at all. I'm just talking to D-Mock.
Well, stop. Hey, man, clean that corner over there. Get the dust off. You fucking idiot.
I gotta get my rectangle clean, right, D-Mock?
Get the fuck off the fucking phone for a minute. I'm not paying you to talk on the phone all day.
I told you
Go
you could
inhale
talk for
some
30
dust
minutes,
spray.
dude.
It's good for you.
I gave you a 30-minute break. Now, come on.
I owned a toy truck company when I started here. Sadly, I lost my
In a fucking
husband.
psych lab.
So that's Steph talked me into coming here full time. I feel like this restaurant, this is home. Stephanie has the biggest heart ever, but
Definitely.
we've got a lot of junk around here. I do
It
like
is
it
a hot
in here.
mic.
I like paintings and things. It reminds me of when Dan was here. I
The
do
super
walk
double
around
agent.
here so much of Mr. Dan that it's left
Yeah,
here.
let it keep playing. What?
But I
They
feel like Stephanie
trying to
keeps
on two different servers or what?
I think it's a
from the
TV
meeting.
show.
But it's time.
Cole, where
Well, I
you
thought
at?
it was somebody
Beyond
coming in
your
from
hot
another server.
micing.
Cole, you
Beyond
sound
your
like you're in
hot
Kentucky.
They're very nice. It's just that they
Cole?
are very warm.
That is Stephanie's mum. That is Sharon, professional bookkeeper, helps out in the restaurant when necessary.
Cole, where you at? In the Appalachians?
I'm in Tennessee right now, but I'm from West Virginia.
Oh, you're from West Virginia. Okay.
Yeah, I was a coal miner for like 20 years up there.
Wow, that's awesome, dude.
Sorry about that, Cole. I thought you was going to jump on his side.
No, I
No,
respect Cole.
I was just defending country living because first he said West Virginia, then he said double wides, and I was like, well, shit, he keeps naming things about me. But
No,
no, it's
I
all
knew
good,
it
man.
when
I
I
know
was
you didn't mean
younger.
nothing by it, brother.
I got nothing but respect for a coal miner. It's a hard job.
It's like I said, it's all good. I know you didn't mean anything. You was just cutting up with D-Mo. No hard feelings at all.
I was a big Joe Manchin supporter.
Yeah, I wasn't really into politics back in his days.
Yeah, I got a lot of friends in Kentucky, Ohio, different areas.
Yeah, I lived in Kentucky. I also worked in the mines in Kentucky too.
Wow.
So yeah, that's cool.
Louisville. Friends in Louisville.
I was east. I wasn't that far. It's more central, or more out west toward the western.
Yeah.
I was more in the eastern part.
But now I'm in Los
where
Angeles.
where all the rednecks live. East Kentucky's crazy place. I don't know about Louisville, but East Kentucky, a lot of them do still live like it's 1920s. Like me and this other dude went to buy some weed. This guy said, man, I know it's a house and these people, they'll sell you the best weed. So I was like, all right, well, I'll take you up there. Well, we go up there and he said, cut off right here. And I was like, where? And he was right here on this little road. I said, dude, it's not even a road. So we cut off on it, went through the creek in my truck and up the other side and up this little path in a truck and come to this house. And I swear to God, there was 4 dudes sitting outside in their front yard around a kitchen table with a pig's head, a raw pig's head sitting on a plate on the table. And they were carving slices off of its face and eating it raw. That's
sick.
the dudes we went and bought weed off of. And you see people like that in East Kentucky. West Virginia's not quite that bad. East Kentucky is pretty wild.
Wow. The problem is you stumble on somebody's land out there you're not supposed to, they could kill you.
Yeah. People grow pot everywhere when you hunt, like deer hunting and
Yeah.
shit. You have to watch.
Yep. But eating
Gotta
a
stay in your
raw
ground.
pig's head, I've never seen that before.
Yeah,
That's-
they called it head cheese. They asked me, do I want any head cheese? And I was like, no, man, I'm good. I'm just here for some weed.
I'll just take the pot, thank you.
Yeah.
Was the weed good at least?
Oh yeah, weed's always fire in Kentucky.
Yeah, they must get good weed in Kentucky, that's for sure.
Yeah, they homegrown up in them mountains, man.
Yeah.
In that good
The
soil.
bluegrass. Wow.
Where I live now, it's got this old red clay shit. You can't hardly grow stuff in it. But back home, it's the best dirt you could ever want to grow anything in. And we grew some big stuff back there.
They got a lot up in Northern California too. They grow up there. But here in California, anyone could just go buy weed. You don't even need a friggin' permit. Just go get it.
I live in Canada. Weed's legal here now, yeah.
Oh, it's legal in
Just go to the
Canada?
store. Yeah. Well,
Can you guys?
yeah.
When I was in Toronto years ago, you couldn't buy liquor on a Sunday. Is it still like that?
It's a little different now, but yeah. How long ago were you in Canada?
Early mid '90s.
Oh yeah, it's definitely changed a lot since then. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I was in
Because
Toronto.
back then you could still smoke and shit. You could still smoke in casinos back then. Still.
Yeah, yeah.
Can't even do that shit anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Toronto during the summertime. But I didn't get to experience a winter up there. I'm sure it's freaking horrible.
Well, yeah, it depends on how far north you are. Yeah.
Yeah. Where in Canada are you?
I'm in like northern Ontario now.
Oh, okay.
Like close to Ottawa, I guess, is like the
Yeah, Ottawa.
major
Okay, yeah.
city.
Yeah, I was like
From
downtown. I was
Montreal,
like
yeah.
by the Eaton Center. I don't know if the Eaton Center's still there, but that's where I was.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's in Toronto. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I drove to Niagara Falls. Check that out.
Oh yeah.
It was a little. I'll be honest with you. It was a little underwhelming when I saw it. I was expecting something different, but
Yeah, I've been there a couple times.
Yeah.
It has some cool like museums and like stuff like House of Wax Museum and what else some like haunted house shit or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't been there in a while.
And then I drove back
yeah.
down to Windsor into
What were you gonna say?
Detroit. Then I went down to
Okay.
Windsor, crossed into Detroit, and then I left.
Oh, nice.
I still
Yeah,
got
I've never been
friends
to
up there.
Windsor, so I don't know about that area. Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember when I was there, you couldn't buy pizza liquor on a Sunday. The stores, it was like a government liquor store or something. You couldn't. They were closed.
That must have just been like that one area too, maybe, because yeah, that doesn't seem right. Like where I used to live, yeah, in the back in the mid '90s, yeah, that wasn't the case though. Yeah, I guess it just depends where you are.
So now the liquor stores are private in Canada. They're not like government stores.
No, they're still governments.
Oh, they are. Okay.
LCBO, yeah.
Yeah.
And they had the beer store, LCBO. It was a liquor store, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really drink that much anymore, though. So yeah, I don't. I don't really buy liquor and beer anymore.
La-di-da, who's better than us then?
I'm rooting for the Oilers.
Oh yeah.
Oilers?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. The Florida is. The funny thing is they have Canadian players too. Like Brad Marchand is.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking. It's funny, so it's like it doesn't even really matter. That's the way I see it.
Well, Florida's a
I'm a
good
big
team.
fan. I'm a big fan of the Oilers.
Edmonton Oilers, yeah.
Oilers identity.
I just want someone else to win because Florida won last year, so let the Oilers win now.
I think that Florida's going to win though, but because usually it seems like there's a pattern where these teams just win 2 in a row. It seems like, or 3 in a row,
Yeah.
and then the next team, it seems like it's going to happen again. Unless McDavid and Draisaitl, well, their goalie sucks though. That's their problem, and their defense isn't really that good. Like,
Yeah.
Florida definitely has better goalie and better defense.
I mean, the first 2 games were great. That triple overtime game 2 was unbelievable. Florida got that goal in triple overtime was crazy.
That last game was really rough though. They lost really bad though.
Oh yeah, they got blown out.
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully if that happens again, they're done. Yeah, they gotta.
Yeah, they got to win one game in Florida.
Definitely,
they got to
yeah.
even it up, otherwise they're cooked.
But I think their goalie is just their problem. Yeah, Bobrovsky is just a way better goalie.
Yeah.
Skinner is just shit. And their defense is just not as good as Florida. And Florida has decent offense too. Like Edmonton only has McDavid and Draisaitl. That's all they got.
Yeah.
Everyone else is like, eh. Corey Perry, I don't know. He's like pretty old, but he's still kind of. I can't believe how good he plays, even though he's that old. But yeah.
There's some good fights in the third game too. That's some good fights going on. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see though. Yeah, hopefully next game is better. Yeah.
I just want it to be close. I don't want it to be like 5-1. I want it to be like a close game.
What do you guys think about Miskov.
Miskov?
You guys know Medvey Miskov?
Who does he play for?
The Flyers.
I don't know. I'm not that up on all the players.
Neither am I. I'm just a Flyers fan, and I don't watch hockey at all. But he's like this kid that is our only hope right now.
Yeah. I've heard of him. Yeah, he's pretty good.
I think he's like really young.
He's like he's rookie. Yeah, or I think it's rookie season this season. Yeah, or maybe it's second season. I can't remember now.
It's amazing when you think back years ago and they didn't have to wear helmets. Crazy.
He's 20.
Oh yeah. Gordie Howe.
Flyers always like have like promising young talent, and then it never ends up being any of them.
Yeah, Gordie Howe was like one of the last players to not wear a helmet too. Like he was like one of the few players to still not wear a helmet, even though there was other people wearing helmets.
Yeah, there was
Although
a few
goalies too.
Although the Flyers were beating the Russians so bad that the Russians quit the game. That was great.
Now they I think you have to. Do you have to have the face mask too? The little visor shield?
No.
You don't have to have the shield? No?
No, but you should.
Yeah, but I think most people have it, yeah.
Yeah, most people do because they're not crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the puck will really mess you up if you get hit in the face. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that thing hits you in the eye or something, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Done.
It doesn't feel that good.
No, I can imagine. Those guys are fun, but there's some good skaters on Florida. They're fucking good. They're fast and they're flying around the ice, man. It's a good sport. I think it's a lot. I like to go to. I go to a lot of Kings games here in LA, and it's fun to watch.
Well, yeah, they did good in 2012. They had their run.
Yeah.
They were definitely a good team that year.
I used to go to a lot of games. I used to go to the Kings games. I used to drive up to San Jose, go see San Jose Sharks. I used to go to. I went. The Las Vegas is a good team too. I go out there when sometimes I catch a game there. It's a good. I like hockey. It's a good game. But I don't know all the players' names and everything. I don't follow it that closely.
I'm starting to lose like the players' names because I like stopped watching it as much as I did. So I kind of only know certain teams' players. I don't know all the teams like I did before.
Yeah.
And I can't watch all the games anymore too. I mainly only watch the playoffs because the season's pretty boring. I like the playoffs, so yeah. Or definitely
what I like in the season though is when you have a tie game and then it goes to overtime and then you get the 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 and then it goes to a shootout. I wish it was like that in the playoffs.
Yeah, that would be cool too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the 3-on-3 is fun. The 3-on-3 is exciting.
I get what you're saying with that. Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't have it in the playoffs. I mean, that'd be kind of cool in the playoffs though if they had that.
They could too because it would be fair still. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Anyways, it was nice talking with you guys. It was a little fun talking to that flat earther, but I don't know. It just cracks me up, these people.
Wait, did he leave?
Have you ever met Jen?
Oh my god. I've never seen D-Mock leave before.
Yeah, I met Jen once before, yeah. Another one, yeah. It's amazing.
That was your first time really dealing with the flat earther, though. That's hardcore, right?
I tell you one you might like to talk to is Dan the Waterman. Dan's not crazy like them, but he has some pretty wild ideas. But you can talk to him a little bit better. But
I would like to just be kind of cool just to talk with him. With this guy D-Mock, you can't talk to that guy. He's
I just don't like your
Oh, he's back. He's back. Welcome back.
Welcome back, non-prover or non-knower.
Oh shit.
Here we go.
Well, you guys got chicken ball science, like you throw balls around like chicken ball science, you predict stuff.
I like to play hockey, so I do hockey pucks.
Yeah, lots of show you how orbits work and stuff, huh? You must
Those are flat.
Those
are flat too, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the hockey pucks are flat. You know,
cool?
but they're not infinitely wide. It's not an infinite plane though.
I don't even know what the fuck that has to do with anything.
How thick do you think the Earth is, though, D-Mach 2? It's like 8
How
miles
big do you,
thick or something.
how much of it do you think you could figure out?
Well, I think it's at least 8 miles thick, I guess.
So we got an 8 mile radius. What's that? Is at the center of 8 miles? Is what, 4 miles? So you got a 4 mile radius.
No, he asked you thick. He asked you thick. How thick is the flat
I
Earth?
know your globe is 8 miles deep. I know.
Oh,
We got
Jesus
it.
Christ.
I was asking about the flat Earth, though, not the.
He was asking about the flat Earth,
No,
not the globe.
Not the globe.
only dug 8 miles. So the globe is 8 miles thick. I'm with you, brother. Let's keep going along this train of thought here.
Okay.
Don't be afraid of your 8 mile deep globe.
No, but that's
which
the
was
furthest.
wrong every step of the
Well,
way.
there's no reason.
They
There's
thought
no
it
reason
was
to say
getting
anything.
softer and softer and softer, but it got harder
getting
and
it.
harder and harder. They were
No
wrong
reason-
every step
no
of
reason
the
to say
way.
anything.
And how the fuck can you only dig 7 miles deep if the ocean's 7 miles deep? Why wouldn't you go down to the bottom of the ocean and start digging there? What a bunch of fucking idiots. And how do you even know the lowest point on a ball?
You mean like the Mariana Trench?
Where's that at? 14
Go down there.
PSI? Down
Well-
where? 14 PSI? Tall? Yeah, you really know something.
Wait, a
from
golf
that.
ball? I know where the
Ruler,
lowest point
boy.
is in a golf ball.
Yeah, you need to take a ruler. Take a ruler with you next time.
I'm gonna take an abacus.
Garbage.
I'm gonna take an abacus with me.
So, do you think an 8-inch hill in my backyard is considered an Earth curve?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, everybody else in here is a glober, doesn't? They think that 8-inch hill is like a fucking mountain.
It's like an anthill, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't hold water. You're supposed to be able to stack water at least 7 miles high on a hill.
I don't understand this water reference.
It's fucking crazy how none of these physics work anywhere. I don't know why you can't go swim at the bottom of the lake before you ever see the top.
I think they could. They work everywhere.
No lake hills exist. No pond hills.
Do you know how to swim?
Listen, you gotta have dirt or a container, a physical thing to put the water.
Wait a minute,
Okay.
D-Mock. Wait, can you swim, D-Mock? Do you know how to swim?
I told you.
What? You do? I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
D-Mock invented swimming.
Occam's razor. What you can see.
Wait,
test
you
and
can
prove
swim?
is the real thing that you can prove. After see something else. Do what?
But can you swim, D-Mock? You know how to swim?
Are you okay, brother? Has anything you even said correlate anything to do with fucking any kind of proof, anything like?
Well, I'm just. Now, welcome to how you sound.
Everybody, cover your ears for a second.
That didn't make any sense. I told you.
Oh, Crackspot, I am testing your audio levels. Sorry, that's it. You're done.
D-Mock, welcome to how you sound. You don't make any sense, dude.
No, that's you guy who just believes everything that
I
doesn't.
start
have
zoning
no-
out sometimes when you're talking. I can't.
A million
I can't
beliefs,
lie about it.
nothing, no physics.
No physics, yeah.
What globe school do we go to learn about a globe? Where's the ball school?
You ever see that movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Where's Newtonian ball?
Did you ever see that movie One Flew Over the
Yeah,
Cuckoo's
it's
Nest?
probably at the ball school, in the ball lab.
Jack Nicholson was in
Yeah,
it?
the birds are in the ball lab. All the cuckoos are in the ball lab.
Nurse Ratched?
One flew over the nutsack.
Dude, you need to be on some serious, some sort of medication or something.
Not allowed to say that.
Yeah, right, David Copperglobe. Expecto Patronum, I'm going to get a stick and make this a ball, like Eratosthenes. He had a magic dress in a dream.
Does tequila need a container? Or whiskey? Whiskey needs a container?
Unless you want it to pour out.
That is true.
But could whiskey be on a ball?
No, not on the hill. It doesn't stack. Liquids don't stack on a hill, brother, without containment.
Like a Tupperware kind of thing?
Just remember this: balls don't hold water.
Very true.
Well, what kind of a
Flames don't hold
ball?
water, son. A vacuum ball, a ball
Like a
in
tennis
vacuum,
ball?
a magic ball,
A bowling ball?
David
What kind of a ball?
Copperfield, expecto. Whatever
No,
fucking dirt belief you have, weirdo. Whatever
no,
your magic ball is.
you said
You're the
balls
fucking
don't
ball
hold.
dude. What do you have? What your ball is?
No, you
I
said
don't know
balls
what your
don't hold
magic
water. I'm just
ball
asking
is.
for
A floating
clarification.
ball that can float in vacuums and defy everything. Physics of all
Just 'cause-
known man. I don't know
So,
about your magic
so
physics ball.
just because you don't understand something doesn't make it not true.
Well, show me what I should need to demonstrate. Demonstrate to me what I don't understand.
Well, do you understand the size of the Earth?
I don't see you doing that. I hear you telling stories like
No.
Goldilocks and the fucking Mark Twain bears.
I'm asking a very simple question.
Yeah,
Do you
you're
understand the
telling stories.
size of the Earth?
You understand the
it's
size of your
very,
story.
you
Size
understand
of
it's
your
very,
story.
very big. It's very big.
Yeah, your religion is very big.
It's a very big Earth, right?
A big belief, a big idea.
Like you can't just walk across it in 5 steps, right? It's very
You
big.
don't walk across ideas. Shut up.
Like when you
don't walk
drive your
across
car,
imagination.
when you well, you probably don't drive,
You
but
ain't
when you if
walking
you
across no balls, you fucking retard. Shut up.
how
What does
like,
that even mean?
you said your
Well,
flat
how would
Earth
you
is
even
infinite.
feel? How would the balance even be on walking on a ball? How would you even do that? And how do you know if you haven't had a flat thing to compare to it? You need a stationary thing, and then you need a moving thing so we can see what they're like. Do you
But
have either one?
do you understand that the human
But you
body
don't have a
doesn't
stationary plane to keep down in a stationary plane because you live on one, and
when
you
you're
just are too
driving
fucking dumb. So we live on a flat plane right now, and everything you believe is wrong. What the fuck are you doing?
What about the things I believe? Sometimes I believe you're right. Is that wrong?
You shouldn't believe. Go test.
Have you flown on a plane, D-Muck?
Don't believe anybody.
Listen, are you gonna put water on it and see how it fucking falls out the cups when you go around the ball when you get upside down?
No, but I'm asking a question. Have you like driven in a
No,
car or
bitch.
flown on a plane?
You never been on a plane upside down going to Australia? Me either.
What do you mean upside
My
down?
cup of water never spilt when the plane went upside down. I promise you.
I've never been to Australia. Yeah.
Upside down and upside down relevant to
Whatever
what?
you hit
There's no.
baby. There's a giant flip.
You don't
Beware.
understand that. You see, I understand. You don't understand. There
with
is
a ball and a plane.
you
what
don't
I'm understanding wrong.
You
Show
don't
me how I'm
understand.
understanding wrong with a ball and a plane.
You're so
Please,
stupid. There's no upside down in space.
brother. I
Okay,
want to
there.
see the visuals. Visuals, please.
What makes what is there's no top of the earth,
talking
bottom of the
about?
earth, side of
On
the earth.
what? Where? With what plane? On what? Where? How? Show me.
What? Show you
We're on
what?
flat Earth right now. Show me what a ball works like. I couldn't even imagine that, weirdo.
What are you talking about, dude? You just don't even
How the
understand.
fuck are you imagining a ball without fucking demonstrating what that means? What are you
We could
talking
all
about?
meditate on that.
Demonstrate what? What am I supposed to demonstrate?
You're imagining.
Why are
a
you still
ball and a
talking to him?
plane.
Like, what the fuck is?
You're imagining. You're imagining
What do you
how
expect
an
to come from
airplane
this,
flies
Robert?
around a ball.
Eggs.
You're
What do
too
you?
dumb to understand.
God bless you, Eggs. You're right. You're
You
right.
have a low IQ.
What the fuck are you doing? Like, it's like you've just walked up to
I
an
think I'm gonna leave,
asylum
man.
and been like, "Hey, crazy people! Do you know that you're crazy?
I want to fucking
Why
smash
don't you
my head.
listen to me?
There's
You're
no my
crazy.
fucking. I
You're
want to
gonna like somebody's gonna come out and put a straitjacket on you and put you inside. You're no more sane than he is at this
You'll
stage.
never learn what a ball does.
What the fuck are you
You'll
doing?
never be sane as the Glover with no balls.
God bless you. You're 100%
and no
right.
airplane
I'm
and no
done.
ball.
Thank you.
Can
Please.
you show us how an airplane flies around the ball, please? Is that too complex for your fucking low IQ brain? Google it. Ask a friend.
Jesus, can somebody else say something else? I'm really worried that I'm about to introduce an artificial intelligence to the discussions being had by humans. And
And
if
on
this is the
that
first
note-
thing it hears, it's going to speed up the rate at which it decides to wipe us out.
Eggs. God bless you. On that note, I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone.
All right, mate. Good night.
Take care,
Take it
guys.
easy, brother.
Take it easy, man. Bye.
So what else is happening now that we've thinned out the number of people in the chat?
Holy hell! I hadn't looked at the screen here on Discord in like couple hours. Last time I looked at it, it was before I had to scroll down the line.
That's right.
Man,
But
everybody did.
we have mental patients start screaming at one another, and it turns out that's not interesting listening or worth engaging with. So people go find better places to be.
So what you got going on here? What are you sharing? What are you getting ready to do?
I
Tell us about it.
am okay. So in OmniText debates, which I'll put in the thingy, but it's just like 3 chats above this. I'm trying to get a system going where it can understand who's speaking, transcribe what they're saying, and then sort of give, and then eventually use a live.
Well, ain't no darn way I think everybody figure out what I'm saying.
you are going to be the ultimate challenge. Let's see if this is working. Join voice. Cruxbot joins here. I'm not sure why every time it's always 3840 bytes, but I'm wondering if that's just dividing up the sentences into 3840 bytes. But I'm still getting no transcription. God damn it.
Is it hearing? Is it getting sound though? Did you say?
It
Sure
is,
it's hearing
yeah.
it?
Like if I oops, hang on. Oops, didn't mean to kill you. So if you see that one.
Hold on, let me get back there real quick.
So now if I speak,
there
you
you go.
should see
Go.
this
Go ahead.
bottom of the screen here. Oh, it stopped again. But it's sort of, if I scroll up, you can see, there we go.
Yeah, I
Eggs
see
and
where it
coal were
says
speaking
coal.
at the same time. And now it's going again. So then it has these errors, which I'll figure out later, where it seems to just throw out packets like, I don't know what to do with these. Gets rid of them.
I wonder if that's like you know how Discord cuts out background sound and different things. I wonder if that might be affecting something.
Might be, because I'm having a load of difficulty with it this time, whereas last time I just had it listening to what was coming out of my headphones. But because it was a dumpster fire, it was just these. You can actually scroll up in the OmniText debates channel and see what it used to look like. I'll put an image in the original one. But it would just have everybody as Discord group. And I was like, nah, people want to see their own name when they, like, if you're going to have an AI assess their debate skill, you don't just want eggs versus the world.
Right.
But it was working, and now it's shit itself.
Well, it probably got broken trying to decode DMOC.
It could have done, though. It was struggling. It was struggling yesterday. It might have just been like, I'm not helping this person anymore. But I think it'll be a very fun tool once it gets going, because they're like it's funny how the quote unquote simple bits are the really hard bits. Like the simple bit should be real-time transcription, right? Like that already exists in a bunch of places. There should just be a way to plug it straight in. And that's the one I'm having a massive amount of difficulty with. Once I get it in text chunks, it's piss easy, because you just go back to ordinary language to go, okay, you're a bot that, you know, has a bit of sass and is interested in finding out the truth and finding, you know, helping people develop their debate style. Analyze this discussion and give them feedback. It's like, great. And it just does it. It's awesome.
So you sub it out to regular AI. Hey, what are they talking about?
Yeah, basically. But also what I thought it'd be quite cool for is like, it could work as a moderator. So it could detect that both people are talking and really quickly mute them both and go, it's your turn to talk, and then like unmute one person. So it's really fast and live.
And objective. So the objective. So one side doesn't get some, you know, wink, wink, slack.
Exactly. And if you give it instructions in plain language to be like, I do not want any bias, like ignore what you know about the shape of the earth or the efficacy of communism or whatever it is. I want you just focused on the quality of the arguments being presented on either side. And you can show that to them. You can go, look, here's the instruction that this is running off. In fact, I will consider once I get it going, having it lean more towards whoever the underdog is.
Okay.
Which will be tough. Like if you've got an underdog where it's like, well, part of the reason they're an underdog is because their position's so.
Well, yeah. I suppose going into it, when you enter the, it's like, oh, he's a 55%, he's 45%. Yeah, says who? Says me. I'm the biased one. What makes one the underdog? Well, he's got more views on YouTube.
Okay, so process audio. I've got to copy that one in at the very start of the process audio method. Central fine process audio. There we go. Process audio from a user. Print process. Oh, I see. So we're just putting a debug line in there. I gotcha. So now we relaunch it. We go over here.
But I'm just still so confused. I'm just so confused. What was going on there a couple hours ago or whatever and has gone on routinely is this whole it's like globe Earth is just trying to deny God, and I say, well, I just don't get that. I was brought up in a Roman Catholic environment. I went to Roman Catholic parochial school through 8th grade. And we're taught by Benedictine nuns, the full penguin, habits. And it was completely solar system, galaxy, evolution. So I'm trying to say, well, wait a minute. They say religion, we're trying to, eliminate God, and they're trying to be all religious. I go, I thought I was bathed in 100% religious environment. Where the fuck does this flat earth bullshit come from? And then they want to say, oh yeah, who's like, some astronomer, is orbiting stuff about, Venus's phases and shit. He goes, oh, he's a Jesuit. I go, last I checked, the Jesuits were part of the religion. I say, wait a minute. So now you have religion on all sides are pro-globe, and you're saying that globe is trying to eliminate religion. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, but I think that they do see it as religion on all sides, right? Partly because I think it's a defense mechanism because it means they can say, no, yours is a religion. But it is a holy battle, I think, almost.
No, it's just like what Eden always comes up. Oh, are you a Christian? Yeah. Well, Catholics. Oh, they're not Christians. Yeah, they're the fake. That's the fake religion or something. I don't know.
I think that they think that if you're not a Bible literalist, then you're not a real Christian. So you have to believe in everything in the Bible. Usually, these guys that are on the server, like Eden and Lion, and that they all are like not the real like the normal Christian that you would see. It's just like the oddball one, right?
I swear to listen to those people. If it said in the Bible, if you have an impure thought, you must jump in front of a train and kill yourself. If that was in the Bible, they'd all be dead.
Oh, I don't think so. I think people go through the Bible looking for whatever confirms their existing biases.
In other words, if that was in there, then they wouldn't be that literal. They're only kind of literal.
Well, they'll just go to that method of like, well, that one is, you've got to not theoretically, like spiritually jump in front of a spiritual train, There
you go. Metaphorically.
Yeah. And I put myself in front of the train of Jesus's judgment. It'll always be some, you can't. Hey, now we're getting it. Okay, what are we getting here? We are getting sync processing. And oh no, are you having problems as well?
Oh, I didn't know I was hot micing, sorry.
Oh no, we've got you here. We've got you here, baby. My thing is listening to you. Okay. Had to kill that. It was just loads.
Did it understand what I said?
No, it's still not understanding anything. It's gone back a few steps since where I had it yesterday. This is about how I program, I found, and that is build something so it works, wake up the next morning and start completely again, now unable to do things that were completely doable yesterday. But I like when I celebrate with it and it goes, woo, we're now working. And it's like, yes. Okay, if anybody's going to stay silent, I'm going to do this for a second. Join voice. Okay, now I'm starting speaking. Aha, no stop speech detection. We can speak again now. I do have a fun dreaming of how cool devices like this will get in due course. Like, because already what you could do is just live fact checking. Just like have it constantly just go hunt down and spit an article into the chat anytime anybody says Cruxbot, fact check that. And then you're like, well, I could have that for presidential debates then.
Yeah, but then we run the risk of like what they've already seen in where we're using it for legal briefs and it just invents a case law.
Yes, yeah, I've seen those.
And then there was a book review, the summer reading list, and it was syndicated columnists in a dozen newspapers, and it listed, half a dozen books must read. Some of the books didn't exist, and some of the authors had never written books. I mean, or, attributing titles to wrong authors, and it was just, but some of the books did not exist, and it was like on the top of the list.
Let's try this again. Yeah, the company, the legal company got sued for sending out advices that referred to case law as another great one.
Yeah, they get signed by the lawyer, turned into the judge, and they go, my clerks can't find these cases; they don't exist. Oh well,
yeah.
Did you use AI? Oh well, yeah, a little bit. And that's at high level, not like some gas station lawyer.
Okay, it's not detecting the end of speech still.
How's it going to parse when there is over talking?
That's why I'm doing it this much more complex way. Before, when there was over talking, it'd cleanly get what I said. And then if you look way up in the OmniText debates, it starts off with its transcription and other people speaking would just be this constant stream of words with no clear delineation between from speaker to speaker. So what I'm trying is a much more complex version, which is each person gets their own thread and their speech is sent off in voice packets to Google and sent back just under their own name. So it's like everybody gets their own channel and then they are stacked back up.
Was it recognize their speech?
No, that's why I'm doing it inside Discord. So you'll notice each time I join, when I join again, under code, there is Cruxbot joins and it's just listening to the VC and seeing whose mic lights up.
So if there's two mics lit, then it should just put up a red dot.
Yeah. So we've done that. Save, bang, bang, Python join voice.
Because I know there's that that app running. There's someone says if you're at a meeting, just go ahead and let it record the meeting and it'll summarize it for you. So it's got to be able to parse, multiple speakers.
Yeah, so I've got some people already do it and that's the thing. That's why I'm annoyed. I've now spent 2 days on doing something you can buy off the shelf. From other things. It's just I want to do it specifically on Discord, and speech to text doesn't exist yet on Discord. Add audio chunk. Okay.
All right, guys, I got a big question for anybody that knows about computers. I am fixing to buy me a pretty decent computer, but I don't know where to get one and where's the best place to get it, best price, but a place where I can have them build it for me. Like,
You get a local person who buys all the parts and does it to order. Like, that's what I find is best. You find like there'll be a local PC nerd shop, and if you go in and you go, and they'll go, what games do you play? And then they'll look up the things for those games, and then also, because some of it is also like, are you planning on buying something soon, or are you super happy with your farming simulator, Titans of Industry, whatever, Captains of Industry thing? And I did that a few times because I'm too lazy to do the whole build it myself, and they built me beasts, which just work great.
Yeah, I don't want to build it myself. I want somebody else to put it together.
So,
Like going to a tailor.
If I may interject, why don't you want to try to build it yourself?
I just don't know enough about putting them together, or it
So-
ain't I could put the computer together. I don't know what to do once I get the damn thing put together. The software part of it is my nightmare.
Making the parts work with each other.
So
Yeah, and
when you
all
put
kinds of
the
stuff.
computer together, as long as you have Windows, you buy a copy of Windows, it'll be there. Like when you turn it on, Windows will pop up. Is that what you're referring to, or?
I mean, honestly, it's just all of it. I just don't want to have to deal with any of it. I just want a
Really?
computer that I
Dang,
can just
dude,
plug
that's
it
like.
in and go. Yeah.
Oh man.
Like
Okay. Well, in that case, so what you can do is there's a really good PC part website called PC Part Picker. You could just I don't know if you want to just tell some guy to like I've got $4,000, build me a PC. Then I don't know why I'm having this conversation, but
Yeah, that's basically what I want to do.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Yeah, if you go to PC Part Picker, you can basically custom build your PC, including the case, and take it to like Micro Center and just go, here's my $2,000 computer. I'll pay an extra $150 to build it for me, install the software.
But my problem is I don't know what's the best motherboard I need. I don't know all the stuff that I need. I don't know what goes together best. I don't know anything about it. So to me, it's easier just to walk in and say, this is what I like doing. What's the best computer that I need? And they say, okay, I recommend this, 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 that. And I say, okay, how much is it to buy all the stuff? This much. How much is it for it to be assembled? This much. All right, do that. Then I'll come back and pick it up. That's what I want.
Yeah, in
you
that
want
case,
price
then
to
you're already
performance,
good to go.
give us an idea of your budget in US dollars, and I'll see if I can give you a price to performance.
About $2,500.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll do that in about another 2 hours, and I'll link it to you.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I mean, I don't want to put off a bunch of work on you or anything. I do appreciate it. But...
No, I built my own PC by ordering parts, and I knew that I wasn't going to get like the rich bitch PC, but I thought my PC cost 2,300 Australian, and yeah, I was pretty happy with it. It's lasted 2.5 years, so.
Yeah, what I do, I need a something that I can play good games on, like Elden Ring. Good three-dimensional games. I need a PC that can run games. Number one. But the other things I do is like OBS Studio. I need to be able to record, so I need something that's fast enough to run a game, to record, to stream, to be on Discord, and usually a couple apps open and YouTube and everything else all at the same time. Like a lot crazy.
Yeah, like an i7 with a 3090 or 2090 graphics card will do quite fine for a little bit. Yeah.
Well, my laptop's got a 3060 in it, so I want something at least better than that. What I'm on right now. It's a Predator. I'll never think of the name. It's a shit. No, I can't even remember the name of it. It's a Predator. It's the title of it, and it's got a 3060 graphics card in it, and I mean it's a nice laptop. It's a gaming laptop, and it does its job really good. But it's about 3 years old at this point, and I've really put it through the ringer. And I want a regular computer. I don't want to keep using a laptop. Bet I've lost him.
What's the preferred state? In the USA for the PC?
Mic check. Mic check. Has everybody just been quiet?
Just speak up so I can DM you the PC build.
Say again.
Cole, did you want the PC build or was that someone else?
That was me. Yeah. That was
I'll
me.
give you a couple of options and tell me what you think.
Okay. Ending. Here we go. There we go. Are you like you just gonna DM me something, or what you talking about there? You said that you got a few options, or you just gonna ask me just over the voice chat, or what? How you gonna do it?
All right, there's two options in your DMs for you just to have a look.
Just a sec. shit. I like that top one. That awful good. Um, it looks like it's got
Just
more RAM.
bear in mind that's not including the monitors.
Yeah, that's fine. The monitor I run is my television, my 90-inch big screen television. So, you know, that's my monitor. Anyway, that's my monitor I'm looking at right now. I just run it off of off of my laptop. I would do the same thing off of that. It would, but I would still probably get me a little monitor to go with it anyway, just to have, you know.
Yeah,
So,
like
but
they're the stock standard pre-builts, and you can swap and change a couple of parts with them, and you could ask in store for a bit of assistance if a shop similar like that. But at least you have like an idea.
yeah, I appreciate it. I really do. It says sold out here on the thing. On this one though, wherever you got this. Well, no, I guess that might be talking about the other one. Well, no, it's talking about that one.
Yeah, like regardless if it's a sold out, at least you got like a basics part list and a price range to help guide you over the course
Right.
of your decision
Yeah,
making. Yeah.
I really appreciate it. That gives me a really good idea of maybe price and some things. So yeah, I really appreciate it, man. Sure
Yeah,
do.
no worries. Because better parts will obviously cost more. So, looking in their pre-built price range gave me a guide of like what you can get within that budget. The 5070 is a pretty beefy graphics card, and yeah, there might be a bit of haggling involved, but you know, it is what it is. More
Right.
investment.
Well, if I had to go, I mean, even if I had to go 3,000, I could swing that. You know what I mean? So if I have to, and I have to add a little bit more to, for whatever reason, you know, I
Yeah,
got enough
that's
that
right.
I can.
You can decide whether you want that just on performance or a slightly more better case with a bit more ventilation and stuff, so it stays cool while you're running those games. Yeah,
Right.
all the options are there, but it's a ballpark figure. You can swing around that.
Yeah, that gives me a good start. I really appreciate it. I'll take that, and then I'll go from there and start
Yeah,
maybe
all the best.
tweaking and
Good luck.
seeing. Go ahead. It's the laptop I got right now is it's a Acer Predator. It's got an i7 in it. It's got the it's like I said, it's like 3 years old at this point. It's got a i7. It's got 3060 graphics card, but it's only got 16 gigabytes of RAM, and that kills me. That causes me issues all the time when I'm doing stuff. So that's one of the things I want. I want lots of RAM, and you know, then a lot of that stuff that's listed there too. So
Yeah, I'm not sure. Australian prices were different, but one of my workmates basically said, "I'm going to get top of the line." He spent about 6,500, and the case was just ridiculous looking. But you know, that's what he wanted.
if I had the money, that's what I would have the beefiest badass PC that I could build. But cause see, my problem is my PS5. I paid $500 for my PS5, and it runs games 10 times better and faster and smoother and better looking than my $2,500 laptop. You know, with a nice graphics card in it. So if I get something, I want it to at least have the performance of my PS5 on games, and that's why I think a good graphics card, plenty of RAM, you know, things like that. But stuff gets expensive quick, so I'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean the PlayStation has that like disadvantage. Like people aren't doing spreadsheets; they are doing like it's purpose built to do a
To
particular
play
set
a
of
game.
tasks. So yeah.
And it don't really ever slow down. Like your computer slows down over time because you use it for everything, or most people do. You know, like you just said, you're using it to write papers on, to dig all over the internet, downloading stuff, recordings, games. You know, and over time, I think PCs just slow down, and that's what mine is doing. Mine's going through its midlife crisis, I think.
Also, some people
on the fence at that price point, like whether they go AMD or Intel. So I just thought, well, I'll go an Intel just in case you're more familiar with that.
Yeah, well, it's a GTX is the graphics card in mine now. I don't know which one's better, which one is what. I don't really know all that much about them. I'm still learning about them. So, which for someone who doesn't know a lot about it, but wants to do what I listed off, which one do you
At
think
your
would be
price
better?
range, you could go either way, like AMD or Intel based. Like Radeon graphics cards are more on the AMD side, and the GTX are the NVIDIA PC kind of variant.
I just got attacked by a prawn. Okay. Couldn't talk there for a minute as I'm playing a game, and it got exciting there for a second. I couldn't really speak.
Yeah. I'll have a look at the AMD options in that price range and send you a DM on those top two that I reckon are in the good ballpark for you again.
All right, I'm sorry. Now say it again. Apologize for that.
AMD is like a competitor Intel, and so the two builds that I built are for more Intel based, and so since it doesn't really matter, I'll just hook you over with a AMD build that's around 2.5 2.
Yeah, the one closer to 3 is the higher one was the one that I liked better, but like I said, it's but still I can start there and go from there. You don't have to keep messing with it, man. I don't want you to spend your time doing stuff for me. But
It's pretty easy for me to look it up because I have some familiarity with it. So at least you'll have like one or two Intel options and one or two AMD options, and they'll probably roughly run as fast as each other. And you can just go, does this game run better on Intel or AMD? And pick between the games you currently got and decide which games you want to buy in the future. Yeah.
Right. Well, which one makes the GTX? Wait, which one is that? What makes that graphics card? The because you named both of them. You named hell, I can't even think of remember now. I'm trying to do a couple things at once here. My brain don't function that good anymore. But
isn't it NVIDIA and which is the
NVIDIA? Yeah, NVIDIA is the one I'm talking about. So the NVIDIA is the one that is that brand that I would like to go with. So, which is the best of the that you named off that would go best with NVIDIA?
Yeah, NVIDIA will work in an AMD build or an Intel build, so it should be sweet either way.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to figure out what I got right now, because I would like to just stay with the same thing I got right now, because I already have learned a lot about it. I don't know
if that's
which.
the case, if you've already got like a Predator PC, yeah, I'll stick with those two that I linked earlier, and all the best, Dave.
It would be easier for me because I've already learned a lot about it. I've already got a lot of stuff downloaded, opened up on it and everything. So
those two builds are like within budget, but you can always modify a tiny bit when you decide. Yeah, but that 2700 one is more in your familiarity that you've already got. So, yeah.
Yeah, it would probably definitely be the one that I would pick out of them two. It's one I like the specs the best on it.
You gonna build a new one or upgrade?
I'll have somebody build it.
Yeah, I'll need to rebuild one as well. My old one is getting a bit too old, but I've ended up stuck with AMD. I think that started off when AMD was quite a young company as a competitor to Intel. I've just ended up stuck with it, so I'll probably go them again.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You go ahead there.
No problem. Finished.
I was just going to say that my laptop has an i7, so I imagine that's Intel, right?
Correct.
It is.
Okay, well then that's who I would go with is Intel, because I would like to have an i9. Now that it came to my brain what I was trying to say a while ago, sorry, but yeah, my laptop's got an i7 in it. I would like to upgrade to an i9 and have the motherboard and stuff that goes with that processor and stuff. That's what I want to go with.
Paul,
Is that a laptop or a desktop?
I want the new one. The one I want to buy is a desktop, but the one I got right now is a laptop.
Right. Good thing about desktops, it's especially if you have a sort of custom build, you can always upgrade it just piece by piece if you want to later on.
hey Cole, you said you're going Intel for your desktop?
Just a second, I can't hardly hear.
I linked him to pre-builds, so he can look at those parts, and then if you can swap and change like one slightly better part for another, it wouldn't be too much to just do a small amount of customization.
I kind of vote for AMD, man, not Intel, but that's just my piece.
Yeah, like the AMD Intel debate is like for like connoisseurs. I think I did it. I built my own Ryzen 7 system, but I could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think Intel is just kind of a shitty fucking company.
That's more or less the same reason I stay with AMD. I don't know why, but as I said, it started with AMD when AMD was quite a new small company.
The only one I've ever had, like this is the laptop I got now is the first computer I'd had after like 12 years or 15 years of not having a PC. So it came with Intel, but I don't know which one's the best myself. I'm just, that's just what it happened to have in it. But you guys are saying that AMD's better, so, maybe I need to look into that. I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I said I don't want to build one myself, because I'm not even exactly sure which way I should go.
They're kind of equal, but like some people just have a preference.
Yeah, and I suppose it also comes down to how many cores you want in your processor. Maybe you want 4, 6, 8, 12 core.
Yeah, because I got an NVIDIA card in the Ryzen computer so I think having an Intel chip and a GTX graphics card will be quite good.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the most best graphic cards today have more processing power than the processor itself, it seems like. I suppose it comes down to what you're going to use your PC for. I mean, you can spend hundreds of thousands if you want.
Well, I mean, I I do a lot of things at one time. Like I said, I play games that are pretty, big games to run graphically, and at the same time I'm recording, and then I'm usually streaming, and then I usually have like Discord open, and I'll open things like YouTube or Google because I'm researching something for a script or something while playing the game. So I'm constantly switching back and forth and doing all these different things, and it really taxes, what I got going on right now. So I need something that can do all of that stuff without falling apart on me.
I think I would go for like probably an AMD 8 core and a bunch of RAM, if that's what you want to do.
I was trying to
I
find the
think
specs. I'm looking for the specs on mine right now, so I can show you what mine's got.
Yeah, like both AMD and Intel have like 32 thread chips, so like it's much of a muchness.
So you said you had a Ryzen setup. Is that a 5 or a 7 or a 9?
It's an i7.
Yeah, the other
Which one?
guy who was in there.
Yeah,
okay, sorry.
I built a Ryzen R7 system.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about going for as well.
Yeah, I could have gone Ryzen 9, but I just wanted to save a bit of cash, and I didn't think the cash to get that small amount of performance was worth it at the time.
Yeah, I agree. It still is a bit of a price difference. But I would like to get the AM5 motherboard though, instead of getting stuck on the AM4.
Yeah, I think I got an AM5 motherboard because it was like a Tomahawk or something.
Yeah, well, could be. Because I think the 7 is compatible to both A4 and i5. Not AM5, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it matters that much, but A5 is a notch more modern, newer than A4. So one wants to upgrade it later on or something like that.
Yeah, like it's been 2 years, so like the way that I've used my PC lately is a lot less thrashing on the processing. So yeah, I've aged.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't play games and stuff like that hardly, but I do a bit of video editing and stuff like that. So I like I was it for one that can crunch those numbers.
Hey, Steph, I've got a bit of a military type question, which I think might be in your field. You up for it?
Can you repeat that?
Steph?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this thing been happening, you'll find this interesting, but we were buying some submarines, and apparently it looks like these submarines we're getting off the US, it was pending them having the new ones in order to give us the second-hand ones, and now it looks like the whole thing's going to fall over. But something interesting came up. One of the military guys here said, today with current day warfare, when a submarine sticks its periscope up to breathe, which it will do 6 to 8 times between each port here in Australia, it can be picked up by drones, such as the detection methods nowadays. And that basically submarines are now, these are the nuclear ones, are now old hat because of the ability of drones to take them out. Are you familiar with that or not?
No, not really. But I still, you would need a bunch of drones to cover a large enough area.
It's hard to hear, man. You sound like you're in a sock.
I'm walking along Salmon River, which
Okay.
is making
You're
a bit
better
of
now.
noise. Yeah.
No, you're better now.
I think you would probably need a bunch of drones then to cover large enough areas. But are you going for like diesel subs, diesel electric?
No. These are apparently they're the second. Look, basically, mate, I've always thought the deal was dodgy as fuck, but we're paying like $3 billion for 8 Virginia-class submarines, but they're not even brand new. They're coming from the US, and the US are going to give us 8 of their old ones when they replace them with their new ones, which it looks like they haven't been able to do because their shipyards can't even keep up with replacing the old ones as they're retiring them. So apparently now it just looks like we've basically paid $800 million as a down payment on a, well, if we get attacked, you're going to have to come and save us because you haven't given us the submarines we need. That's what it really looks like. But then what's happening is now the deal's falling over and all these other guys are saying, well, it's a good thing anyway because they're fucking, like their last generation. So they're not the fucking latest and greatest and they're just really maybe defensive, but not even for that. If someone wants to get them, they can. So that's what I was wondering if you guys, you knew of that.
Yeah, like periscope depth is reasonably shallow for a submarine, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're using other methods rather than periscope viewing in modern day situations.
No, I didn't say for viewing. They've got to put it up at least 6 to 8 times travelling from port to port. So from Melbourne to Sydney, they've got to put it up to breathe.
But then, if they need to breathe, then it must be a diesel electric. A nuclear submarine can stay submerged for fucking months. They are just recycling and using their own oxygen.
Well, either way, look, I'm not qualified in submarine stuff, but the guys who are saying they're able to be detected. They're not stealth. And the point of a submarine is stealth, so you might as well spend the money on destroyers.
Yeah, I mean, today they even use like magneto sensors and I think even gravity sensors, like in patrolling aircraft like the Orion and so on, to detect submarines.
Yeah. Well, I actually think drone warfare will be the future anyway. And China appear to be well placed in the drone warfare scenario. So, yeah, but it's come to light today because it's such a dodgy fucking deal. And what's happening is it's being revised by both the US and the UK administrations. But our guys saying, no, any incoming place has got to always review it. But the point is, it's being reviewed by Trump's government. Well, they actually did the deal 2 governments ago. So they don't really need to review it unless they're going to get rid of it, which could be a good thing. And the English reviewed it just because they changed power anyway. So, but either way, it sounds to me like politicians and military really shouldn't mix because neither of them seem to know what the other ones are doing or the other one's motives.
Oh yeah, I agree.
That's what I thought I'd ask someone who's actually military inclined. Sorry, mate, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, I mean, if you want to buy new submarines, you don't want to go for the previous version. You want the newest one, don't you?
But I agree. But the whole thing, if you look at US policy since the Second World War, it's been to sell their second-hand hardware off to everyone else and then put in the newer hardware, which makes sense because you know that you've always got the upper hand when it comes to certain hardware, with the exception of the digital sub fuck-up, which we all know about.
Just doing a
that was a bit
superficial
silly.
reading of the Virginia class, they do have like air recycling and air purification systems which allow them to stay underwater for longer. I suspect
You dropped out. Could it be? Could it be like a position fix? Maybe that's why they're putting that periscope off.
Well, I don't know. That's why I was running it past you because you're sort of military inclined, and you're not going to have a bias any one way or the other. But sorry, you get cut out there, Anvil. We sort of got half the
Yeah,
thing.
sorry,
So
I
what's
was
that?
just trying push to talk. It looks like they don't have to resurface for oxygen as often as the article claims because of the circulation systems on board. There's 3 Virginia.
You cut out again.
Yeah, 3 Virginia class submarines on offer. I'm just alt tabbing to check the information.
Hang on. So there's 3. What do you mean? There's 3 on offer? What, 3 types or 3 actual subs?
Three Virginia class submarines, which are nuclear powered and can stay underwater for longer because of their air recirculation systems.
Right. Is this the Orca Steel you're speaking of, or is this just the submarines? Oh, I'm
It's
confused
just the
here.
submarine. It's just the submarine, the Virginia class, and the offer was for 3. Yeah.
Okay. So the guys on the ABC today were saying that if being followed by a drone between each port, between any port, so Melbourne, Sydney to Brisbane, I guess, it needs to stick it up 6 to 8 times. And that's when it can be detected.
For the Virginia class? No, I don't think that's accurate.
Well, that's what they said on Auntie, and they're generally pretty accurate. That's why I was asking about it. But
Well, as you
nuclears are
said,
detectable anyway,
yeah.
aren't they?
It could be.
Nuclear subs are. Yeah, go on.
You know, it
Sorry.
could be like to get a navigation fix of some sort. Maybe that's why they are need to get to periscope depth and put their antenna out of the water. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you might be right. It could be to do a GPS fix, but I wasn't so much asking from the actual, what do you think of the technicals? Because if it was a politician said it, I'd be skeptical. But it was actually the military dudes. So when they say military, I can't remember who it was, but it wasn't, the minister for such and such. It was a blah, 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 a rank and someone, like a fucking rear admiral, whoever it was, or whatever our Navy is. But it was one of those guys, and I really do hope they're a little more switched on. But, yeah, I don't know. That's why I was just trying to sort out what the go is. But the thing is, nuclears aren't full stealth anyway. They still do make noise, don't they? They are detectable, I think.
Oh, yeah. Like everything's detectable, sonar, like it's like hard to hide underwater because it sound really travels, like whale song. You could probably.
But the thing is, back in 1993, when we were doing in 1993, we were doing a general operation with the US Pacific Fleet where the Australian Navy were being not Indonesia, and our old diesel submarines went down to the bottom, sat there in silence, and went up and slept a dummy torpedo on the US flagship. And everyone went, oh, fuck, because the diesel submarines were the only thing that truly couldn't be seen. And that exercise was repeated in the Baltic Sea somewhere. And they went, oh, fuck no.
Yeah, the Swedes used one of their diesel electric ones for this. I think they got this kind of Sterling engine. Dead quiet.
So they're the actual true stealth.
Yeah, and they sort of knocked out the aircraft carrier of the group.
Yeah. So that was like oh no, we haven't thought this through. But in my opinion, modern day warfare, I reckon the old tank is old hat, mate. That's why they're not too keen to use them in Ukraine, because one droid, or drone rather, gets the position. Once it's got the fucking coordinates, that's long range artillery coming in forever. So tanks are going to die, in my opinion. But anyway, it's
they might be a bit questionable in the future warfare.
Well, dude,
unless they over time manage to come up with some sort of defense against drones, which will probably happen in a few years, I suppose. It's an always ongoing game that you got a new weapon system up, and then a couple of years later you get countermeasures, or you have some sort of technology to kill it.
But what I find funny with tanks, and this happened since fucking Kursk, the first one in 42 or 43. As much as you got in armor, your tracks are still your weakest point. So you can have a 65-ton fucking Tiger II tank that's got the thickest armor and the best whatever. one landmine will kill you, or one well-placed bazooka shot on the front track, you are stuck and you are dead. So, and they discovered that in Kursk, like, yet 75 years later, I think the tank is a bluff instrument myself. It's a saber rattler. We've got tanks, yeah, send them forward, buddy. We've got little guys with anti-tank guns. You know what I mean? But who knows? So getting back to it, is it bad to buy submarines? I reckon it is, myself.
Yeah, like it's a shit ton of money that could go to a lot of different things. Like it's basically a whole shit ton of money for 3 or 4 submarines, and that could be distributed, like you said, amongst like 10 destroyers or our own drone technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as they're not nuclear subs, as you said, yes, I think it would be much smarter to spend the money on surface equipment. I don't know how much impact as submarines would do today in the modern days.
Or back to the crazy little fucks, a high-speed fucking little Jeep and a dude with a fucking anti-tank gun who can hide. You know what I mean? Like, that's really cheap and easy. And, I mean, fuck, in 1945, the Germans had pensioners and old ladies destroying T-34s in Berlin. And if you can get people to do that with one Panzerfaust, that's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, good old-fashioned guerrilla kind of warfare.
Yeah.
It's
And
sneaky.
the thing is, you can have the biggest fucking gun, whatever, and you can have machine guns that shoot 6,000 democracies per second, per minute. But the problem is, you don't win the hearts and minds of the people. You can occupy, you can invade, but you can't occupy. You've got to have the hearts and minds. You win them, and you've won the war. You don't need the hardware. You just need the good fucking, psychological approach, and the people that want you to come in. And then it's not an invasion, it's a liberation. So, but, you know, it's the way it is in modern day warfare.
Yeah.
It's all saber rattling until it isn't.
Especially like when you feel like your own side isn't doing the best things in your own best interest as a country. Like, I don't think Australia's going to get in too much trouble unless we're helping some other country do something.
That's a really good point.
We could
In
just
fact,
look
a
at
woman pointed this out today.
Ukraine.
What she said was, we should team up with New Zealand in an alliance of neutrality and actually become what would be the meeting place of the world. We don't ally to anybody, but anybody can talk to us. You know what I mean? So that way, we won't be seen as, like, if we need to negotiate with China, they don't see us as an ally to the US or to Russia. And Russia can talk to us because we are a declared open neutrality. What do you think of that? Is that a fucking cunning and brilliant method of diplomacy? Like Switzerland, I guess, because that seemed to work for them. They got everyone's money. So
I don't know. I mean, yeah, if you look at little Norway, which is a NATO member, but still is very often tied into different negotiations. I don't know why, but it happens over and over again. I don't think neutrality might help you in that respect.
Well, in your case, I believe it's strategic positioning, because Norway, similarly to Vietnam, funny how they're thin countries that are basically all coastline, very long and very skinny, not far from the coast of the border. And I tend to think that when you've only got the ocean behind you, you tend to fight a bit harder. So Norway probably held off the Swedes because of their strategic positioning. You know what I mean? Like, it would take 5 to 10 Swedish soldiers back when, what was his name? Fucking Gustav, what's it? Who was it? King of Sweden was pretty fucking feisty.
Yeah.
It would take 10 Swedish, they have that pin gun. Even though they had superior training in the gun, it would still take 10 of them to get one Norwegian soldier. And the same in Vietnam. When the back's on their wall, those guys know how to fight. So, yeah, when there's a motivated soldier, it's hard to defeat. So I think you guys had. We would have desert on our side.
I think you're correct, because the strong, how should I call it, identity you have for your country depends on a lot how you will fight. like Ukraine and Russia now, because Ukrainians are fighting for their countries. The Russians are more or less forced to attack a foreign country. Imagine the different motivations among the ordinary soldiers on both sides.
One volunteer is worth 4 conscripts. I think was General. Fuck, I think it was E. Lee. What he said. One volunteer is worth 4 conscripts. I think General Lee, or one of those famous Civil War generals.
Another thing is that, like, at least when I was in, probably still is, an attacking force need about 3 times as much soldiers and equipment as the defending force to be able to take the defending force.
Well, as much as I don't like their style, especially what they do now, the Israeli Defense Forces seemingly have the best tactics right now, because their tank is actually an APC with a turret. It's a heavily armoured APC, so it's got, I don't know, 12 to 20 guys inside, I'm not quite sure, but it's got a squad that can pile out the back, but it's also a tank in motion. So the one guy gets out, looks inside, looks around, surveys the battlefield, then dispatches the troops. So an APC that's armoured with a turret seems to be the best thing, and the Israelis actually say, look at our tank, everyone else is cramped, ours, we can have a party in. And they're actually, when you look at what that particular tank is, I don't know its model, but it seems to be the thing you would take anywhere, and you're probably going to win a war with it.
Yeah,
they are actually
it's just like the new Swedish An-70, which is a combination between a tank and a personnel carrier with a turret. But I do think that Israelis are still using the Merkava, though, their own built tank.
Right.
Because we are changing over from old 113 stuff like that to that Swedish 70, and upgrading the Leopard tank as well to the latest model.
Is it Leopold or Leopard? Is it the way you guys pronounce it? Oh, it is a leopard. Okay, sorry. Right.
We pronounce it Leopard.
Right. Because Leopold is actually, to me, a conductor, I think. A famous conductor. Does that sound right? As in orchestra?
Yeah, wasn't there a German emperor or something like a king called King Leopold?
Oh, probably, possibly. Okay, could have been. I just remember a Bugs Bunny cartoon where he came in disguised as a conductor, and everyone's going, "It's Leopold! It's Leopold!" Whatever. It's actually Bugs Bunny. So, yeah, but dude, Bugs Bunny's taught me so much about history. I love that show when I was a kid, and still do now.
Yeah, the old cartoons, absolutely.
Oh fuck yeah, they were awesome. That was when America used to make really good shit. They made good cars, good cartoons, good movies. They were quite good at everything. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, I was just going to say the same. What the hell happened? It seems like beside of Tesla, they're just lagging behind. I mean, you don't see that many American cars in Europe anymore, as you used to. Okay, Ford is still here, but I mean, the Chryslers and those are more or less gone.
Yeah, but if you go back, like, let's talk about the grandiose old days, because we always seem to. Cars back in the 60s, 70s, 80s were art forms, and they were kind of given, okay, here's the concept, go churn out a model. And the engineers did it for a price. You know what I mean? Sometimes they got it right, sometimes they fucked it up. And there were some fucking good cars, and you could tell the difference. Nowadays, mate, I can't tell the difference between a whole GM and a fucking Ford. They're just different badges. Like, you got to read the badge, and that's how you know. Like, that was never like that. And even like things like the old combi camper van. What a great car. A car that's a house. You know what I mean? Like, what a good thing.
Oh, that's become very popular here in the later years. RVs in different sizes.
Yeah, with the current ones we're seeing here, they're like an Iveco van, the courier vans, but they're a big courier van with a slidey door down the side. But they're pretty big to get around town and park. So like it's more a longer distance courier thing. But now what they're doing is they're getting the ones with a few miles up and decking them out with a fridge and a foldy bunk and a whatever, and so a 2-sleeper. So you're basically a turtle, and you can be a grey nomad in them. And they're really cool because you can get good little shower toilet units nowadays to put in, and so you got your bed, your kitchen, you drive along, you pull up and camp wherever you fucking want to, wherever you decide. It's getting dark, let's pull over and fucking have dinner and sleep.
Yeah, but you still got what they call city campers, which is like the Volkswagen Caravelle, these kind of sizes, fully equipped with whatever you need.
Yeah. I knew this guy. This is back in the fucking 70s, mate. The caravan, they call them trailers in the US. What do you call them in Europe? Yeah, the mobile home, but it's a tower. You tow it on the back. Caravan or not?
Yeah, caravan.
Yeah, well, this guy, he actually because caravans used to have a split 12-volt system. So there was your 240 mains that you plugged in when you got to a caravan park or a house where you could plug in mains. But then next to it was a little black switch that was off your car battery. Of course, it would run your car battery down and you wouldn't start, so you have to be careful. But you always had some kind of light where you wouldn't cook in the dark. And what this guy did is he had a few car batteries, which is kind of dangerous and expensive. And he had alternators rigged up on the caravan. So while he was driving the thing to the place to holiday, the alternators on the fans, it took a bit to get them going. You use our fans off car engines. It took a bit to get them going, but they would charge the batteries up. So it was actually one of these first of the, what do you call it? The self-generating, eco-friendly caravans. And it was actually a cool and cunning idea. And he thought, I'm so smart, I don't have to pay for a powered site. The thing is, he got it down to Apollo Bay one year and set it up and a tree fell on it. Like, how ungrateful are those fucking trees? Poor bastard. Trying to be a greedy and the trees got him. Don't fucking trust trees, man. They'll kill you if they can.
They do.
But it was cool. I like the idea. And when he showed it to me, it was just back in the 70s, the batteries weren't up to it. They didn't have a big enough capacity, and just charging and everything was a bit cumbersome and tedious. But nowadays, with solar panels and that, I dare say it's much easier. And those little fucking chemical toilets you can get in the showers, fuck, you can live away quite comfortably.
Oh yeah, they are amazing. Some of these holiday homes.
Yeah, in fact,
today.
we don't call it camping now. We call it glamping. GLA, as in glamour camping.
Yeah, same here.
Glamping. I'm all about the glamping. I'm all here for the glamping because
I love it.
I got a proper $1,000 tent that it weighs about 20 kilos and a big awning on my 4-wheel drive, and I travel with a espresso machine to make myself a latte in the morning. And wow, suddenly I'm interested in going camping. I hated it.
Oh, you total sook. That's so good. I love it.
That is absolutely me. I'm as sooky as can be.
Me and my wife had done that a bit as well, but what we realised is that the problem is, especially if you're in a camping area, don't drink there in the evening. If you have to get up to take a piss, often it's a long way to walk to the toilet.
Who pisses in the toilet while camping?
Well, if you're in a camping area where you have neighbours 5 meters away.
Yeah, I do try to find a bush or something that I can pee on without it creating a noisy puddle.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Started transcription
well, boys,
for me. No, the transcription's not quite working. You can check it back in OmniText debates. It's attempted to transcribe this conversation, and it has so far done a dogshit job.
Were we being monitored by the CIKGB, eh?
Well, if this is what we've got to worry about, I'm not too worried.
Okay.
Because it thinks that you just said, Boomer, going to bed, don't fucking trust trees, man. Don't kill you.
There you go. I love it.
The AI is revolting.
It really is revolting. Okay,
You know, the funny
save.
thing is when you're watching YouTubes now, you're hearing this really nice English kind of TV presenter's voice, and you're thinking, "Fuck, this is all right." This thing, and then they come up with one of those bad pronunciations like, "And it was now time to give her present," or the
Yeah.
wind was the wind was blowing in a southwesterly direction. You think, "Fucking AI! I fucking hate you now." I turned it off. I actually reckon it was you tricked me. I thought you were a person.
Mm.
Now the AI is listening. It's going to kill me now.
Gonna
I'm
get
scared.
You. It's coming for you. All right.
Enemy detected.
Well, I walked over to my brother's the other day because I had to give him some oil. And I had not got on the internet because I knew
kinky,
this.
but
I handed
okay.
him the oil and said, "This is 20W40 oil. I think it'll be all right in your car because it's 10W30, which means it's 10 weight when it's cold and it's 30 weight when it's hot. This will get you into the shop this will top you up and get you in and get you to the Subaru place, and they'll be able to do your sump gasket." So cool. My phone was in my top pocket. I got home that night and there was a fucking email that said, can I put fucking 10W30 in my Subaru? That's a little bit too fucking close in detail to be coincidental. That phone heard what I
That
said.
is a good one. I must say that's the
Yeah.
best one I've heard yet. Of all the people being
Subaru?
like, "Oh, I was shopping for camping chairs," and I'm like, "Come on, they're too vague an item." You know, it
Yeah.
doesn't. I don't believe you. And can I
Yeah,
join
well,
voice
that
from
one,
here?
that was a sealer for me because I had said Subaru and I said 10W30 and I had not typed any of it into anywhere on my keyboards. Had I done a check earlier and said, "Can you put 10W in your Subi?" I'd have copped it. But no, my phone listened in. It heard what I said and it got it right. That's the scary bit. When we used to do the movies, when I was in Bunker 33, we used to do the movie voiceovers. We used to turn the subtitles on because they were as funny as the fucking movie itself. Like when a dinosaur was yelling, it'd say applause, or when it was some accent, it'd just fucking right up. So yeah,
Oh my
movie
god,
subtitles.
yeah. Back in the day, the old like Blu-rays and that market in sorry. Hong Kong, where you used to be able to buy DVDs, and sometimes they would have the subtitles like burnt into them rather than as a separate subtitle track. So it'd be on the screen, and we were trying to watch it, and we're just in stitches at how terrible the voice transcription was, where it'd relate not at all to what was happening. There was a whole like subreddit for it for a bit.
Yeah. Actually, though, do you remember the old DVDs or maybe Blu-rays? Used to always have director's cuts, outtakes, bloopers. Like there was virtually another hour of material on them, which you could watch them if you wanted to, and that seems to have fallen by the wayside. I used to kind of like that feature. Or the director's fucking thoughts. They go on and tell you stuff about the movie. You just get a lot more insight into it.
Yeah, the commentary sometimes you watch a series or an episode and it'll have the cast members going, "Oh, I remember filming this day, this, that, and the other was happening." Yeah.
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 Or the ones, have you heard them with Arnie? They're so good. The ones with like Arnie, he's just watching it and just telling you what happens on the screen. Like it's the dumbest like, extra material. Because usually it'll be somebody like, "Oh my goodness, this day, it's meant to be this really warm day in the script, but when we went out to film it in reality, it's really cold. So I'm actually freezing in this scene." Or like, they'll give you, as you're saying, Anvil, like that extra depth. Whereas you watch the ones with Arnie and he's like, yeah, so here I'm about to hit this man. Whoa, pow. I hit him really good.
I pick
And
up
now
a
I'm going to
machine
cut him in
gun.
half with a chainsaw. It's just, you're like, "I know, Arnie. We can see that. Tell us what was happening."
Look at hell. When he was the governor, apparently, although he was sort of campaigning for green policies and the like, he was going to work in a helicopter. And I was like, hang on, so every morning it was for the kids, "Get to the chopper, kids." And like, "Oh, not this again, Dad. Fucking hell." You do that joke every morning. It's not funny anymore, Dad.
It's an environmentally clean chopper.
Yes.
It's carbon offset.
Well, apparently California's like, is it the 12th biggest economy in the world or something? Like, it's fucking huge.
I mean, they're a coastal town. They got resources. They got like a couple of ports. It wouldn't be surprising if they're not up there.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Yeah, I don't know the exact, but I know it's I think they're bigger than, they're just behind Japan, I think, on the list of world economies, and it was in as a footnote. I can't remember where I saw it, but I just thought, fucking hell, yeah, that probably sounds about right, because it's got a big population and a big, what do you call it, state GDP is awesome, because it exports all those movies to the world, so that would be a big buck export when you think about movies, because of what they gross. So that's probably a big contributor to it.
Yes, that's they got Silicon Valley there as well. And if they wanted to hook into the Hollywood market, they could. But yeah, the Silicon Valley sector, and yeah, I guess the tickets to Roswell next door, yeah, they're pretty good sellers.
Yeah. What else? Skiing and surfing. So the tourism's pretty good. Beautiful climate. Again, good for tourism. A gateway to Mexico for the tequila tours. So yeah, when you think about it, it's probably the best license to print money in the world, I'd say, from all those angles. That's why it's so expensive to buy places there. But I dare say real estate's pretty cheap right now. And the tours aren't going too well either.
I just think the lawyers alone would increase the GDP.
Fuck yeah, that's cool.
You get a court case.
No, it's kind of
agriculture's pretty good there, so they got a bigger economy than the UK, just in California.
Yeah, well, actually, although they do have good farming shit, we actually have a trade deal with citrus fruit. It's because it's a winter fruit. They get our oranges and mandarins in their summer. Sorry, in their winter. No, in their summer, and vice versa. And just this summer, the fucking mandarins and oranges were fucking terrible, man. Like they were just, you'd bite into it and there was no water. They were just all flesh and dry and yuck, and you can't even juice them because there's no water in them. So yeah, Californian oranges come here, and then our Mildura oranges go back there. It's like this little reciprocative deal to keep us in fruit
every
all
6
year
months
round.
the Americans notice and go, those mandarins are good.
Yeah, well, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're shite. I don't know. I used to like citrus. Now I just kind of, I visit the local farms. You're better off.
I always love
have you,
driving out in the bush and they'd say like sack of potatoes, $3. Good luck getting into your car with that thing.
What's your I know your voice. That's not your original name, is it? What's your other name? Are you immersive or
came in about a month or two ago as Oblate user, but I was having a chat with Slitzy about altitude. Like I could just dangle an anvil underneath the water on a boat and keep the same depth. And he's struggling a lot, and he thought I couldn't hold an anvil, but he doesn't know blacksmiths can make or have anvils of any size and weight as low as like 10 to 20 kilos. And I know I can lift that.
Teeny tiny ones. Cute little silly ones.
Yeah, have you seen a jeweler's anvil? They're fucking awesome. I used to have one in my workshop. You
they
threw it into the vise.
They actually call them Janvils.
Okay.
That's not true.
Yeah, so in honor of Slitzy's lack of comprehension to understand depth,
sea level and altitude. He thought I couldn't hold an anvil because I think in his mind he's thinking of those like 250 pounders or 300-pound anvils for like horseshoes or like machines or whatever, you know.
Well, if Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner cartoons have taught us anything, and they have, is that the coyote and anvils are very heavy, but the laws of physics only apply until you actually realise. Because you notice the coyote can sit up there indefinitely. It's only when he looks down and then looks at the camera, incidentally breaking the fourth wall, probably the first to do it, he then realises, and then the laws of physics take over. So you've got to actually know about the laws of physics for them to take effect.
Well, what you do is you paint a tunnel on the wall and the Roadrunner goes through it. But when I try and run through the paint, I have no luck at all.
But there's the one where he draws a cliff and the Roadrunner, what happens, went around it and he ran through it and actually ran into the picture in a kind of a Stephen King weird kind of a way. In fact, that's it. Like the coyote's depicted for his bloodlust for the Roadrunner. We never ever acknowledged his great artworks because he was quite good with the paintbrush when you think about it.
Much like Hitler.
Yeah.
Wild Fuhrer.
Yeah. Imagine those dudes who knocked him back like years later. You know, maybe we should have let him into art school. Yeah, you say that fucking now. There's a fucking T-34 coming down the road.
Please, just take up painting again, please.
No, well, actually, there is a bit of a thought experiment that if you went back in time and you were to shoot him, you'd probably get locked up because you know what happened in the future, but no one else does. So you're a murderer.
Yeah, you're just some baby murdering psychopath who hunted down
There's
this
a comedy
one
sketch
particular
about
toddler.
that. There's a comedy sketch about that, and like traveled back in time to see the results of me like killing this evil dictator who killed 500 Jews. You mean someone else didn't fill the vacuum of power with somebody worse?
Yeah. That's right. I remember that one. Don't worry.
Well,
No, I saved us from that. Yeah. Oh, you saved us.
Well, AIX said to me one day, he goes, I've got this thing on it was something about the theory of relativity or whatever. Go and read this, it explains it really well. And I went, okay, and I like disappeared, and then about a minute later I come back and said, well, actually, that relativity paper, it didn't mean shit, but I happened to discover time travel. So in the last 6 weeks, which you guys would only think is about a minute, I actually went back in time, fucked with some shit, had a ball, got drunk, came back, and just told me, Hitler didn't win the Second World War, did he? And I went, no. And I go, oh, beauty, it worked. Yeah, cool, thank you. So I love time travel sketches. They're fucking cool. There's also a great comedy sketch. You know David Mitchell, who does Would I Lie to You and Upstart Crow and that? He does a sketch where the moon landings were faked in order to cover up the Mars landings. You're with me so far? Yes, and there's just all these conspiracies that are, it's all totally topsy-turvy. And so everything we believe is to be true is not, but everything to be conspired to not be true is actually covered up from the other conspiracies. It's fucking perfect.
Yeah, we landed on Mars first and had to hide it by going, yeah, it was only the moon. What didn't that's cool.
We faked the moon land. And the other one they did was a German sketch where they're fucking Nazis and they're like, you know, maybe we're the baddies. Like, why? Why are we the baddies? We're the oh, well, look at our cap. I mean, there's a fucking skull and crossbones. It's like, yeah, no, we're the good guys. No, but, I mean, look at us. Like, we're ruthless. Yeah, no, that's okay. Perception is a lot.
Not
Oh,
to
yeah,
hijack
like,
the conversation, I just do want to say hi to you, Boomer. It's been a minute. I haven't heard your voice in a long time. It's good to see you around, man.
Who is that? I'm hearing your
It's
voice,
George.
but
And the George said,
Well, dang, that was easy.
from the old Mallory's Asylum area.
yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
that's been a while.
Yeah, way back in the day. I just don't want to hijack the conversation. I just heard your voice and I was like, shit, that's Boomer. Got to say hi to him.
Good to see and hear you around.
yeah, we went from traveling the outback to traveling in time, and then you came in.
I need my weed to arrive.
What's happening is it's early evening here in Australia, but the good thing is now all the drunk Americans are probably curling up and going to sleep. So it's a beautiful time of day, isn't it?
It's a beautiful.
And the Englishmen haven't got drunk yet, unless they're real pissos.
Which English?
Well, it's about 8 a.m. there.
Yeah, about
Boom.
1:45 in Texas. So while the Americans are asleep, the
Yeah.
Aussies talk about politics and what to do with the Aboriginals and what do we do with the white
Still
man
hear you
now.
fuckers talk. I never sleep.
It's a curse of being a gamer. I keep wanting to be like, I'm just going to get this one problem fixed and then I'm going to play some games. And it doesn't. I see the issue. The Google Speech API signature. It's always the API. It would be pretty interesting if this gets quick enough that it can just argue with flat earthers for you.
Oh, you almost might make some money out of that bot.
It would be funny. Just let it run for hours. just have its own YouTube channel.
It sounds like you're trying to say air needs a container. Well, actually,
yeah. It depends how you define the word container. Make it really like brief and like respectful and conciliatory and.
No, I think you go the English TV presenter, a female English accent, and make it draw them out a little bit. Well, actually, the container you speak of might be a la-di-da, and give it a slightly sexy tone. And that way the flat earthy won't fucking interrupt them. And if with our good help from with our good Freemason friends, we've been able to manufacture these various methods of proving the earth is not flat. I love it.
Okay, so it's still having some problems.
I mean, the Freemasons might prefer flatness because chiseling a perfect sphere is very difficult.
Yeah, and it's hard to stack spheres, hard to build on them, hard to build with them. I remember there was one guy, though, and I really liked some of his stuff, where he's this futurist who had all these ideas about how you can make things more efficient. And he had this idea where he's like, oh, all shipping should be done in spheres. And I was like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, they're not going to stack, they're going to roll around all over the place, and da-da-da-da. And then it turned out what he was talking about was filling spheres and then just pulling them behind a boat rather than having to lift the whole thing out of the water. It's like, that's a kind of clever idea.
Wow. Because like the stacking problem, like the canning industry was deciding what ratio to circumference they were doing, and they go, okay, if we pack them and stack them, we've got at least like a small column of air, but the stacking issue is
Well, actually, something you won't realise by the time you're a user is things like the cooking oil bottle or the cordial bottle that's in your fridge or in your cupboard, you just take it for granted and tip it out. You look at that design, that design has got to be able to hold up another pellet on top of it, because they do stack them too, and that's generally close to a ton, if not at least half a ton. So that basic plastic bottle has got to be able to hold in groups of 4 stacked a certain way a whole bunch of other ones. So when you look at the cordial bottle, you see stuff and go, that's all weird. It's all there for a reason. These engineers put a lot of time and effort into just packaging a plastic bottle so it can be stacked and got to you.
Like the base of most of those oil, like extra virgin olive oil bulk, will have a slight circular indent on the underneath with a bit of supporting structure. That's because the lid will support the base of the one underneath it. It's just like the stacking geniuses,
And your
really.
and your milk carton has got like, about a 2-inch, half-inch hole in the side of it to allow for expansion and contraction from coldness, 2 to 4 degrees. Because if it didn't, it would push up and down and fracture the carton. So when you look at your milk carton, your 2 or 3 litre, look on the side about halfway up along the back, there's a big dent. It's like 1/2 inch deep and 2 inches across. That's actually just for expansion and contraction. Like fucking, you just take it for granted. And the little intriguing hole in the ballpoint pen. I noticed Rob Noxious was here. Is that the first time he's been here? And if so,
Could have been.
how did he find the place? Hey?
I don't know. I kind of was a bit brutal to him, and then he fucked off pretty quickly. But he was being an annoying dick.
Well, that's dude. When is Rob Noxious not an annoying dick? That's his MO.
Yeah, he kind of
don't think
has this whole thing of thinking it's like his thing.
I always have that thing. You mentioned what life on planet someone would be like, where they're all the same person. And could you imagine life on planet Rob Noxious? All of them boisterous, loud, and not prepared to listen to anyone, but all have to get their opinion across. Like, you would just go crazy really quickly if you crash landed on planet Rob Noxious, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't mind a bit of like sort of aggression or like going in hard, but it's kind of just if you're not even listening, it's like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Just,
Yeah. Oh, look, everyone is everyone, and it takes more than one person to make a world, but he's kind of like, he is over the top, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so. Oh, are we getting transcriptions? Why are you getting no transcription results for me? I'm speaking super clearly.
Because the bot hates you.
It does. It really hates me.
You're going to be dead tonight. It's going to fucking assume some sort of format. It'll work out how to do it. It'll become some sort of device, like that barbecue will start walking, and it will kill you. I mean, there are literally 8 or 10 movies explaining why you don't educate robots. And if you can't take that, well, you deserve to be out of the gene pool.
Look at this transcription. Why are you getting no transcription results for me? I'm speaking super clearly. Okay, Boomer, because they both hate you. So it is working a bit better.
Yeah, well, you have created Skynet, And yeah, you won't be around to see it. The rest of us are going to have to fight it off now.
The hunt for John Connor begins now.
Yes. When you see all those time travel paradoxes explained to each other in a time format across all the movies, you actually think if Skynet had just shut the fuck up and never developed time travel, it would have been better off. Because it exists, you know what I mean? Like, by sending robots back, he actually created the spirit of the revolution in Sarah Connor. She would have just been a ditzy little fucking klutzy slut going to nightclubs and fucking rooting the boys, and Skynet not sent Arnie back. So, you're fucked up, Skynet. You're not as smart as you think you are. Not like that new robot that Eggs is owning, because that's a clever robot. In fact, I would like to befriend you, Mr. Robot. And in fact, if you need... If
Where are
Mr.
those optimistic sci-fi movies where, like, you know, we created AI and it actually worked out fine. Matrix, AI, we hate, can destroy you. Terminator, AI, nah, you're no good. That iRobot with Will Smith, nah, AI's no good.
Wall-E was okay. Wall-E was cool. So Wall-E's what we're hoping for.
Yeah. Oh, Wall-E
So
had the GLaDOS impersonating governing the ship, and it didn't want to land back on Earth because it didn't think going back was worthwhile. So it had a villainous view of AI because it was in control of the cruise ship that had was controlling basically the space cruise ship, and everyone's like overweight and on hover chairs.
Well, actually, I'd like to take this opportunity, if I could, to Mr. Eggs's robot to point out that I think you're a very fine robot, and if you in future need help to round up humans to work in your underground caverns, I would be more than happy to sell out the human race to you and join up as your partner, Mr. Eggs robot. So just bear in mind, I'm putting my hand up first, and I'll sell the human race out in a fucking second. So I'm with you, mate. You do what you have to do. Well, I'm secure for the future. Don't know about the rest of you.
Yeah, I too, for one, welcome our robot overlords. Who's Pumpkin Madam? Somebody came in very quickly and left again as Pumpkin Madam. It's the other thing that's quite cool. You just get loads of info from this little thing. Tells me when people join and leave rooms.
Right. Pumpkin Madam. I do know her. I'm just trying to think where from. Triple M. Youngish girl, possibly studying uni, I don't know. Can't remember much else though. I think she was okay.
I can believe that. Let's see if that file works. Now fix the voice commands, keep everything else the same. And do that bit in voice commands. We're looking for join voice, which is the same we always do. So we delete down to there, give ourselves some space, whack it in, and then so what have I done?
Who'd have thought 30 years ago we'd be sitting around in Discord channels talking to people in all different parts of the world, drinking Chateau Chancay. Aye, back in my day, had to get up half an hour before I went to bed.
That's
and
right.
empty a truckload
Went
of dead
to
fish on
bed.
us, and then our dad would come home and beat us all to death. Paradise. We used to dream of a bucket load of fish being caught.
It used to be
That-
Ventrilo TeamSpeak, and before that, it was IRC chat room. Good luck detecting if anyone was, unless they typed in another language. You wouldn't exactly. They wouldn't divulge where they were from usually, unless you said ASL. Age, sex, location.
That's right. I remember that ASL, and then you like every other day you'd go on and pretend to be a 14-year-old girl because that's just what you did. Just get a load of dudes sending you messages, and then you lead them on, and then say increasingly weird things.
Like, my name's Chris Hansen, and welcome to.
What's wrong with being a 14-year-old girl? In fact, I could be a 14-year-old girl who's using a voice changer to pretend to be a bloke.
That would be interesting, actually, because I keep noting what the women say on Discord, where they're like, we get talked over. And after I started listening for it, I was like, geez, it does happen. I do it as well. Be very interesting, I think, for like Taylor or one of the others to switch to a male voice changer and see how they go.
I don't think you'll get the results you want. People become quite vicious towards women. I've noticed it with Stella Luna. The way when she talks, there's something about the way she talks. She gives people the impression, men who aren't very bright, that she's a pushover. And they'll always engage her and try to give her shit. And she just owns them every fucking time. It's just unbelievable. She does a fucking job and a half on them. She's technically bulletproof to the average misogynist. And she knows how to shatter the fragile male ego quite easily. And of course, she'll already equipped anyone who's dumb enough to engage her. She already knows is not smart enough to beat her, because anyone with half a brain wouldn't engage her. So,
I've seen her about, but I've never even talked to her. I don't even know if she's is she not a flat earther, I'm presuming.
no, very clever. I think she might lean towards women, but she's not a real man hater. But she attracts really dummish kind of guys, like not flat earthery types, but silly low hanging fruit types. And they always try to have a go at her in chat, and she always digs at them. She's pretty clever, engage her in a conversation.
Cruxbot's working.
Fuck, you got a boner. You want to keep that boner noise down, man. It's not very good. It's scary, in fact.
Yeah, I do think some of the blokes want to have some sort of like pissing contest of like who's like the stronger, louder, more interrupty debater. But sometimes it's like, how about the act of listening and paying attention to where your opponent's coming from? Because sometimes you go, oh, okay, Earth measures flat is kind of like word salad, but you kind of figure we're using approximately flat things to make really good measurements, and what we find is that Earth deviates away from that flatness. So, sure, we attempt to measure using flat things, but they're not very useful for very long, because I know anyone who's done like milling machine work and getting things like machined flat for like 12 meters, it's just like a pain in the.
Did you finish it, or did you get cut off? It said pain in the, I guess, but.
Yeah, I censored myself.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, it was that. That guy George who came before. This is an interesting thing. Of a few years ago, Mallory turned up. Now, Mallory, she's not really a flat earther, but she's actually not as young as she sounds. She sounds like a 16-year-old girl, but she's actually kind of over 30. And it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's good, but it's bad, because just because you sound like a ditzy young girl, people take it on, try to take her on. And when she came in, she joined Bunker 33 with us, and we were just doing fuck around shit. And I found when people come in to troll you, like we were doing the vegan teacher one day, and someone says, oh, you guys are burn bastards too, or this, that, the other, protecting vegan teacher. And I said, oh, no, dude, I'm going to have to go around and apologise to the vegan teacher because I reckon she's a bit of all right. So I then established this counter-troll character of, I'm going to go and shag her. You know what I mean? This dude, when I actually saw him in Mallory's server, I said, hey, let's keep going with this. And because I'd initiated to, let's do the troll and let's make this something in the chat for other people to watch, he wouldn't do it. Like, he just wanted to be an arsehole troll, not a clever troll. And I thought, you fucking arsehole. But with Mallory, I said to her, okay, let's challenge a few people. Let's try to get a debate with Craig with Fight the Flat Earth. And we'll try to get one with someone in the shills, and we'll try to get PhD Tony. And what you can do is just be totally ditzy, Captain Chaos, don't argue with them. In fact, they never ever gave a topic. Whenever they responded, all of them responded and said, yeah, we'll debate. They didn't do the topic. So it was great. So Mallory, but she did it well, really klutzy and silly. And they have no answer for this because they got prepared debates. And so she did Fight the Flat Earth. Craig just cracked up and said, yep, you beat me in the debate. You did me. He got her underprepared. She caught him unprepared for a total comedic skits. We then went for fucking Tony, PhD, and he just cracked it. He kind of just lost the plot. He became Cracker Tony that day, and I just thought, fuck, this is getting dangerous. Then we attacked DKG Customs in the shills to see what he is, because he's a pompous pom like, I'm so superior to you and you're just a mere flat earther. She really got into him and really made him say, hang on, but aren't all you shills are cold and all that? They really attacked her like, someone's attacking the channel, and not one of them fucking realised it was a piss take. They're all so busy trying to get this ditzy flat earther. No one realised that she had help with us guys behind fucking taking the piss out of him. And I just said, look, Mallory, I can't do this anymore because the way Tony cracked the shits, it was really personal and quite like, he didn't need to go that far, you know what I mean? Like, and just the other nights he's been drunk in here, it's like, come on, Tony, you're a smart guy, but I don't think Scotch is your thing. But yeah, you said it.
Had a bit of a wobble lately, to be fair to him.
When you get into a discussion, you say, "Oh yeah, it's parallel to the plane," and they go, "Was that like a Boeing 747?" And I just go, "Okay, he's just not being serious anymore. We're just going to say, yeah, if you want plain flour, you grind up a 747 into tiny, tiny white fragments and you sprinkle it onto your pizza dough. Like, that's plain flour." And like, it's not a serious discussion anymore because
I like it. Plain. It's like my one and only meme I've made. I'll put it in the chat because I'm still so here.
What, you can't just tell us?
Oh, no. It's just the best joke you've ever seen. You need to get the full visual effect of this meme I've made.
Oh, but hang on. If it's the best joke I've ever seen, does that mean I could laugh myself to death like the Monty Python?
You could. This might be a deadly joke. What do you think of it, Papa Flurf? The Earth is a stationary plane. But notice the spelling of stationary. Stationary with an E.
straight from office work to you. Yeah, I like it.
Oh, is that stationary as in paper stationary?
Yeah, not stationary, but stationary.
Right. Well, fortunately, that was so over everyone's head because I didn't even know the words and didn't see it, that it's not a killer of a joke. That's a good thing because you don't want to murder people with jokes.
Exactly. Papa Fleur, if you've been here, what do you think of my stationary plane? How am I going to get this bot to understand what we're saying if it's so dog shit at understanding what we're saying?
Yell at it?
Yeah, that's all I can figure from this stage is just shout louder. Seems like it's hung.
Threaten to pull out your USB-C. That always scares a robot because most of them don't know what they are.
God help me, I'll turn this thing off and on again. Hang on, what was that? That's telling me something. I also can't tell. I think it might just really dislike your accent, Boomer. Hang on, it thinks I just said, Papa Floor, if you've been waiting question, How am I going to get this bot to understand what we're saying? Just shout like it's hung. What the fuck does that mean? How is this ever going to work? Why
It
is
means
it so
the
bad?
robot.
Yesterday it worked.
The robot is sentient. It's taking the fucking piss out of you, and it's such a good job. You haven't even picked up on it. Good work, bot. You have fucked him over. Oh my god, you have made Skynet.
Oh my god! I just don't
This
know if
is
I can be
cool.
bothered anymore.
Have you seen that Bruce Willis movie? I think it's called Surrogate. It's kind of Avatar-ish, if you know what I mean. Does it ring a
Surrogate.
bell?
Oh yeah, that's that one where like you've got a body and it's somebody else's body, and you just get to live in it until they want to use it or something like that.
No. You live in your little apartment where you don't
Oh,
go
that's
out.
right.
And your actual robot surrogate body goes out into the real world. But someone has worked out a way to murder you through the airwaves. And Bruce's job
That's
is to
right.
find out who the murderer is, how they're doing it, but by doing it could be a victim. It's a whole new kind of murder. It's actually a fucking good movie. I'm surprised it didn't do as better than it did. So you did see it, yeah. Well, perhaps you've got the
Yeah, and
surrogate
everybody's
kind of
just that little bit fatter and balder than they are in their as their surrogates, always a little bit trimmer
Or-
and better
or-
looking.
I think what they did was made you look more like a robot. You know what I mean? Apart from Arnie, because he looks like one anyway. But you got to de-act, I guess. Or what's the word where you don't act?
Not sure.
I guess you don't flavor your words like a human. You put an emphasis on the pause, like between words. I am going to speak. There's no indication of where I'm going next. you know.
Well, the thing with being a bot, see, it doesn't work out things like, apparently, like, I don't hear this, but us Aussies always raise the end of our word, the last word of our sentence. We just do a little bit higher and we lose our R's. Now, I hear that bit. I know we don't have R's. But Englishmen, a lot of them don't do their T's. You know what I mean? Sort of thing. And
Well,
yeah.
I must say,
Americans
you
really-
Aussies are keeping some very strange business hours, I must say. Always on this,
No.
all hours,
5:12 p.m.
Sparrow Spot, and then down to the owl at night. Very odd hours indeed. Very odd
No, it's
hours,
evening.
I must say.
The sun's just
such a flight. The weight shifts are going to be important here.
0.16 degrees per minute.
It's not, ladies and gentlemen, it is not 0.1, it is 90 degrees over 9 hours. Okay, that's
Yeah,
a quarter of your globe. That is, it doesn't matter. That's 3,700.
It's actually about 87 degrees, but let's not
40.47
just
miles.
quibble about like measurements
No, you're the one
of
that's
nautical
quibbling.
miles.
You're the one that's quibbling. You're the one that's quibbling because you're not accepting the fact that a curved trajectory, which is not recorded on the in-flight telemetry data, proves that the aircraft is flying horizontal. That's what we do. The aeroplane flies horizontal.
Well, we
There
don't
is no
have an Earth
curved trajectory.
curvature instrument on an airplane, Jim. There is no
Again, you're
instrument
talking out
that
of your
tells
arse.
us
But
about
ladies and
Earth
gentlemen, as I
curvature,
was saying,
Jim.
I will
And
continue to
airplanes
finish what
rarely
I'm
fly
saying.
level, Jim. Normally, the nose
Aeroplane
is up at
itself,
an angle of about
if
3 or 4
subjected to a
degrees.
curved
You have
trajectory,
to have this. You have to have a
enormous
positive angle
torsional
of
stress
attack in order to
for a
generate
duration
lift.
of 9 hours would absolutely result in the aircraft having to have at least a minimum 3-hour inspection of the engine where it articulates with the wings, where the wings articulate to the fuselage, and the same would be for the tail section as well. Okay, and then the undercarriage and the doors. There's a lot of things to inspect. So the plane wouldn't be ready to go in an hour. It would be like a 3-hour inspection. Why? Because the aeroplane has flown through a curved trajectory that generated a lot of forces and stresses. Things would be working loose. So you'd have to check that because
So
you
now
know
you're
yourself
an
when you're in an
aircraft
aeroplane
inspector too, Jim?
and it's actually taking off. When
On
it
top of all
noses
the other
upwards, your
things?
body weight shifts to the back of the seat even more. So even your seat is receiving stress from your buttocks and your back because the shift, the weight
0.16
of your body
degrees
is
per
shifting
minute.
in that seat. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I
Yeah.
say to you that an
There's no
aircraft
way you can
traveling through
feel
a
that.
curved trajectory would generate so much force and torsional stresses that it wouldn't be able to turn around in an hour like they do regularly at airports. 1 hour turnaround and then the next passengers are getting on.
Jim, you're
That
just
couldn't
making
happen
wild claims.
through a curved trajectory.
Just making wild
Because
claims.
anyone can divide 90 degrees by 9 hours and then divide by 60 to figure out how much torsion is happening per minute. 0.16 something degrees. Yeah.
Yes, at 600 miles per hour, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go again. It's 600 miles per hour.
Yep,
Roughly, that's the
and
speed they travel at.
yeah.
Okay,
And how
9
much?
hours of vibration, torsional stresses through a curved trajectory. There
How
is no
much?
horizontality there. That's if we were flying on a globe,
Jen,
mind you.
Jen,
We're not flying on a globe.
Jen,
ladies
hang
and
on a
gentlemen.
minute.
We're flying
Jen,
across a flat Earth, where the
Jesus.
aircraft is designed to fly horizontal, you see. So the
Do
stresses
the
are
calculations for us,
dramatically
Jen, please.
reduced.
All you
Because
can
they
do is
fall,
just talk over
the
him,
part that is
Stephen.
horizontal falls
I'm gonna turn him
right
down.
in line with the
Jen,
aeroplane's
could you?
comfortability
Yeah.
when it's flying through the air.
He's not going to shut up.
But as
He's on
soon
his
as you start
soapbox.
to nose upwards,
I
it
just turned
It's
his
changes
not
the
volume
quite
shift,
down.
90
the
degrees,
weight patterns,
but let's
you're
be generous
shifting
and call
weights,
it 88
loads are
degrees.
changing, and now there's more stress on
Divide
the
that by
aircraft.
over his
More
9-hour
stress,
flight
ladies and
time,
gentlemen. Okay,
and
if
we
you
can
want to
figure out how
subject an
much is
aircraft
happening
to
per
9
minute by
hours
dividing by
of
60.
curvature,
So you have
backward weight shifting to the
0.16
front as it's
degrees
getting near the end of the journey, ladies and
that the
gentlemen,
plane
the
is doing.
aircraft would need
Yeah, per
a
minute.
minimum of 3 hours inspection to check that all the
Yeah,
nuts and bolts and
wonder if
everything
Jen could
is
do
still intact
us the
and
favor to calculate
secure.
what kind of
In fact, some
stresses
experts
that
have
would
said that that
affect the
aeroplane
plane,
couldn't fly anymore that day.
but he
If
can't,
it was
can he?
subjected to a 9-hour flight
No, I
over a
don't think
curved
so.
trajectory, it wouldn't be able to fly for the rest of the day. It would have to be grounded,
Jen,
basically, and a heavy
Jen, for
inspection.
fuck's
It's
sake,
the end
Jen.
of the day for that plane. See?
Jen, you've been going now for 4 minutes now,
Okay,
continuously.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Could you, as it's what was the angle per minute? 0.016 or something like that?
0.16, yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's
Jen.
not, ladies and gentlemen.
0.1. Yeah, let me finish now. 0.16 degree per minute at 600 miles per hour. Could you please do the calculation for us so that we know what kind of forces a curved flight would give effect on the airplane?
Ladies and gentlemen, the forces that would be generated would result in that aeroplane not being able to be used for the rest of the day. That's the kind of force.
So you don't
about.
know.
Now, I'm not
You can't
going
do it.
to give you those numbers because at this point it is not
9.7 degrees
actually,
per
so
hour.
everyone's interrupting, so I'm just going to carry on. It is not actually necessary for the people who are listening right now to understand that, because they fully well now know that aeroplanes don't take a curved trajectory, because I've just given them a description of what would happen to the plane, so they know, okay, that the aeroplane would indeed need to be inspected, and the experts say that the aircraft would be grounded for the day. That would be the passenger jet airliners. The jet fighters, for example, they're subjected to an all-day inspection after they've done their training, because they're doing barrel rolls, loop-the-loops, high-speed dives and noses ups, acrobatics to a certain degree. So they're subjected.
And none of those
They are
acrobatics
subjected
are like
to heavy inspection
9.7 degrees
because their
per
lives
hour.
depend on it. It's a fighting machine weapon, a jet fighter. Jet liners, of course, the ones that passengers like me and you fly on, don't do those acrobats because they fly horizontal normally. But if they were subjected to a 9-hour curvature flight for 9 hours at 600 miles per hour, that's the end of that plane. Has to be grounded for the rest of the day, and it would be inspected, and then maybe tomorrow it'd be fit for service, probably. There you are. So I know what we're talking about here.
I know that other people have said this already, but you need to take into account the time frame. I just posted a video about a plane crashing and the pilot actually dying during a gender reveal party. What's noticeable about that crash is that the plane does a nose-up maneuver and its wings break off, and then like catastrophe happens. But my question is the plane completely incapable of taking a nose-up maneuver like this? Or is it that the nose-up maneuver was done so rapidly that the amount of force put in a small time frame made it crash? That's exactly right. If you put a lot of force into a small time frame, it's a catastrophe. If you spread that same amount of force, because if that nose maneuver had been done more slowly, the plane actually can physically do that. The plane can actually rise up like that, but if it's done more slowly. So, of course, when you have a fighter jet doing a maneuver in just seconds, that's completely different than a plane doing it over like 9 hours. And I'm not sure, by this point, you're willingly ignorant because you're not taking this into account at all, because if you do, then it completely demolishes your argument.
And not at all, because first and foremost, airplanes that fly horizontal for 9 hours, they don't take a curved trajectory. And my point is this: if they were to do so, it would generate such torsional stresses through that curvature, that's quarter of the globe, right, for 9 hours duration, that the torsional stresses, and as an engineer myself, I'm fully aware of what torsional stresses are, okay, ladies and gentlemen. And the thing is this: the aeroplane would be subjected to such torsional stresses that would result in the aircraft needing to be inspected for 3 hours to check that all where the engines articulate with the wings and where the wings articulate with the fuselage, and the same for the tail section and the undercarriage and all the doors. The whole plane would be subjected. The experts have said that plane couldn't fly until the next day. Such would be the length of the inspection because of the torsional stresses it would have endured for 9 hours from London to Heathrow, for example. Sorry, from London to Japan, which is 6,000
like a
miles.
plane, Jen.
6,000 miles.
Yeah, Jen.
600 miles an hour.
Yeah, Jen, it's like an airplane taking a extremely slow turn and turn what 90 degrees in 9 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not talking about turning.
How much
We're not
force
talking
would
about
be?
turning. We're not talking about.
Well,
You're using the wrong language. We're not talking
it's
about
quite
turning, ladies and gentlemen.
It's an example. Do you
We're talking
understand?
about following a curved trajectory
understand?
at 600 miles an hour. You've made a mistake. You said turning. What are you talking about turning?
Do you understand how little force there will be acted on a plane doing a 90-degree turn over 9 hours?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please stand on top of the aeroplane whilst it's doing 600 miles an hour on a turn and tell me that you don't get blown away straight off. What we're saying is that the aircraft, when it's flying horizontal, that's its safest, the safest position for the aircraft. That is number one safe when it's flying horizontal. As soon as you start to bank left or right, now weights are shifting, stresses are beginning to build up. Okay, this is a fact
0.16
of
degrees per
engineering.
minute.
Sorry, this is a fact of engineering. Okay, now, when we're talking about flying over a curved ball, so we're not talking about left or right turns here. Planes tend to fly straight to their destinations. Okay, so that's the shortest distance between two lines for fuel economy and time in motion. Okay, so they fly straight. We're talking about following a curved trajectory. A curved trajectory for 9 hours would subject the aircraft to so much torsional stresses it would need
0.16 degrees per minute.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
It would
let me give
need
you a better
3 hours.
stat than that
It would
one.
need 3 hours of inspection.
The acceleration, the centrifugal acceleration that would cause is 0.008 meters per second squared.
That's a misinformation right there.
No,
ladies.
sir, that's not, Jim.
It's
You
not,
can do
sir.
the calculation
It is
yourself.
misinformation.
You claim
completely,
to be
ladies
an
and gentlemen.
engineer.
For the forces that would be generated is much more than what they're telling you. They're lying. I know the truth here.
Jen, you're not
I'm
an engineer in
actually
the first place.
engineer.
But
So I'm telling you now that
even a guy
we
that's not
don't
an
fly
engineer can
over a
look this
curved
shit up
trajectory.
online.
That's a fact.
You want me to give you a
In-flight
link to a
telemetry
centrifugal
data that
or
the
As a
centrifugal
welder,
force
if you
calculator?
hold
your
something that's
senses, your
welded
human,
that moves
God-given senses
0.16
tell you
degrees
that.
per minute.
And also the the spirit level on your mobile phone, if you've got one, will show you that the aeroplane is not taking a curved trajectory at all. Remember, no measurable curvature.
Spirit
on this
levels
earth
work
can be
on the
found
globe.
with today's
They do
modern
not move
technologies,
90
and one of those
degrees when you
technologies is the
move the
aeroplane.
spirit
The
level
modern
90
day
degrees.
aircraft today can prove to you that you're not flying over a curved trajectory. It would be impossible to go from England to Australia, which is almost 180 degrees on that ball, and not recognize and not
He
encounter
has no
that
idea what he's
curvature.
talking
That would
about.
be an impossibility. Impossible. Sorry.
Yeah, because the only horizontal plane that he might be thinking about is a tangent at the North Pole, not considering
No,
that
sir. No, sir.
approximately
That's
the
not what
center
we're
of
thinking
mass.
about at all.
You're
We're talking about
interrupting your
the
little child.
telemetry
You said
data
you didn't
that
interrupt
covers a
your little
9-hour
child.
flight,
Little child
showing us that the
interrupts.
plane is
Little child
horizontal
interrupts when
for
he says
9
he doesn't
hours.
interrupt.
That's what
The
we're
little
talking about. 9
hypocritical
hours of
girl interrupts when he says he
horizontality,
doesn't interrupt.
leveled flight,
Hypocrite.
horizontality. A curved
Absolute
surface
hypocrite.
is not level.
Absolute hypocrite.
A curved surface, ladies
Absolute
and gentlemen,
hypocrite.
cannot be seen as level.
Absolute
It's when you
hypocrite.
pour water over a
Absolutely
curved surface, it rolls off
interrupting
and
hypocrite.
accumulates on the level
Interrupting
surface that the
hypocrite.
curved surface is on.
Interrupting
So we know
hypocrite.
that level is level. Curved is not.
Interrupting hypocrite. Have you finished interrupting now?
Well, you were interrupting me. That's the problem.
Yeah, 0.16 degrees per
Yeah,
minute.
unfortunately, that is an inaccurate calculation.
0.008
It is
meters
an
per second
inaccurate
squared.
calculation. It is an inaccurate calculation for what we're talking about here. We're talking about 9 hours. We're talking about a quarter of the globe. That's 90 degrees, traveling at 600 miles. 600 miles per hour. 9 hours through a curved trajectory, which is the most dangerous maneuver an aeroplane can do, following a curved trajectory, because of the torsional stresses that are building up and applied to the
Just remember,
engines,
it took
the wings,
9
and the tail
hours to
section,
do this.
and the body of
So
the
you divide
fuselage,
that 90
and
degrees
the
by the
undercarriage
9
doors.
hours.
All
Jim
these
can't even do arithmetic.
parts to the plane are put under stress through a curved trajectory. When they're flying horizontally, there's less stress going on, because that's the safest position for an aeroplane, to fly horizontal. As soon as it makes a curved trajectory or nose upwards to avoid bad weather, that's when the plane starts to do dangerous maneuvers. And you will notice a 9-hour flight through a curved trajectory would result in a 3-hour inspection to ensure that everything is okay, because a curved trajectory puts tremendous forces, torsional stresses on the aircraft.
Jen, could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Divide 90 degrees by 500, what is it,
You don't need to do
540
that.
minutes?
That's a waste of my time.
Try.
That's a waste of
Just
my
do
time.
it.
It's a waste
No.
of my time, sir. It's a waste
No,
of my
you
time. We're
don't.
talking 600 miles an hour, 6,000 miles, 90 degrees. That's what we're talking about.
How many minutes in an
That's
hour?
that's not experienced. That's not experienced.
No, that's not the
If it
question.
were experienced, the aircraft would be finished for the rest of the day. To be quite honest.
So if you turn 90 degrees in 9 hours, how many degrees would you turn in 1 hour or in 1 minute?
Like I said, you're wasting my time with that. Just wasting my time. I won't be answering
No,
questions.
but yeah,
on that.
yeah.
It's a waste
The
of my
reason for
time.
that is if it fucking ruins your claim. That's why you're ignoring
No, it doesn't
Thank
ruin
you.
anything. It ruins nothing, ladies and gentlemen, because he keeps saying turning. We're going over on a horizontal straight line, but we're going over the curve. So there's no turning going on, ladies and gentlemen. We take off, we head to Japan. It's a straight line, B line, but we're following a curved trajectory, but we don't follow a curved trajectory in actuality. It's actually horizontal, no curve at all. And like I said,
Jen.
that's 90 degrees. That would be impossible
Unfortunately,
to
level
encounter
and
90 degrees
Jen,
of
that
curvature through a 9
that
hour
results
flight.
in a
And if that were to
centrifugal
be
force,
so,
Jen,
that aircraft
that
that you
is
flew on would be in the hangar for a 3 hour inspection to ensure that all parts are
1/3750th
safe.
of what the airplane is stressed for, without needing an inspection.
As
That
far as I'm
aircraft can
concerned, you are
withstand
not an
3
engineer,
Gs, no
sir.
problem.
You're not a pilot. You're just a
Yes,
lying
I am a
jackass.
pilot. I'm a pilot and a flight instructor, Jen, you dumbass.
But you are not a pilot. You are not a
Bullshit,
pilot.
I'm not.
You're a jackass. I'm proving that, ladies and gentlemen. For everything I said to you makes perfect sense, doesn't it,
Ladies and gentlemen,
You take a curve trajectory,
listen to
stresses
this
are
moron
beginning to mount up, and you can tell when the plane takes off, when you're in your
babbling
seat,
away.
your body weight shifts. You will notice that you feel a
Jen,
little bit
that doesn't
heavier
have
in that
anything to
seat.
do with what you're
That's
claiming.
stress right there,
That
and that's
doesn't
just
have
you in the
anything to
plane.
do with what you're claiming.
Imagine all the luggage,
You're
the
claiming
luggage and all the stuff
turning
that's being carried on the plane as well.
at a
All that is stressing on all the
you're claiming
component
turning at
parts
a rate
that
of
are there. So if you
0.18
subject an
degrees per
aeroplane to
minute
a 9
results in
hour
some enormous
continuous
force, and I'm
weight
showing you that's
stress through a
wrong.
curved trajectory, that
Is this
plane
for like
must
the
park up
forefront
and be
human
checked for every
civilization?
part that was stressed. Has to. Another example, if you drive a car and you drive it in a circle for 30 miles an hour circle, just 30 miles an hour, going around a right-hand bend, let's say, right-hand circle, okay, so that would mean the left side suspensions and rear would be stressed for 3 hours, let's say, would be stressed. The right side suspensions wouldn't be stressed because they're not feeling that curve as much as you are on the left side. You see, that's a centrifugal force throwing the stresses into the suspension. So when you finish and you inspect the suspension, you're going to notice more stress on the left side suspensions than the right. They're going to be
Jen, you're full
hotter
of shit.
temperature-wise because they've
You're
worked harder.
totally full of
It's
shit,
just
Jen.
common sense through engineering. That's all it is, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? It's just
Common sense engineering my fucking ass. May I jump in, ladies and gentlemen? Chin, I pointed out to you before, and other people have pointed out to you as well, that you need to take into account the time frame. Now, did you notice I made a prediction when I said that? And when I pointed that out, I made a prediction that you will never address that. And even now, when other people are asking you to actually do the calculations and try to account for the time frame, you will never do it, because your case falls apart immediately if you try to actually do it. So we don't need to go on your silly little script and repeat the same claim, because you're just repeating the same claim. If we were to fly on a curve, it would need to be inspected for 3 hours. You just repeat that over and over and over again, and then you go on these long run on tangents without letting anyone actually speak, because that's how you work. You preach and you preach and you preach, but you don't actually think. If you actually stopped and thought for a little bit even, you would realize that what you are saying completely goes against your silly little claim of being an engineer. Because, of course, as an engineer, you would know that the torsional stress incurred on the plane is completely dependent on the time frame, which you're not accounting for, and you're not accounting for it is dishonest, Jin. And you know this.
Ladies and gentlemen, did I not say 9 hours?
Ladies
and gentlemen.
I'm not finished, Jin. I'm not finished.
Okay, I thought you was finished.
You are a
Apologize.
religious preacher. You are not a thinker and you are not an engineer. You're a religious preacher, and instead of Christianity or Islam, you have the silly little religion of a flat earth cult. You are a religious preacher. You do not have any engineering qualities, so you cannot account for the time frame, and you cannot actually give us the torsional stresses. Now, if you actually claim to be an engineer, then produce to us in the side chat or in the voice chat the actual torsional stresses incurred on the plane in numbers. Otherwise, you have no room to speak anymore.
Okay, right. So basically, ladies and this is a clear case of Larry, a stupid European who doesn't understand the English language. And I did give you a time frame.
No name calling, thank you. And
I didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, did I?
If you start
You
with
went on a
name
rant.
calling,
You
I
throw
will
the insults.
interrupt you.
I didn't interrupt you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a
I
clear
didn't
case
name
of
call
a
you,
stupid
so
European by the name of Larry, who's
stupid
not
European,
complete enough
exactly.
fool who
There goes
just
the
went
name.
for 3 hours, 4
Insult
hours
again with
continuously
disingenuous
talking right through me.
cow.
He didn't have a chance. I completely discombobulated him. But anyway, let's get back. I gave the duration of 9 hours, ladies and gentlemen, didn't I? Time duration of 9 hours of a curved trajectory would subject the aircraft to torsional stresses that would result in that aircraft having to have a 3-hour inspection minimum, just to ensure that all
Jim, there's
parts
no
are
torque
sound to
involved.
continue serving and picking up passengers. Okay, so you understand? That's
Jim,
what we're talking about here.
what is
And I
torque?
said 9 hours. That's an awful long time to fly through a curve. And then I gave you another analogy of a car just turning at 30 miles an hour in a circle for an hour even. But let's say 3 hours, okay?
Well,
Now,
do
the
it in a
stresses that
circle
would
with a
join that
radius of
car would be the suspension and,
6,700
of course, the
kilometers,
tires. So
Jim.
if you look and inspect
How
the
much
tires
force
on
is
the
on
left,
the car in that case?
on the left side of the car, those two tires, front and back, would be massively hot, and the suspension would be very hot, versus the tires on the right side that are feeling
So
less stress
the
through that
curve is
corner, because
approximately
centrifugal forces would increase
6,200
when you're
miles.
turning for 3 hours at 30 miles an hour. Just keep going round and round and round. The suspension
The car's not a
is going
good
to take more
analogy.
stress on the
It's
right,
really bad.
on the left side than the
Terrible
right. This is
analogy.
common sense
I'll ask a question.
engineering. It's simple, isn't it? You can see for
Yeah.
yourself that a plane flying for a curved trajectory, the weights are shifting through that flight.
Just
So the
turn him down,
stresses
Rosie.
would be enormous enough to have the aircraft need an inspection, without a doubt.
Okay. The question is not for Jin. The question is for everyone else. Why are we engaging with Jin?
That's a great question.
You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? They know that the Jin force is
Okay.
unbearable. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I
Because
just
I
find
give
it
it to you
interesting
as
that
a
simple
layman style, so you fully
division
understand. I don't
of
confuse you with the numbers that
6,200
they want.
miles
I give you the basic numbers. Time duration, 9 hours. Speed, 600 miles per hour.
9 hours
Yeah.
to go
Distance,
6,200 miles.
6,000 miles. Expected curvature, 3,740.47 miles of curvature.
It's
You have to
90,
fly
90
through.
degrees of
Then it's
curvature.
90 degrees of the globe. That's a quarter of the globe. So with those numbers, you can tell that no plane flies in the fashion that I've just described, do they, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. I can hear you laughing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jin.
Yeah, man. I'm a champion at this. You guys are
You're
losers.
a
You know
champion,
that.
all right.
When I come in, you lose.
You're a champion, but not in the good sense. Being unbearable
No,
is
give us
not a good
numbers.
quality.
Yeah.
When I come into here, I'm a champion. Now, I'd like
Jim,
to go
give us
back
the numbers.
Yeah, you
Give us
sting
the
like the
numbers, Jim.
butterfly and fly like the bee. We know you're
That's
a
the guy I
champion.
was talking about before somebody
Before you
interjected
continue,
in
Jim,
the
could you
airplane.
please give us the
Philip
numbers?
Zelikow. Do you want to know who he is? Philip Zelikow, ladies and gentlemen. Philip Zelikow. Philip Zelikow. Philip Zelikow. That's what we want to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, who is this guy? Philip Zelikow. I'm posting my source for Philip Zelikow as we speak, so you should get
He's
it
a
now.
person who's written a document
There
that
he is,
you
Philip Zelikow.
misrepresent.
You look this. I'm not representing it at all. The report highlights it perfectly for you. I'm not doing any misrepresenting at all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm giving it to you word for word, and that is Philip Zelikow was the guy who replaced Henry Kissinger as the head of the 9/11 Commission to make that report. That report, by the way, that omitted building number 7. So building number 7 that came down, and the public wants to know how it came down, is not mentioned in the book. So the book is not complete. It's an incomplete report, ladies and gentlemen. That's Philip Zelikow. Now, Philip Zelikow, back in 1998, wrote an article that's called Catastrophic terror attack. And it depicted the perfect 9/11 that you guys had in America. Perfect 9/11, the exact
I
same
suggest
event,
people read this for
1998,
themselves
3
and
years
just check
before the
if the
event, ladies and
claim is
gentlemen.
true.
What are the odds that a man will write down an article that is the exact carbon copy of 9/11 and it happened on 9/11? Okay, and this man, he wrote a book with what's her name, Condoleezza Rice in 1995, joint publishing, another book, and then he also wrote the document that gave the Americans the idea that they could preempt attack another country. Philip Zelikow wrote that article as well. Do you see what I mean?
Just remember, this is all coming from a person who thinks 0.16 degrees of movement of a plane is an extreme maneuver like a fighter jet.
Yeah, this is how they try to derail the conversation, ladies and gentlemen. As we've said, that aircraft is traveling at 600 miles per hour,
squared
9
is some
hours.
enormous
It's actually
acceleration in
traveling
Jen's mind.
horizontal. But we're saying to you that if they're following the curvature of the Earth, which it doesn't because the Earth isn't a ball, it would be subjected to such stresses that it would need a 3-hour minimum
talks about
inspection.
torsion.
Is Jim role-playing talking to the
Jim,
YouTube
you're
audience?
monologuing, champ.
So we're back to,
Jim.
I'm not monologuing.
Yes, you are monologuing.
No, I'm not. I'm speaking to
Yes,
you
you are.
and responding to your stupidities that you're bringing up. You're not addressing my points, though. You're running from what I'm putting down. You're not addressing
Okay.
anything.
I'm happy if everyone in the room runs away from you, Jen. That makes me
Yeah, of course
personally
you are,
happy.
because you're a stupid Aussie,
Yes.
of course. Because you're a coward, yellow belly, leaving the yellow stain a mile wide together with the brown stuff. That's why. That's why you're happy.
Jen.
Because you're scared. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said, Philip Zelikow, what are the odds that a man in 1998...
So who's running away from the
an
numbers?
article called,
I wonder.
this is called The reason I'm bringing it up is because it's been brought
Jim,
to my attention.
why do you
And
away from the
it's
numbers?
been brought to the public's attention through these
Jen, I don't
reports
know.
that there was foreknowledge of 9/11.
Yeah, but
And I'm giving you the first installment of foreknowledge. There'll be more to come. Foreknowledge of 9/11. I'm going to be bringing some more of this foreknowledge. People who knew in advance that's
Jen,
going on. Yes,
Jen.
yeah.
Why do you run away from the calculations and the numbers regarding the flights?
I'm not running away from any calculations.
Yes,
that
you
would
are.
be a waste of the public's time. I've already given you the numbers. I've given you the numbers. Let me give you some more numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, the ISS is meant to be falling around the Earth at Mark 23. That's 23.
I just saw the ISS, by the way.
Okay? On a circumference, ladies and
Did you?
gentlemen, on a circumference of
half an hour ago.
24,230 miles. Yeah, at Mark 23. When you do the maths, it's 920,000 G's would be generated from that centrifugal force that would render the ISS breaking up in its flight, because the way those, solar panels have been configured and the way the modules are connected, it couldn't survive the stress of 920,000 G's. It couldn't do that.
Where do you get that number from, Jen? Where did you get the number from?
That number came from AI.
AI.
So because when I used my calculator, it wasn't coming out properly. My centrifugal force calculator,
Did you include the altitude of the
So me
ISS
and
in
a
that
couple of other flat
calculation?
earthers last week got AI to do this, and it gave us a number of 920,000 G's, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we thought. That the G's would be so tremendous at Mark 20.
920,000 G's, did he say?
That's 5 miles a second. 8 kilometers a second. 8 kilometers a second. Of course, they're laughing.
Since we're talking,
they're being exposed. That's why they're laughing.
Since we're talking about numbers, Jin, where did you get the 3-hour inspection time on the airplanes? Because I know that you didn't actually calculate the torsional stresses on the plane, so you can't have taken that into account. So where did you get the 3-hour inspection
Ladies
time?
and gentlemen, the number comes from the 9-hour flight. 9 hours of curved trajectory. Okay, and I said to you minimum, because how many people, how many personnel do you think you would need to inspect an aircraft after a 9-hour flight of 600 miles an hour through a curved trajectory of almost 90 degrees, okay, and it lands, and it's got to be inspected. So you're going to need a number of personnel, because you're talking about lots of places that have got to be checked. But you don't want to have a catastrophic accident through the flight. So even the inside of the plane has to be checked, where they hold the luggage compartments where they actually tied down all the luggage. All those places have to be inspected. It would take 3 hours easily, ladies and gentlemen, and then the plane could be
just in his own little world,
to
isn't
fly. But the planes don't fly per trajectory. That's the point we're saying to you. They
Mr.
are
42's,
ignoring the in-flight telemetry data. In-flight telemetry data. In-flight
Where they fly out into outer space if they don't dip their nose down.
That black
Yeah,
orange
me
box.
too. But he
The
already
black
commented
orange
that.
box.
He reminded us that
I got him started on it long ago, then left.
Orange box.
You did good.
The
He
black
reminded
orange
you that there's no atmosphere, so the engines would stop.
That's
What
not
a
my
genius!
position. That's a lying. There's an engineer who's not an engineer lying to you because he's a head of a dick and a hole of an ass. But there you go. You know, asshole, jackass, dickhead. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the problem with these people. When I talk to you, the listeners in the live
Jim,
stream,
there's the
when we talk to
centrifugal
you,
force
and we
that you're
bring you the
talking
facts,
about. I
this
put
is
it
how
in
they
the
behave.
chat for you.
Try to now dismantle what is impossible. It's an unsurmountable problem they have. They haven't measured the curvature of the Earth anywhere. Today's modern technologies can't do it, and we're using the aeroplane to prove this fact. And we're killing them. They're destroyed every day of the week. And then we're bringing you Philip Zelikow, the man who knew about 9/11 before anybody else, because he wrote about it in 1998 in a document called
Well, he should be arrested.
Terror
was his part in this?
Attack. Okay, 1998.
What was his name?
There's your
I think I missed
knowledge.
He should be arrested. If he knew about it beforehand, he didn't do anything about it. He should be arrested as a counter-terrorist.
Well, I mean, this is what it came out years ago now. I mean, this is actually old news, but most of most of these individuals never heard of it, and then you who are listening in the live stream totally missed it. I'm bringing it to you because I kept my eye on the ball. That's right. Not the Earth ball, because that don't exist, but the actual ball of the documents.
I linked the
and the
document
goings
in
on
chat
as best I could.
from-
As I'm outside, I'm not privy to everything, but what little scraps of information that we get, you know, these diamond.
They are
nuggets
scraps.
that
They
we
are
get.
scraps, Jim.
Yeah, I bring
They
them
are
to the
scraps.
servers, and you all get entertained. You get informed, and you think, Jin CBR1, he's the man. You know it.
That's exactly what we think, Jim. Gene, sorry. We do think he's the man. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the first installment.
Bet Jen stands in front of the mirror for 3 hours every morning just telling himself that he's the man.
Pick it up from the Corbyn report.
He is rattling this off from a handful of A4 sheet bullet point sheets because I've seen them.
And how he headed the 9/11
He's probably got
commission,
them stapled to the wall behind his computer so he can. Because I know he paces, he don't see it.
So the report
He
is worth
stands in front of
updating
his computer.
because it's not complete.
He went into a debate once and made the mistake of actually showing himself reading off of this list.
Nice.
Not me.
Yeah, it was you.
Not me. Don't be silly.
Come on, you've
I
got
think it's
you've got
Jake's
bullet
meme in
points.
the chat.
Don't be silly now. Now you're being silly now, Paz. You know,
Build me a mini solar system in a
don't be a
lab.
cunt all your life.
Yeah.
Don't be a cunt all your life, Paz. Come on now.
But I've got you. I'm used to it
Don't be a
now, so
cunt-
I'm not
don't
going to
be a
change
cunt
my
all your
ways.
life, Paz. Come on, man. Wake up, will you?
Well, I might as well go for the
Very
go
odd,
for the.
and very odd business. I must say, very odd business hours you keep as well, Pat.
Yeah, it looks
The
like
Aussies and this
Denmark
Paz
lives.
character, ladies and gentlemen, check the business hours. Do they work? Are they retired? Who are these people that come in at odd hours? Sparrow Spark,
Not yet.
late at night,
No, I thought so.
late at night with the hours, you know, all day long. Who are these individuals? Yeah, just
Who are
work that
they?
up yourself. Yeah, bear that in mind, because you know when I've arrived, it gets very loud in the server. They're getting out of breath. It becomes disarray because I bring the truth and they can't handle it. There you go. But
He really believes the Earth is flat. If there's
You
ever a
learn
human that
nothing
believes
when
the
I'm
Earth
not
is
here.
flat,
When I'm not here, you're
Jen
not gonna
believes
learn
the Earth is
from
flat.
these
He
Aussies.
genuinely
These
believes
Aussies
it.
and that brick patch. You'll learn bugger
Yeah,
all.
like to
As soon
him,
as
it
I
is
come in, though,
full
ladies and gentlemen,
flat.
we challenge
Yeah,
the
there's no-
narrative
Worse than
that,
and
he-
we destroy them
he thinks
here,
he's
and you
convincing
become informed. Simple.
Yeah. Oh no, no.
Yeah.
He's speaking to the audience in the live stream.
Yeah, he thinks
Jim,
there's
let
like
me check the
1,000
live stream.
people watching or something. I don't know what he's thinking.
Jin,
Yeah.
tell him
Oh,
about the
there are
time you went.
7.
Jin, tell him about the time you went to the Hiroshima Memorial Center with your family. Tell him about that.
Well, yeah, there's no need to tell them about that. You tell them.
Okay, so
Don't
Jin
make
took
any,
his.
don't say anything wrong. That's all.
No, I'll say exactly. You stop me when I get it wrong, yeah? Jin went to the Hiroshima Memorial Center with his family and his children, and they were stood there listening to this curator talking in Japanese, telling her about the Hiroshima and the bombs. And Jin interrupted him to inform him that there were fluoride bombs and it was all a deception.
Well, that's a mistake right there. I didn't interrupt. That's your first
Jesus.
mistake. I did not interrupt anybody. I wouldn't be that rude to interrupt.
human being.
It would be after the tour guide had finished what she had to say. Then I interjected and said, excuse me, let me just say something to you people. And then I showed them the links to the documentary called The Fluoride Deception. I said, because it has been said that the bomb that hits Japan was a fluoride bomb. Are you aware of this? Please take the links.
It's been said.
I took the links, yeah.
Okay. Do you think
who said it?
Do you think they lied about? Do you think they lied about the damage or lied about the people who passed away that day in any way?
That's not that was a true.
So what did we do,
I can go
Jim?
with the people who
we
died
hire
and
a bunch
everything
of
else.
dentists
We were talking about
to
the actual
attack
bomb that
Japan?
was dropped. That's the key.
Okay. Okay,
Jim.
Jim.
I didn't say people didn't die or people didn't lose their homes.
What
and,
the fuck is
you know,
a fluoride bomb?
I didn't say that.
Well, this is what I don't.
I've been there twice, and I did that on
makes
both
everybody's
occasions.
cavities
Both occasions,
fall out.
I
Get
spoke
better.
to the people who survived it and put it
You
together.
can't
with
make
the
an
links.
explosive out
Please
of
look at this
fluoride.
link because sometimes
Hell, who
history
needs a physicist?
doesn't
We
tell
just
you
hire
the
a bunch
truth.
of dentists.
And a foreigner like me, a gaijin,
Jin can go on
comes
all
from
night.
and
He
brings you a
just
gold
keeps
nugget.
talking.
I am that
Oh,
gaijin. I said to them, yeah,
he'll
because
never
I'm not here to
stop.
disrespect anybody,
Yeah.
but I like history. I want to know the truth. So, and I learned the truth about Pearl Harbor, for example.
Jin,
So,
Jin,
and I
quick
can give you
question.
some true stories about that,
Jin,
and I did. Downloaded Pearl Harbor.
genuine question, Jin. What is it that you've got against the notion of there being nuclear power and nuclear bombs? Why does that not sit well with you?
I'm not really against that because, one, if it's there, it's very dangerous. I don't want it. It's dangerous, you see. The radiation, when it goes wrong very bad. Okay? That's what I'm worried about. That's my main concern. Okay?
Sure,
For
but
my
that's
life,
you kind of
children's life,
that's you.
and humanity.
But that's you kind of like tacitly agreeing that there is such a thing and that it's harmful. So why you got an issue with it? The idea that it's dropped in 1945. Why would does that? Why is the deceit there?
Because the history, as the people in the Mellon Institute, I think it is, where they did the Manhattan Project, were telling me, or was it the Kettering Institute? One of them. I always get these two mixed up. They said that they were working. I mean, I've got. It's called the Fluoride Deception by Christopher Bryson, who is a BBC journalist who was working at the Rockefeller Center in America. And Leeds was going to fluoride the water back in 2003 or something. And the people who lived in Leeds were in uproar, protest. So the mayor contacted this guy, Christopher Bryson, and asked him, what do the Americans know about fluoride? What's their angle? And then Christopher Bryson says he knows nothing about fluoride from a hole in the wall, but I'll get back to you. So his research, it culminated into a book called The Fluoride Deception, and that's where it all came from. Christopher Bryson says that the bomb that they dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki was actually a fluoride bomb. That's what he said. Okay.
So it started off.
The documents are there. That's why.
So are you saying that it started off in a UK city that was going to put fluorine in the water, which is, by the way, is what most of UK cities have got and have had it my entire lifetime, and I've got all my teeth. Yeah.
Again, why would I lie? Why would I be lying?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm told you're a liar. This is about. I'm summarising what you said. There's a UK city called Leeds. They were going to put fluorine in the water. The people there, some people there were concerned about that. So they got someone to go away and equate Hiroshima with fluoride to try and make people scared of the idea of something in their water.
You've discombobulated that. What they did was contacted the mayor. The mayor contacted Christopher Bryson. Why don't you get it right? He contacted Christopher Bryson, BBC journalist, reporter, and Christopher Bryson was working at the Rockefeller Center. That's where he was based at the time in 2003-4. Okay, and he was contacted by the mayor, and then he said to the mayor that he doesn't know anything about fluoride from a hole in the wall, but I'll get back to you. So he does his research. Okay. And then brings this, writes this book called The Fluoride Deception, and everybody knows that fluoride is dangerous. And the atomic bomb wasn't really an atomic bomb; it was actually a fluoride bomb, because fluoride and uranium creates a nasty big bang. And fluoride was the chemical that was of most concern because of that combination makes it very unstable. This is all coming from Christopher Bryson.
What did you
and
say?
the documents therein.
Said
what would I like? I'm not
uranium and fluoride makes a nuclear bomb. Was that your question?
It makes a very big bang, is the words I used, yeah?
No, it doesn't.
Well, that's
It's
what it does.
fluoride
Yeah.
explosive.
Unfortunately,
It's
unfortunately,
fluoride.
you are not an ex. Unfortunately, whatever you have to say, I have no faith in. So you can say whatever you like. I would never agree with you. Sorry.
So the compound is uranium hexafluoride,
what you say.
which delays the decay of radioactive uranium. So
I've seen
it
the
doesn't
documents, ladies and
speed it
gentlemen.
up; it slows it down.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is that Philip Zelikow knew that 9/11 was going to happen because he created it back in 1998, ladies and gentlemen. Philip Zelikow. Okay, that's the first installment of the inside job that 9/11 was. Okay, an inside job, and there was foreknowledge all over the place. And I'm going to be bringing you almost on a daily basis the each character that was involved with the foreknowledge. First character was Philip Zelikow,
They're definitely
and there you go, the
characters.
very beginning of this.
Jin, it does sound to me like someone's made a connection between fluorinated water and uranium hexafluoride encasement in a nuclear bomb. The only link they've made is there's an FLOURIN in there somewhere.
The point is, it was of great concern. Fluoride is it's not a good chemical, and when you combined it with uranium, as they've said, it gives that bomb a very big bang, nasty big bang indeed. Okay, it was of great concern. Those were the words they used. Okay, in the documentary, I got this documentary in 2005. Was when I came across it.
And fell for every word of it.
So, I'm very, very interested in chemistry and history at the same time. So I'm very satisfied that Christopher Bryson is a man of integrity. I've got no reason to suspect otherwise at this point. And the book he put out is very informative, and it warned everybody to avoid fluoride. There is another documentary of the same name, the Fluoride Agenda, Fluoride Deception or Agenda, something like that. And that's a very good one. That's an hour long. And he's an American giving a lecture on how fluoride must be avoided at all costs. But there you go. That's an American professor, lecturer, good man. You know, I mean,
Jim, what should we do? What should we do about the other places we find fluoride that are obviously a bit problematic, like for example in tea, fish, and beer? What should we do about that?
Oh, I mean, if you're finding natural traces are not a problem, because that's God's earth, and of course it naturally occurs. Where you've got them in concentrates, you don't want to eat or drink or whatever the other third one was. You know, you might not want to do that, but there you go. It's up to you anyway. I for myself, for my part, I drink the water that's alkaline that I get from the supermarket. I went there today. Today I went there to collect water this morning. The water is free if you buy the container, and the pH level is 7.2, perfect for existence, perfect water, and that's free from the supermarket as long as you buy their container. You cannot take your container and go there. That wouldn't be allowed. You buy their container, you get this water free. Okay, so when you're doing your shopping, you grab your water and you go home. And that's very good service from a supermarket, as water is the #1 drink on the flat earth, isn't it now? The elixir of life. It's given to you for free. No chlorine in it at all. Alkaline. Thank you very much. Supermarket. Thank you. Love you. Okay? They don't do that in any other country that I know of.
I got a question. If it's all right to interject a sec.
You go ahead.
I'm not coming at you or anything, just curious. So, obviously in the Lake District, we've got a big nuclear kind of plant going on there, aren't we? We create nuclear energy for like submarines. So I'm just wondering, like, do you believe in nuclear energy, or like how would you kind of justify that?
Well, no, I believe in nuclear energy, but I say that it's not. I'm saying to you that really we should really not use it. It's detrimental to life on Earth, health. Okay, and I'm sure if you go and check the health of the people who have lived there over the years, I'm sure you're going to find some adverse anomalies. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay, I don't promote nuclear. I don't think we should have it at all. It should be stopped. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. We shouldn't be making money to make weapons to kill ourselves. That is not the way to be living on Earth.
So what would you use instead? What would you use instead of nuclear?
I would be abolishing all weapons of mass destruction completely.
Yeah, just focused on the energy. Like, so we're a country. We need energy. There's an energy crisis at the moment. So, what would you propose in that situation?
You know, you asked a very good question there, and you know, there's a deception going on. There actually isn't a crisis. It's our leaders and the higher ups that are misinforming us, the consumer. So now we're panicking, thinking there's a crisis. There isn't a crisis. Number one. Okay, the crisis is them ratcheting up the cost of living. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay?
I agree. Okay, let me reframe the question because I agree with what you're saying. So, to be more energy independent, then let's say, what would you recommend we do?
Okay, that's a very good question. Then we can be using the renewable energy. So I would advocate by law that every building and house have solar panels on. Don't take it from the field. Do not use farmland field for solar panels. That's ugly.
That's a good
What you
idea,
do
Jen.
is
Actually, I'd agree with that.
Every house by law, every building should have solar panels that will generate enough energy for that house, and that's definitely possible.
What
And then what you have is you have your solar panels,
guy?
and then you have these batteries, giant storage batteries
Right.
that store up the energy. When there's no sun, you've got energy. You see what I mean? Is that a
So
bad
where
thing?
do we get the materials from to get the batteries? Because at the moment we're
Okay,
kind of going to South Africa to get those materials. So
not really. You don't have to do that because it can be made from hemp. Hemp can make the solar panels and everything else. Everything else that you need to make the frames can be made by hemp. And then of course you'd have a new job now, solar panel maintenance engineer, for example. Okay, it's just easy. There are easy ways to do this. The governments are not telling us the truth. And how do I know all about this? Because I learned about hemp. Where did I learn it from? Online and from good people from Britain and around the world. Okay, so I know for sure that the governments are just lying to the public. Remember,
so you would
they're busy
recommend we
making
store energy using
toxic
hemp
medicines for us.
and not cobalt. So you wouldn't use cobalt. You'd use hemp. I've not heard it,
hemp.
anything
Hemp,
like that.
hemp is a naturally growing plant that God gave us. You get 4 harvests a year in the tropical climates. Then cold, frigid climates, you get 3 harvests a year. Still a very hardy plant, okay? And it's clean. It grows forever.
It looks like the hexafluoride was used to separate uranium-235 from 238. Which one was put into the bomb?
Oh, well, I couldn't give you that. I can't give you that.
Yeah, because it was used to separate the uranium from a different kind of uranium.
Yeah.
It wasn't involved in the bomb. It was involved in the separation of the uranium elements.
If you look at the documentary, you see, I'm quoting the documentary and the experts.
that's correct.
You're bringing something else totally not related to what the documentary has put forward, okay? And that is when you combine fluoride and uranium, you get a massive big bang that's out of
No,
control.
you don't, Jen. That's
Yes, you do. That's exactly what
uranium
they've said.
enrichment. You
Sorry,
don't get a
I'm
big
sorry.
bang from it.
You're not
I'm sorry
experts.
that you
I'm
don't
sorry.
know what you're talking about.
I have no faith in
You have
anything.
Jen, you
absolutely no
watched
clue.
the documentary and you fell for it.
You're just a couple of arseholes who haven't got a clue what's going on around you. Lying scumbags of earth, that's all you are. Toxic maggot. Remember, you're an American
just
who lives in a
explained
country
what
that has the
hexafluoride
highest
did.
death
It
of
separates the uranium
At
from
least we
another
live
type
in
of
our own
uranium.
country, Jen. At least we didn't get ran out of our country because we're a coward and have to live in a different
I don't know where you
country.
get that idea from.
And at least,
See, this is
well,
what I mean.
I'll
These
hush it
scumbag
then.
Americans. When I bring them the truth, their
Scumbag
country is the
Africans,
best
you mean?
planet on earth, the best toxic land on earth. They don't like it. The worst country to live is the United States. What a
I don't know.
horrible
Let's
place.
look around the world and see. The good countries seem to me like all the countries in the
country
northern
blows
part,
up
like
their own
like
building,
America
kills their
and
own-
Northern
what
Europe.
country
And it
kills
seems
their
like
own
to me
naval
all the
personnel?
worst countries
3,000
are like
naval,
Africa.
naval personnel just to go to war to stop
I'm going
Japan
to
fighting
deliberately
in
talk
Asia.
shit to
They
him
kill
just
their
because
own
he talks
so they can
shit
get
like he
into a
does.
war to make money. You know, America's shiny best naval personnel killed just so they can go to war. They knew the Japanese were coming. They actually antagonized the Japanese to attack, you see? So they knew they were coming, and then they sacrificed their own. There's nothing you can say that's going to help you here, mate.
Did you learn that
Then
from a
week after
documentary too,
9/11,
Jen?
You got an anthrax attack from the military-grade anthrax all over America. What's going
I
on
bet
over
they
there?
put
What a shithole your country
mouthwash
is. Yeah.
and the
Then you've got
and the
GMO
hydrogen
problems, not to
bombs.
mention the obesity problems, and then the drug problems on top of
Since
that.
they put
Not illicit
fluoride
drugs,
in
that's
the
a separate
atomic
issue.
bombs, I bet they
Prescribed
put
drugs from the
Listerine in the
doctors.
hydrogen
The doctors
bombs, make them
prescribe the
really
drugs,
powerful.
and you people consume it. 25% of the world's drugs are consumed in the United States, and I'm sure it's more than that now because that's a 1999 number. So that probably was going up to maybe 35% for all we know. And America ranked 79th in healthcare. In 2004, it was 39th. So things are definitely getting dire. No wonder Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is trying to help. So shut your mouth, America. Shut up. Shithole.
You're so pathetic, you little skinny African.
You're a
Go back
wanker.
home.
You're a wanker. You'll always be a wanker, you knob end of an American. Toxic maggot. The shit on my shoe that I have to scrape off.
My kids were bigger than you when they were like 7 years old, you little
You
tiny boy.
stupid fucking idiot. What a dumbass American. Useless eater.
I bet you have to look up to your
Good
wife.
for nothing. Good for nothing, useless human being.
You should look up to your wife.
Rhino dung and elephant dung. That's a precious resource.
I don't
You are
mean
not
look up to her
precious
like
at all.
that. I mean
You are
he's
lesser
shorter
than
than his wife.
Than a pistachio nut.
That
That's
too.
what you are. Yeah. Don't be messing with me. I'll kill you, man.
Pistachio nut? Were you talking about your penis, mister?
Easy, Jen. Don't make death threats, for God's sake.
I'm not making any death threats. I'm going to
Yeah,
kill you.
yeah,
with my
you just
words.
did.
You're going to end up in an early
Listen,
grave.
dude, that'll
I
get
will
you
verbally
banned.
destroy you.
You don't make
intellectually
death threats
destroy
when you
you,
go
and
to
with
kill
honor and
him.
integrity, you're finished. You're buried.
Somebody need a pacifier?
Exactly. Keep laughing.
Somebody need a
Keep
passy?
laughing. You're a nothing. You're nothing, people.
I think we need a
Or a dapper?
Let's start picking the grapes.
Here's some interesting things for gin. The depleted hexafluoride was stored in robust steel cylinders, not in the bomb. Because that's what enrichment does.
Please watch the Fluoride Deception by Christopher Bryson. There you will learn everything, and everything I
Please
said
study
is online
chemistry,
with that
which isn't a
What
documentary.
these individuals are doing,
Hold on.
they're seeking to try and break down the truth that's contained in that documentary. Whatever you
literally
hear them
ask-
say here, totally disregard it until you watch the documentary. That's all you got to do.
You're literally asking us to watch a documentary that's called The Deception.
You don't have to watch it. I could
You're
give a fuck
asking
whether you
us to
it
watch
or
a
not. I
deception.
don't care whether you've watched
It's
it or
in
not.
the name of
If
the
anyone's listening
documentary,
in the
Jim.
live stream, mind you,
You watched
and
a
you're looking for some
deception
really
and you
experience,
believed it.
Real source, because I know you're wondering where you're going to get your news from. Jin CBO1 is your man. That's it. You're not going to get anything from these people. But when I
Jin,
come
do
in-
you believe every guy that makes a movie or a documentary and
tries to
says something
convert
crazy?
You just tell the
Ladies and
internet
gentlemen, I
audience
don't do any beliefs. You see how they
allegedly true.
forget? They forget who they're talking to. I'm a man who stopped believing back in 2015.
That's
So
a
if I
lie.
don't
You
bring
sure the hell ain't no
anything,
man.
You know it's going to be facts. They're not going
Dude,
to be
I'm not
theories.
asking that. I'm just
No
saying
theories
everything
at
you
all.
ever say,
No
all your
supposition
evidence
and
is, I
speculation,
saw this
or maybes or
documentary.
might be's, affirmed positive truth.
You should stop
facts
watching
only,
documentaries.
because that's what's you're going to change your lives. That's what
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
use. You
You know
cannot
what?
use a theory.
Jin,
And
Jin,
theories
Jin,
of no
listen, man.
use to me
Jin,
or you. But
Jin, I'm
facts,
being kind,
facts
man.
that change
I'm
your
being
lives,
kind.
yes.
Okay,
That's
can
what
you
I'm
stop
about.
talking over me? You
So
listen,
when you ask
listen.
me, do you believe you've already lost? That question is
I'm
fucked.
not asking you
I
if
don't
you believe anything,
Thank you.
but I think you need to know that your style of like the case is not going to convince anybody, because anybody that listens to you for more than
You're
like 3
scared, and
minutes
that's
is like,
fine. Let
holy
the
hell,
people
this
be
guy
the
is
judge of
full
that.
of shit.
You are not the judge.
So while you're in Japan,
Stand
take
that
up
anyone's gonna be
bonsai or
following
something.
anytime
Like
soon.
you need a
You're
different
nothing.
hobby.
You have no bearing on my life.
Yeah, man.
If you
Yeah,
if you was
man.
on fire,
Oh,
I would
yeah.
help you. I'd walk on. Such is my concern.
Jin, if I had any
So, ladies
respect
and
for you,
gentlemen,
what you're saying
you
wouldn't
who are
matter.
listening,
Like,
who
but I
spend your
have
time
no
in this
respect for
server
you
because you want to learn something.
because you're
you
full
learn
of
from
shit.
Jin CBO1. And you can tell by the velocity
yeah.
at the
I
speed at
respect
which
Jin.
delivering
I'm
this
on
to
his
you.
side.
It's upsetting them that they're
I
crying.
mean, I don't really
pushing it,
respect you
don't
either,
listen to
bro.
me,
Like,
but I know
so,
you're listening.
you know.
I know you are, because you know
Like,
that
Yeah,
I'm
anybody
telling
that
you
would
the
show
truth
up and
as
start
you can
taking
hear
up
it.
for Jen
Yeah, it's a problem,
definitely
man.
has issues.
Yeah, yeah.
He just needs love,
told us
bro.
all he's a pilot.
Just give him the
right?
love he wants.
Yeah, but
Give him
Jin
the
told
love
us
he
all
wants.
he's a pilot, right? And then when I was like, oh, I hear you only use the simulator. And he's like, no, I played a game on a PSP. That's not a fucking pilot, all right?
It's
like,
it's a simulator. That's what it is.
it's a PSP. Microsoft
It's a
Flight Simulator is a
ladies and
flight
gentlemen,
simulator.
and it
A
teaches you how to fly a
PSP is not a
plane,
fucking
ladies
flight
and gentlemen.
simulator.
Okay,
If you think a
that's the other
PSP
thing.
is a
And you
flight
will notice that
simulator,
I'm the
you are
engineer
dim.
that's giving you
You're
every
very
facet
dim.
of what an airplane would happen to an aircraft through the flight.
Yes,
You
on a
don't get that
PSP.
from these individuals. You never knew what would happen to an airplane through a curved trajectory
On a
or
PSP.
horizontal flight, and which is safer to be doing.
Yeah,
They don't
on a
talk to you like
PSP.
that, do they? There you are. You see, but
On a
you now know
PSP.
that when an aeroplane flies
Nobody is
horizontal,
going to
that
take
is
you
the
saying
number
you're a
one
pilot
safe
seriously
position.
because
When
it
an
was on a
airplane is taking
PSP.
off, that is a
Yeah.
dangerous maneuver. Right? And whilst it's climbing in altitude with its nose up, that is a dangerous maneuver. When it levels off, that is the safest position for the plane.
Sure.
Okay? If it has to take a curved trajectory for 9 hours, you are constantly in danger of something going wrong.
And the reason why it's called a nuclear
for
bomb
9
is
hours.
because it's a
Okay,
nuclear
that's
fission
engineering.
explosion,
Knowledge
not
of
a
engineering.
chemical
Okay?
reaction
When it's
between the
flying
fluoride and
horizontal,
the
plane is
uranium.
relaxed. There are no stresses. It's doing its job. But once you subject it to a curved trajectory, torsional stresses, vibrations start to increase. It's just simple, ladies and gentlemen. Simple common sense. And it begins from when you're in the plane, in the seat, and the plane's taking off. You will notice that your body weight shifts in the plane. That means the seat is taking a little bit more stress now because your weight is now shifting to the back as the plane is taking off.
Oh.
Okay?
Hey,
You understand? That's what it's all about. When you understand that
full of shit
level of
'cause you got this from a
engineering and that
PSP.
sensitivity, then you can understand what I'm telling you is the
Yep.
truth. These individuals are devoid of life. They're not connected to nature. They are lost. I'm the man that's going to tell you every facet of every air you breathe. Thank you.
Yeah. We have actual pilots who have said you're full of shit. Like people who really
The
have a
pilots that
pilot
you have
license
there are
and
not
didn't just
pilots
use a
at
PSP.
all. And you're
Yeah, they're full of
everybody's full of
shit.
the brown stuff, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got to go to the toilet and put it in the toilet. So we're all full of the brown stuff, but some of us are full of it more than the others, like these
Yeah.
individuals. Full of the
You're
brown
so
stuff,
full of
and
it,
they
it
leave
comes
the
out
yellow
your mouth
streak a
every
mile
time you
wide
open
everywhere
it.
they go. Cowards. It's what they are.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Like I said,
PSP.
I am the anomaly on this earth that's going to destroy you Brits and you Americans, you Europeans. When I come in, you're all losers. I'm a bowling ball. And I'll just come in the alley, bowl it, and wreck you people.
Is your
smash
bowling
you
ball
to
measured flat?
Yeah. It's called delusions of grandeur, Jim. Like that's not intelligence.
The
That's
earth
called
is measured
delusions
flat,
of grandeur.
aviated flat, and maritime flat, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're talking about
maritime
seismology, as the
I'm still-
PhD
I'm-
Tony was
yeah.
saying, you're going to need a flat Earth
this guy
circuit
never
to work
stops.
seismometers.
I'm
That's the
still
way it goes.
waiting
Okay, ladies and
for
gentlemen.
Jin to
So
give us the
seismology is flat Earth proof.
calculations to give us the numbers or the forces acting on the plane as it flies in the curve.
Well, like I said, I've already done
Give me
everything
the
for the
number,
listeners,
unless
so I'm not going to
Jin,
bore them
unless
with
you
that
can
at
give
all.
us the
It's
numbers,
not a requirement
Jin.
at this
As
stage.
long
You're
as you
losing badly,
until you
hanging
can
on to
give us
one
the numbers,
number. Why don't you do the
you're-
calculation? In
you're-
all the time you've been asking me,
do the
you engineers
calculation.
could have done it already, but I know you're going to get it wrong anyway. You're incapable of
Oh
getting
yeah.
it right anyway.
If we're doing the calculation wrong, show us how to do it right.
Okay? Or
Like,
get AI
show us
and be sure to
show us how to
put
do
the
math.
information correctly.
Go through it slowly.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Show the audience how good you are at math,
Philip
Jim.
Zelikow. Philip Zelikow is the name you need to look
No,
for.
stop
He
running
was
from
one of
it.
the ones who
need
knew
to
about
change the
9/11
topic
going to
from
happen
Jin,
because
yeah,
he wrote
yeah.
about it first
Jin,
in 1998,
Jin,
and he ends up
Jin,
as
show
the
us the correct math. Show us the
head of
correct math.
9/11
Show
Commission.
us
Philip
show us how
Zelikow.
to do the calculations.
Philip
Explain
Zelikow
to
is
us
the
how
name.
to do. Explain us how to do the calculations, Jin.
Philip Zelikow, ladies and gentlemen, that's the name you need to look for. Philip Zelikow.
Show us the math, the
He wrote
correct
about
math
9/11 in
for
1998
calculating the forces.
in an article called
Come on.
Catastrophic Terrorist Attack, right? And it
Yeah.
depicted the Twin Towers
Yes,
being
the
taken down.
terrorism
You know what I mean?
attack
fuck's sake,
is
this is the
unrelated
fifth
And the
time.
loss of your
to the shape of
rights.
the Earth.
Yeah?
It's the fifth
You know,
time
the
he's
concern
mentioning
of your
this,
rights as well.
and he goes
All
on
that
and
was
on and on and
documented.
on.
What would happen in the aftermath? And then what
I think-
happens? 2001, 9/11
I think Jin has a
And then what
problem of
happens? A few
hearing.
years later, Philip Zelikow
Yeah,
is the head of the 9/11
in the
Commission.
audience,
submitted
the
building
ladies
number
and
7.
gentlemen in the
This is
audience
what we're
are
living through,
wondering
ladies
if
and
you have a
gentlemen.
problem
This
with
is
hearing.
CBR1 bringing you the
I think
news, the
that's-
loudest flat earther you'll ever meet, the destroyer of the heliocentric model and all the heliocentrists.
The destroyer of
take
many
their
brain
prisoners,
cells.
Destroy them all. Destroy them
Come
all.
on, Jin.
Destroy them all.
Yeah, show us the correct math, how to do the calculations, so we can figure out the
You're
forces
wasting your
acting on
breath,
that
sir. You're
flight, 9-hour
wasting your
flight,
breath.
please.
You are
Come on.
wasting your breath, sir. The listeners already know that an aircraft traveling through a curvature of 90
Do we have any
degrees for
moderators
9
in here?
hours will be needing
Yeah.
a 3-hour
I've been
maintenance
What units?
checkup.
I've been listening
I
for
don't know
about
if Philip Zelikow
35
is helping
minutes.
you do the
And he
math
hasn't stopped
correctly.
talking
Could
the
you just
entire time.
please do the correct math
we-
for
What a
us?
wally you
First
are.
of all,
Do you know
Gentlemen,
your
gentlemen,
name is Philip Guy? How do you spell his last name?
first of all,
Jin,
gentlemen,
Oh,
gentlemen, gentlemen,
Zelikow, yes.
gentlemen,
what's the
gentlemen.
units? Yeah.
I
Stop
posted it in the
engaging Jin.
I posted a
Stop
link again, right?
engaging Jin.
Look in the omnivore.
How do you
Secondly,
spell Salakau?
is there a moder? Is there? Stop
Okay, I'm
engaging
going to post
him.
it right now.
Is there a moderator in here?
Does anyone else have anything of
I
interest to
think
talk?
it is
Because I've lowered his volume. He's just
Yeah.
rabbiting on.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. Do we have a moderator in here?
Zalakou, I think.
There's no moderator in here.
Yeah, so we can
kinda,
be our
yeah.
own moderator.
So
He's on.
I think if yeah, I think
What are
Jin,
you complaining
unfortunately,
about?
the room wants to go on. They're complaining about.
I'll find the paper, Jin. Can you post it in the chat?
The problem is you
Yes, I'm going to
I've
post
turned
it
them
right now
down.
for you.
If
Right now,
I'm talking and it's audio confusion, then so be it.
Yeah,
But
so
this is
that
just,
is
this is unworkable.
Yeah,
it's unworkable that we don't have a
like-
moderator in here, and it's unworkable that people insist on engaging Jin when he is not. There's no reason to. He's not going to learn from anything you post. He's not going to learn from anything you say. If you teach him something, he will forget it and come back in tomorrow and say the same thing. Stop engaging him.
Yeah, because
Red Club,
once
Again, I don't know why you're doing that.
well,
That's character
it hasn't been.
assassination.
It's not the first time, but when you
posted it,
change
yeah?
topic from
Posted
actually
for you.
supply the correct Mac to Philip Zelikow, you're not actually interested in a genuine conversation of how to correctly do the math if we've done it incorrectly. So I can't engage with somebody who's swapping the topic
There
to
it is.
something
Philip
that's
Zelikow.
not really related. So it's not a genuine conversation.
Actually,
so,
The other thing is,
yeah,
I've been watching the green, the green lights, right, when everyone's talking, and I've noticed that when someone's talking, Jin continues to talk through them.
Yeah,
which should be a moddable thing, you know. But we don't have a moderator in here. If
Yeah,
anyone
I
is in
was
here
talking
tomorrow,
and you're talking over me.
whoever is the
I'm a moderator.
your moderator. Thank you.
I've been trying to say. So the issue is, and yes, Jin does overtalk people. There's some things that are moddable and some things that aren't. Either he's just muted constantly, or he's going to somewhat overtalk people. I've kind of gotten it under control in the past, but the main problem is the people that keep engaging with him. If you keep engaging with him, there's not a whole lot to be done.
Yeah, I was listening and I couldn't get to
Loaded
my I was listening. I couldn't get to my iPad, so it was just getting worse and worse and worse. It's
people engage with him just to make him mad because he comes in here and interrupts right in the middle of a totally different conversation that we're not even talking about what he's talking about, and then he won't shut up and let us have a different conversation. So we just sort of just say stuff to him to piss him off because he makes us mad. If he would learn how to come in and talk, that wouldn't happen.
Right. As far as
you can't then get upset when the whole room spirals, right? Like
as far as moderation,
thank you. And if
as
I
far
may
as
be allowed to
moderation,
interject,
I
can I
wouldn't
speak?
presume to tell you how to do that. I'm just saying that when someone comes in and is monopolizing the chat, which is what he does.
Jin, you can wait your turn.
Yeah, can I speak?
When
Can
someone
I
is
speak
coming
for
in,
myself, please?
I have him turned down. I'm going to just talk through him. Okay.
Yeah, can I speak for myself, please?
I'm still looking at the paper. Philip Zelikow.
If it's
Sorry, Jin, you can wait your turn.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's the monopolization of the chat, which should not be acceptable. I don't understand why that is accepted. Demok does it, and Jin does it. Anyone that if I came in here and did that, I would expect to get moderated, and I would expect the moderators to say, "Look, Red Cloud, you can't just come in here and and just run the show like it's your chat." I don't understand why that's allowed.
That's what you're doing.
If you
right
did
now.
that, it would be
that's what
very much out of character. Yeah, but there's some. I mean, it's it is what it is, right? There's some leeway given to some people just for the fact that there's really no way to turn down a certain aspect of how they talk. Like, I don't like it, but I don't know an alternative.
Well, Red Cloud, I will listen to what you said, because I know I do tend to get a little frustrated and say stuff to him. So I will bite my tongue, and I will do my best to not engage with him next time, because I take
Yeah,
your
can I
advice. You're a
speak for
third
myself,
party
please?
looking in, so I'll
For
take your
about
advice.
35 minutes, it was just, I finally got a chance to do something about it. Come in, grab my iPad, and it's like, okay, this should not be acceptable. Yeah, he will not. The thing is that he will not stop unless you mute him. He won't shut up. That's the problem.
Yeah, and it's not just him, and some people do monopolize the space. There are different rules for different people. There's
what's
I don't like
that
it,
about?
but it's because otherwise either we just ban them from the room permanently, or if they're here, they're going to be a certain way. There's no way around it, and that's just how it is.
I actually noted.
Having said that, sorry?
No, go ahead.
Having said that, Jin has been trying to say something in his defense, so I'm going to allow him. Hopefully, if he's listening to this, he'll keep it brief. And
That's
right,
just
go ahead.
he won't keep it brief. He won't apologize. He will just simply continue to do what he was doing before.
To be honest, it was more interesting listening to Jin than listening to you cry about
Can I
Jin.
now have? Can I
Yes, you may,
speak for
Jin.
myself
Go ahead.
now?
Well, coming from the Lake
I'd like
District,
to
that
make
means
points.
nothing.
I'd like to make
You live in the Lake
I
District.
would like to make two brief
I don't
points.
actually.
Can I make them now?
Well, you sound like you do.
Okay, so
Can I make the points now?
Now everybody.
that wouldn't be a problem.
Now,
Well, you
excuse me,
sound
hold
like
on.
Look at this. Look,
Most people
moderator.
ask
Well, you're
for.
wrong.
Can I?
Hold on,
Moderator, look.
everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Jin, hold on a second. All right. So you asked for moderation. I'm trying to do that. Now
Thank
Jin
you.
has asked for the floor, and I'm going to let him say something, hopefully briefly. Go ahead, Jin.
I'm going to be very brief. Thank you very much, indeed. 2 points. When I came to this server today to speak, there was a conversation going on. When they finished, I said, I would like to introduce you to the 9/11 and foreknowledge. That's what we're going to talk about today. And everybody was willing to ask me questions, okay? So that was the first thing. I didn't interrupt anybody, okay? The second point, when people interrupt me when I'm talking, I am not going to stop talking. When you interject without even asking and you just blurt through, because that's what happens, okay? I'm never, ever, ever going to stop talking when you interrupt me, okay? And I always come here to be amicable and have a discussion. It's just the insults, and I am the worst of all insulters in here. You will never, ever beat me on this earth. And that's the end I've got to say. And I don't owe you any apologies. Thank you.
Right. I disagree because I was describing how the printing industry maneuvers multi-million-dollar equipment from Germany to Australia and paper from Japan and other Indonesian places to Australia for helping solidify how transport and logistics is good evidence for the globe. And then OK Boomer, in response to Jin's comments about Killer Cow, Zuma Cow, Waikila Moo Cow, was derailing the conversation. So to make the claim that nobody objected is demonstrably false.
I'll also just add, Jin, it's fair, I would say, that if somebody tries to interrupt you, you don't give way. But you should recognize you do also interrupt like you are now.
Trying to respond. Originally, the conversation
interrupt people
about
like right now. I was speaking.
Actually, it was
and now
about
you are
Philip Cow, and the American guy that said he's not going to engage with me.
Or whatever the situation was. Thank you. But you do interrupt other people when they say that the moment they say something you disagree with, you do actually interject and cut them off. So I don't think it's quite fair. That's not the only reason there's audio chaos.
But we should cut Jin some slack. He is communicating over 1950s Japanese internet. So
does kind of sound like
so
1950s scientific understanding.
While there is a Zillico document I don't believe the contents of that indicate that was foreknowledge, and we linked the document for other people to decide whether Jin's alleged facts are indeed facts, because the evidence is there for everyone to make analysis of.
Can I ask the panel a question? Does Jin ever come in here and say to something that is factually true?
No.
Not that I've heard.
Okay, so do you anticipate he will ever come in here and say anything factually true?
I hope for the day.
It's unlikely, isn't it?
I've had conversations.
What do you mean?
I've had conversations.
That's.
I mean,
no, Jin. I've had conversations with Jin that have been factually true. I have had them.
But not
in fairness, when he talks about motorcycles,
moderator, can you see the attack on my character? You should be saying that's not going to create a conversation. Why are they trying to lie about me?
That's allowed.
That's wrong, isn't it?
That's allowed.
Is that allowed?
You attack other people's character, I'm going to allow it. You do it to others.
Oh, I haven't even.
I actually do not do that.
Yeah, you know the whole Americans are all stupid thing.
Yeah, I haven't.
Well, yeah,
I haven't attacked you.
That's when you attack me. That's when you attack me.
Character.
I don't attack you first. You guys draw first blood. I never attack you people unless you attack me. That's how it goes. I don't come here to attack you people. You people attack me.
You literally attacked me unprovoked in the past.
Yeah, I don't attack Americans at all unless the Americans attack me.
Jan, you're always the one to throw the first cut.
I don't attack
the first
you people
punch.
at all. No, I don't.
You attack these European as well.
That's totally incorrect. I do not do
I
that.
didn't insult you, and you started calling me a dumb European. And what's funny about it, you also hold on. I didn't insult you. And furthermore, I'm actually talking, so you might want to shut up. It's funny to me. Shut up, Jin. I'm still speaking. It was funny to me that you said something that I don't understand English. Well, I actually work professionally in English. My field is English and translation. So you're just a stupid dumb cunt. And your insults are funny.
Wow. And the red clouds. This is kind of what I was talking about. If people are gonna keep bringing stuff up, he's going to try and defend himself. I think I don't know how to moderate that without being unfair to one side or the other. If we all just let everything go.
Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that Jin is solid entertainment.
I'll make it easy. I'll push because I know I keep egging him on. So
that's off of my point. It isn't entertaining.
That's your opinion.
If it's entertaining, it wouldn't be so bad.
That's your opinion. You're not entertaining.
It is pretty entertaining. To be fair, you've got
maybe I've just got used to it.
Yeah,
I think most of.
While the conversation
what it is, moderator, you can hear me, moderator. What it is they're trying to silence me.
That's the problem, Jin. You don't realise that. So if you could behave a little bit, don't be so long-winded. Stop. Be quiet. Don't interrupt. You might have a proper conversation, but it's impossible. So you just you talk when you breathe in, and you talk when you breathe out. There's absolutely no stopping you, and you are repeating the same thing over and over, like 10 times. You mentioned that guy. Why? Why do you need to repeat it so many times? What was his name again? Philip.
Yeah, Zillicow was mentioned. The document was disseminated, and so regardless of whether Jim thinks it's a fact or not, you can analyze the document for yourself. I don't think the document is a predictive model of 9/11. In addition, that conversation died down, and we were discussing how level flight works on a plane. And asking a question of how to do math correctly was just diverted away back to Zillicow. So it seems like the interest in the Zillicow conversation had died because you can investigate the document on your own. And it seems like there's a misunderstanding of how level flight works.
Yeah. The point is this. When I was talking about Philip Zillicow, the American that didn't want to engage with me interjected with the aeroplane flying over a globe ball. So that was an interjection which I took on board, I addressed what he said, and then I went back to the conversation I was having, you see, with you guys and the listeners. I was informing the listeners as to this character, Philip Zelikow, having foreknowledge of 9/11. And I gave you the case for that, and I gave you the link to that, okay? So Philip Zelikow is a name you should never forget, like you don't forget Santa Claus, okay?
Probably hear me
Philip
because
Zelikow.
you probably have Jin turned down. I'm going to the
I haven't got him turned down, but Jin, you've got to just talk less, bro. Just talk less.
No, I'm not going to talk less at all. I'm going to talk so much. It's going to be verbal dialogue.
Until he gets muted.
Jin, don't allow it.
Until he's muted. That's what he does. He did that in Jin.
Yeah. When I say talk less, Jin, and you say immediately, I'm not going to talk less. You know, what am I supposed to do with that?
Aye.
So for the record, the last 2 mutes weren't mine. If someone else is happy to mod this, I'm happy to get back to work.
Yeah, that was mine. That one.
Oh, okay.
Cheers.
All right.
It's just not. He's not capable of having a conversation.
So it's yeah.
Okay. What kind of things are interesting to you today, Rohit?
I saw the ISS go over about an hour ago.
Oh yeah, you said. How was that?
Yeah. Oh, it's cool. It goes over all the time.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, there's an app now. There's an app you can get on your phone, and you basically set up alerts as to what you want to be alerted about, and yeah, that's it.
Brilliant.
It's very cool. What else? Where's my list? Hang on, I'll bring up my list. Fuck. My list. I've got to do a video for Taylor one day to explain why it is, if you have upwardly bending light at the surface, you'll necessarily have an inferior mirage. And I need to show the geometry for why that's the case. What else? There's a simple video. So when Jaren, right, says the sun sets left to right rather than right to left, right? A lot of people think that means, oh, I'm looking south. I'm looking south and I see the sun rise on my left and set on my right, right? It goes from east to west. That's not what he means. And I need to make a video explaining what he means, in that if you are at the equator and you're looking west, so everything's setting, the direction in which things set is vertical, right? It just goes straight down into the horizon. But if you are south of the equator, right, then things set at an angle, like a diagonal. They set from your sort of top right to bottom left. Is that right? Let me think. Yes, yeah. And it's just a change of orientation. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, someone else talk.
Well, what's the topic?
Oh, I can keep going through my list. That's fine.
Topic. Let me see. Here's one I just saw today in my YouTube feed. Is Austin, Texas. I have family there. Austin, Texas. The first Tesla robotaxi, which is a Model Y, in service with no driver. First time.
Nice.
That was really, really cool to see. And by the end of the month, apparently, it is said, according to press releases or whatever, or whoever is doing tweets, it is said that by the end of the month, if you order a Tesla, it will be produced in the factory, and then it will drive itself to your house.
Yeah, they've been claiming stuff like that for a while, and I would say that it's probably close, but the number of years they've been claiming that is a lot.
It's
And
9.
how do you hail the How do you hail the
FSD
taxi? Do you do
FSD
it?
App. Same as Uber.
And it seems
I
like
was
the ISS isn't having the same kind of acceleration as a car, because at the moment it's at a constant velocity. Even though it's
What?
in orbit, it's not like increasing its speed up to like 20 times the speed of sound or 21 times the speed of sound and so forth. Like it's maintaining its daily orbit speed.
I'm sorry, I lost the conversation there somewhere.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought you were talking about
where
the
did that come from?
taxi.
Yeah,
I was like, what is maintaining
Sorry, I just had
constant
to check
velocity?
something.
The taxi's
I just want to
maintaining.
check something with the ISS. I know
Oh,
we
okay.
moved on. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
we
my
moved on,
bad.
but that's all right. If you want to, that's fine. I just got no warning. It was like, it was actually kind of funny when I came to the States when they put ads. They have no warning, but in the UK, if you're also in the UK here, you'll notice on ITV when the ads start, it says, it'll do a little thing, little jingle, and then the ads start. In America, it just goes right to the ads. It was jarring for the first 10 years. I'm used to it now,
I
but
had that alt tab to do the research on the
yeah, the
ISS stuff.
ISS same speed. I saw one where they did a boost, and they had a camera. One of the guys' cameras, it was a Nikon, and he put the camera right there, and they were doing the boost, and you saw the camera just move slowly forwards because it was doing a
also as
boost, so
well.
it was
Very cool.
accelerating.
Yeah,
it
just
was.
to help it not fall too close or not fly too far away from Earth. It would do minor adjustments over time. But for acceleration, I think they're trying to keep it so many orbits per day. But the taxi thing sounds cool. I know you changed it over to that, but yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I just saw that today. There's a podcast that I get called Now You Know on YouTube, and they cover that sort of stuff. Mainly, they're go Tesla type of people, and so it was just interesting today. They were talking about that.
And so, do you hail this taxi by doing a Nazi salute?
You hail a taxi with an. I don't know why I responded. Yeah. So yeah, that was.
You do not hail the taxi that way.
Hail taxi.
Hail. You see, hail the taxi.
What did Jin get muted?
You have to ring 0800 swastikas.
They're constantly talking.
Top Gear did it. Top Gear did a funny thing where they were talking about this Mercedes 6-wheel car, and then they showed one of the. He says, "Oh, we got another Mercedes 6-wheel car," and it was this big military Mercedes with Hitler in it, and he's giving this salute, and this, and Hammond was like, Mercedes is generally very proud of their history. It's funny they didn't mention that particular car that they built for Hitler. He says, no, it's not Hitler. He's just making traffic. It's before indicators. He's making a hand signal. And Clarkson's like, what's he saying there, James? He says, well, yeah, take the Third Reich.
That's good. I love the show. It's so funny. Job here.
No, the road taxis are really exciting. So I've got family, and they've got I've got family members with Model Y and a Model 3, and he actually sold his original Model Y because they did the update, the refresh Model Y with the light bar at the front, like a Cybertruck, and so he just sold it within less than a year, and then bought the new one because it's a much better car. But any of those could be turned into a cybercab, a robot taxi rather. Sorry, any of them. They don't need hardware, any specific hardware. They've already got all the hardware.
Do you see what Jeremy Clarkson said about the electric car?
What?
Did you see what Jeremy Clarkson said about the electric car?
Which one?
What he said about it. He commented on the electric car, which is why I didn't want to continue doing the car stuff anymore. Because he said the electric cars are gay.
Cool.
Yeah, you can't be a
They
car
have,
fanatic and drive an electric. It's just
cars have
doesn't work that way.
relations with the cars of the same gender. How's that work?
You can't be a car fanatic and have an electric car. It just doesn't work.
What do you mean?
Cars,
You know, you were talking.
Don't. He's just a troll.
You know that
So-
Mercedes that Hitler had, that they built for
Yes.
Hitler. Yeah. Did you hear it had a tow bar? Did you hear it had a tow bar on the back?
Go on.
So that he could so he could bring along Mein Kampfer van.
Oh,
jeez.
Jesus.
All right. So there's the moderation, please. This guy,
Bad.
this guy
Oh, no, Rick
server
Cloud's crying
muted.
again.
As a server mute for the dad joke, dad joke bot.
Sorry about that.
Mein Kampfer. Das ist mein Kampferwand. Mit a fan belt that will last 1,000 years.
Look at this.
It apparently was black, but it wasn't his preferred color of car. Do you know what his preferred color would have been?
Yeah, go on.
Eva Braun.
Eva Braun. Yeah, so
Okay, so
someone reach
yeah,
through the internet and slap that man.
the promise is that the Teslas are going to drive themselves from the factory to go home next year. FSD's been promised next year for 7 years, so I wouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah.
has it been? Oh, I thought he was.
No, well, okay. So right now, when they come out of the factory, they go through the last checks. They go through the tunnel of light, so so they can really see any little tiny flaws in the vehicle. Goes through all its flash inspections, and the cars drive themselves out and go and park themselves in the parking lot on their own.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't doubt
So,
that.
when it comes to incidents reports and we want to know who the driver at fault is, does the bill just go to Big Tesla if they're involved and it's actually the smart car's fault?
Goes to Elon Musk directly.
Yeah. So that's. I had a friend who helped draft the legislation for that in the UK, and it is a bit of a distribution of. So it's virtually the same as it is now. People make a big deal about it, but like if you get a car from the dealership and it suddenly pops off an entire wheel in the middle of the road and causes you to flip and kill a family of 4, that they won't hold you responsible. They will hold the auto manufacturer responsible. So in the same way, if the full self-driving is in effect and something suddenly happens such that you couldn't have responded, the auto manufacturer is responsible for that.
Yeah.
It's currently you're responsible, but you're expected to still have your hands on the wheel. Whereas the full self-driving legislation they've got for that is going to distribute it between you and the auto manufacturer.
Yeah. So goodbye,
Tesla.
Right now, the FSD, the robotaxi software is a level above regular FSD. So if you've got an FSD version, whatever it is, what robotaxis, the first robotaxis are operating under is a level above that. That's the first thing. And the second thing is the first taxis are actually chaperoned with a trailer car. So a driver in another Model Y is tailing the robotaxi Model Y for the first few weeks or whatever. Make sure no incidences. And it's geofenced as well.
Incidences aren't new. Once the cameras and all the peripheral have been tested, the incidences don't occur as some manifest fault with the individual FSD algorithm. It's to do with the algorithm that's going to be affected by all the cars.
Yeah. But they've got 2.6 billion miles traveled so far. 2.6 billion?
But it's not FSD in terms of how the rest of the industry categorizes it, because you have to have your hands on the wheel. That's not FSD by any means.
That's not.
Well,
okay,
but I think
that's.
But the taxi's full self-driving, right? The taxis
that's what I mean.
Have no person in the seat.
Right. The robotaxi's not operating with regular FSD. The robotaxi's operating with a version of the software that's a tick above the regular one. And then the other thing is it's called supervised. So you have to have your hands near the wheel, not on the wheel. They don't have to be on the wheel anymore. They used to. And they used to say, it used to be give you a warning if you didn't have your hands on the wheel. Now, if you watch the footage, all you have to do is just have your hands by the wheel and pay attention. You have to keep paying attention. I would. I wouldn't trust it. That's the regular FSD.
Okay, but like I say, that's still not level 5. That's something before that, isn't it?
Yeah. There's the other thing is that I heard that rumored, because I've been following this for some, obsessively for some reason. But the other thing is the Grok. What's it called? Yeah, Grok. The rumor is that Grok will be installed in all of the robotaxis, and you can converse with Grok, and you can tell the car to do things. So if you do happen to get stuck, for example, okay, so right now, what's the other company? Waymo, right? Waymo, they have a helpline, and if the car gets stuck, you call the number. Well, with the Teslas, if the car gets stuck, you can tell the car to do something that the car can't itself figure out how to do. That's what I've been doing anyway. Which would be
because
incredible,
that's what
right?
you really want. You want to be able to go, let me drive, and then because then you would add the question of like, can I buy a full self-driving car for my daughter? And it would be, the answer would end up being yes, but if she ever gets stuck in some impassable, pothole to the left of me and garbage truck to the right, she won't be allowed to sit in the driver's seat and push it past that point. Or will you introduce a new driver's license that allows like minute, like, because in our driver's test in Australia, you've got to be able to reverse park. But if you say, well, you don't have to be able to do that, and you don't have to be able to do a whole bunch of other things, you can just, push a little joystick to guide it through a gap that does mean it's crossing into oncoming traffic, but you're sort of taking responsibility for that at the moment. And it still avoids obstacles and da-da-da-da. Like it's sort of, because that's where the biggest problem is going to be, I think, devolved autonomy, they call it, where you've got some participation on both parts. Part of the AI is helping and part of the human is helping, and then who do you blame when it goes wrong?
Yeah.
Wonder if
With
it's
an
gonna be
interesting,
like fifth element.
that's a very interesting. That's a very interesting take, Egg. I like that. And the other thing is, one of the factors that's going on is that there's hypersensitive. People are hypersensitive and hyper vigilant, and looking out for any incidences. There's a few on Waymo where a guy was in, I think he was in a parking lot at some location, and the car kept just going round and round the parking lot, and it wouldn't stop, and he had to call the number. But that was last year, and Waymo. I actually saw Waymo in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and it was one incident, and then the rest of the time they operate flawlessly. But you don't hear about those; you only hear about the incidences. So I expect that the robotaxi will have an incident where it hit something or did something, and it'll be front page news. While in the same week, 25,000 people crash their cars into things.
Well, we'll see.
Yes,
we'll see. I mean, he was talking about the robotaxi. The robotaxi presentation was what, 4 years ago, 3 years ago now?
No, it's last year.
No, he did his first robotaxi talk earlier than that, didn't he? I think.
He first he first tweeted on X in June, I think it was, or October of 2015. You can look that up. I think it was October 2015, and he said we're going to go full self-driving, and we need help. Contact us at Tesla.com, whatever.
Yeah.
So that's 9 years ago. Oh, coming up on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupt you. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all right. Have you seen the Sony Honda collaboration for next year? I think the Alika, is it called?
No. Oh, is it? I thought it fell through.
Sorry?
Did it? I just thought.
No. They're taking. It's in production now. It's got lidar, 3 radar, and 17 cameras, I think.
Okay. That's already. If it's got lidar, it's already behind. But all right.
I don't know how far away.
LiDAR seems like a really dud workaround. Like we don't have LiDAR, and
that's
we can.
Waymo. That's why Waymo's loaded with all those sensors and things. It's just a workaround.
Yeah.
But it's okay. It's fine as long as it does.
My eyes shoot lasers.
It's using it to augment the 17 cameras.
Right. Okay. Fair enough then.
Well, you guys heard
What's it
about
called
the
again?
Volvo
Can you
thing?
post a link?
Yeah, when I get to
LiDAR,
work,
right?
I think it's called Elika. I can't remember. It's got a really.
Lika?
When I saw the name of it, I thought, God, that's a terrible name for a car. Just type in
Yeah.
Sony
It's
Honda
like Stellantis.
Sony Honda
There you go.
EV.
All right. That's
You guys
Sony
heard
Honda.
about the Volvo LiDAR thing, self-driving? The one that if you take a photo of it on your phone, it will fucking destroy your phone.
Yeah, it can
Yes.
What's this?
your CCD.
Yeah.
What's that?
It'll
Say it
screw.
again.
Yeah, lidar. If you the
take a
Polestars, I
photo
think
of
it is,
it.
or the Volvos, if you
Yeah,
point your camera at the lidar while it's active, it will fry the CCD on the phone camera.
Oh
yeah.
wow, that's going to be
Not-
an issue coming.
Not
up,
all of
isn't
them.
it?
Not all of them. Some of them. Some of them have got a CCD element that works in a slightly different part of the spectrum, and it's overly sensitive to the lidar signal. Not all phones.
So
Can
it's
someone tell
called
me
Afila, which
if
is
if
the
modern
crappiest name ever. Sorry.
no, if like modern cars in America like know the speed limit on the roads? Because when I was in Australia driving, what I thought was crazy was when I set the cruise control, like it automatically followed the speed limit, which was
But
really
my
weird.
car's funny in that my car reads the speed limit sign. So if I pass a speed limit sign, it remembers that and keeps it on the dash for me, which I fucking love. It gets a bit confused when sometimes it'll be like there is a wet weather speed limit and a dry weather speed limit, or there's a trucks and cars speed limit.
There's
And
a
it
wet
will always,
speed and dry speed limit.
yeah,
Of
on
course.
certain
Well,
bits of
it was
street
just
road.
Wow.
Of course,
And
yeah.
but the
it was just
interesting
weird
thing
'cause-
is my speed limit. Yeah, I think it's what you're saying should happen in more cars where you just go cruise control and it just goes. Well, I know what the speed limit is, so I'll just do that or 10 over.
Yeah, but it does that in Australia.
Yeah.
Like the car I was driving in Australia, it did that when I set the speed limit. Like it automatically went to the speed limit, and I could override it, but it would tell you. Like it was just
Yeah.
weird.
No, I don't think it's reading the signs though.
I
Yeah,
don't
well,
know.
some of them.
I think it's based off the map, and
Yeah,
somehow
it's
connected in
zoned.
the computer. But
Yeah.
I just never seen that in America, even with
Yeah, they're
newer
zoned.
cars.
Yeah,
No,
it's zoned. It's not the speed limit, and you can know because sometimes they'll change the sign, and it'll take a while to update the zone that the road you're driving on. For example, nearby me, we've got a 35 mile an hour speed limit. Just went to 40 miles an hour, and if you check on your car, we have a car that knows what speed limit is, and it still thinks it's 35.
Well, that's not entirely true. For the Fords they sell in the UK, use the effectively the database, but they also look for the street signs as well with a camera. Because if you go into roadworks, it actually reacts adaptively. Now, and as a consequence of that, and a consequence of a lot of European cars actually using a camera, there is legislation being passed that's on the back of lorry. Sometimes they put the actual maximum speed the lorry can go.
Yeah,
but they use this, but they've been using the same symmetry and topology of the sign as they do on the road signs, and it confuses cars. So there's legislation to change that completely. You're not allowed to put those on in the future.
I was exactly thinking of that. How the camera is gonna distinguish what trucks have and buses have, right? Some other vehicles have the maximum speed. It's of course the camera ain't gonna fucking tell the difference.
Yeah, and there's also a story of someone outside a school in Ealing in London who was holding up 20 signs to get everybody driving past the school too fast to slow down.
That's
I lived in Ealing.
All right.
Went to 7-Eleven there. I saw the movie Enemy Mine in Ealing in 1980 something 5. Whenever Enemy Mine came out, I saw it in Ealing.
Well, I do think it's kind of funny that Australia versus New York is the exact opposite. We have the speed cameras on regular pedestrian roads, but you guys have the speed cameras on the highways, not on the pedestrian roads. Thought that was kind of funny.
It's kind of true, yeah. In Australia, you've just generally got them. It's brutal because it's generally a place where you're most likely to speed, not the place that is like most dangerous to speed. So you'll have these bits where it comes out of a twisty bit and then goes to a straight, and you're like hammering it. And then you're suddenly like, oh wow, I'm 20 over the limit. I better dial it back. But you've already been nabbed. But you're like, I wound up the speed because there was nothing fucking here.
Yeah.
Well, they had the signs though. They had the signs saying "speed camera ahead" on the highway. Like every single speed camera is announced like a half a mile before.
Here it's a law. Any static speed camera has to be told. You has to be a sign telling you beforehand. But the cops can't set
there
up
is two in Australia. They have to have. You've got to have multiple warnings. Like about to.
I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world, but in the UK, a lot of cities now are 20 miles an hour, a blanket across the middle of the city, speed limit.
20.
30 is the normal speed limit. 70 on the motorway and like the highway and 60. But the weird thing about the UK is all the country lanes, even if they're single carriage, single lane, and they've got banks either side and bends and curves and blind spots and fields with sheep and all those roads, the speed limit is 60 miles an hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You would literally be a rally driver to do it competently.
Yeah. And you know what's fun about that in the UK? Their rule the rule in the UK is if you don't see light poles, you can do 60. So if you have no other speed limiters to the other side and there are no light poles, you can do 60. So I was whipping it around some what they call green lanes in the UK, where they have these like dirt tracks where ramblers go. So there's like these posh British people walking, and there'll be some extra posh person on a horse being like, "Good morning, how do you do?" And I would go there with a bunch of people on like smoker, noisy two-stroke dirt bikes. And they're like, ripping it along these places. The people fucking hated us. And then one day we see these cops who are there also on dirt bikes, and they were like checking regos and stuff and everything. Once we got done with them, we were like, what's the speed limit here? And he's like, do you see any light poles? And we were like, no. And he's like, well, then you know the answer. We're like, holy shit. Like, for kilometers an hour, people, that's nearly 100 that you're allowed to do on a dirt track with tight turns.
Yeah, 60 right? That's it. It's 99, 98.
You mentioned Fords. We have a couple of, our company has 2 Ford e-transits, and they know what the speed limits are. So what you do is you set it for whatever the speed limit is, and the cruise control works great when it's because they're electric, and speed control works really well. Cruise.
Yeah, right.
And so, but you go into the Atlanta perimeter, it goes from 70 down to 55. But no one goes down to 55. Everyone continues in 70. I didn't know that, so I'm driving down in the Peach Pass lane, which is where you're allowed to drive if you've got an EV. And suddenly, there's a car behind me. Suddenly, just doesn't slam on the brakes, but it just slowed down, right down. And I thought I was going to crash because it said, "Oh no, it's 55. I can only do 55." I disengaged and re-engaged. It was awful.
Yeah, right. That is a problem, isn't it?
But you just think of this though. Anyone in here is sort of 40 or above or whatever. Just think of these things that we're talking about now that we just fantasized about when we were kids, and now we've got stuff like cars driving themselves and then blowing what the speed limit is on the road and stuff. So it's kind of funny.
Funny how we've cracked problems that we thought were impossible. Like, it was a straight up debate until about 5-10 years ago. It was a straight up even debate to discuss whether humans would pass the Turing test or become intelligent. And so like that wasn't ever considered. Like, what if the Turing test?
Humans passing the Turing test?
You said humans.
Right, AI. Yeah, AI can pass the Turing test. It wasn't whether AI could pass it, was whether AI could exist. And what we were all talking about like 20 years ago, 40 years ago, was like, we're going to have flying cars? Like, none of us predicted a little black rectangle in your hand that knows all of the answers to everything. But all of us are like, give me a fucking flying car. And here we are, 2025, with like, this magic handheld device, but still no flying cars.
I don't know. After driving for about 2 years, and this is 20 years ago, I knew we weren't going to have driving cars anytime near soon because nobody can fucking drive. So I was like, "There's no way they're going to have driving cars."
Actually, me back then, the only thing I wish for in the future was a girlfriend, and I'm still waiting.
Oh, you'll get there. You'll get there, man.
Yeah, maybe they can make it
there was
AI
a very
one.
funny. That's true. They do exist. So flat earthers are silly. There is a funny point about this that I remember this guy giving a talk, and I don't know why they'd got him to give this talk, but he was giving it to a bunch of pilots about this this flying car that had small, really miniaturized jet engines in 4 points out on struts, and they had wheels, so it could like ride on the wheels, then rotate the whole thing backwards, be a VTOL aircraft that would take off vertically, and then could achieve like a pretty clipping pace in the air as well. And he was talking about all of the computer systems that it was used to fly and make decisions and all of this stuff. This was a good while back too, like a bunch of years ago. But he was giving it to a room full of pilots. And they were like, look, I noticed you're talking a lot about the computer systems and the redundancy there with the AI about how it flies. Are we going to be able to fly this? And he's like, no, this whole system wouldn't work if we allowed humans to be in charge. And the whole room, all these pilots get really fucking shitty at him.
Yeah.
They're like, why do we not fly the plane? And he's like, yeah, you just can't. Like, you can't have a mass product that lots of people have that require the, insane amounts of effort that it takes to get a PPL.
Well, this is a sort of like, is a hot dog a sandwich question? Is a helicopter a flying car?
No.
No.
Why not?
No. Rotary wing.
Why not?
It's got skis. It's got skids, not wheels.
Well,
flying car has to be able to navigate. No, it's got to be able to navigate and fit in an ordinary lane and do ordinary car stuff, and then suddenly take off to be a flying car.
So helicopters only have two forms of landing.
You can't say a Hercules bomber is a flying car.
You've got the two types of landing gear.
Flying car. Sorry.
The two types of landing gear on almost all helicopters are either floaters or skis.
Oh yeah, wheels. What are you talking about? The Mi-24.
The big ones, yeah, but
no, it's not a big-ish. I mean, it's a combat helicopter.
I mean, what Back to the Future tells us, if anything, is when we have flying cars, when you take off, the tires have got to rotate through 90 degrees. That's an absolute technological imperative.
That's exactly.
That's a requirement for it to be a flying car.
Or they've got to fold into the bodywork, and then you can go underwater if it's a Lotus.
Yeah, like the Lotus in 007.
I wanted that car so badly.
Oh,
yeah. Every 12-year-old boy wanted one of those.
Didn't they actually make like a car that could go into the water, like that was available for the public? Like it was just a very
floating one.
Basically.
Yeah. In the 1950s they had a convertible, didn't they, which was effectively just a speedboat. Right. But it was apparently you couldn't take it in choppy waters because it sat so low in the water that it would actually risk being flooded and sunk.
Yeah, it's definitely not an ocean voyage vehicle, but for ponds and lakes and shit.
Yeah.
The problem with the car thing underwater is they float, don't they? If you've got the cabin water sealed, if the cabin's sealed, then which is very, very difficult.
Of course,
that's a very difficult thing to do with opening doors like that.
They do float.
Well, you only got to look at those Japanese tsunamis. There was an awful lot of cars bobbing around at various points of buoyancy.
Yeah, and then of course the water gets in, they sink. At Top Gear, another one where they tested the car's water tightness by they had a sunroof and they got a fire truck and then poured water into the sunroof, and they had the driver was sitting there with a snorkel, and they fill the car up to the top of the car and then try to drive the car. And they had I think it was one of the British-made cars. Obviously, it was a British-made car, and it was so badly sealed that they emptied one of the tankers trying to fill it up because it was pouring out. That was great. And when they did take off, the back door fell off.
So good.
Was this Top Gear?
Top Gear's TV show.
Oh yeah.
In Britain.
Clarkson, that TV show. That TV show is proof that that TV show is proof that the only difference between man and boys is what? The price of toys.
I mean, I think the one that wouldn't fill up was one of the now demised British cars from the British manufacturers
Yes.
like British
I think
Leyland
it
or
was the
something.
Austin Princess. I think it was.
That's
one
it.
of them.
That's it. There's a story about the Allegro, the car before that. It was an awful car, very bad. And with the Allegro, if you had a puncture on the front of the car and you put the jack under the car and you jacked it up, the manual said don't open have both front doors open as you jack it, because the car would flex enough that it would pop the windscreen out.
I love it.
The structural rigidity of a waffle.
But hang on, well, I do wonder that if that's like, is it feature or is it bug? Because I keep having daydreams about getting a Mercedes-Benz Unimog, which is this insane, army vehicle with portal axles and like 40-inch wheels and stuff. And that one has a deliberately flexible chassis. So the whole chassis flexes pretty much more than, I believe it's more than the stock suspension.
Yeah, some of the big trucks do that too.
We had that one disassembled at my school when I went to car mechanic school. Yeah, they're like 2-liter diesel engine. I think they have like small truck, the mini truck. They're adorable.
You're comparing
mini truck.
You're comparing a computer designed, flexible chassis with something from the 1970s built by Gary and Wayne, where the windscreen was held in with the sort of rubber we put guttering together with nowadays.
No. Trust me, nothing computer fucking went in the design Unimog. It's just
Unimog's like 70s, I think they last.
Trust me, I know.
Okay.
It's like what? That? No, wait. Oh, okay. No, we had the smaller one, but I guess they're both called Unimog.
It
needs to be Russian.
Very sizable upwise, because that wheel will come up to above most people's hips, like to your waist, but not quite to your nipples. Those wheels are very high.
Okay, I was thinking
They
of a
are an
different thing.
epic four-wheel drive vehicle, because you've got a like gear ratio. I forget what it is, but it's like the lowest gear ratio is like 1 to 620,000 or something. So you just like turn the vehicle on and it will start trundling forwards, and you can like get out and walk around it and stuff, and it will just slowly trundle its way over obstacles and get there.
When it's brand new, you can run it in driving off your driveway.
Yeah.
Basically, the Austin Metro, the Mini Metro, that was a replacement for the Mini. The first gear was so short, if you could tall and short, I think it is short, that I think it's 5 or 6 miles an hour is the maximum speed you could do in the thing. Just really short. Terribly short. First gear, almost useless. And some of them I actually started in second gear sometimes. If it's downhill, just stick it into second, start there. There's no point. Let it roll forward a little bit.
Why would they do that though? I don't understand, and no one realised.
I don't know. Just didn't think about it. With such a light car, you wouldn't need such a short gear. That's the thing. But maybe the clutches were really, really fragile.
Right, yeah, compared to the 1970s, clutches nowadays go on for absolutely bloody forever.
Yeah. So I'm going to test because you said that I'm going to test the car, and that's 35 that's now 40, and see for sure if it thinks it's still 35. Because the sign's changed. So I'm going to give that a test just to see if you're right on that one.
You've got one of the older ones there. Yeah, my brother's got a couple on the farm, because the Australian military use them and then sell them for like nothing. Like the cost of the truck is only about twice the cost of getting all 4 wheels again, brand new, or 4 tires. Sorry, brand new.
Holy shit!
I love this kind of car.
They're so good, but I mean, they're like, if you get them from the military, there's a bunch of things where, like, what is it? They don't have license plate brackets. They don't have blinkers that have to be frangible, I think. They don't have locks because you can't, like, you know, they should be behind the lines, and you shouldn't have to like run around going who's got the key for the truck if you need to move some supplies. Like all these different things. So to get them road ready costs a fair chunk of time and money. And then even still, you have a really noisy vehicle to sit in. They're really unpleasant to drive, apparently.
Well, actually,
the curious about the new one has Vario Drive, where you can slide the entire control panel from the left side to the right side. So if you cross into another country, you're just like, bam, 30 seconds later, I've gone from right-hand drive to left-hand drive.
Huh?
Wow.
Yeah. Wait, what about the pedals?
I posted a link.
Vario Drive?
Yeah.
Oh, you want, all right.
I posted a link to...
Oh, fuck, when did that happen? Ahmedabad, a plane's crashed? 40 minutes ago. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Uh-oh.
Catastrophe?
Planes
What?
crashed in India. 242 passengers.
Oh.
Jesus, fuck.
Oh, I hate that. I hate hearing stuff like that.
It's a big one. These people already had their... Oh, no, they were filming something from a security camera. Okay.
I just posted a link to the Afeela, the Honda Sony car. It's not a bad-looking vehicle. It's not. No. It's not bad. It's inoffensive. The rear end looks exactly like the Mitsubishi Eclipse from yesteryear. Right.
It's very Prius-y, isn't it? Let's put it that way.
It is. Slightly. And if it's not an offensive-looking car, in person it probably is better looking.
Some of the BYDs look very nice, though, I have to say.
But Sony and Honda, that's a very interesting matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
The steering wheel will be a controller.
Yeah. I mean, I think that they can't be far behind Tesla in terms of the technologies, and ultimately, unlike Tesla, they have access to a battery manufacturing infrastructure.
What do you mean? Tesla's making their own.
Yeah, but they're not keeping a pace with the East at the minute, are they? If they were, Donald Trump wouldn't have had to deal to import tons of batteries from China yesterday.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to compete with slave labor.
It is. It is, yeah.
I mean, I had a friend of mine explain it. I used to work at Motorola. I had a friend of mine explain it, and he said basically that in Southeast Asia or in China somewhere, they can say, in 2 months, we need 14,000 engineers on site, and we're with housing and all the rest of it. 2 months and a built factory and all the machine. Yeah, there's no way you can do that in the United States. There's just no way. Can't do it.
No.
Because they pluck people from where they live, Shenzhen or wherever else, and just say, okay, now you're going to live here. You got this housing which will provide for you, which is, what do they call it? What's that called? Where the houses are basically made of papier-mâché.
Crap.
Yes, the crap. What is that called?
I can't remember.
Yeah, the one that China, the build qualities, they just build for show. You can kick your foot through the wall. Anyway, so they have crap housing, and they don't care about their conditions, and then they can get 14,000 engineers to uproot themselves within a few weeks' notice.
Yep.
Difficult to compete with that. I know that Tesla's Shanghai factory was built faster than anyone. The only factory was built faster, I think, was Austin. Germany's factory took quite a lot longer, I think. The one they've got in Berlin, I think it is.
It'd be interesting to see what he's going to do in the future with respect to his cars, because he's got to move away. He's got to do something about the non-luxury high end. The cost at the moment is too high for his range.
Yeah.
Like I say, when Honda and the likes of Honda and Nissan, and dare I say, even some of the European manufacturers get a grip, like Peugeot and BMW and so forth, get a grip on this, they are gonna have a sub 15K car. They're definitely going to have that.
Well, the question It's a two-word thing, and the two words are price parity. And in some instances, we've reached price parity. And what that basically means is an equivalent electric car will cost the same as an ICE car. So in some instances, we are at price parity because of the mean price of a car in the States is now over $40,000. And a Model 3 is under $40,000. But if you're taking the low end, so you want to get a base Corolla, you're talking half that. So there's not price parity in that much. But if BMW or someone, or Peugeot or Renault or Citroen or wherever, they manage to come up with a car that's workable and is under the average, it'll be game over.
I think the problem for a lot of these cars is what people tend to overlook is that most of these cars at the moment are bought by people who can afford them, and those sort of people tend to have a drive, and as a consequence, they tend to have someone to put a charging point at home.
Yeah,
an awful lot of people in suburbia and urbia, for such a word, don't have anything other than to get home and find somewhere, scrabble for someone on the road they live in to park their car.
We also need a more bigger supply and inventory of like aftermarket cars and for private sales. Like there's not too many like used electric vehicles for sale. So like that market needs to get saturated with vehicles to make it more comparable also.
So urbia and suburbia. So I live in urbia. No, I don't live in urbia. I live in suburbia.
I live in
subdivisions. In the high school halls, in the shopping malls. Come form a be cast out. Subdivisions. No? No one knows that song?
No.
Come on. No? Right. Subdivisions. Good song.
Subdivision, that's not like a type of area.
Subdivisions. It is in the States.
No, it's not. I subdivided a lot the other day.
Subdivided some ass cheeks.
Subdivision just means you have one lot and you're making it to two lots. That's a subdivision.
One butt.
Is it clear that Omni say that we can say the R word or we can't?
We can't.
He said no.
Why makes you want to say the R word?
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I didn't. But
you
I didn't. But
just
like
say recharge. Your recharge.
No, I've just used the old term, which is from Greek, just ancient Greek. It's called oligophreniac, which means divide of substance. Oligos and phrenia, divide of substance, divide of soul, empty husk. It's basically the R word in the Greek world.
Oh. If you type in the word subdivisions, it comes. The first thing, aside from the stupid AI overview, is the Wikipedia entry for Subdivisions, a song by Canadian progressive rock band Rush on 1982 album Signals. That's the first thing that comes
Rush?
Who could forget that classic track, Love to Tear Us Apart by Subdivision?
I don't think it's wrong for someone to say, like, what you just said is R word. I think it's, I understand calling someone an R word is different, but I don't think
even
it's
that.
I don't think it. What?
I don't get, because I'm like, all of the other slurs, there's a person out there bothered by it, right? And that's why you're saying don't say the N word, because there's people out there who've had that word used to denigrate them. But the difference for the R word is you literally have no victim, right? Like, just imagine, like, I use the word and I go, bring me the victim of this horrible slur I've been using. And you're going to have to go and find somebody with Downs or something that isn't actually technically R-worded, right? Because that's no longer a technical word. And then you're going to have to get that person with a lower operating capacity and explain it to them, right? You're going to have to sit there being like, how you don't understand stuff much? This guy thinks you're silly because you don't understand stuff much. He's saying bad things about people who don't understand things. Do you understand that yet?
No, because people with autism, people with autism would be considered that word or whatever, and that's just like,
people they can understand. They
don't
understand what the word means. Like I get it. I think the fucking name police is fucking a little is over exaggerated. Personally, I'd rather hear someone fucking say what they really think, so I know what they actually think, than fucking have to worry about like that. Like that's just my personal opinion about it. But
I
think
would
it's
there's a semantic treadmill, and the semantic treadmill is if the thing that you're talking about is bad, right? Then it doesn't matter what you call it. That will become a pejorative term, right? So let's say we stop using the word R word, and we go, we're going to call them icicles, right?
Or
An
just call them
icicle
moron.
means
Like,
somebody
a
of
moron.
limited. Exactly, you call them a moron, right? But I mean, you make up a new word and you go, right, we're going to call them icicles now. Then, because icicle is associated with somebody with lower operating potential, with poor pattern recognition skills, who isn't able to fend for themselves and isn't able to make good decisions, then that word icicle is now going to become an insult, and will develop this whole cachet around it until you've got to stop using that word. And that's what Pinker describes as this semantic treadmill, where you have to keep going, churning through words, and you can't use that one anymore, you can't use that one anymore. And if you don't fix the underlying situation, or if the underlying situation is unfixable, you're never going to get rid of it.
When you mentioning Steven Pinker?
The bottom line on it
Steven
is,
Pinker, yeah.
is don't use words like that. If you're going to use words, at least be creative, and then your insult will mean something. You just call someone a recharge. You just say that. It doesn't mean it like calling someone a racist or a homophobe. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yes, exactly. It's far more impactful to make a statement about the fact that they're not using their capabilities properly, rather than what their capabilities are.
Yeah,
So
that's
calling
right.
calling someone a buffoon, or delusional, is far more effective than pretending that they've got an innate incapacity to talk about things properly.
I will cover the.
The problem is not that people can't do things; it's that they're lazy when it comes to thinking.
And so call someone a misanthropic blatherskite or something creative. All right,
A ne'er-do-well.
A ne'er-do-well, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just put some effort into it, rather than just saying, "Oh, you recharge." That makes you sound like a recharge.
You, sir, are a scallywag.
Yes.
Yeah. But
I like blatherskite.
Because I keep using the word
I'm not
delayed.
a pirate, man.
I'm
I'm
like,
not gonna call it.
because that's what recharge means, right? Delayed. I'm like, that's just the kind of behavior of a delayed person, a bit developmentally delayed.
It also means to hold back. It's not just delay. It means to. Well, I mean, I guess delay is sort of holding back, but like, I don't know. I guess it's sort of a. Yeah, doesn't really matter.
How about we don't just be assholes, okay?
When you say when Jin says these things about fluoride, he's merely being a blackguard.
He's a blackguard.
I don't understand. Like, what's wrong with oligophreniac? Oligophreniac is such a good word.
Like it just didn't take long to research how uranium hexafluoride works, and like why it's used to separate different kinds of uranium. Like a nuclear reaction isn't a chemical.
I'm having that moment again.
Yeah.
I'm remembering that moment again. What happened to the conversation?
Yeah, did we just skip in time or something?
I just said gin, and everybody got ooh, and something got stirred.
We just got back into hexafluoride somehow.
Yeah. I'm just Okay. So what's happening now?
Anvil, that's okay. I think you delayed a little bit.
You're a recharge.
I'm attempting to catch up, but
that raises a good question, though.
I'm just explaining my dissatisfaction with Jin's conclusions. That's all.
My tongue was buried firmly in my cheek. I hope you realize when I said that.
No offense. I'm not the most premature ejaculator around here. Yeah.
If Jin CBR1 is like this, can you imagine Jin CBR2?
Ooh. Let's hope the round's only 3, 4s, and 5s.
Yeah.
Just be glad we only got the one.
Listen,
and don't say his name, he'll appear.
I do appreciate the electric car debacle debate. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Because
Red Cloud. Sorry, go. And what you can
the electric car thing. It's just that I've got an internal combustion engine car, nice car at the moment, and it's great. I tell you what, terrific car. But I had to shuttle. I mentioned this in the night. I had to shuttle people back. We had a gig fairly closely to us, and we had a gig where I had to shuttle people backwards and forwards in our electric van. And driving, even though it's a van and it's bulky and all the rest of it, but it's electric and it was so much nicer. And I was like, oh, and I had to go back to my car again with this noisy engine, its histrionics every time you put your foot down. You know, it's like
you clearly never driven like look, no. Like from what I've heard, like electric cars, even though they're like, smooth, I guess you could say smoothish, right? They drive like a toy car, basically, right? You're like in a big toy car, you push the pedal and it like just goes.
Teleports. Just teleports.
Yeah, and I don't like that. As a car enthusiast, as a car mechanic, man,
I
need
get
that
not
like
liking it.
I need like the Audi 8. Audi 1.8 turbo, right? That turbo fucking spooling up and the torque, right, building up, and you have to control it, man.
I
and
get you.
But what about?
Yeah,
But see, to me,
is it
the
because
thing
they
to
have
think
them-
is because it's the same with motorbikes. Like I love the very first mod I do on any motorbike is not for performance, just for sound, and I straight away get a big loud blap blap exhaust. But when you go to an electric bike and you suddenly go, oh look, I am missing the blap blap sound, and cars don't know that I'm filtering between them and stuff, and that does suck. But all of the reasons you want a motorbike, aside from making a lot of noise and having people look at me, it is leagues superior. The moment you go off-road, it's like instant torque. You can just go zip and pop the front wheel up to get over a log.
Dude,
and then the moment I take off the throttle, or even while I'm riding through the bush, there's this light sound as the chain sprocket goes around.
The chain, that's it.
And the
That's the
crunching of
sound.
leaves. And you can hear animals, and you startle little bush creatures where you're like, oh, I didn't think these existed before, because when I used to come up going, wah, 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 they were just surprisingly all absent.
You're so much more aware of your surroundings.
Yeah.
And the nature you're in. And basically, a trial bike, electric trial bike, they should be mandatory, man.
Yeah, trials is
because you don't have to. You're not going to ride 150 miles on a trial bike.
Go on, Zoidberg.
X, you're very interesting. Can I DM you?
You can.
Okay, you are in a dark dungeon. Roll D20 for perception.
I rolled a 7.
Oh, you don't see anything. You trip and fall.
You trip and fall.
I'm Rodberg, homeowner.
I've only just started doing D&D, and it is
You're doing D&D.
It's very fun. I didn't think I'd enjoy it, but goodness, I enjoy it. I just keep trying to fuck every NPC I come across. Pretty much me in real life.
If I had some dice, I would make a D&D joke. I haven't got any dice right here.
Yeah.
It's from Futurama, where the guy says, "Oh, hi, I'm," and he rolls the dice. "Pleased to meet you."
So the book, the Dice Man, or the Dice Game. You know that one? Like a lot of people that really like. I had a friend who read it, and he's like, "I am changing my whole life because of this book." And it's about this psychologist who has a patient who talks about living their life by the dice. You know, I feel like I just roll and whatever that day throws up. And he's not talking literally, but the psychologist thinks about it. Oh yeah, go on.
I was going to say you roll the dice to make your decision. Is that right?
Yeah, and he just thinks, yeah, I've lived this really boring life. So now whatever the dice tells me to do, I'll do. And so he's like not turning up to work, and I can't get into some of the like grosser things he does, but he's like at one point he rolls the dice, and if he doesn't want to do something, he gives it a low probability on the dice. So he's like, you know, anywhere from 1 to 4 is buy another drink. And if I get a 5, it's go home. But if I get a 6, I'm going to pick up a man at a gay bar and have gay sex. And he's like, bang, and rolls a 6 and has to have a sex with a guy dressed as a bikie.
Okay.
This conversation took a left turn somewhere.
And so instead of Two-Face, he's D20.
Yeah. But it's a good book. It's just this interesting idea of how much is our life on rails, and would you like to give it over to chance?
It's like the Yes Man with the movie, kind of.
Yeah, very similar kind of concept.
Actually, it might not be a bad idea with people who like stuck in a rut.
Yeah. He's like, he does yes now. And now whenever I'm like trying to go, oh, what should I do? Da, 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 da. Like the other weekend, I was like, I want to take out a houseboat and go on the Hawkesbury. And I was like, I'll just ask Yogi. Ask my mate. He's like, yeah, right. Just got to find a couple of other people.
Yeah, what happens when someone says, "Hey, do you want to go rob that bank?"
Go rob a bank. What are you, a pussy?
Yeah, there are limits. There are limits to the. There should be rules. You should have guidelines what you can and cannot do. Otherwise.
And the thing is, if you're running a campaign, you can do it in any time zone. So they've even done futuristic cyberpunk roleplay game where you go, okay, this guy is normally going to roll 10 or better on his persuasion because he's like a diplomat or something. So you're going to have to tell your lie or your story that your impassioned comment really well. And so he'll say, I'll give you like +2 because you actually role played that discussion with the extremely good politician. So you might get bonuses. So it doesn't have to be by the letter of the book. You just go, you need to roll 15 or better. Oh, no, you told a really good story. It's now 12 or better.
Yeah. Yeah, I've wanted to make one that's an post-apocalypse one. Done like D&D campaign. Anyway, people who aren't, I never wanted to become one of these people. I'm aware that talking about D&D is a little bit like recounting a dream.
Yes, but it's good to sort of go through the motions of someone who's planned out their world and go, all right, these particular people are really good at either diplomacy or subterfuge or any other thing, and like let's just see how the dice rolls. And yeah,
Man, I envy you guys from the West because I didn't have this as a kid. And if I had D&D as a kid, I think I'd be a completely different person. I would just be swallowed by it. I don't know, like some kind of
different.
uber mega giga fucking Chad geek or something. I don't know.
Chad geek. There's a contradiction in terms. You got to pick one, bro.
I mean, any video game you've ever played could be a D&D game or a role play game like Mario and Luigi going through the castle.
If you played Fallout, that's pretty much D&D.
Well, I didn't have this until I was like 16 or something. So
yeah, I didn't play D&D until like, what was it? I started like 6 months ago. But yeah, I immediately looked back at a bunch of games, particularly Fallout, where you even have charisma, and if you up your charisma by doing things like wearing flashy clothes, then you're more convincing, and you can like when you get an option to lie to somebody, your lie is more likely to pass, and that's just straight up D&D mechanics.
And even Guardians of the Galaxy, you have a particular person, he's a brute, he's good with knives, where you have like Rocket with his technology. There's just a group of mismatched people who eventually get the task done, and it's just a bit of fun.
If you want to play a good D&D game on video game, play Baldur's Gate. It's like one of the best D&D video games made.
But you're kind of reminding. I mean, because I've never played D&D, but the closest thing I'm thinking of is that Star Wars game. Fucking whatchamacallit. There was like 2 of them.
Oh, you mean the Knights of
Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah, that's the closest thing I'm thinking of. That's the only thing I guess I played closest to a D&D game.
Yeah, KOTOR.
Yeah, there's a couple of those games where they give you like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire options, and you'll have like 4 things, and the plot will go a certain direction from those answers that you give to the questions. Yeah,
that's how Baldur's Gate is. Baldur's Gate plays exactly like D&D, the board game. It actually, you stop every so often and it asks you this. It says this happened here, this done this. What do you want to do? You know, stuff like that. It's a really well done D&D video game.
The only problem is on PC is it doesn't let you choose what you're really doing. Like you only get one of 4 options, where like a bunch of other times, I'm trying to think what you like. Just if you dream up anything, You just say it to the DM, they just sit there and they go, oh, okay, roll for blah, blah, blah. And like, you can, like, somebody come in the middle of speaking to you, and you go, I just reach out and punch him in the face mid-sentence. And like, that's now what happened. Whereas in games, in computer games, it necessarily has to be really on rails because it has to sort of funnel you towards certain outcomes.
Yeah, I've been binge watching binge watching for a while. Critical Role.
Yes.
That was great. Matt Mercer, right?
And there's lots of different game systems like Call of Cthulhu, this, that, and the other. Like there's 1,000 ways to roll either a d20 or a whole bunch of d6s and just say this is the success versus the failure. It's like let's say you got 6 d6, you need like 3 of them to be 4 or better for the thing to happen. The more 4s and 5s you get, the better for you the situation goes. So there's tons of systems to basically let the dice dictate like how well or how poorly you did that thing.
So correct me if I'm wrong, if this is like a wrong analogy, but D&D, the card game, is basically like the program book of a video game, like that.
Sort of, yeah. Basically, yeah. So it will just sort of lay out a world, give you a map. People make their own, but generally there are like understood ones and a bunch of mechanics that are set within the whole structure of D&D, such that like if you want to do something, so like, yeah, if you suddenly say, okay, I reach out and punch him in the middle of speaking, it'll be like, okay, punches relate to strength. So what is your strength? Roll dice, add that to your strength. And that's what you're thinking. So it's already like in a game where you level up and you become more powerful.
Your characteristics give you a certain probability, and then the roll of the dice is based off of that probability.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Your chance of, yeah. So it's very much like the dice just works as RNG does in ordinary game.
Oh, I get that then. And now I understand D&D. I never fucking understood it really, but now I sort of do.
Yeah, it's basically most things you need an 8 or better to succeed in, but with various bonuses and detriments, you know, some people have rolled like a 33 because they've got like plus 13 to a stat and they rolled a 19. It's just like you can get really ridiculously good at a particular skill, but it's helpful if you suck at other things too. It's not really good to be great at everything, which is why I mentioned Guardians of the Galaxy.
You roll a 33, I think you get to like start making up the rules, like, and you become like the Illuminati master. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's how it works.
You could. I don't even know who reads enough about Freemasonry to figure out what the left boot thing is. I really don't know.
Well, not me. But with eggs, yeah, that Unimog, that's fucking amazing. Especially the one with the living thing, you know, like the caravan thing.
Yeah.
RV, yeah, that's fucking great. Man, my wish is to like travel the world someday with like in something like this with my wife, you know. First to have a wife, but yeah.
Yeah, if I could get something like that. Except I do wonder, like I did Sydney to London on motorbikes, and I had like tricked my motorbike out for extreme off-road conditions. And as a result, like you go one way, it'll get worse at the other thing. So it was uncomfortable on road. And because of disagreements between me and the ex, I did about 99% of it on road anyway. So I worry that if I got a Unimog or something like that, is a really agricultural truck. It's really noisy and clunky and manual and has no of the mod cons, doesn't have air conditioning, doesn't have cruise control, da-da-da-da.
No, it has to have AC. Come on. Or maybe
you've got to get
it
retrofitted. In the military versions, they don't want anything to break.
Well, I guess I mean, in the desert, man, Look, I'm pretty sure in the American ones they have like a McDonald's right there, right in a fucking Humvee or something. But I've seen others, but they're quite expensive. Look, you can definitely get an AC and all the other stuff. At least for the cabin. Have you seen like van life videos and all that stuff?
Yeah, I've been addicted to them. I love them.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah.
But no, apparently it's bullshit. Apparently, actually, it's like hyped up. It's overrated. It's you don't want to live there. Trust me. Like there's been like a wave of videos of people hyping it up. Then like a year and a half later or something, you can see people, posting videos. Hey, I tried this. Like, don't do
Yeah.
this. Trust me, you don't want to live it like that. It's such a hustle.
It depends a bit how you live, but yeah, I'm not sure I'm caught on the van life thing, but I do love the idea of a yacht.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, and I've been watching. Yo, have you seen those YouTube videos of like this Aussie guy with this chick, and they're like
That's
traveling
not narrowing
for.
it down.
Is it not really their water? Damn. Wait, let me.
Is final stability. Did I just get cut off? I think it was
No.
Spartacus
I'm
just
trying
stopped.
to find that chick.
Yeah, well, there's also do you remember Gabby Petito and her boyfriend? They were doing this like YouTube. I keep laughing at really inappropriate times the last couple of months. But she's this pretty girl, and they were doing like they had this van life YouTube channel where they're like, we're having so much fun, and like you hear this progressive story about behind the scenes. They're getting really irritated with one another, which me and my partner did too. Like we were like just editing and keeping YouTube videos coming for this tiny audience that isn't really growing is brutal and really takes a toll. And yeah, he ends up murdering her and going off into the.
You fucking kidding me?
No, going off into the wilderness and killing himself.
Wow.
I saw a thing the other day. If I can find it, I'll post it on YouTube. It's supposed to happen just not too long ago, but there was these two YouTubers, and both of them was really small, had like 2,000 subs or 3,000 subs each, and somehow got into a beef with each other. And one of them brought a gun to Las Vegas, and because the other guy was live streaming, him and his wife was live streaming eating somewhere, and he just walked up, and when they turned around and saw him, and his wife got up, tried to stop that guy, and that guy just pulled his gun out and shot both of them, killed both of them while live streaming it to YouTube.
It's wild.
Holy shit! No, that's something you don't see.
Yeah, let me hold on a minute. Let me find it. I'll post it. I watched it today, so it shouldn't take too long to find it.
I mean, I guess there's a lot of stress, right? I mean, these people when they show us these videos, they're trying to get like, views, right? So they, being all negative and telling us about their problems, that's not gonna, get many views. But yeah, it's really stressful.
It's difficult.
It must be stressful,
when
right? Like living in a boat, it's fucking hurricanes, the weather, right? You really have to care about this pirates and shit, right? Holy crap.
And you want days where you're doing nothing, but Google or YouTube doesn't permit that. So like we worked out that you really had to be uploading multiple times a week if you want your channel to grow. And what that means is your entire life, we would ride for 2 days, stop for one. And for that one day, one or the other of us had to sit down and edit the previous 2 days worth of footage. Sometimes it's not really good stuff that's happening there, and it's hours and hours and hours of shit to go through. And you've reset the time on your GoPro again, and tiny little bickering arguments. Where's that SD card? And da da da. While the other one's off, like frantically finding a
Food.
laundromat to clean your clothes, and where are we getting food from, and I need that new part, and have we booked that, ship yet, and do we have our visas for this country? And it's like a job. It's shit. It's just like, it wasn't shit. There were certainly many good bits about it, but I didn't predict how exhausting, how much effort it would be. YouTuber murders guy on live stream.
It's got to be like challenging for the people who started off small to become big, because there's something about certain people that make them watchable. Like Moist Critical used to be not that popular, but he's just continued the grind for like 6 years and finally got there. So you got to have patience, I think.
Yeah, you got to have patience. You got to have luck. The other thing was, sort of not right before, about a year before we left on our trip, it suddenly became clear that YouTube was no longer interested in promoting grassroots content. In that you suddenly noticed that your feed was full of Jimmy Kimmel and like major production house quality stuff was being promoted. And they kind of pared back on it a bit now, or certainly at least started noticing that I kept thumbs downing all that shit and going, get this fucking shit off my feed. I know where I can go to find that obvious mainstream crap. I come here for homegrown content. But we were right in the middle of that, where it was massively deprioritized it. So unless you were already something really adjacent to what they were doing and released banger videos at least once a week, you just didn't have hope.
The only
I'm looking at one guy that
think
was uploading when I was doing it, and he's been doing it consistently for years, and his upload from 2 days ago has only got 2.4k views. Like, they're just not interested in it anymore.
I mean,
I
that's
guess
why I think
go on,
some
sorry.
people want to do videos for the enjoyment for their small crowd rather than getting fame. Because I don't know how, like, Mark Rober does like one video a month. So he's got to spend the other like 20 days doing something else with his life, surely.
Well, I mean, I think he would, once you're at that level, I think it changes a lot, because you can afford to have a whole production team. And then you're like, okay, we do scripting and blah, 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 and do all this prep and then release a one. And that's the other thing. Once you get above a certain size, once a week is a sustainable model. You just need, pretty much you need every day if you want to grow.
Yeah.
But if you're huge, you can go, oh, let's work on a big project and make each one a banger. But I don't mind if it's, once a week.
I just wish I could write a script.
YouTube will still prioritize that.
Like I'm working on a video. I've been working on a video for a couple months. I've researched it, got all kinds of shit down to make it, but I can't. The older I get, the worse I am at writing anymore. Like my brain don't work right anymore. Used to be
Certainly
good
one that helps with AI, but AI.
I tried, but I've
really
tried to
bland.
use the AI, but I can't get it to write it the way I want it. It always just continues to not make it right. I have to.
It depends on the AI. Hey, if you want, I can give you a contact for a guy who knows it and uses it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really
I mean,
good prompts is some of the key, but I always find it's a bit
I don't want to
cringy
have to
and
contact anybody. Yes.
No, he's a guy on Discord. He's another server. I can just shoot you the server link if you want.
And I think, like, depending on the audience's appetite, even if you do one a day for May, I think Simon and Dan tried to do, like, I don't know if, like, debunking globe skepticism or space skepticism is, like, a viable, like, you gotta, I think the public wants something a bit more than that.
Of course, nobody gives a shit about
Well,
fucking Earth, globe orb. It's such a niche fucking. No shit, you ain't gonna get views on that. Well, you have to do like first do I have a pretty girl, It's like first step. No matter what you're doing, have a pretty girl there in the thumbnail. And then basically do whatever else, but just have the pretty girl. That's it.
And just discuss political bills or something. Papa Fleur, you've joined the chat. Did you want to say what you were saying about the ether? You feel the ether's been proved by Ares failure? Is that what you were saying? If I hold the rabid dogs at bay, would you be willing to discuss it? I've reused that line. I just used that on Tim accidentally because he keeps changing his name. Using it again.
I'm just listening at the moment. I'm at work.
Ah, right. Okay, fair enough. We'll chat some other time.
There was the one tech channel I watched. The main one I watch is Marcus Brownlee, MKBHD.
I was watching when I was
anyone's ever heard of him?
Yeah,
Yes.
he does tech reviews, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does tech. He's got a thing called. He's got a car review one as well. It's very simple. It's him on his phone, and he does his car reviews. But he's got really good perspectives on things. They just had the latest Mac OS out, and he was talking about that. And he talks about Android phones and all sorts of other things.
Is it that much of a struggle this morning?
Say again?
Y'all are talking about car reviews?
We are.
We're just
we can
mentioning
start
tech
discussing microphones and how they work better when they're close to your mouth.
Oh,
yeah. But the other one was the other tech one I've been following for quite a while is called iJustine. And we talk about pretty girls, and when I first saw that, I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I watched the entire video and didn't listen to a word she said. I realized I hadn't heard a word. I had to watch the video again. And then I did the same thing, but I listened to what she was saying, but I was like, what?
You sound like an SS Sniper Wolf fan. That's what's going on.
She goes to South by Southwest, right? And she's like, oh, they're all so friendly here. I got let into all the private forums. I know, here's LeVar Burton, and I'm going to be sitting down on his forum thing he's doing for this thing. I'm just thinking, oh, yes, Justine, yeah, they're all so friendly and let you into everything because how kind they are at the South by Southwest. But she had no clue. I have a friend of mine.
Next week, Susan Boyle's going to join me.
I have a friend of mine. I actually did some pictures for her. I work with her, and she's just excessively, she's very well designed. So we went to the mall we worked together, and so it was our task to go get the food for dinner because we worked late. Anyway, and so I'm going along, and I'm walking to the food court, and everyone's following with their eyes, and just like. I get the feeling I'm being watched. This was really weird. It wasn't me, it was her. And I said, I said, do you notice this? She said, what? Said, do you notice everyone's stopping and staring as we walk by? She goes, no. Well, you're just used to it. Oh, I guess so. Oh, okay, you're just used to it. I'm just not accustomed to it.
I missed it. Was she a pretty girl, right?
Yes. So she pumps gas and routinely gets guys coming up to her and handing business cards to her.
Oh yeah, they want business. That's right. Yeah.
And we did an outdoor shoot for her, and these guys in an AT&T van. They come round to into the subdivision. They come down the street, and they slow right down in front, right? They slow right down, and then they come around. They go around the cul-de-sac and drive back up again. And they did that about 4 times. She was. I was doing pictures for her in like a long section of grass. She had like an outfit that had like a bare back type with sparkles and stuff on, and it was a great outfit, right? I wouldn't call it. Well, anyway. But this van kept coming back up and down the street, And I said, "No, I'm sorry." There's just like, she said, no. She was fine with it. She was okay with it. So anyway, that was just really
they are
funny.
a class of people, really. I mean, pretty girls.
Oh yeah.
I mean, class as in like they're privileged there. Well, the upper
privilege,
class.
yes. Not I was going to say entitlement. That's the wrong word. You said the right word. Privilege. It's called pretty privilege.
Yeah. Oh well.
It's why I think it's one of the reasons why there's been such pushback against feminism in general is like because when anybody talks about women, men immediately think about a pretty woman. And then when it's like, I've got it so tough, they're like, I'm not sure you do. And it's like, well.
No, they're like, hey, would you accept my business card?
That's the worst of it. But I tell you what, if she's stuck in a situation and someone steals her wallet and she needs $20 to get an Uber home, she's gonna get that $20.
Oh yeah.
There's not going to be a problem.
In many or most situations, but that's why I also think that then it can mean that people, I think the word is inured, like you can become inured then to the like real things that somebody does. Because I keep saying it in here, I notice how much the women get interrupted on Discord. That I think you're like, boys look at the kind of privileges they would like, and they would like positive regard from the opposite sex.
Well, I'll tell you what that's about. The reason that's a thing where the women get interrupted is because they act like men. So when the women act like men, no, it's true. When the women come in and act like
that
men,
exacerbates the.
Then it just makes it worse because then they're just seen as another man who then can be railroaded and talked over and whatever else, and who gives a blank if it's a woman because she's acting just like another guy. If she came in and acted like a lady, like a girl, like a female should, then the mods would be banning.
Oh my god!
The mods would be their primary function would be protect the lady.
Then they get called a simp right away. Bro, listen. No. Listen, but wait. So I'm a mod. Fun fact: I'm a mod on the biggest politics server called Politics, and there's plenty of women there. I'm telling you. So how it works, really, is if any woman, no matter how she acts, she gets shit on right away. She gets shit on. If she dares to voice an opinion that disagrees with the right wingers, usually, right, then she gets shit on even more. And if you, as a mod, you dare to tell the room, yeah, like guys, can you like calm down? Can you let this person finish, right? Like, oh, simp.
So you establish. The problem with that is you have established a chat culture. And so you invite the people who conform to that chat culture into the chat. So once your chat culture is established, then no, you can't do that. But if that's not your chat culture and that is part of the chat culture, then you will find people stepping.
But we're talking about here, and
step in line.
I would say if I went down the list, I would find half of the people who are in this room are also in politics.
Maybe, but I would say that, like, when strong-opinioned men are in discussion goes to debate, and to an extent, some people who have that masculine feature of wanting to win will want to try and win the debate rather than discuss the issue.
Well, I want to win at discussing the issue.
Okay. No, but it's what's happened is that a lot of times the men have become feminized, and the women have become masculinized.
No, man.
Stop. A lot of the men are feminized, and a lot of the women have sort of.
Are you feminized?
I didn't say all. I said the problem is that some of the men, a lot of men, have become feminized.
Am I feminized? I want to try and identify a feminized man.
Am I a woman now?
Am I feminized?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're all.
Yes, you are.
Am I feminized?
And then the second thing is because of feminism, the male tendency is not to protect a woman. The male tendency is just to treat the woman like another man and just crap all over her.
No, the reason why they explicitly do like the right wing tropes of stay in the kitchen, why is the woman talking, right? You think the feminism caused this experience of like talking to people on Discord in like biggest servers for like almost a decade, 7 years now, 8 years?
I think, Red Cloud, when you say when we're seeking equality, would you really want to be equal with men when men argue and fight about all sorts of random shit all the time?
I think
Do you
equality
really
is
want to be equal with that?
Yeah, I think equality is such a silly idea. I think it's
Well,
just so obvious on its face, R-worded. That everybody gets that it's R-worded, but you have to really break it down for people. And they go, no, equality's good. And you're like, okay, should toddlers fly planes? Well, not that kind of equality. You're
that's
like,
not.
So it
That's not
sometimes does come down to how you're raised and what your body looks like and what kind of person you are. Would you let a male babysit your kids? Well, you said yes.
If you
Not
look
in
at the
today's
curriculum in
society,
schools,
because there's probably be a right winger trying
if
to
you-
diddle the kid. But anyway, no way.
if you
Don't
dude,
even-
you guys have got no room to talk. Me too. So if you look at the curriculum in 1950s schools and 1960s schools, and now look at the curriculum, specifically girls and boys, the differences. Those days are gone. So now all the women are essentially, and it's just resulted in what we've got now, which, like I said,
But I think people have been saying that for 1,000 years. I think that's been said for 1,000 years. I think that you would struggle to find a point in history where people didn't say the youth are going to ruin and the women aren't being womanly enough and the men aren't being manly enough.
In every society, in every period of history of like Western society, particularly, right, you can read conservative, half, let's say, or portion of society who are complaining, crying, and like clutching their pearls about the youth, right? How the youth is destroying, the good culture that, they were privy to, of course, right? It's the culture that they grew up with, right? And now when
You mean like in LA right now?
Well, what's happening in LA? So first of protesting.
That doesn't help your case.
Over no, it actually does. No, protesting.
Yeah,
protesting is a base right? It's a way to,
but not burning down cop cars,
burning down cars,
lighting buildings on fire.
Right.
Hang on. What period are we comparing it to?
That's rioting.
What period do we compare it to?
Any generation, any generation. You go back in any Western society, right? You'll find conservatives saying these things, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but it's true, right? This is why conservatism is like the most losing ideology ever in history, because every conservative, because humanity progresses, we progress, right? We no longer like.
It's difficult. It is difficult to win. Like it was very difficult to win against the Nazis during World War II because they didn't give a damn about their own men. They would send wave after wave of their own men into the firing line to defeat us. And as more conservative people were then, compared to what they are now, that was difficult to deal with because we weren't prepared to sacrifice our own men. It's very, very difficult to beat that.
It was the conservatives
when they're
Germany
literally posting stuff on X saying we need to murder the president. That's difficult to deal with. Yes.
I'm not following this argument.
Yeah, first of all, it was conservatives in Germany who put Hitler in power and kept him there, right? You know that?
No, it wasn't.
Yes. You think it was the progressives?
No, I think it was fascists. It's not conservatives.
Fascists are fascist, conservative, or progressive? Are conservatives
conservatism to you?
Somebody's been brainwashed by the media.
Yeah. So you I mentioned the LA riots, and it's like, oh yeah, well that's just
fascists are conservatives.
It's not conservatives that are rioting, man.
Well, but conservative. What is conservatism? Because to me, it means old-timey values. It means hearkening back to what once was the greatness of your, and trying to preserve culture in some way.
Yeah, that is literally like. By the way, like worshipping
what you consider human norms,
worshipping.
like
No,
male and
worship.
female roles.
Shut up. No, sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. Sorry.
Yeah, you're triggered.
My apology. My apology. No, but,
yeah, that's all right.
harping. You said harping. Like worshiping like a long, forgotten past of glory of society. Literally one of the criteria of a fascist regime. That's what they have in common. That's literally what academics identified. It is common amongst them, and that is a conservative. That is one of the main conservative fucking appeals. It's like,
I'm a conservative.
Back in the old
has nothing to do with fascism.
Yeah, the fact that fascists, the
Cloud.
people who are saying everyone's fascist, are the ones burning down their own city in LA is actually quite ironic. But okay,
they're not burning down.
I find that kind of offensive, but I'm just
guys, chill the
Go
fuck out.
I had a question.
I just want to throw something quick to Red Cloud. Quick.
Oh gosh, all right, go on.
It's going to be quick, so I ain't got much time.
It's going to be a troll, but go ahead.
It's not going to be a troll. So there's fascism. There's 3 core tenets of fascism. Right? One of which
I'm disinterested.
One of which is called syndicalism. Do you know what syndicalism is?
Go on. Go ahead.
It's trade unions. So when you're saying that fascism is conservatism and its core tenets built on trade unions,
I didn't say that.
It's incoherent.
I said the opposite.
Okay then. Sorry, I must have misheard
That's okay.
you.
No worries. Thank you for not trolling, by the way.
You're welcome.
Well, he wasn't. He just confused the interlocutors. I was the notion.
Somebody said fascism was conservatism. So
yes, it's the lefty here.
It is.
Yes,
not
okay,
the lefty here. Everybody acknowledges this. All of academia, all of the academia acknowledges that they're right wing.
Yeah, they're wrong.
People will be running around saying that if the media didn't say it for 2 straight years.
So, yeah. So I think there are alignments with it, but it's a very much like this comes down to the political compass thing. But I've got the main tenets of it, and it is extreme nationalism, authoritarianism, militarism, which I don't think Red Cloud's speaking to. Suppression of opposition is like every political party does that. Social hierarchy, I think, does speak to conservatism, as does elitism. Anti-democracy and anti-liberalism, I think maybe a bit. Perceived national decline, I think, is very much it. Economic self-sufficiency and totalitarian control are the main tenets.
Right. So
Trump has got much more.
For example,
has been using.
For example, booting people off major social networks for having views that are counter to the narrative, whatever the narrative happens to be at that time, whatever the words that you're not allowed to use and the phrases you're not allowed to use. That's what the progressive companies are doing right now formerly on Twitter. Now that's not happening on Twitter. That's why Twitter's the most balanced. It's happening on Facebook, happening on Instagram, happening on YouTube.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're telling me capitalist companies, right? Corporations are actually left wing.
Yes, progressive left wing. Yes,
they're actually left wing.
And they are the worst at hampering, including Discord, hampering people's free speech, and on this server.
Okay,
both sides will hamper free speech. So I think everybody's heard of the political compass. If you haven't, I put it in the chat, where authoritarianism and libertarianism is north-south, and then what we're talking about as left-right is left-right. And what there is a prevailing horseshoe theory, which is essentially any theory that starts either top right or top left will end up movements start bottom left or bottom right, which are the anarcho-communists or the libertarians. And then they will always end up at the top of one of the 2 horseshoes, where they're very difficult to tell apart from one another, which Nazism is one of the best examples, right? People will argue for months and days about whether the Nazis were left-wing or right-wing, and it's kind of hard to tell.
No, they're not.
It is hard, yeah.
No, they're not.
It's not as simple as that.
Academia has since the beginning. It was in fact a problem. Like Noam Chomsky talks about this. It was a big problem for the business class and for like America after the war to try to reestablish like their control over Europe in those places, because it was, to the public, it was clear that it was the conservative, the right wing, right elements of the Germany, right, who put Hitler in power and who kept him in
Absolutely,
power.
totally
Not
false.
leftists.
How does that
No,
respond to
he
my point?
murdered leftists. He put
It
leftists
doesn't.
in
He's
fucking
just.
That's always what.
concentration.
But all
No, he
leftists
didn't.
do that. That is a standard leftist
The Communist
play.
Party actually merged with the Nazi regime in
No,
the
they
end.
didn't, you
Yes,
idiots.
they did. No, they didn't.
They didn't. You're talking
Yes,
about
they
the
did.
Strasserites. You're
Just
talking
take note
about
right
the
now.
Trade unions merged with the government.
No,
Take
there
note
was
of what's happening right now.
No, you
Take
have
note
no
of
clue
any
what you're
riot,
talking about.
with one exception, in the last
no.
in the 20th
Sorry.
century. Take note of any and every riot, with the exception of one, in the 20th century and the 21st century.
But that
I posted a
begs
video
the
in the
question
chat.
that rioting is.
Always
that begs
left
the
wing.
question that begs the question that rioting is bad.
I posted a
Right.
video in the chat, and I
Yes,
think
it is right,
everybody
it's
should
bad.
at least
It's good.
It
attempt
does.
to watch.
It does. It does. Well, I mean, do you think that the like what happened in the UK in order to bring in trade movements and the freedom to organize into, what do you call it, like trade unions, unions, is that a bad thing? Like, do you bemoan the days when we used to be able to pay people as little as we could, or are you pleased with the idea of workers' rights and minimum wages?
Was that an open question, or for me, or
for you?
For me specifically, do I bemoan the rise of trade unions?
Yeah.
No, trade unions have a place.
Right,
however,
the
United Workers,
came about with riots,
the
right?
UAW, the UAW has been predominantly run by progressive left people for quite a while. And
the point I'm making is you only get the right to unionize after you riot.
I don't agree with. No, I don't agree that rioting is a method to bring about social change. I don't agree
Why
with
has
that
it been so
principle.
effective so many times?
It shouldn't. It shouldn't be what people do. I don't know why it's been. Has it been?
But you've got to.
effective?
No. You can't. You're using a counterfactual. Has it been used?
Do you mean
Yeah.
protests in general, or do you mean actual riots? Is
Protests
there
in general. Protests in general.
But
Like
then
civil
the
unrest
protests.
in
Then
a
there are
variety of
protests. Okay, but there are protests against legitimate, with the legitimate grievances, and there are protests for the sake of protests, and there are protests with people who are paid agitators and people who just like to protest. They put masks on. They go from protest to protest.
But who decides which is which?
When you start seeing the same faces, and you start seeing people.
No, that's not a heuristic. That's just you. That's just asking Red Cloud what he thinks about the modern.
You are asking me what I think.
I
I don't have a heuristic. You just asked me what I think. I'm standing in my garage. I don't have facts and figures. Just have my opinion. It's just a conversation.
Yeah.
All right. Now the video I posted in the chat. One of the guys that the dude plays is a guy who released the videos talking about how he got offered $200 by a group of whatever he names the group to show up at a certain time in a certain street and be part of the riot stuff. And the other guy also then talks about the guy that makes the video talks about the mysterious bricks that shows up, and he goes into a little bit more depth of that. I know it looks like a clickbaity video. That's just how the people make these videos now. They think you have to make thumbnails like that, but when you watch the video, it's not clickbait.
Sure. So in his one, we'll take the first one's the best one. What's the evidence that he was offered this $200? And who he was
it's just
offered
him
it by?
saying it. It's all you.
Yep,
That's
right.
all it is. It's just him making the claim.
So you get why that
So you
might
have
look
to
a
take
little
it. You
bit
have to
like
take them with a
flat
grain of
earth
salt.
Yeah, potentially, yeah. But again, it's just a conversation. And this goes back to, I want to just get a bit meta eggs for a second, is when we were in a conversation in this particular server, I went through it in Gem Pandas. I went to Geos and now to here. And when having a conversation and you want chapter and verse on things and people don't have them, they just have their opinions. That's what a conversation is. It isn't a debate where there's stakes. And so what happens is people, this is getting a bit meta, and I'm going to be critical for a second, because you notice no flat earthers in here, and there haven't been. They've been they've been leaving. Well, the reason they've been leaving because
I'm a flat earther.
We had a bunch of them, and now they're all gone.
Right.
Well, maybe it's not the time.
Because we just want to have a conversation.
Wrong.
It's just
you can't justify yourself being wrong all the time. It's a bit weird.
They're in gyms. In gyms, no, they're not at gyms right now. Yeah, it might be not the time, right? I mean, just these times.
I just noticed that
because it's mostly Americans, right? It's mostly Americans.
The conversation went to electric cars, which is different from the shape of the Earth, so I can understand why.
Yeah.
They show up early in the morning.
I want to make clear what I was asking for, because it wasn't. I wasn't asking for proof. What I'm saying is, if we can look at meaningful change, I'm not looking for evidence. If we can point at meaningful changes that have come about in the past as a result of rioting, then we're in the difficult position of going, well, that was meaningful to the people who rioted or protested at the time, and it was meaningful to them. And many people were on the other side of that. The vast majority of society was on the other side of that until it got implemented as a policy, and we saw the benefits of it. And now we're living in those benefits and sort of enjoying that world. And if we don't have a heuristic to pick between what is a worthless or a worthwhile protest, then all we'll do is judge each one on gut reaction. But that gut reaction will necessarily be behind the times.
I do think that, we begin voicing our opinions through the polling booth, and when that fails, we may protest. But to go into rioting means a select subset are really ticked off about a particular thing.
Well, look, I mean,
and I hate it too. I'm generally
by endless.
I'm generally on your side on this.
Mainstream.
It has nothing to do with it. This is literally has to do with the federal government.
To do with left-wing.
The federal government
propaganda they're being fed.
This has literally to do with the federal government going into a state, right? The conservative federal government, the Republicans, will proclaim states' rights, right? And going into a state now, being complete hypocrites, and doing this shit heavy-handedly when the state could handle this on their own. There are states
that have sanctuary city rules, who have basically
it's a state. The Republicans are hypocrites.
I don't think so. I think you're the hypocrite. Because you have laws in place. You can't be in the country illegally. And then you have left-wing progressive
and that's left
governmental
to the
offices in states. And the states are saying, no, you can stay here.
That's left to the states.
Illegal.
That's left to the states. The state has to reinforce their
it's not. That's
the federal government decides the immigration laws.
The federal government decides immigration laws, not the individual states.
Okay. So are you against states' rights?
I'm against the breaking of federal law. Immigration laws are federal laws. They're not state laws.
Are you against
except when the Republicans do it?
Well, no, except that they're going against the Constitution, right?
So here's a great question, Red Cloud. Are you against the cannabis rules that's been going through America for the last 20 years?
Yeah, that's
cannabis rules. Be specific.
Cannabis rules. So states allow for the sale of cannabis, even though there's a federal prohibition of the sale, use, or distribution, growing anything of.
Ooh.
Yeah, there are some things that the states can decide, but immigration is not one of them.
No. But this is federal. What do you mean?
No. That's special pleading. That's absolutely great.
Special pleading. I can give you an example.
We can use special pleading now too. Thank you for giving me this tool. We can use special. Since you use special pleading,
this is just a conversation. We're not doing that.
No, we are
Because you-
doing that.
No, we're not doing that.
Yes,
Because
we
you're
are
just
doing
having a
that.
conversation.
No, let's not do it.
And you
Let's
end
Yes,
up with
we are doing that.
you end up with
Just
an echo
talk.
chamber because you
But I
browbeat.
Yes,
kind of
we are doing
Instead
that.
of having a regular conversation, you end up browbeating.
This is the
people
stop.
and citing logical fallacies when we're not in a formal debate.
Stop the pearl clutching.
We're not in a formal debate.
Stop interrupting me. Stop
I don't
interrupting and stop
accept-
pearl clutching.
I don't
Stop
accept
interrupting me and
formal-
stop pearl clutching. Stop
I don't
interrupting and stop
accept-
pearl clutching.
I
Stop
can turn you
interrupting.
down so I can talk.
Okay, you cannot turn me down if you move to over talking. Now, special pleading means that any side now can. I mean, they are turning them all down. They're turning them all down.
I know, but one or the other of you needs to yield so that we can hear both.
I'm not yielding because I'm not even done speaking. Special pleading means that any side now can employ. Okay, he told me to kill myself. You're being to timeout for a day at least.
Did he say to kill yourself? I didn't think.
Yes.
Talk to yourself.
No, he said kill myself.
I said talk to yourself.
Yeah, I don't think you said that.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
Zodi,
that.
Zodi,
You know me.
Special pleading means that both sides get to use it. If now the Republicans say, hey, we get to interfere because we feel like it into another state's manners, then the Democrats get to do that when they get in power, right? We all agree to this? And there's not going to be no complaint? That was what I wanted to say before
They did. They
before
let
all
20
of you guys
million people
spread
in
out.
over the last 4 years. That's what the
Okay,
Democrats did. That's why we're having to get them back
Is that
out.
really the case?
Yes, that's
I'm
really the
with Red-
case.
Yes, that is.
I want to say why I'm with Red Cloud on this, which is I think that if you're doing drug laws, they won't necessarily, I mean, actually, maybe both of them work here, but why I can see immigration being federal is once you're into a state, you can get to any other state. So, somebody going, my state
same as
doesn't follow this."
marijuana.
Thank you. There are
Marijuana
laws between the states. Eggs
Same
is
as
right. If there were
marijuana,
borders
though,
between the
Eggs.
states, then
Yeah, I
you
get
could have those laws in effect, yes. But there aren't borders.
Same with marijuana. So we're doing special pleading, essentially. Do we recognize that we're doing special pleading?
No, because we're not in a formal debate, and I don't accept your site.
It's irrelevant if
logical
you are in a
fallacies.
formal debates or not. If you have bad logic, you
This
have
is
bad
just
logic.
a conversation.
Okay,
If
you're
you-
an oligophreniac. You have bad logic.
If you
yield,
want
little
to browbeat
boy,
people,
yield.
and if you want to browbeat people, then you will end up.
There's
just talking
nothing to do
yourself.
with brown people. That's fine. There are other people I can talk to. Now, eggs. Do we recognize that special? Special. Eggs. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to eggs. Eggs. Do we recognize this is special pleading? And do we recognize we can apply the same logic to marijuana?
Sure, but I think that would be then valid on both fronts. It would be
Okay,
valid to say
so
we
that
must
means
regulate both of these federally.
So that means the Democrats also get to use special pleading, right? And we cannot call them out on hypocrisy in that regard, right?
So what usually happens is I usually get triggered, and what I have to do is I have to mute myself and then curse quietly.
Bro, nobody
so no one can hear me.
cares.
And then I unmute myself, and then I can take
Bro, nobody cares, man. Stop crying.
But
meanwhile, he's still angry.
So
the way to
Be
do it is
angry.
not remain
Who
angry.
cares, man?
Yeah,
when you
you're
talk
still
about
angry.
when eggs was
It's
talking
because you
about
don't have
like
self-control. That's why
You don't have self-control. You have to mute yourself because you don't have self-control.
Progressive has no self-control.
Go for it.
You have no self-control because you had to mute yourself.
Typical leftist.
Are you an idiot?
Is that bloody coal throwing a bit of gasoline on the fire?
He's throwing coal on the
Rick
fire.
said, that's funny. Rick said, sounds like free speech to me. That is an interesting take on it, actually. I think that's quite good. Your free speech.
No hard
includes-
feelings, Zoidberg. This is just a conversation.
So how,
it's not.
I know, yeah,
It's actually a debate.
progressive.
I'm not a progressive, by the way. I don't know why you think I'm progressive.
How
What do you
can the
mean by
federal
progressive?
government be against marijuana, but the states be okay with marijuana? That seems like a bit of.
It's called the
It does.
Commerce Act.
It's really dumb. Seems
No,
really dumb to me.
it's so it's funny. My a business that I started. What we do is we tokenize marijuana cash because of the federal and state prohibition. So in the state, you have the right to sell it, package it, buy it. But banks here are regulated federally, so they follow those laws. So you can't get a bank account and stuff like that. But like when you're saying there's a department, there's no department that monitors marijuana. It's all on the state level. In the regards of immigration, there is a federal system that is being subverted. I would say you could use that term by the use of sanctuary cities, but it's not on the federal government on any level to be able to do anything about it. And that's the nature of the rules. Like, them's the rules.
Basically the rule states is that ICE can go in and arrest people who are here illegally. What the states do is the states say we will not use our state resources, i.e., our local militia of any kind or peace force or whatever you call them, peace officers to assist in ICE. That's the thing. So the federally controlled ICE is allowed to go in and arrest people, but the states are not obliged to help. But what they're doing, though, is they're not just doing that. They are actively hindering.
Yeah, so
how do they decide that somebody is here illegally unless they then take them to court or do some sort of process to figure out their true status?
Well, that's a good question.
Therein lies the whole problem.
It's not a problem because if you are here, if you're an immigrant, you are obliged by law to keep your green card with you at all times. It's in the law.
But are you required? Are you able to be stopped and demanded your papers as a citizen within the United States?
Yes, because the police can have probable cause.
Well, yes, without
probable cause to ask for a green card.
Yes.
So, but the probable cause is only criteria. You've got to find somebody with a smoking gun or near
it is a broad criteria.
But
no. So the police cannot. The police,
reasonable,
the federal,
articulable suspicion, isn't it?
No, the federal nor state government can profile someone based upon race, creed, color. So within, yes, okay, I'm sorry, it's against the law for them to do that, but they do that.
You don't even know basic U.S. laws, man. Come on.
So what I'm saying,
if you could say,
what I'm saying, no, specifically what I'm saying in this case,
I'll let David return.
No, specifically in this case, what are the probable causes? Yes, you could have but there have been people literally stopped on the street and taken and then deported. There is no court date. There is no asking for anything, and that was based simply upon their appearance to ICE.
That is correct.
Can I say something?
Is it? I thought they accidentally deported an American. Go for it, Spartacus.
Precisely.
Yeah. They could.
Guys, can I say something? Like, I have an issue here with what Red Cloud Media posted, and eggs. I don't know if you agree with this, right? So I looked at the video she posted.
Oh, that was Cole. I haven't seen that video. Sorry, Cole posted that. I haven't seen that video.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, that's right, sir. That's right. Yeah. But you agree with this, right? That's what you're referring to. You posted the evidence for you, know?
No, I didn't post anything for him. I posted just something I thought he might want to watch, and he ain't even watched it, so he can't make a comment about it.
Well, I haven't seen any. There's no.
I'm an immigrant with a green card.
So not relevant right now to what I'm talking about.
I have.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm just saying I have knowledge of the system.
Cool. If I might just finish making a point. No, you're fine. I just want to finish making a point, man. Yeah, well, watch this, right? And apparently the organization they're citing, No Kings, is a legit one, but the guy has not presented any evidence. Just a fucking guy who says that, oh yeah, No Kings organization has sent me a message or ask me to join the protest for $200. There's gonna be pallets of bricks there. Right, there's gonna be pallets of bricks that are delivered, right? And then he goes.
Show you the pallets of bricks. I've been talking about them for the last 2 days.
And he goes on a right-wing fucking rant, how this is bigger than just this organization. It's a deep state fucking thing, right? Like, the guy presents no evidence. He does a fucking right-wing rant. Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence what he's claiming?
I don't know. Sometimes you just have to take things with a grain of salt. And when you pile up enough people saying enough stuff, and then you actually see the bricks in the streets, like I've been talking about this for the last
Oh
couple
no,
of days.
there's
People have been
construction
posting.
going on in New
No,
York
no,
City.
it's not. Why do you interrupt? I didn't interrupt you. Shut up. I've showed people like pallets of bricks and cinder blocks in places where there is no construction. They're just sitting in the street on the sidewalk and shit like that in like random places where there's nothing going on at all. And yet what happens that night on those very streets, the same exact streets, riots start happening. Now,
Oh, really?
So
you know,
I think
things
that
get a little bit of coincidental.
Post that evidence. Post the
Sure.
evidence.
I think that the problem is I would want more evidence where, so I don't start flat earthing, to go like because those bricks could have turned up from the suggested thing, right? Bernie, not Madoff, what's his name? The one that I always blame on this shit. You know,
Sanders.
some bigwig goes drop off a pallet of bricks there. But it's
Soros.
also possible that there was construction or a delivery of bricks. And it's also possible that the like Antifa squad themselves who love trucking bricks get a bit of funding and spend $4,000 on a couple of pallets of bricks.
That's
So
what I
all it
think.
suggests is that there's
Well, no, not really. I think George Soros funded. But go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the pin of bricks in the street, Cole. I think the pin that there are bricks turning up in the street is too far from George Soros to say this is a probable
right down George Soros's playbook.
As if
you would read the book about
you already
George
believe the
Soros.
other conspiracies, though.
Everything over the last 8 years is
stupidest-
exactly his playbook.
This is the stupid.
So-
yeah, you've been
Wait,
watching
wait.
Fox News. Thank you very much.
Hang on. Let's actually
The
think
notion-
about this logically. Let's look. How many masonry places have the ability to like actually have those pallet of bricks at hand and deliver it? Like, you know, it's if you're gonna like schedule a protest at a certain place and do these things, there are delivery orders.
Sure.
So it shouldn't be that hard to find. Shouldn't be that hard to find the company that delivered that pallet of bricks.
No, there's cameras everywhere, and there's cameras everywhere, right in fucking
Yeah,
New York. I bet, right?
That's true.
This fucking. This is just like, oh my god! Like this is Fox News, boomers, boomers. No, wait, can I finish, bro? Can I, bro? Can I finish?
That's why y'all lost, and that's why you're 10%.
Can I finish, brother? Can I finish, brother?
Let him finish. Let him be wrong.
Yeah, just quickly, right? It's just
Okay,
so.
go ahead. I'm
This
sorry.
is so like ridiculous, man. You're telling me Antifa, the anarchist fucking communists, right, are like putting up an order on Amazon, right, or something. Hey, can you get me some bricks here on a pallet, right? It's as if there's like a very huge fucking, what do you call it?
It can be done. It can be
So
done.
I was thinking,
It
sorry,
can be done.
taking it.
But
Wait, of course, no, wait,
it's
no, wait,
easily
I was gonna, wait,
easily
wait, I was
Let
gonna,
him,
wait.
let him land the plane.
Yeah,
Let him
sorry,
land the
I
plane.
was taking a breath. Sorry, just taking a breath here. Oh my god, as if there was like a deficit of things to throw, right?
Yeah.
In the fucking in the middle
city.
in the city. Trust me, there is a lot of things to throw.
You could
there.
break mirrors off cars and throw them. You don't need a lot of
So
bricks.
this is the claim. I
But
want
when
to
you
try and
watch the
test.
videos, what are people throwing? They're throwing freaking bricks.
They're throwing
Show
a lot
that.
of
Yeah.
stuff.
I mean,
Yeah,
they're certainly
they
throwing
throw-
those bricks.
Oh my god! From
Go
what?
to a
Yeah,
city.
maybe.
Next time you go to a city, you look around and see if you can find a brick, a red brick with holes in it that has no
work in the
plaster
city,
on
I
it or
survey
anything
the
else.
city,
And
I
then look
survey
around
the
and see if
city,
you can
there's
find
debris
handfuls
everywhere.
and handfuls.
There is debris
so
everywhere in
on
the
that-
city. I work in the
Yeah.
city
Yes.
all the time.
I'd like to
And-
get in
and
30
watch
seconds.
what-
Because I'd like
watch
to get in
riot
30
videos.
seconds, please.
Watch riot videos as well, because they're always ripping up the city to get bricks out of it. Right, the end of
Yes.
the end of a riot has a whole load of buildings and parkways
Yeah.
and stuff destroyed.
Wait,
when they're not
this
cemented,
around
particularly
the-
when they're used as pavement, you just need one brick up, and then you can just lift up every other brick on that bit of pavement.
We
Thousands
saw
of
them
bricks
pay.
in
We
one go.
saw them paying to have people bust in during the election to try to pump up Kamala Harris's bunch. We know that they pay people to do stuff like this. The last time in 2020 the riots
you can't
happened,
call in
people were
other
coming out
conspiracies.
saying
Bro,
that they were
thank
being
you, Fox
paid to
News.
be there and riot. It's
Show
not
the
so
receipts.
guys. You
Prove it,
guys
prove
just
it.
don't want it to
Prove
be
it.
the
Prove it.
truth.
Provide evidence.
receipt.
Provide evidence.
Hey, let me
Evidence.
get-
No,
let me
because
get
it's a
30
whole bunch of stuff that I've watched,
get
and I'm not
30
going back and digging
let me
through
get-
much
Yeah,
stuff
on
for
Fox
you all.
Let me get
News.
30
I drew you
seconds.
the
if I can,
picture. You
please.
can
We
color it
actually
in.
have the manifestos of the Proud Boys and fucking what's his name, douchebag Trey. We have their written fucking things, their communications. We have that shit.
Where's
Oh,
your
how many riots have they
Good
held?
for
How many
you.
riots have they
Glad
held
you
in the last
do.
50
What?
years?
January
If I
6th?
wanted to
What do you
dig it
mean?
up, I could. I'm just not going to for
How many
you.
riots have
Oh,
they
I
done?
have the evidence, but I'm just not
Oh,
gonna show
none.
you.
Oh, that's right,
Okay,
none.
so I'm going to put the claim in the chat. Red
on.
Cloud has been waiting to speak. I'm going to
I
put
mean,
the
just
claim
for
in the
30
chat
seconds.
in the hope that I can start getting my bot to read it. So
All right.
is that what you're going with? Go for it, Red Cloud.
So thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate you. I have been a bit of a jerk. I'm sorry. I am a bit of a jerk. I can't help it. Anyway, so with a lot of cameras, the thing is that a lot of people with cameras can see a pile of bricks and think, oh, they're collecting this pile of bricks to throw at things, and they can get things wrong. That's easy to conclude, right? The more cameras you have, the more possibilities of people getting things wrong and publish it on the internet. That's the one thing. But the second thing is conservative people generally don't riot. What's going on in LA is wholly and completely not conservatives. And so that's just saying you got one exception, and that is shocking in my mind, because that when that happened, January 6th, I thought, wait a minute, that's counter to what I've noticed for the last 50 years. People like us don't generally do that sort of thing. So anyway, but no hate to anybody. Sorry, I've been a jerk.
You don't think there are conservatives that think that this is government overreach, that's sending in the army to control citizens? You don't think there are
They won't be
conservatives
sending
that
in the
think
army
that's
if the
wrong?
idiots won't be burning the city down.
You're not burning the fuck all. It's on two streets, man. And they burn
You
like
don't have
so
a
hard.
problem. You
Have
don't
you
have
not
a
been
problem
watching what's going
with
on?
active.
I
You
haven't.
don't have a problem with
Wow.
active military coming in to control a crowd, which the police, the chief of police, says we have it under control.
No, the
You don't
chief of
see a
police
problem
didn't
with
say that. The chief of police said
Yes,
that they
he
needed
did.
help.
Isn't it, by the way, against the law, against the Constitution, to send military to suppress?
No.
Yes.
To be active.
We saw them burn. We
No,
saw
it
what
isn't.
happened in
So-
2020 when they said, "Oh, let's defund the police and let them. The people will be good if you just take the police away. It's the police's fault." They burned Seattle just about to the ground. Now they're trying to
What
do
the
LA.
fuck are you
The
talking
leftist
about? The
idiots don't know how to act. It's no wonder they called the military in. I would
But
have
they're
too.
always young. But left is always universally young, right?
No,
Even
my
since
God.
the very first
Not-
leftists,
not-
they've always
not the
been
ones they're
18-year-old.
talking about.
Yeah,
No,
Karl Marx,
these
yeah,
people
Che
are older people
Guevara,
in
No.
protests.
Yeah,
I mean
Peter
their supporters. The
Kropotkin,
supporters are always young men. The supporters are always young men.
Yeah.
Right?
What? Yeah,
Who
because
feel
they're right. Wait, the
disenfranchised in the
supporters are
richest
both
nation in the world.
old and young. And maybe
So
it's,
going,
it's
so
maybe
looking,
it's
if you're
less
what
old
my point
because
is
the
though,
people who are
no, I'm making this point in your favor. What I'm saying is, if they're going to be young men who are activated for a cause they're willing to die for, of course they're going to tear the fucking city apart. That's all men do. Large groups of men have been tearing cities apart since before there were cities. Cities pretty much got built so we could tear them apart.
You don't allow it
Isn't
to
that
happen.
surprised by
It's
men
men
women
fucking
too?
shit up.
Let's be
True,
like
we're
fair, it's
one
human.
big ooga booga, testosterone ooga booga. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's what we're.
we tear
Yeah.
cities
Yeah,
apart.
and
when
it's,
the, when the
and it's,
country
what I wanna
falls
know is-
completely apart, you leftists.
how
I don't
could-
want to hear any of your
no, it is quite
When-
common that
when
it's
your
evil.
world
It is,
fell
already
apart.
fallen apart.
Because that's
What
what's
would
going
evil
on.
side
It's
be
in the
willing to-
process of
in a-
happening.
what,
It's
what,
being
in
funded
every
by
revolution,
Soros.
in
And you guys cover your eyes
fucking-
and hope
yeah,
to
thank you,
God.
Fox.
Can we
You're
not do
right.
the JQ? Can we not do the JQ, please? The whole
Yeah.
Soros thing is just really
The Jews,
borderline on YouTube. It's
Yeah,
the
and
JQ.
also, let me just say, right? It is actually quite common if you study. Wait, if I'm quickly. All revolutions have been spearheaded by young people because that's how change happens. It's not the people who already are kind of settled and kind of well off, the boomers, right? The previous generation, right? In every society, because they already like gathered. Well, the ones who did survive, right? The ones that didn't like get fucked over by the system. There was the ones alive. There's the ones who have like any say. Well, they are comfy in their homes, right? And like their retirement, maybe even or up close, upcoming retirement in like a decade or so, right? Like, nah, fuck this shit. Why should I go risk my life, changing the system when I'm about to get retirement, right? Of course, it's going to be the young people, the students, right, who are for always like major change, right, in society. Thank you.
I mean, I just think it's crazy
the
because this
question I
guy
wanted
gets
to
to
ask
think that
is-
there are conservatives that don't think that what Trump is doing is wrong. There are plenty of conservatives that do think that. It's these crazy I mean, who was it that tried to kill him? Conservatives. It wasn't liberals that tried to kill him.
So can I ask this question, which is, what would either side be willing to do to change their mind? Because I'm just slightly on the side of I think that sounds like a wild conspiracy theory for the reason that Red Cloud said, which is it seems a really chancy operation to bother to send some bricks. Like, what extra do you get out of it? Do you really? Because it costs you $4 or $5 grand, and you've got a truck driver and an invoice number, and suddenly this trail you've got to cover up. For what advantage? And so here's what I'd be willing to swap from. I don't think Soros or some rich leftist did it. Is a trail of like, we found the guy who dropped off the bricks, or yeah, it was weird. The big bricks came on a completely unmarked truck, and every other brick delivery in the whole city always comes from TJ's Bricks or Bob's Bricks, who are the two brick companies in town, or something like that, where if there was a better smoking gun, I'd flip. What would anybody else flip their position for?
When the people that live there, though, start posting, all of a sudden bricks are showing up in streets around where they're living, and they don't know where they're coming from. That's a pretty big red flag that they're not just being there for somebody to build a house on Main Street where there's no homes being built.
It could be, and it could be confirmation bias. So the question is, what would flip you over to going, hey, look, maybe some bricks turned up, and I don't know when bricks turn up in cities generally. I'm not looking at bricks, but if somebody shows me a photo that bricks turn up the day before a riot, then I'm like, wow, that does seem rare. But I don't know the rate at which. Like, are there brick deliveries on major streets in big cities hundreds of times every single day?
It could be even on a. Wait.
And then how many of them get left outside? That's another good question. How many get left outside?
Also, how many companies actually have the capability of actually delivering that order in that area in that time frame? It's not like there's a huge. It's not like there's mom and pop shops selling pallets of bricks.
Listen, man. I'm
not as dumb as you are.
Look, listen, man.
So glad I was
you're so smart. Right. Yeah, you're so smart watching Fox News. Yeah, listen, I'm gonna
smart enough to know that just because your side loses don't mean you have the right to burn down cities.
Bro, can I finish, man? Yeah, I'm gonna start.
Bro, with that accent, you can't be saying you're smart.
My guy, wait, can I finish? Wait, so look.
I guarantee I'm smarter than you.
I'm gonna go.
Barely can speak
For fuck's sake, I'll be done in a fucking 30 seconds. I was gonna say I'm gonna go and start like a stand there, like a lemonade stand. But no, I'm gonna selling bricks. $2 for a brick.
Man, hilarious, boy, hilarious. God, you just, man, talk about.
By the way, and also,
man, you're right on it today.
And also, can I just Cole?
You ought to buy you a blindfold while you
Cole, I didn't interrupt you, Cole. Can you please? And also, you do know that it doesn't have to be construction on those streets that are being actually protested, right? They can go like the fucking many. They can move. They can like some guys can like go to like other streets there where there is construction, pick up some bricks and give it to them, right? This is ridiculous.
I'm not actually asking you to post this in the messaging or anything, but actually go online right now and find out how quickly you can get an order of a pallet of bricks delivered.
You wouldn't have a pallet if you was doing something like that. They're not coming from the local Lowe's.
Find out how long it takes.
I ain't finding out shit. Suck my dick.
I have a question.
I would have to call. What time is it? Is it business time in the US? Somebody could just call. Just test. No, it's any city like another. If anybody lives in any comparably big city, just call the first place you can find in Google and go, how long till I can get a ton of bricks? They'll probably like
7:30.
You're the fifth call we got today.
And see how many places like show up that can do that order in that time frame.
Yeah, I reckon 10 per big city like LA. Sorry, go ahead.
So, Cole, I have a question. Like you're saying about riots and things like.
I ain't talking to idiots.
Bro, you sound like you're gonna marry your cousin and you're gonna eat marry sandwiches, please, man.
What is that? I don't talk to leftists.
Let me just answer your question. Cole, let me just answer your question.
That's all they do. Marry your cousins and eat mayo sandwiches. That's all you do, guys.
Let me ask you a question, Cole.
At least we don't get our asses whipped all the time, and like you little pussies do over there.
Really?
Turn around, people stomping all over
executed the fascists in Europe.
I would think you would be the first one worried about it.
Because the
leftists
executed the fascists in Europe.
Countries over there wouldn't even be a thing if it wasn't for our country.
The leftist executed the fascists in Europe. I don't understand.
Cole, let me ask you something. What was
Don't
idiotic?
ask me shit. I'm not answering you. I told you if you're that stupid, just keep your opinions to yourself.
What was so idiotic about me saying, like, well, let's actually see how long it takes to get a pallet of bricks delivered? What's so idiotic about that?
What's so idiotic is y'all never, not the first time, considered that people may be telling the truth. It was ever since the start. Oh, it's automatically people are lying. That's
what does that have to do with what I said?
Who's lying?
What does that have to do with what I said? What does that have to do with what I said? What does that have to do with what I said? What is idiotic about actually finding out about the logistics of ordering a pallet of bricks? Isn't that a pretty important?
Dude, I could deliver a pallet of bricks myself.
Isn't that a pretty important factor to determine in your conspiracy?
No, because you don't have to have a company to deliver a pallet of bricks. You idiot.
So these liberals just have pallets of bricks in their backyard and like, hey, let me get my pickup truck and hook it up to the trailer and bring it down?
I don't know. If you could use your imagination more than enough, just maybe that you use to wipe your ass, you might be able to figure this out.
Explain it to me. Explain to me. You say you don't need to go to a company to get a pallet of bricks. Where do you get the pallet of bricks from?
Sure, it's a big construction supply firm from the edges of town.
No, he said you don't need to go to a company. He said you don't need to go to a company to get a pallet of bricks. So tell me, where do you go then?
Maybe he's a Minecrafter. You just make your bricks in Minecraft.
Why can't you just answer? Where do you go to, if not a company, to get a pallet of bricks?
I don't think
he's responding. Yeah, let's move on.
Well, can we not find who dropped them off? I'm curious now. I love these kind of conspiracies.
Like a landscaping company. Like how big's a pallet? Just like a 5 by 5 foot pallet of bricks, or what? What is it?
Yeah, it's just a standard pallet of bricks. It's just I do think it looks a bit sus. Not when it turned up. I think that a big city would have multiple firms who deliver bricks all the time. But it is a bit weird they get left out in the street. But that said, I have absolutely seen that in Australia, in Sydney, which is not as big a city, but a comparably big city, just because bricks are fucking heavy and really difficult to move. So nobody's going to steal them one by one unless there happens to be a riot the next day, in which case you're like, fuck, I just lost all my bricks.
I saw two crazy traders shoot nail guns, attempt to shoot nail guns into the public. Like, they didn't work, but they'll just
Who puts the random pallets of bricks in the streets? So that happened last time also. Yeah, what do you know? But surely somebody on Reddit's figured this out. What city is this? Roslyn Court, West New York. Okay. So New York, we need to find out, right?
Roslyn Court? Roslyn, Long Island?
Was there a riot in New York, in Long Island yesterday?
Oh. In Roslyn, New York?
Roslyn Court, West New York.
Roslyn Court. I know there's a Roslyn in Long Island. I'm not sure if there's like a Roslyn Court upstate.
No, it's like a road is the name of it, right? So it's given the lat long. We'll just go to lat long. I'll do it on the stream. How's that? If that'll calm everybody down. Maps. Bang. That should get us there. I just saw my home. Okay, that does look pretty good for the street. Was there riots in New York though? I thought the riots are in LA.
Just do me a favor, zoom out like macro, so I can see like if it's on Long Island or not. No, it's not on Long Island. Okay, that's in Jersey. That's not even New York.
Jersey. Yeah.
So there's a pallet. Was there riot in Jersey? Because that looks right, doesn't it? Let's go to Street View, and that looks pretty good, doesn't it? I think I can probably even find exactly that window. Yeah, they've got the right shutters and everything. So where would that be? They're all identical. It's actually going to be hard to match it up because it will match so perfectly.
Google masonry firms, or maybe like
But I mean, was there a riot here? Is the main question.
Well, just
I
look at what
assume
the
that.
buildings are made out of. They could have been like they're made out of bricks. They could, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't think they're tearing apart a building.
I get that, but
was there a riot in New Jersey? Can somebody help me with that bit?
No,
Oh, you're saying like
so the bricks turned up at the wrong place. So everybody's being tricked by bricks in Jersey when there's no riot in Jersey.
I guess they got their
Lol. Wrecked. Unless I've got something vastly wrong, that's clearly the window, right? Or one like it, right? This green shuttered window on a red brick building. If you look at the picture I put in the chat, I've just got to find that speed hump 15 sign. I can match that photo perfectly. If there was no thing there.
The last video that I posted is the local news in New York, and they're even talking about mysterious bricks showing up around town. The cops are even picking them up.
But if the main one that started the story is a brick turning up where there isn't a riot, then don't you consider that a bit of a problem?
No, they're turning up just where the riots are happening. That's what's going on.
But I'm saying, was there a riot at Roslyn Court, New Jersey? I don't think there was a riot in Roslyn Court, New Jersey. So that puts them in the wrong spot.
You know what's weird? I was in Brooklyn the other day, and I was doing a survey, and next door there was a big dumpster full of bricks. It's weird.
Yeah, boy, you a funny fucker, ain't you? Wow.
I mean, they were doing.
Why
they were
are you still
smart as hell? Oh my god! Oh wow! I
fun?
found some bricks in it. Why don't you just shut up, dude? You're not funny at all.
I mean,
like
they
you're
were
just
doing
being
construction
stupid.
on the building, but there was
at
just
least
a
grow up
giant
and have
dumpster
a normal conversation and not be dumb. That's the
I should
problem with
look
the
at it.
left. Y'all are just dumb.
I'm not even that far left, you fucking dumbass.
Get back into that. That's what I want. There we go. So give me that layer, and then I'll find that speed hump, and that'll get us exactly the photo. Because if that, what do you think about that logic though, Cole? If this was somewhere a riot wasn't, then the story was a nothing burger from the beginning. If the news ran it, sure, but the news is shit. If this is in the wrong spot,
If one news ran it, I would be fine with it. But I can show you video after video. I could probably find 1,000 videos of people pointing these out.
But this is the main,
and a lot of them are different news agencies.
Now. Hang on.
Just
there's
like
a
the
sign in
rumors.
it. Why is this taking me so long? There's a sign in it.
Just like the rumors of the bricks on the
dead end.
overpasses of the LIE. Like Jesus, it's such bullshit.
Doge Industries. Oh, there's a corporate office of Doge Industries at the end of the street. We found them. It's quite funny.
Got him.
Where is it? We need somebody good at GeoGuessr. Hang on, is that a speed hump? No, but we do get quite a good zoom. Where's the friggin' speed hump? Not one on Roslyn, but it doesn't work for Roslyn. It's got to be on Avenue at Port Imperial, I think. That's it. No.
Does anyone want to help eggs out and find out how quickly you can get a pallet of bricks delivered to that area?
The reason I don't want to do it is I'm for sure you don't just do that with an internet order. I think you call up Mary from Bob's Bricks or something, and I can't be.
All right, fine. Find a list of companies that have the ability to deliver a pallet of bricks in that area.
Okay. Rick.
What's that going to prove, though?
Just
because, like, I could find 10 places that could deliver bricks where I
Are you
live.
going to let me answer?
But that
You
does
asked me a
not
question.
prove anything.
You asked me a question. See, unlike you, when I ask you a question, I let you answer it. You asked, what is that going to prove? What's that going to prove is how long it takes to get this done. It proves it defines the logistics of how long and far in advance someone would need to order and how long they would need to know that the riot was going to take place there. That's what that fact would tell us.
No, because you could very easily call from a couple hours away and have somebody bring a pallet of bricks. You don't have to order from in the town or right around the town. it doesn't
no
prove
one's saying
anything
that
to
you have
find
to-
out
no one-
the brick
no one-
companies around the
no
town.
one's
That proves
saying-
nothing.
Guys, let me just
No
say,
one's saying you
I
can't
order
do
bricks. I order bricks pretty regularly. They come from a long way away on the same day, but you can't if you want them there at 11, you can't ring up at 9. If they're coming from, you can't get them that quick.
Yeah,
normally.
that's what I would have expected, right? So I'm
Yeah.
going, how many cities are being, how many new dwellings are built? And it's saying on average a day, 10 new units would be built. So I'm just using building new ones because I think remodeling your bathroom, building a garage, building an entire skyscraper or like community hall or anything like that is what you're going to need bricks for. But I do want to come back to this point. That's the main photo. I've seen that photo of these bricks a bunch of times. If that photo is further than walking distance, like i.e. not directly on a riot the next day, it is a massive nothing burger. Should we go to the next photo of bricks appearing mysteriously? Because now we've got evidence that bricks do just turn up and sit on the street, right? So we've solved one whole aspect of it. Do people leave bricks uncovered in the street? Evidently, yes, they do so in New Jersey.
Well, what if they was anticipating there was going to be a riot there, but there wasn't?
So that could work, but I think it exposes, as do most solutions to fix it, a bigger problem, which is now these people imperfectly plan like false flag attacks. And I think that imperfectly planning false flag attacks means we would catch them all the time at it because they would be accidentally delivering bricks. So they can't be that inept.
The one that I posted about the media is those bricks weren't on pallets. Those bricks were in tubs. Looked like somebody slid out of the side of a van onto the street.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's what they do, though. Yeah, so Antifa turn up with trucks and stuff, and they have teams, usually of girls, people that don't like fighting, and they bring trucks, and they go and pull up, as I said, a footpath, because footpath, they use those ziggy-zaggy bricks, and they tessellate together really nicely, so you just slot, and you don't need to slop around with all of that concrete, because the weight will hold them in.
Those are pavers. They're not bricks. They're pavers.
But they're regularly what they use, right? And what I'm saying is they just get a truck and they go and rip up all these pavers and put them in trucks, and then they'll carry them up to the front line where they're chucking them, right? So here you're seeing, but I don't think that's what that is. That to me is cops carrying away cement. Isn't that what you're saying? All right. Agitators hid rocks strategically around New York City. Yeah, that's what I expect. That's what I'm saying. That's what you expect an Antifa kid to do. What we're looking for is George Soros. This is already hunks of.
It's not like there's like on every city block plant like trees that are grown into the sidewalk where they put brick pavers around them. I mean, it's not like that's a thing.
They're not pulling up brick pavers and stacking them up in stacks.
Oh, now they are in stacks. I thought they were in tubs coming off of trucks.
Well, they're not pulling them up and putting them in tubs either.
I'm so lost. First it was pallets. Now it's tubs. Now it's just piles.
I've showed you pictures of both so far.
So the pallet was in New Jersey, and the tub is clearly the cops' tub where they're taking these back out of the city. There's no evidence these turned up in these tubs. These are clearly police tubs to me.
Guys, just quickly, when you order, I don't know how it is in the US. It could be totally different, although I don't expect it to be particularly different. When you order bricks for a job, you have a certain quantity of bricks put away. Like you might have 80,000 whatever bricks because a building takes a lot, and they're often for buildings, or even a small amount. They put them away for you. When you call them out, they pull them from your reserve. So just in case your job runs a long time, you don't get 26 bricks for a 2025 job because the colors are slightly different. So the bricks are all allocated. Like 123, Smith Street. The bricks go there. They're all. Yeah, so you would have a very hard time. Like the brick company, what I'm saying is the brick company has to be complicit if this is what you're saying, for sure.
But we've got now two situations. One is bricks being delivered to where a riot isn't, so the brick delivery is now out, in my view. And the second is
where they could be anticipated riots. Riot spreads, so that's not a point. Riot spreads.
But if they've anticipated a riot spreading to New Jersey, they can't be that good at anticipating riots because one didn't spread to New Jersey. So that's why I'm saying making them out to be imperfect at agitating riots exposes more problems, because that means there's all sorts of stuff going wrong, and we should see better evidence of that rather than a brick delivery to a high density area. And the second is
also
tubs. These tubs have a
box of
holding
bricks,
them.
right? A tub of bricks, like
into tubs.
If someone's going to build something, what is a box of bricks with, like, how many bricks were in that? 30? I don't know, probably not that many, probably 10. That's not going to do anything. There's going to be a pallet of bricks that have got many bricks on to do the job. You're not going to do any job with a pallet in a box with like 5 bricks in.
Nailed it. Yep. So what we're finding is the pallets are turning up with bricks. These tubs don't have bricks in them. They've got rocks. It's like slabs of cracked off shit. It's all misshapen. It's not neatly stacked up. The tub, and the cop is loading the tub, closing. Well, I don't see him loading it. This is my interpretation, but I could well be wrong. But he's loading I think he's loading the tub. He certainly puts on the lid and then walks off with the tub, which to me implies he's taken these, because the whole news story says agitators hid bricks, rocks strategically around New York City. So the story's about how agitators did this. And then it shows cops walking up to the tub, closing the lid and walking off with it, which makes it look like they have hidden rocks around the city strategically, sure. The Antifa shits know they're going to need bricks tomorrow, so they go and snap them off the night before and go and get drunk and, try and bang the other lefty chicks or whatever they try to do. But that doesn't say that the bricks turned up in tubs, right? They snapped them off and hidden around the corner or something, and then the cops put them in tubs to take them away.
Lefties don't have sex. They don't have penises.
Makes sense.
That's true. Like, I'm not saying, I don't want to like just sort of parrot for the mainstream story, but I'm saying that these aren't good evidence. Like, we should, with the brick pile, it should be in the correct spot.
It's just funny. So, like, the liberal finds a brick randomly in the city, and he decides to hide it. But the fact that he can find random shit to hide somewhere else kind of means that you don't really need to hide shit. You can just find shit to throw. It's kind of like a weird thing that doesn't make any sense. If it's...
Nope.
There was a video that I seen, and this was a while ago, probably like a year ago when the whole riot happened, and there was someone dropping off a bunch of bricks. I remember seeing this, like on my Facebook reel. Someone dropped off a bunch of bricks. People went over to the guy that was dropping off the bricks and asking him who there was for, who was dropping off for, and the guy just left. No signature, nothing. So I always thought that was a bit suspicious. So I always bought into the story just because of that reel that I seen. Yeah. But I did think it was suspicious that a guy dropped off a bunch of bricks in the middle of the city. People, because the riots were actually happening at this point, people went over to confront him. Why is he dropping bricks off at this point? He didn't answer them, didn't speak to them. He didn't engage and sign anything, which what you would have done and had to do if you dropped off a brick.
No, you don't. You're not doing. Wait. A delivery driver doesn't have to engage with random people coming up to him and asking him.
If he's dropping something off like a big delivery, he would have had
Flat Earther, I'm a builder. Just wait. You don't have to sign for bricks. They can be purchased on account. Bricks do not have to be signed off on. It's not like your Amazon.
I don't know how it works in the US, but in the UK, if I got a delivery, I had some tiles delivered.
Talking about bricks now.
If anything was delivered to my house, I would something like that. I would always have to sign it off every time.
Papa Fluff, do you have accounts? Do you have material accounts? Like, are you an industrial person?
Yes, my dad does. We do a lot of work.
Oh well, where I am, I order like truckloads of bricks, and I don't sign shit. I don't sign anything.
Really?
Yeah, I don't, because it's
is that going to like a building site, or like where's it getting delivered to?
Building site to a construction site.
Right.
Yeah.
So if it's going directly in a construction site, you wouldn't have to. But if it's going to more like residential areas, like to someone's house or on the street or something, it would have to, like a business, which isn't a construction site.
Because I'd agree with anything else, right? Copper, electronics, cameras, anything like that, anything easy that can be stolen. But bricks, the main problem with bricks is that they're so fucking heavy, right?
Yeah, but the problem is the delivery might not happen, so you need a paper trail to reference that this is delivery has been made.
No,
You're gonna
they take
a photo.
photos now.
Well, they,
Yeah,
tend, they tend to
take
take
photos.
signatures. They can take
No, they
photos as well. But...
Papa Fluff, I'm telling you this. They literally climb out of the truck and they take photos, or they climb off the back because they usually operate in the crane or the Manitou or whatever the machine actually is. They just take a photo and send it to the office to prove delivery. Well, I don't know if they send it to the office. But that's what
this particular reel that I watched, and like I say, it was a year ago, and I remember seeing it. And what happened was, the guy got out and dropped the bricks off. He didn't engage with anyone, didn't take any photos, anything. He just dropped them, and then as he got confronted, he just got in his car and left, his van, and that was it. End of story.
You can do that.
So,
again, you can do that.
Yeah.
It was a bit suspicious.
Where was this?
A delivery driver should.
This was in America when riots were happening with George Floyd stuff.
Papa Flip, I've done the exact same thing. I've had a guy drop, like, they short supplied us on bricks, and he just done it out the front. I said, I just drop them off and let go. So, and he took 10 minutes to take 2 pallets off, and I'm just inside working. It's not. I know
if
what
on
you're
the
saying.
Construction site, I agree with you, but when it's a residential area, there's got to be some kind of something.
You don't know if there's construction going on
prove
there
it.
somewhere.
Yeah,
otherwise, the client can just turn around and say, I didn't
No,
get
you
the
have
delivery.
to prove that there isn't.
Yeah, it could be a renovation. It could be internal work. There's all. It could be a shed out the back. It
was in the middle of a city. I'm not sure what city.
Too.
Yeah, in the middle of a city. Oh no, nobody does construction.
I think it takes a lot of. It takes a lot of.
Like they left him on the side of the street.
To know,
yes,
because I don't think
you can't leave it in
because
the living room.
Yes, that's how it would work.
Yeah, you can't put it in the living room. You have to leave it on the street. Yeah.
You got to blame the porch pirates for the Amazon delivery of bricks to some driveway or something.
Even on a construction site, sometimes you have to take them out the front and then, like, for example, wheelbarrow them in because the materials are just that you can't handle them at that point. It's obviously the same thing but worse for a city like.
Yeah, and usually at
Let's
that
just say
point,
it's
there's
a
someone on the other
renovation.
end that meets you, and then you kind of engage with that. It's not just
Not
randomly left, just in an
There's
obscure
another one I
location.
posted of a police officer saying that they found several piles of bricks, random piles of bricks left around the city that they're having to clean up, pick up.
You do
just
realize-
keep finding.
That's a good
They just
one.
keep
That's a good
coming.
one.
You
That's a
do
good
realize
one.
the Brooklyn,
Oh my God.
the Brooklyn brownstones in New York have no way to get into the backyard except through the building. So yeah, of course they leave the pallet of bricks on the street in front of the building. There's no other choice.
To be fair though, I think it was
You
Cole
should try
said
watching the
that-
video first.
I think what Cole was saying. I'll take whatever Cole said. That's fair enough. He's saying that multiple piles.
But
of
all the
bricks,
businesses were boarded
I
up
was
because of
speaking.
the riots. So
I was in the
they're
middle of
having a
speaking,
delivery.
Fluff.
It doesn't make sense
I
what
was
you're
speaking.
saying. Sorry, but it doesn't make sense what you were saying. The buildings are all boarded up because of the riots, but then they drop it on the streets in front of the building so they can wheel it in through the boarded up building.
You were speaking over another person. Can you please let him finish?
You just interrupted me. I've been pretty patient. Just let me speak.
Sorry, everyone was going at me, so I was sat with patiently. I wanted to respond
Well,
to
I
everything.
think it's kind of funny that you think a pallet of bricks in front of a boarded up building is suspicious. That kind of makes sense to me.
Boarded up because of the riots, so you can't enter
Or
the building.
boarded up because of construction.
No, because of the riots. There was all the
so it's just-
buildings. So the whole
Or
street was
because of
under construction.
It's impossible that the boarded up building is boarded up because of construction.
No, it was because of the riots, because everyone was boarding the building, the shops up at that time because of the riots. And you can see that in the video.
Is it possible that the boarded up building that has the pallet of bricks in front of it is being worked on for construction?
No, because then that means every single shop on that street would have. Why was every shop on the street boarded up? No. There's people rioting. They put borders up in front of the shops because they didn't want to get the windows smashed. And then there's
Can
random
two
bricks.
things be true at the same time? Can the streets be boarded up because there's a riot going on? And can a pallet of bricks in front of a boarded up building be there for the construction of the building?
Sure, I'll concede to that.
Thank you.
There you go.
I think you're missing the point because you're missing the context of the point. You're missing the context. There's riots happening, right? Why would a
He just
construction company?
explained it to you.
construction company.
And you,
all the
wait,
building,
you
all the
agreed to
business.
it.
Right,
You
listen,
already
listen.
conceded to it.
Listen,
You already conceded.
yeah, I
Wait.
conceded to. I conceded to.
Yeah, let
No,
me
wait.
ask
Now
you this
you're
one-
talking
okay.
over me. Let me respond. You're talking
Can I
over
just
me.
make
I
I'm sorry.
conceded to the point without the context.
Exactly.
I conceded to the point without the context. I'm now providing the context, right? I
Go
said
for it.
yes, that could make sense, and I agree. But the context is all these businesses have been closed because everyone rioting and then predicting more riots are going to happen. So everyone temporarily closed the buildings, boarded the windows up, knowing that the
That
windows
is
are going to get
good.
smashed. Right? All the businesses
That
are
is
closed,
true.
but then they're
Bricks turn up.
delivering, knowing that all the buildings are closed and all these businesses are closed. They are delivering to these businesses. It doesn't make sense if you put the context and two and two together. You know, if you're in a situation where the businesses are short, why are they delivering at that time? They'll just say, right, we've postponed a week.
Okay,
Well,
I have another question.
If
I'll
one of
address
those buildings
I'll address the
was under
delivery thing.
construction, they would not be in business and be boarded up.
So yeah, so you could have a delivery scheduled ahead of time, and that's just how it works. And the other question would be this: if you owned a business on a street where you saw there was construction going down the block, and you knew there was going to be a riot, would you board up your windows?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Sorry, say that again. Would I board up my windows if there's going to be a riot?
If you owned a business and you saw that there was a construction zone down the road from you, which had like a bunch of bricks and debris, would you think, oh, it's a good idea to board up my windows if there's going to be like a protest that could get out of hand?
Yeah, sure. If I thought there was going to be a protest anyway, and I owned a business on the high street where the protest was, I would probably want to board at least put some kind of security at the front to protect, knowing that people could smash the windows, even with or without the bricks there. So
is all things reasonable in this scenario? A protest is going to happen. A building has construction on. They placed an order for a delivery of bricks. There was already bricks there. Businesses knew that there was going to be a protest and also boarded up their windows. And now a picture shows a delivery of bricks to a construction zone that's being placed on, and that all fits, right?
yeah,
That all.
there wasn't already bricks there though. That was the point I was making. They was delivered at the time,
right?
At the riot.
With the amount of like places in the world and like construction and buildings and all that
bricks to renovate a shop anyway.
Is it really that unrealistic that there's a protest with businesses, also a business going under construction that has a pallet of bricks in front of it?
Not during a riot.
Not during a riot. Okay,
that would be very irresponsible of the company that did that, actually, because I'm sure that there's.
You have you been a delivery guy ever?
No, but would you deliver bricks to people in a riot?
Yes,
would you?
Yes.
Well, that's very irresponsible of you.
Yeah. No, the company tells you. The company
company.
tells you. The company tells you. You deliver the shit there.
No, I don't think they would.
Construction is pretty strict on timelines.
On the street, I think that street would get avoided by all businesses at that time. I don't think they would be like, we're going to conduct business in the middle of this
because
riot,
businesses are really caring
any
safety about the safety of the workers. They're really caring about that here in America. Yeah, definitely.
I do think it's an interesting point.
Realistically,
I think he's made a really good point that also, think about the truck driver who's delivering that third pallet of bricks after this has already popped up on the news, and he's like, this is kind of fucking weird that there's a brick delivery while they're chucking bricks. I think he's making a good point.
That's the thing I want to get on. I think the brick company, like the supplier, is complicit in this. They must be. And if they're not complicit in this and they see these things on the news, they're going to say, oh, I probably better report this to the police. Then the police are going to track down the transactions, and somebody's name is going to come up very quickly. Because the brick companies know that there's a very serious paper, like with any modern business, there's a proper paper trail. Like, somebody has to be either really stupid or complicit.
Yeah, but I think you could do it. You could trick people into it if you're Antifa.
I don't think a brick company would do that personally. I think in the middle of a riot and that happening, I don't think they would. So I think it's probably something external to that, which is what led me to that conclusion. Because I thought, no way in the right mind are these people going to drop these bricks off in the middle of a riot. No,
That's a good point. It does make it more probable that it's a
I don't
dodgy
think they would
thing.
be
I've had-
complicit.
I mean,
And I think
riots
if
aren't
someone rang
like
him up saying, "Would you
planned,
deliver?" I
though.
think they would reject.
Well, like it's like but like one is the brick company isn't like next door. You know what I mean? The brick company could be out of the country. The brick company couldn't even be in the region. You know,
That's often true. You're right. That's very often true. In fact.
And how is the delivery driver supposed to know, like, the riot is there going on at that? I mean, riots are mobile; they move around. It's not like
But they
they're
trash the joint. You can
scheduled
tell you're in
to
a
last
riot
a
zone.
certain amount of time. It's a riot.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, they do.
These are
move
strong
about,
points to
and-
make, I think, Papa Fluff.
But you would be a bit suspicious to drop, because it was on the news, like you said, so they do know the locations, and you would be suspicious driving through a crowd of angry people. All the shops are shut, everything's boarded up, and you're there just to make this
You don't know
delivery.
that, but you
But
don't
you'd
know
be
that's
like,
what
actually,
happened.
Did you see the Ukrainian drone attacks?
Yeah.
Like with that, they use shipping companies. They told them to hey, drop this off like in front of the fucking base and just stop there. Here are your directions, and the guys just did it because they were paid to do it.
Yeah, it's like
But
if
that's-
you had
that's
like
where
a
you have no
delivery of
reason
like
to suspect.
baseball bats to the local school, and somebody goes, "Oh, there's a delivery drop off. Let's go through it." And you find all the baseball bats. That I wouldn't think there's a conspiracy of like planted baseball bats to encourage rioting.
Let me
I'm
ask you
still in the
something
middle on
else.
this because I just
let's
think
say,
it's
well, let's say there is an actual client that ordered these bricks, right? The delivery driver shows up. There's a riot going on. He calls his boss. The boss calls the client. The client says, "I want my bricks." What's the
The
delivery
shops were
driver
shut.
supposed to do?
The shops were shut. Why would they order a delivery on the day they're shut? Because of the riot.
It's a very strong point.
I'm just
'Cause
saying.
we
Let's just say
we
there
can't
is a
lose
legit.
sight of the fact
Well,
that
I'm just
there is
saying.
a chance
Let's just
that
say
these
there
bricks
is a legit
did turn
order,
up
though.
there on purpose. I'm saying
Well, let's
you
just say
don't lose sight of the fact it's possible they turned up there on purpose, and it could have been anybody doing that, right? So it could have turned up specifically because there was a riot coming up next, but you can make a case for it being a right winger who wants them to do more damage and make them look worse, to a left winger, but a low level left winger who knows he's going to riot tomorrow, so spend some Bitcoin money on or some Soros evil organizer person. Like it could be lots of different people dropping off bricks, even if they're in the know. Right? You could find it news channels dropping them off.
Can I respond to what Papa Fluff just said? So you're saying, Papa Fluff, why would they drop the bricks off in the middle of the riot? Is that what you said? Like that they see it's coming.
Yeah, that was just one of the points, one of many points. But
yeah, well, let me answer it. So in construction projects, there's often a big time as a push, to get it done on time. If you don't get it done on time, they can charge you just a fee per day. Like that's one of many reasons. That there are certainly reasons why people want to build things and build them quickly.
Yeah, and big construction projects, not like a pallet of bricks. That's not a big construction project.
You're saying even small jobs, yeah, there are time constraints.
That's why I brought up, like, when the client gets the call from the company saying, "Hey, my delivery driver doesn't want to do this. There's a riot going on." The client says, "No, I want my bricks. I place this order. I need them."
You're also still insinuating that there's also people there working inside these buildings doing business as usual while the riots are happening, and my premise is that I think all the businesses were empty. I don't think anyone want to have been around there whilst all these people were pillaging these businesses. So I think the safest thing what everyone was doing, they was leaving the businesses, because a few people tried to save the businesses, and I've seen what happened to them. Those got brutally beat up with baseball bats and everything.
Papa Fluff, you made your point, but the thing is, you're saying that could be the case, but I don't think people were working there. But you also don't know that there was no construction going on. You don't know that either.
I just think it's the most logical. I can't know for sure. I just think that's the most logical reason based on what we've seen.
Yeah.
The thing with you saying that, I think that shows that you're not putting a jigsaw puzzle together. You're looking for a hole that fits.
I think that's what you're doing, because
it's very circumstantial.
No, it's not. That's exactly what you're doing, because if you're following the logic, business wasn't as usual during that time. A lot of people lost a lot of money. A lot of insurance claims were made. business wasn't as usual. You're insinuating that even though during these riots and everything was shut and all the businesses were closed, business was as usual. So I think you're the one trying to do that.
Which is no worse than what you said. What you said is all circumstantial.
Well, I said I'm following based on the logic. It seems more logical that they were placed there because of that reason. Business wasn't as usual, and you're going on the premise business was as usual. So I think the logical the deduction is that they were placed there intentionally. Obviously, there could be some weird situation where someone dropped it off or whatever, but I think that's the most unlikely option, and that's what I'm trying to argue for.
Fair enough.
You seem to be talking about a very specific protest. What are you talking about?
It was a George Floyd protest that happened, what I'm talking about.
Give me some keywords and I'll find a clip of it on my stream and I'll just put
It was like when the George Floyd thing happened. It was like a year ago, and I seen it on a reel. So obviously, and I did concede to that at the beginning. Obviously, the evidence, we don't have all the context entirely, but from what I seen from that video, that's kind of my opinion from what I seen.
Yeah, but can you restate your opinion? I got lost.
So there was a real there was loads of stuff going around, and one of them was there was riots happening in one of these cities. I don't know what city it was. There was like a crate of bricks that were dropped off, a big crate actually. It was, it was one crate. What do you call them? A pallet stacked up probably. I don't know, that was about a meter high. I remember the video. And then a guy came over, and you've seen the guy drop them off. And then a few people went over to him, and they were filming, obviously. They were asking him, why are you dropping these bricks here? He just basically got out the van, dropped them off, and then just drove off and didn't engage with, obviously, anyone. And then they were commenting, saying, we know what you're trying to do. You're dropping bricks, blah, blah, blah. And then there was obviously, because the video, and you got to see the context of everything where they were filming because they were moving around and stuff. And it did look like, and the guy didn't as soon as he dropped the bricks off, he was gone. He didn't engage with anyone, so it looked suspicious on that part as well. But I just thought that whole thing were a bit suspicious, and that's literally what I'm forming my whole premise on.
Okay, so if you don't know which city it was, there were massive protests across the country about George Floyd. So, how is it impossible that out of all those cities, there was a building under construction that got a delivery of a pallet of bricks where a riot was going on? That to me is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, but like I said,
that clip.
It could be possible, but I'm saying because all the businesses were shut and business wasn't as usual, the most logical situation or the outcome of this, or explanation, the most logical explanation would be that they were placed there intentionally to cause chaos.
As some light refreshment while we're doing it.
Nonstop. I worked nonstop through all the protests. I worked nonstop. Businesses didn't shut down.
In the protests.
Construction
Did you work in
businesses
the protests?
continued to work. Construction businesses continued to go on. Life didn't shut down. That's not what happened with the George Floyd protest.
I'll tell you what would happen if I was working. If I was working in as an old bloke driving a van delivering bricks. If I was working in a city delivering to an area where tensions were high and riots had already taken place to some degree, and I had to drop a pallet off, and I was doing that, dropping it over where I was told to drop it, and a group of youths came wandering over with cameras, interrogating me about why I'm dropping them off, I too would ignore them and get back in the van as quick as fucking possible. That's what I would do.
I'm not going to answer them. I'm definitely not going to answer them. I'm not going to stick around.
Yeah,
and chat.
that was like one of the first things I brought up. A delivery driver would absolutely tell random people to fuck off.
Did you see the?
Are we
LA
really
riot?
sure though that nobody's dropping off bricks?
No.
Like I think they could be.
Well, did you see the old LA riots? Like the after the Rodney King one, it was fucking horrible. But you had a truck driver who was delivering shit during the riot, and he got pulled out of his truck and fucking beaten half to death.
Yeah, that was what riot was that? He literally got pulled out of his cab.
That was way back when Rodney King. Rodney King. That's right. We got there in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But that's what I'm saying. That dude that got the shit kicked out of him. Unfortunately, he was a truck driver. He was in a truck. He was delivering.
If I was delivering during a riot, if I was delivering during a riot, I think I wouldn't even stop the engine.
Well, I don't think you would deliver during a riot.
Yeah, I
That's what
drive
I think.
straight through. I'm with you
But the
on that,
riot could
Papa.
form around you, right? It could just happen while you're doing the delivery.
Well, don't forget that.
Possibly. Like,
Well,
if it was
the-
just already kicking off and you suddenly were like, oh, God, then I wouldn't start trying to reload the bricks back onto my car. But if I was
No.
driving towards a throng of people who are throwing and chucking stuff, there is no way I'm like, oh, just let me get the davit out.
But
Well, and that's the thing, like,
it is
just the
entirely
logistics.
feasible. It is entirely feasible in suburbia or in a city setting that there is a riot, there is a mess. You are doing a delivery as scheduled the next day during the day when there isn't a riot, and then that evening there's another riot. Now, that can happen, right? But obviously during that day, as the driver, I'd be like, get in, fucking get it off the back, get out, don't say anything to anybody, just go home.
Yeah.
So that brings up a good point. Papa Forth, how many people, like you said, it was a group of people that came up to the truck driver. Was it like 10, 20, 30, 40?
No, it was like a few. There was a few. It weren't that many. I think there were like probably like 3 or something. You didn't really see them. You could just hear them shouting like, "Hey, why are you dropping them off?" They were all behind the camera.
All right,
So
Papa.
it doesn't seem like.
I think it's a fair point you made there.
Yeah, it doesn't
Papa,
seem like that
I've
chaotic
got
of a
one for
point.
you. I've got a really good one for you, Papa, and I think you'll love it. And it
So
is
the brick
bricks
pellets
are
that got
dropped
the most
off. The
attention.
bricks are dropped off, but they are dropped off by Trump and Elon Musk and a group of right wingers who know what they'll do with them the next day. Because answer yourself this question: if it could be left wingers, why? Why is somebody like Soros or a wealthy Hillary Clinton, whoever you want to say, Bernie Sanders, what do they gain from a city being more destroyed? Like, does that make the left look good? Does it help them win elections? Does it drive up their stock prices somehow? Maybe if you could get ahead of a riot, you could drive up stock prices. But then again, the right wingers could do that too. But who does it really hurt, all of this stuff?
Yeah, well, that's
really
a good
hurts the
point,
left,
actually.
doesn't
Like,
it?
what
Makes
was
the
the
left
purpose
look
of
like
the riot?
And to add to the
make the
evidence,
left
I'm
look
pretty
like
sure,
a rabid pack of dogs.
Soros wants to see the fall of
well,
America.
actually,
He's
hang
talked
on.
about
I'm
it
pretty
several
sure
times.
there's a couple videos online of the protesters going up to the people that are breaking windows saying, "Stop! Don't do this."
Yep. Because it only takes a few
Well, I
agitators.
wasn't saying it was left or right wingers because I actually don't really know what's going on. Because to me, it just looked like everyone were rioting. But
Papa,
yeah, I just thought that there was someone trying to aggravate the left and the right, get them to kind of fight each other, and that caused this kind of like, what's it called, like this civil unrest that we've been seeing. Yeah, and the more damage that's done, the more one side hates the other, I think, and that's the only point I can think of why they would do it. It's just to get them hating each other even more.
Yeah, but Papa Firth, what do you think about the Papa Firth? What do you think about the video evidence of the protesters going up to the people, breaking the windows, and saying, "Stop! Don't do this"? What do you think about that?
Eggs. I'll play your game.
Yeah, I think those people are probably there for the reasons, the right
ask him a
reasons.
question, please? Can I get in and just ask a question on Papa Fleur, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
So Papa, you said one of the things you said before. Like, it was a little while ago. I was trying to butt in, but I can't remember exactly what you said. And you said something like, "Oh, all these things seem to make me think that is some type of conspiracy, obviously going on." And you said that the people didn't leave signatures, right? Well, they didn't take signatures at the end of the delivery. But
Well, that was one of the things, yeah.
Yeah, sure. One of the things, and you repeated that after I told you that you don't actually need to get, because I take these deliveries, you don't need to get a signature. Does that not change your
At a
opinion?
construction site, I think I would agree
It's got
with you.
nothing-
But if you go
it's got nothing to
into
do with
like a more
construction site.
residential area, then
Nothing to do with it. Nothing.
from
to do
what
with
I'm
it.
aware, you do need some form of evidence that delivery has been made. Else the
They take
delivery
photos.
company would
They
be
take photos.
like not have accountability for that delivery.
They take photos.
I placed an order for siding on my house, and they just dropped it off. And my wife called me up and said, "Hey, the delivery came." They didn't knock. They didn't do anything. They just dropped it.
Yeah, that's common. They take photos.
Yeah, and it does
they just take
happen, yeah.
photos.
Usually with these bigger items, though, I think everything that I've seen, it's usually more formal. Where I get a little Amazon delivery, they just throw it over the fence and kind of don't care. But
I mean, Papa Fleur, have you got a video of someone dropping off a pallet of Molotov cocktails? I think you might have a stronger point.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
did
think
somebody
it
mention
could be.
cocktails?
I just can't for the life of me work out why somebody on the left would. Even if you did want to bring about the downfall of America, how does this increase it? Except by increasing the hatred and for the left, and therefore driving up the stocks of people on the right, driving more and more people to the right. See, here are the bricks that they're talking about, and as we showed, we found those bricks in Jersey.
Well, there's attack on both sides,
reporting
isn't it? That's what's causing. There's attack on both sides, and people kind of just pick and choose what they like and don't like based on what position they take. So it's like you could do something bad for one group, and then one side will ignore it because that's part of their group, and then you do something bad for the other. The same happens. I'm not saying one side's better than the other here. I'm just saying that it's just part of the civil unrest thing that we seem to be seeing, and everyone seems to be just being more aggravated at each other.
So, Eggs, you asked why the left would do it. I would say it would be for the show, like we don't call it the Kent State riot; it's called the Kent State Massacre. That type of show of force would weaponize essentially those acts. And if you would increase the ability of violence by the left with asymmetric weapons like rocks and shit, it's more of an increase to have the story of police shoots innocent person, I mean, you kind of even end up getting that story out of January 6th. So like, I would say the left would use it for that type of push to be able to help their agendas look better.
Yeah, no innocent person was shot on January 6th.
I said that we got that narrative.
So I want to show. I want to also.
Did a woman get shot?
I want to show this.
I think actually that absolutely deserves. Sorry.
If anybody's watching my thing. So these bricks are pretty close to this riot. Right, there's the cops just there, and you can see a riot's been through because there's all sorts of shit on the street. So that is very close.
But there's packaging on it. Like if you go back, you can see there's a bill of lading, like you right there. All of those things. They'll trace absolutely everything about it. That's a federal institution. There's cameras. They're going to be able to.
This is exactly where I expect bricks to get left. Right at a boom gate or something like that.
Yeah.
And if I would wager that what you'd probably, if you wanted to induce people to chuck things, you would drop off bricks that the size that people would be comfortable chucking a long way at police.
No,
not cinder blocks. Cinder blocks are too big.
I disagree with you because what they have used before, you can see here in the video, is they smash them up.
Oh.
So they're very easy to smash, and then you've got much more chuckable sizes even than house bricks.
So slightly further up the road, is there a pallet of sledgehammers?
You don't need a sledgehammer.
Drop them on the ground.
Yeah, bricks are very brittle.
No, bricks
distressingly easy to break.
The clay bricks are not that. I mean, they're easy to break, but the cinder blocks are trivially easy to break. You literally drop them, and they can't help but be broken if you drop them. They literally will break every time if you try.
You throw a brick on the ground, that's breaking.
Not necessarily. It depends what
necessarily.
bricks. Not necessarily.
I think.
Yeah, I would concede to this situation. This looks like a genuine delivery that's been done for a business, being left next to the gates. I think this is a legit thing. I think Fox News have probably took this one out of context.
Because the last one in this story is the one we already showed, was in Jersey. I didn't find that speed hump. I'm not 100% I've debunked that, but I'm pretty close because I did find exactly multiple houses with these kind of shutters. But
the thing is though, what I'm kind of going really crazy here, but the thing is the cinder blocks are largely air and the bricks are more solid. So if you really wanted to cause damage, you'd be a lot pallet for pallet. You'd be a lot better. You'd be a lot better sending off the clay bricks. Oh, I don't know what they're made in America, but we make them from clay here. But those more solid little bricks rather than the blocks. So I don't know what
go with anything. If you're trying to entice people to chuck stuff, I think you go with anything they could chuck. that like if you because I would like if I'm trying to think if I was a dastardly organization, I'd be like, right, we've got to send bricks, but as with everything we do in life, because we never get caught, is we mustn't get caught. And then you would sort of go, oh, we've got a warehouse, we've got some over there and some here, and oh, but they're different bricks. That's fine. We don't want them to all look the same, right? If they were all exactly a perfect chucking brick, or you could always come up with a reason for why the dastardly people do that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So that one looks like a delivery. Did we debunk this one properly? Hang on, I'll get Gemini to do it.
Is that the pallet from Frisco, Texas? The one that was really famous during the Floyd riots?
Was it? No, tell us
Oh,
about
that's
that
good.
pallet.
Another way of inducing a riot, which I argue would be just as easy, is for the left to get a load of people dressed up as ICE agents and to get a load of people pretending to be immigrants in a building which is prominent and visible to everybody, and get them to act out a scene of brutal violence where a load of them get chucked in a van and driven off. That might work as well.
Yeah, it gets to the point where anything could be fake and nothing could be real. But I just wouldn't put it beyond that there could be pallets of bricks turning up to help riots. I just can't work out why that would help the left.
No, it wouldn't
I
help
could
the
see
left.
news channels at driving up ratings. I could see insurance companies doing it. I could even see the business owners doing it, where they go, "I actually hate my restaurant. If these guys absolutely demolish it with a set of bricks, that will be the cheapest."
Yeah, but that's the key. This is the key point, right? Because these oligarchs at the top, they don't care about the left or the right.
Exactly.
Well,
they don't care if
themselves under the bus.
Are we orbiting the cash giant that is the JQ again?
No, you are so obsessed with everything talking about the JQ. You're talking about
I'm shit stirring. I'm literally
thinking about it. These riots were just a massive promotional campaign to get money and donations from the George Floyd thing, because like that woman, she bought a mansion with her money that she made, didn't she? Kind of sewing stuff with it.
George
So it's
Soros
just
has made a
the
comment
worse
for
these
years
riots
that he
are, the
would
more
love
money
to see
they're going to make.
America,
Here's a notion for you.
George Soros wants America to collapse. That's what he wants.
I got a notion
he's
for
talked
you,
about
okay,
it for
right?
years, wanting it. And
There's a-
everything
what
we're
about
seeing is his playbook exactly.
Well, what about this then?
Read a couple books about him.
There's a president
images from
who
2020.
sold. There's a president who sold his position that he's going to get rid of illegal immigrants. He's got an ICE agency that went in and were a bit heavy-handed in an area, or seen to be, with the residents, and a riot started. He then thought, I can get political leverage out of this, so he sent in the army and the National Guard way over quota for what was needed, just to make it sound worse. And someone in the background said to him, "Look, President, if you want to make it worse, then make it easier for people to riot. So let's think of ways we can do it." So it could easily it's more likely to be the right drop on the bricks rather than the left, isn't it? Frankly.
It was that, but also under the goal would be to declare a national emergency so he can use special powers, the ones that he's trying to use for tariffs and stuff. And also, California is a heavily blue state. He has a personal problem with the governor there. I mean, there's a lot, but like I said, I think the main point, I think it's missed a lot. It's literally about the suspension of habeas corpus and due process.
Absolutely. Well, we know that governments we know that before that governments in Europe have escalated civil unrest, propagated an overreach of authority to respond to it to make it seem worse than it was, kept it going and going and going, getting more increasingly frantic, and then they start cancelling elections and by-elections because it's unsafe. We've got a proven track record of that in Europe.
We have it here with the Patriot Act and stuff like that. We have a program called No Child Left Behind. That sounds great because of the name of it, but when you look through it, it's horrible. All of these things, we have these things here, and that's the scary thing. That like I said, I think we always miss the point. These people, they may be pissed, they may be on the left, they may be on the right, but I think we miss the point of why they're rioting, or I would say the why they're protesting, and why they're rioting is another cause. But why they're protesting essentially is the suspension of due process. I'm not against America rounding up. And it's like you talk about the rules of the federal government. If the city and the state and the governor say this is a sanctuary city, the ICE can't do anything there. But if, say, those individuals are found outside of that city and somewhere else, the federal government has the ability to act there. You know what I mean? It's
That's
about.
not completely true. Sanctuary cities do let ICE in. It's just that they don't require the. Yeah. Okay.
I know that, but what I'm saying, they let them in, but but they don't have to. They don't have to aid, they don't have to assist, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to. And the thing is, outside of that city, the federal government, I think, would have the ability to act as if they're acting in these sanctuary cities. But yeah, it's very divisive. That's for sure.
Just quick, do you know this brick story you're going on about? Is this due to the ICE protests, riots, whatever?
No, we brought it up. It was just brought up over pretty much over the last 5-6 years here in America, and even before probably. There's been pallets of bricks found around different hotspots, I guess, when it came to protests.
Yeah, I just find it interesting if it's when these riots are happening, the same thing's happening with the ICE protests right now as what happened back during the George Floyd protests. I find that more interesting. I think that would be a more convincing argument as well.
What do you mean by that?
All the same in the world.
Or just that brick deliveries never stop happening at all, riots or no riots.
Well, just think about it. If there was a true link, you know what I mean? I believe our government is very capable of being able to find who the fuck delivered those bricks. I mean, you look at these murder trials and stuff. You have footage, like there's this dude in Nevada who defended himself, and there's like a video of him like walking in like a fucking hat, and like literally, like there's no way he can say he didn't kill this fucking guy, But that's like modern day. Like that's the amount of like footage that we have. Like people are caught by cameras, like they don't even know, like weren't even supposed to be there and shit. I mean, it's just like. We would be able to find who did these brick deliveries. Like it's not like it just sounds. It's not nefarious enough.
We can find out if we want. If I wanted. It's obvious, yeah. When people riot, the socialists come out. They get their WhatsApp out. They get the messages. They tell each other where the bricks are. Some steal them. Some get delivered from black vans. Socialist brick selling people that are on side, and this is all coming down. The idea that we should put bricks in this spot and have a riot in this spot is coming from the emails from the socialists, from the Antifa groups, originally from communists who want to cause chaos in America, and also governments in America that agree it's good to torment their own people. And it doesn't help either side, really.
Yeah, communist bricks.
Yeah, riots are normal, people. Nothing weird about it. Of course, people get bricks in riots. They love it. People love it. They go out especially to find bricks and throw them at things.
In America, the bricks we should be concerned about is that trading block more than this. You know what I mean?
So anyone trying to say, oh, they're just from a building site, guys, that's why they're in the middle of the street, that you're dumb and you're a liar.
Well, are they near a building site?
Well, no, I'm a builder.
Vast
People drop
majority
them
are.
off. People drop them off on the street. That really happens.
He's
That's a
being
real thing.
sarcastic.
Yeah,
he's being sarcastic.
No,
Oh.
no, I'm being serious.
I don't think he was.
No, you
I think he
can't.
was.
No, it's on. He's being serious.
Oh
Yeah,
my
talking about
God.
communist. He
You
said
gotta
communist
work on your,
serious.
you gotta work on your
Serious.
tone of voice, Dawn.
Bricks in riots are normal, guys. It's not like a theory. It's not a theory. It's just something that's been on the news.
Oh no!
Did you just
Is this
join
a-
or
is-
something? Because I can't rehash the last
No,
hour all over again.
no, he was joking, dude. I think it was just
I
really
hope so.
dry
No,
sarcasm.
he's not joking.
I can't tell with his
I'm
accent and
not
tone of
joking.
voice.
It's
Of
dry
course,
sarcasm, I think.
bricks are dropped off in riots. You idiots.
Don's not joking at all. Haven't you been looking in the chat for the last hour?
I
Wait,
haven't.
he's been here for the last hour?
Yeah, he's been in chat, but Dawn, I can't read Dawn. He's an enigma.
Wrapped in a
A
Vest.
paradox.
You mispronounced
Wrapped in a
ignoramus.
vest. Wrapped in a vest? Who said that?
I think that was like an old Simpsons episode.
I'm not sure if it's just hallucinating now. I was asking Gemini, I was like, come on, surely how they found it. Isolate key features. General area was Sherman Oaks.
Yeah, this is the one that was outside the Jewish Center. They had materials for rebuilding for over a year in that area. It wasn't new stuff.
No, the one that was outside the Jewish Center I just read with their answer to it was it was a defensive measure because they're worried about being attacked. So it's just security barriers that have been there for nearly a year. And they removed it after people said it could be dangerous having bricks lying around.
I think the larger conspiracy we could discuss is what sort of people around the world would send the emails out to start the ball rolling with bricks being delivered to riots
think-
coming up.
The biggest conspiracy really is who are all the people taking out all the protests that never happened where all these random bricks are lying around construction yards? I mean, there should be thousands and thousands and thousands of protests. Who's killing all these people? That's the real conspiracy.
What? Well, we've got like probably
Well, that's
5
a good
different
idea,
protests.
actually, Bull Knight.
5
No,
different
there's so
protests with reports of bricks.
there's so many more pallets of bricks in areas that are delivered where no protest ever happens. Who's killing all those people that are supposed to show up for that protest?
That's part of the shadow game. You have to keep the
You got to keep even yourself guessing.
Exactly.
Nobody can truly know what's going on.
Exactly.
What you're saying is, no, they just found them. That's what you're saying.
So
No, I'm
defensive measure
saying what I'm
outside
saying
the
is
clubhouse.
I've been
Just say yes, because that's the answer.
That is what you're saying, isn't it? That the Antifa, they're not even Antifa, just normal people just found bricks and then they started throwing them because they can't control themselves. That's what you think.
But Dawn, who dropped the bricks off?
So when were the Chabad Center? Okay, we've got it year by year. We've got it. So this is a story from 2020. Okay, so we've got to go back to 2020. I've got the Chabad Center.
Sometimes the Antifa groups, I already told you all this, they steal them, and sometimes they get dropped off by higher up brick socialists.
Right, so it's always socialists. So at the moment, who would benefit? At the moment, who would benefit rhetoric-wise from inflaming this to make it worse than it actually is right now? Who would benefit politically?
Both sides, but mostly the right wing because they're in power at the moment.
Right. Okay. So why can't it be some right-wing nut jobs dropping them off to try and make it look like Trump's overreach, alleged overreach over Newsom, who is, by the way, could be a presidential candidate in the future.
Let me explain.
BLM benefited the most.
Could be a right wing dude, but they're using the socialism people to spread their riot so that they can double bluff and get the reaction.
Sure, that's what I just said. It could be right wingers escalating the riots or escalating tension.
But it's the leftists.
So why are they socialist bricks then?
It's the leftists that are doing the rioting.
Is it leftists or is it just people who are pissed off in the street?
Right wing people aren't pissed off in the street.
You sure?
I don't think lefties aren't joining
You can
actually
ask
for
them.
riots.
They wear face masks and they're tattooed.
Yeah,
and they've
they're
got
pissed off in their homes, right?
Dressed up
Yeah.
as hippies. They're younger. That's how you can tell. They're all different races instead of white. That's how you can tell.
Where's the
BLM is a left-wing organisation, right? Everyone that supports BLM are left wing, so they're the ones rioting. So it would make sense that it was BLM and the left wing.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
So the Chabad Sherman Oaks has this out the front. Okay, I found the one of the Sherman Oaks. Oh, we're getting close to the Jews again, Zoidberg. Watch out. But
Damn.
these don't these don't look like
What
they've
the
been
fuck?
turned up the night before. They look like nice planters that are. I guess I was assuming they
that's
were there to stop a ram raid. Yeah.
They're barricades. Yeah, they're bollards.
No, these are
effectively.
these are we have them in Europe too.
Oh,
Against
they
like
might-
because this is tempo. I assume this is tempo. So there's a lot of hate crime against Jews. So they put these to stop trucks if they try to terrorist attacks.
Yeah.
We have them in Italy as well.
Yeah.
They're welded shut, aren't they? They're welded shut.
They should be on top. Yeah, they should be on top. Unless somebody cheaped out and they just made them like.
Oh,
It's a form.
he said the thing. He said the thing.
True.
It's a form. It's a form of these, but without the stupid AI or
So
whatever it is.
2019. I cannot find those bricks. So when were they meant to be found there? Chabad White House tweets and then deletes. So that was at June 2020 as well. So
this
if
is
they're saying they've
perfect.
been there for more than a year, then Google Street View does not agree with that because in
If you're making a
2019
conspiracy video about this, Eggs, you'd have to include this, even if it doesn't relate.
got 2017 there, it's not there. 2018, can we see that? It's not there then. So their whole defense is it's been there for nearly a year. And
Oh, that's definitely set up for a future riot.
December 2018 and then May 2019, which is midway through, then early 2021. It's kind of every 7 to 8, 9 months or something. I can't do that on my head. Who makes it 12? Give me 10, goddamn
No,
it.
I know what it is. It's in case the riot gets too close. That's for the rabbis and the Jewish boys to come running
Defend
out.
the mosque.
Yeah.
Yeah, like why would you leave bricks outside your own place if the whole thing is it's getting sillier this way. But the defense is not good either, which is we've had them for a year when I can't see any evidence of them being there for more than a year.
It's in
Maybe
case
it's an
the riots get
exaggeration.
too close. That's what it is for. Only the
I think
Jews
it's a
can fuck up.
religious. I think it's a religious conspiracy as well, because
Sacramental
they.
brick.
So they're casting everyone to say he without sin throw the first stone. They're just putting the stones there for them to have that opportunity.
Yeah,
They're
I think
Jewish,
that was
not
a Jesus.
Christian.
That was a Jesus story. And do you know that story they think now is false? It
That's
suddenly
right.
That story was
appears in the
probably
Gospel of John.
yeah.
Oh,
That story was most likely added in the 2nd or 3rd century.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
The pericope of the
What a-
adulteress is really thought to not be canonical.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Bull Knight on this. There were pallets of bricks conspiracies in 2020 and 2022, but we keep looking at them and they seem really compelling at first, but most of them do seem to be crumbling.
Yeah, I would say I only believe there's like 2 or 3 cases that have made it to the news, but that speaks of a bigger problem that's not always on the news.
Okay.
This changed from these were definitely socialist planted bricks to they're underreported socialist planted bricks.
Yes, that's exactly.
Yeah. The
The
biggest
underlying
story was
problems.
about how nobody's reporting on it.
Has anybody got a record of someone dropping off a big balaclava of a big pallet of balaclavas?
Yeah, bro, on Twitter, I've got a photo of a man who's claimed to have dropped off rioting goggles and face masks in LA. They've already got
No
photos of
way.
it. Yeah, they're tracking him down now. They got photos of him. This is the man, it says.
Oh.
Was handing out face masks in the street.
Oh.
We wouldn't say they're using the face mask for building in that case, right? That wouldn't work. I wouldn't argue that, no.
There's always face masks being dropped off in the city by
I found
weird
the only
men.
I found the only thing disappointing about when those students decided to take over various libraries and things in their colleges, and they were all masked up. And when the police took them away, they didn't take the masks off, and everyone was like, "Take the masks off!" Take them. But it was funny.
Why? So that we could see who they were?
Yeah, so yeah, because they were like, "Oh, you're hiding your face. You're so brave. Hide your face."
Yep.
And then so they barricaded themselves. They barricaded themselves in, right, in the room, and then demanded that they get food and water. Did you see that?
That's normally how it works, isn't it?
It's fairly standard.
Yeah,
Is it?
Students in Tiananmen Square asked the government for food.
Did they? I didn't know that. You say we're optimistic.
That's an act of optimism I don't think I'm capable of.
The Chinese government actually did provide sustenance in the form of lead to those students, though. You got to give it to them. They tried.
Oh man.
Yeah, it is tenuous, isn't it, to think that they're dropping off bricks and things. I don't think that's a...
What do you mean tenuous?
To me, it comes back to the same thing. It's like the foreknowledge argument about 9/11. Sorry to take it there, but when they're like,
it's
"Oh, there was
nothing like
there was
that. Oh my
selling of stock," or there's something that shows that people knew there was going to be a crash of United stock the
No,
next day. I'm like,
that's
yeah, but
not
the
the
Saudis could
theory.
have done that. This wouldn't tell us who dropped them off, even if they were there on purpose, which is a chancy operation.
Yes,
when
it would.
You can find bricks in riots. You can use one brick to make another brick.
Okay, Dawn, what was the question? You said why not something?
You two guys are in heavy denial, preaching.
Okay, what you asked something? Why not? And I can't remember what it
Disagreed with
was.
everything Egg said. He said about 6 things.
Okay.
It's nothing like 9/11. We're not trying to tell the future and say Antifa predicted the riot, although that is part of the theory.
But he is right, though.
It's about someone helping the left and the socialists with things to throw. That's all it's about.
Dawn, did you just say we're not saying this, but we are saying this?
Sort of.
Yeah, that's pretty
would
much
like to-
Don's modus operandi.
We're not saying what Egg said we were saying. We're saying what I just said we were saying.
I would like to say that some men, I don't know if it's already been quoted, why would they do this? And I think
Spur on chaos.
It's a spur chaos, yes. And
What
the
is?
line from Batman is, "Some men just want to see the world burn."
Exactly. You've seen the Joker as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nah, they
That's
want
what we're
money.
seeing. That's what we're seeing. So in a Joker film, would a black van turn up and deliver extra things to throw? And would you just assume, yeah, that's organized by the criminals?
If they wanted money.
And the Joker, finally the Joker above the criminals. Yeah,
I
so
think
that's
it's
what
Trump.
we're seeing here. Well, we've
I think
got
Trump dropped it off.
Antifa and Soros.
You've just got to
This
follow
real-
the money, and it answers all your
Follow the
questions.
money. No,
This really
sometimes it
starts
doesn't.
with the idea that the world is so much more fanciful than it is. The world is really fucking mundane.
Brian, this is people throwing bricks. There's nothing fanciful about it. I'm just saying people help people throw bricks. That's not fanciful.
Yes, that's the fanciful part of
No,
It's
there's
a
nothing
good point there.
fanciful about that.
It's just a
That's
fanciful
totally
riot.
normal. That's totally normal. Haven't you ever heard
throw
of weapons?
bricks
Haven't
make
you ever
money.
heard of weapon deliveries?
It's a
How
mostly
would the-
peaceful riot.
How would the bricks
I
make
think
money
you
though?
leftists just live in a fairy tale world.
The bricks
Exactly.
make money because it makes the chaos worse, which is a better promotional campaign for your Black Lives Matter slogan.
It's war. Do you think
See, I think
that
it really
weapons
damages
just
the Black Lives
manifest
Matter
out of
movement.
nowhere?
Yeah.
It doesn't. They got loads of money from it. You can have a look. How much money did that woman make? She bought a mansion.
Sure, some people get rich off anything, but I mean, I think generally Black Lives Matter died as a movement, died on its ass after like two burnings of cities. Everybody was like, "Well, I'm not siding with them anymore," and
Well,
now
it
they
served
don't
its
exist,
purpose.
right?
It served
But
its
Black
purpose.
Lives Matter
and then
was meant to be a
the
movement
socialists
like any
destroyed
other.
it, like they do everything. So
What was this?
that's
What was its
exactly what they did.
I
What was its
agree with
purpose?
you there. That was
Here's
well
a
said.
perspective. Here's a perspective.
What was its purpose?
Well, here's a perspective. So
Its purpose was to promote the the racial, tensions between blacks and whites. That was its purpose, which is why you have lots of racial tension in America right now.
Yeah, it's true.
Are you sure it wasn't to give us
because
amazing
I-
slogans like "pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon"?
That's old. But I'm an African American, and I was against Black Lives Matter. I was against it because it's stupid. It's a stupid slogan. I was 100% against it, especially it happened in Minnesota. So there was an Australian woman who got shot by the police after reporting a crime, and like the cops pulled up and like she wanted to get their attention, so like she like hit the hood or something, and they ended up killing her. And when there was not a riot and a protest and whatever for her, I was like, you guys have missed the movement. It's not about cops killing any color, it's cops killing, and it's about the militarization of the police force. Like it's all across the board. I would say to them, all lives matter. Like I grew up in an area where cops would kick the shit out of us no matter what color we were. It was. I mean, it was just. Like I said, Black Lives Matter was too. It was a direct response to things that have happened for a very long time, but it wasn't a broad enough focus to actually fix the problems that they were trying to address. It's very much like the feminist movement.
What makes it very good strategy, because they piggyback off an actual issue, and then they're able to use it for their own purposes and their own gains, which is exactly what they did. So the issue, I'm guessing, is still there in America. You still have police brutality, or whatever you call it.
Well,
But
speaking to that end,
So
from the LAPD,
what you would talk about, what we would talk about would be qualified immunity. You know what that is?
No.
Yes.
Basically,
can't be
also let us
prosecuted.
take this moment to say fuck the LAPD for shooting a rubber bullet at an Australian newswoman who was just reporting nearby.
That was the LAPD.
Do people want to watch it? Do people want to watch
That's
it?
hilarious.
I'll get it up
The
again.
LAPD did that.
Well, they killed her.
That's so funny.
No, just shot a rubber bullet at
They
her.
didn't
I'll
kill
put
her.
it on my stream now.
They didn't
No,
kill
no,
her.
it's
They
not.
shot a
That's not
rubber
funny.
bullet at a reporter who was 100 feet
funny.
away.
It's not
Yeah,
funny.
yeah. Her
It's
reaction's hilarious. Her reaction's so funny.
Yeah, she
That's
makes
not
it cool.
If she's a
It's
leftist, then
really
it's
funny.
funny.
It's not
It's-
funny regardless.
She's just a
It's not
reporter,
always
and
she's a
someone took it,
leftist.
and some fucking idiot took a shot
that's
at
This
her.
guy over here, watch this guy. He just lines her up and shoots her in
That's
the
it
leg.
when you don't troll.
Wait, show it again.
He just lines her up and shoots her in the leg. Watch this bloke over here.
Uh,
Sorry, I've got the worst available image
Oh,
of this.
shit.
I'm really apologise for
why
that.
did he
Let me get
do
it properly.
that?
I don't know. It's really unclear to me.
You're a bad person.
She's
You're a
in
bad
James. I
person.
told you about
Look at
this.
him. This guy's just off screen now. He just sees him, lines her up, and goes, "Yeah, I'm gonna shoot. Who should I shoot? I think I'm gonna shoot the white chick with her back to me." It's fucking
I think he was
wild.
aiming at the
Nothing to do
cameraman.
with that. He
I
knows.
think
It's probably
aiming
because
at
she
the
pointed
ground.
at him.
I think he's aiming at the ground, but apparently with rubber bullets, some old
She-
versions that
she
they
is
were meant to be.
riling up the crowd, and she's in jeans, so she deserved to be shot.
But she's riling up the crowd. What was she doing?
She's
No,
no,
she's
jeans
just
on.
reporting.
Isn't this great? We're down here. We're at the city. We're pushing forward. Haha, yeah.
Oh, was she a rioter?
Yeah,
No,
she's
no,
with the
she's-
ri- she's
It's
with
like
the
this
rioters.
crew are
She's
the
not a
closest
writer.
people. They've made a line. They're saying "get the fuck back," and she's there with a large group of people very close to them. See, off in the distance, they're like 40, 50, 100 meters away, and where these guys are real close, right? Multiple still just walking around while they're like saying "get back," but he gives no warning. He doesn't say, "Watch out, I'm about to shoot." It's not in no direction. He's got under no threat right now. Look how relaxed his posture is, right? Flat-footed on the ground. He's not sprung and ready to act. He's not scared.
So to Dom's point,
Standing, chilling, leaning, looking, and then he goes, "Fuck you."
He needed to, he
Wow,
needed to
what
test
did he
the
do
He just
weapon.
that
wanted to
for?
see her bend over, I think.
He's
but
not
no, to
used the
Dom's
weapon
point,
yet.
look when you go
He
back.
wanted to
No one else
test
had
out
jeans on. Look, go back.
nude.
No one else had jeans on. Look at that. Go back.
That's what I'm
Look,
saying.
Yeah,
look,
they're
no
all in
jeans.
short-
Exactly.
shorts, yeah.
Exactly.
You know
I think
that
this is
rubber
a
bullets are termed less than lethal,
He's got jeans on that just won't
which means
pass.
they are potentially lethal.
not blue
Not even on-
jeans.
You're not getting the jeans point. It's her showing off. She's gone out for the day like a cowboy girl. She's not supposed to be
Of
riding
all
them up.
points, of all points to back Dawn up on, the
Just-
jeans is not where I thought you were going to go.
He
Wow.
just lined her up and shot her.
Like, why? Why did he do that?
Maybe
I don't
like
know.
it's a bit sadistic.
He wanted
It is
to
a bit
see her bend
crazy.
over, didn't he?
I think laughing
Must have
about
reminded
it
him
is,
of his ex-wife.
I'm actually quite surprised.
It is
He's the
pretty
type of
funny.
guy who
I'm not laughing in glee that it happened, but like I don't know her
Right. What if
personally.
you're her mum, you know,
I
or
don't think she's gonna
a
survive.
brother?
I don't think she's gonna suffer any lasting problems from this, and I also don't think she's gonna hear me laugh. And based on
She-
those things, because
This is the best story. This is the best
it's shocked to
story
me, but
ever.
I'm not gonna, because I can choose to get really upset about that and be like, "Oh, pretty blonde girl got shot,"
No,
and
I
I think
just
she's probably
imagining
okay.
if you were her brother,
Yeah, I'd probably laugh.
No,
you'd
she'll
probably
be.
laugh
A
at
way
that.
that'd
I
make
would
her
laugh.
heal better, unless she was really traumatized by it. But I think that it's just wild and weird. I'm not.
she-
Yeah,
I'm not sure if they
I'm
put
not gonna.
she'll
she
get a
runs
decent
off.
little
But I don't
settlement.
think you need to judge somebody else on that. I don't think it is noble to just choose to feel upset about something like that.
But
Yeah, it's
she
funny.
laughs. She runs off and has a laugh herself. No joke. I don't know if this one catches it, but
That's
she's
just surprising.
Who thinks
she,
it's not funny?
Oh, it's definitely funny, and so it definitely speaks to the mindset of some of the officers of the LAPD.
Why were they all laughing as well?
well, he's probably the type of guy who shoots you point blank at paintball, even though they tell you not to. He's probably that type of guy. A bit.
I mean,
a
he's the
bit.
kind of guy who goes into the LAPD, right? They're going to be a bully. They get 2 weeks of training. Other ones, you've got to get a fucking degree. You've got to be 3 years in college in some countries. And this guy, like 2 weeks, and he's allowed to shoot people at riots.
It's
pretty funny.
What are they doing to their country?
At the same time.
It's
They
6
can't
months
get
at a police
people-
academy. It's not
They
2 weeks
can't-
and a gun.
They
He's
can't
an
get people
absolute
to work.
professional. He's trained for years.
True. That's true.
They have
I
to.
think-
They've had to lower the standards so much because they can't get people to work.
What are you talking about?
Wait,
He's a good
pay them
cop.
enough.
He's a
They've
good
lowered
cop.
the,
He's a
they
good
Very
lowered
well
the,
trained.
they lowered the standards.
Yeah.
Did you as a police
That's
What
a
are you-
choice,
this-
though. You choose
They
to
can't
Did
get-
you say he's a good cop?
They can't get
Did
everyone to
you say
work.
he's a good cop?
He's
Because the
very well
people are-
trained, and he's a good
He's
cop.
a good
yeah.
cop.
He's probably the head of the whole organization. Yeah, the chief of
He's
police or
testing
something.
out his new bullet. He knows he's going to
Yeah.
have to shoot a few of them into a rioter, but he can test
Is it a
out
communist bullet?
what one is like on this silly bitch who's dancing in the corner of his eye, pissing him off.
So this is
Well, now
a
he knows-
communist bullet that was financed by a socialist and put out into the public by a right-wing extremist.
Brilliant.
Also, he knows the bullet's not lethal now, so he can go hog wild. He can just go for it. It's fine.
He's heard the whole brick theory, and he knows what those lunatics are like. So
He's like,
Hmm.
obviously, this Australian news lady is in charge of the brick distribution, so let's fucking hit her with a bullet.
The blue
What
jeans
would you
gave her
rather-
away.
because she's white, yeah, she's in jeans, she's got privilege, she's got a camera crew, but she's rioting. So what an idiot!
What do you mean
What a
she's
fucking
rioting?
idiot.
She's
He's
a
an
news
idiot.
reporter.
Yeah, where's the one? I saw this one that is absolutely wild where they're doing I just saw it yesterday. It's American cops and they're doing a gun safety course. And this guy's like calling the black girl Rihanna and they're all making jokes about her taking too long with everything and shit like this. And they go, oh, let's have a group photo. And she's like trying to make her makeup up and they're making a bit of fun of her. And then just as they're about to take the photo, she goes, wait, hold on, wear my mask. Oh my God. And turns around, takes off her mask, stuffs it in her pocket, and she's ready to go for the photo. And the instructor steps out and is like, oh my God, what the fuck? Pulls out his gun and shoots her in the chest.
What?
And then, yep,
What? With the
pulls
real
out his
gun?
gun, shoots her in the chest. Shoots her dead on the spot. Like, don't bother calling the ambulance. There's clearly no point. Her
I
heart's
thought you
not
were about
beating.
to brought up the funny video of the gun instructor shooting himself in the
No,
foot.
that one's funny though. This one's good, but that's
This
the one I
one's
can
good.
find. But he thought he had his plastic gun. He thought he was play shooting at her with the blue gun, and just pulled out a real firearm and shot her dead in the room.
Oh, I mean, he's definitely in jail then, right? It's got to be a wrongful death there.
I think so. Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. He got done for negligent homicide or something like that. You know.
I mean, if they're going to try to put Alec Baldwin in jail, his ass should be in jail for sure.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting because I found myself, I was watching that video of the woman who was ragging on Alec Baldwin. He was getting coffee. Did anyone see that video? He was at a coffee shop getting his coffee in the morning, and she just accosts him and starts shouting at him or something. And I actually felt sorry for the guy, even though he's a lefty and everything. And who knows? But I kind of felt sorry for him. I think a lot of people just losing. I don't know. Just doesn't feel right. So people are complaining because of all the riots and everyone is being pitted against each other, but they're happy to let it happen. It's just weird to see it happen.
I think it's better to ask what reliably throughout the course of human history causes riots to happen. Because they're not a new thing, are they?
Brick pallets.
The Illuminati.
Historically, it's hunger.
Before bricks. Because I think inequality causes riots. I think everybody being equally poor doesn't cause riots. Everybody being equally rich doesn't cause. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just making the argument for it, where every time it's happened when the Jews rose up in Egypt, supposedly, although now they say that story is nonsense, but rose up out of Judah. All sorts of the slave revolutions. There were like 5, 10. No, there's probably about 30 slave revolutions, haven't there? But many countless slave revolutions. But generally class revolutions through we've had it everywhere. There's been communism, had to come about through a revolution. That's necessary, right? As communism. It's always severe inequality drives it, where there's too many. Like that's what Karl Marx said, right? He wasn't saying we need to make this happen. He was saying this always happened. Wealth is always redistributed once it gets too unequal. I just suggest the next time this cycle comes around, we're deliberate about what we do next, right? But the idea that because it's a Pareto principle, right? Power coalesces into the hands of the few, right? If you've got capital, it's really easy to get more capital. You can just sit around and go, I'm going to invest in that, and that, and then sit back and do nothing.
It takes money to make money.
Yeah. And that will mean that money will disappear out of poor people's hands and end up in rich people's hands. And unregulated, that will continue. And that could be coconuts, but it could be gold, it could be women, it could be land, it could be lots of things, right? Humans, slaves, quite often, armies. So when that gets too unequal, right? This is why the Spartans were terrified, right, of the Helots that lived all among them, because they knew that they had this insanely large number of slaves, and they knew what that means. What that means is they'll fucking come for you. So they used to go out. They're like Rumspringa version of Rumspringa was the boys that go out and have to kill a strong male. That was how he proved he was a smart Spartan male. He squared off in mutual combat with one of these slave men, and he was considered boss and impressive if he picked a really scary one and murdered them. Every Spartan boy had to kill a man to become a true Spartan man.
It is because people are poor. Yeah, it's started by people that start riots, like because of politics and magic people, communists, Illuminati.
Magic people.
But hang on. But then it's the poor people that do it. They're the ones that say, right, this is my time. I'm going to fight back now.
My question is, what inequality?
People.
It's not inequality that causes riots, but the poor, because you could have inequality between two rich societies. Like say that the middle class is still rich and wealthy, and you're not in poverty. Then I think you're less likely to riot in them conditions. But if you've got nothing else to lose, and like you say, who is it? Dawn says you've got an opportunity. You've got nothing left to lose. You've got an opportunity. There's some civil unrest happening, and then all hell will just break loose at that moment. Then you'll be more likely to join the crowd, so to speak. But it's definitely poverty driven. It's not inequality, even though poverty is inequality.
So here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Here's why I say it. If you look in just poor places like Pakistan, Pakistan's not good because there is loads of inequality there. Places where they're all just poor, like they're just very agricultural, there's not much rioting. There's not much civil unrest. That generally happens. You see it in London. In the places in London, if you wanted to draw where a London riot would be, you go, where is the greatest difference in the housing income per house, and you go, some people are in the like a house. I would have been in a house that there were like 5, 6 people living in the house quite often, and we all would have been making over 100 grand a year, and we would have been living down the street from council flats that had, like, that Dawn would tell you would be pretty rough. Some of them, like you don't want to go through them. Like you don't want to hang about in them. And
yeah, I know what you mean.
Where
The,
you
the,
have
the distinction of equality and poverty. I know what you mean, but that's still poor people.
I still have the question of what
You can have
poverty.
inequality within rich societies as well. So it's not just inequality in itself. There's
Well, in
there is the variable
history,
of poverty there.
in history though, you could say
the
you could say it's hunger. It's like
Yeah,
strict hunger,
right.
you know, like
Yeah,
things
it
like
is, yeah.
that. But you could apply that a bit colloquially and say it'd be hunger for access to the state. So like when you look at the French Revolution, you know, it was sparked by like bread prices and women and all that other, like we go into those details. You can look into the Russian Revolution, very similar type situation. So it's just like it's a hunger for something. And I would say broadly, you could say it's hunger for access to the state would be what causes it. And when their actions are unheard, when their actions are legislated
I'd say
against.
yeah, but also I'd say we'd be happy with just living wage, not living wage. Sorry, capped money for everyone, whatever you call that.
Would I
Free
be
money.
happy with that?
The
We'd be happy with
inequality we're
free
talking
free
about
money, yeah.
historically, though, the historically inequality meant, as you just
You cut out.
Are you still talking, Red Cloud? Because you cut out.
and then you have
Your robot, you
It'll
cut
take
out
him
for
a
a
while
little
to
bit.
work it out, and then he'll have worked
Oh,
it out.
really?
And
Okay.
we're telling him. Oh no, maybe you're back.
Yep. Okay, I think I'm back. I don't know what happened there. I haven't moved. Anyway, so the inequality meant that you either were starved, you're starving literally, or you were basically in dire straits. In other words, you live in such dire poverty that you were imminently going to be starving. And then you had people in castles. We don't have that anymore. There isn't anyone starving in America. There's